Ding, brain storage, please store your brain before watching, thank you. There may be omissions in the details. If you see any, please remind me. As long as it does not affect the later plot, I will change it. Thank you for your help. Of course, it would be best if you can save your brain. I am afraid of being scolded. In the summer of the 38th year of Konoha in the Land of Fire, the evening breeze was like wine outside the Konoha village, and the dusk was intoxicated with love. The setting sun was about to slide out with a light pink shyness. Whoosh, whoosh. A young man wearing tattered clothes and covered with wounds, with no intact part of his body, was running wildly in the death forest at full speed. Damn it, am I just going to accept my fate like this? I won't accept this. As long as you get out alive, I will make you regret it. Ling Mo gritted his teeth and gasped like a bellows. The injuries on his body had made him shaky and he could fall into the arms of death at any time. Not far behind him, two root ninjas wearing animal masks moved quickly towards the boy. Hurry up and chase him, don't let that brat escape. Lord Danzo has ordered that the brat must be brought back alive. Tisk, a crippled brat, there's no way he can escape. I really don't understand why Danzo-sama wants this calamity star. Isn't he afraid of bringing misfortune to the root? Another root ninja said, a slight look of disgust on his face. Danzo-sama said that it was a very good experimental subject, very valuable for research. The ninja following behind said lightly, it is his honor to be noticed by Lord Danzo. The root ninja in front of him replied with a cold look in his eyes, I saw him. The weak figure in front slowly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, the root ninja wearing a mouse mask rushed forward to block the boy's way. Disaster star Lingmo, follow us back obediently, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The root ninja on the tree said calmly. Danzo's stinky rat, running around in the gutter every day. Something that can't be put on the table, only knows how to make noises here. Ling Mo panted and took out a kunao from the ninja bag at the back, crossed his arms in front of him in a defensive posture, ready to defend against the attacks of the root ninja at any time. You little brat, you're still so stubborn, it's your honor to sacrifice yourself for Danzo-sama. The root ninja in front spoke with a slightly angry tone, then instantly rushed in front of Ling Mo and attacked forward with a spinning kick. Ling Mo quickly put his hands together to block the attack, but he was exhausted and couldn't block it at all. He could only step back quickly to temporarily buffer the attack. Before he could steady himself, the ninja behind him rushed forward and hit Ling Mo's arm with a side kick. His body suddenly flew out and hit the tree next to him hard. The kick made his arm swell up. He leaned his back against the tree, breathing unwillingly. Is this the end? I was such a wimp in my previous life, and now I'm still so miserable after traveling here. This is fate. Ling Mo was in a trance. It had been 12 years since he came to the Naruto world. At this moment, he had the idea of dying together with others. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person, but he had a life different from others. His parents divorced when he was young, and he followed his mother to remarry. He was often bullied, but he endured it silently. When I grew up, I got used to staying alone at home, watching movies, playing games, and was unwilling to socialize. This continued for a long time. One day, when he went out to buy food, he met his half-brother, who framed him and pushed him into a group of Ghostfire teenagers, who beat him to death. When Ling Mo woke up, he found himself traveling back to the body of a newborn baby. As soon as he got out, he witnessed the death of his parents. Two people wearing animal masks killed them and gouged out their eyes. But Ling Mo was not killed. The two men just looked at each other and turned away. Before long, he gradually realized that he had traveled to the Naruto world and was a member of the Uchiha clan. When he was a baby, someone in the family took care of him at first, but when Ling Mo was able to walk and talk, no one cared about him anymore. The first time Ling Mo stepped out of the house, he felt the malice from the people around him. They believed that Ling Mo's birth was a disaster and that anyone who met him would be unlucky. They also believed that his parents were killed by him. Not only did the family members think so, but the whole village was also spreading the rumor. Only Ling Mo himself knew that this might be a deal, exchanging his parents' lives for certain things. As Ling Mo grew older, he also went to ninja school. However, his talent was average and he was not invincible from the start. Reality was cruel and did not favor him. Ling Mo also tried to contact his classmates Minato and Kushina, hoping to stay by their side and receive their protection. But they avoided Ling Mo intentionally or unintentionally. The trouble in their eyes seemed to be written on their faces. They were afraid that staying together would also bring misfortune. There was also a warning from the Hokage in secret. Seeing this, Ling Mo had no choice but to give up. During the time at the ninja school, Ling Mo originally thought that as time passed, people would slowly forget everything, but he didn't know that what he got in return was that things got worse and worse. He was abandoned by his family, hated by the villagers, bullied by his classmates, and every day different people taught him a lesson, treating them as toys for entertainment, making him live a life worse than a dog. The family doesn't care at all, and the high-ranking Hokage doesn't care either, as if that's how it should be. Ling Mo could only endure silently and had resisted, but his lack of strength resulted in even more tragic revenge. So I thought about slowly improving my strength after graduation, waiting for the outbreak of the Ninja World War to escape from the village, and then hide and live my own life. Unexpectedly, he was called upon by Lord Danzo right after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Two root ninjas asked him to sleep with them. Knowing that he would never come back if he went to Danzo, he chose to escape. However, he was chased by the roots and was forced to flee into the forest of death. Although it's a bit unpleasant to die like this, I am willing to do it, but it's worth it to have two people take the blame, he. Ling Mo, who had already planned to die together with his opponent using the detonating talisman, thought to himself. Bite. Sensing that the host is in life or death crisis, the monster summoning system has been successfully restarted. Loading, please wait. Loading completed. Activate host protection mechanisms. Monster physique is being distributed. Distribution completed. It has been slowly integrated. The novice gift package has been distributed, please collect it. Just as Ling Mo reached into his ninja tool bag to detonate the explosive talisman, a queen's voice sounded in his mind. System, you're here just in time. You've called me countless times before, but I ignored you, and now you're about to die. Dear, because reincarnation into another world consumes too much energy, this system has chosen to sleep. It will only restart when the host is in life or death crisis or when the energy is fully replenished. As the system sounded, the injuries on Ling Mo's body began to heal slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body gradually regained strength, and Ling Mo suppressed the anger and unwillingness in his heart, gradually regaining his composure. Then, the system will open the novice gift package. Okay, host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Monster Subspace, +1 Drone Alien, +10 Messenger Alien, +10 Trilobite Black Water State, weakened version, +50. Note: black water can destroy a civilization, which is too buggy, so I changed it slightly. It can only form aliens in the human body through the protagonist's gift, Small Rodent, +10 Planet Godzilla Bioenergy Core, +1. The monster has been stored in the subspace, and the host can summon it with just a thought. The monster summoned by the system is completely subservient to the host and will unconditionally execute the host's orders. Monsters can be controlled with telekinesis, and they can even communicate with intelligent monsters. Looking at what he had read on the panel, Ling Mo was shocked. What was going on? He thought the system was going to mess things up. However, thinking about the fear and pain that the enemy would feel when facing the aliens in the future, Ling Mo felt that this was exactly what he wanted. Just as Ling Mo was immersed in the system's reward, the two root ninjas could no longer wait, and the shurikens flew out of their hands, quickly flying towards the target. Ling Mo dodged the attack by jumping and standing on a thick branch. He moved his arms and smiled like Doflamingo. You two bastard rats, get ready for fear. You two bastard rats, are you ready to face fear? Boy, is your brain rusty, Amir Genin, how dare you speak to us like that? Did you get beaten, silly? The root ninja did not notice that Ling Mo was different at this moment. With the help of his monster physique, Ling Mo is confident that he can defeat the two root ninjas. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, a safer method was chosen. Ling Mo moved his mind, and 4 drone aliens appeared silently behind the two root ninjas. The alien itself has excellent hiding abilities, and since it has no chakra energy, it is difficult for the two to detect it at the first moment. Are you ready? So where do we start first, the arms or the legs? Forget it, let's do both together. Ling Mo's mouth corners slightly raised. It seems that you are. Snap, snap, ah. As the sound of crackling was heard, 2 drone aliens grabbed the hands of the two root ninjas from behind, and the other 2 aliens tore off and bit off their feet from below. Then came the miserable howls of the 2 people. Monster, ah. When Genin looked at the alien, fear filled his heart. He stopped shouting in fear, fearing that he would die if he shouted again. He had long forgotten the pain of his legs being torn off, and his body was shaking constantly. Invisible fear is the most deadly. The psychological defenses of the 2 people who saw the alien for the first time have collapsed. Then, let's move on to the next step. After saying that, Ling Mo jumped down from the tree and walked quickly towards the 2 of them. He placed the kunao in his hand on one of their necks. I ask, you answer. If the answer satisfies me, I don't mind letting you go. Do you understand? The root ninja had recovered by now, glanced at the alien next to him, and nodded tremblingly. What is Danzo's purpose in taking me back? Danzo-sama has been researching. Before he could finish his words, the root ninja was already vomiting blood, his eyes turned white and he died. Tisk, the seal to eradicate tongue troubles, what a troublesome technique. In order to prevent the root ninja from leaking secrets, Danzo deliberately placed a curse seal on the root ninja's tongue. Although he didn't know the answer to the root, he still heard the last 2 studies. This reminded him of the plot where Danzo transplanted Hashirama's cells into his arm to install the Sharingan. It seems that Danzo has already started to plan for the Sharingan at this time. At this point, Ling Mo could already bet that Danzo had captured him in order to study the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. He turned his head to look at another root ninja and said, "It seems that you can't get anything out of me, it's of no value, how should I entertain you?" Ling Mo looked at him mercilessly. "It is my honor to sacrifice myself for Master Danzo. Kill me, don't even think about getting anything out of me." At this time, he had lost too much blood and knew that he could not escape death. It was only a matter of time, so he decided to be a loyal martyr. Wow, you're quite strong. Since you're so loyal, I'll give you and Lord Danzo a gift. I hope you and Danzo-sama will like it. Ling Mo took out all the detonating tags from the ninja bag behind him, folded them up and put them into a small moisture-proof bag, then helped the root ninja swallow them. He then summoned a trilobite in black water form to help the root ninja swallow it. It's getting late, so good luck to you. Standing up, Ling Mo put the 4 drone aliens into the monster space. Then head towards the edge of Konoha. Ling Mo no longer wanted to stay in Konoha. There was no one or anything he cared about. There was only endless contempt and disgust here. Instead of suffering and being on guard here, it would be better to leave Konoha and start over. After a brief thought, Ling Mo had made a decision. With the support of the system, he, who has a monster physique, has already possessed the strength of a jonin, but lacks decent ninjutsu. In addition, with the assistance of the aliens, the success rate of escaping from Konoha is very high. System Open Properties Panel Byte. Lingmo Family, Uchiha Clan Bloodline, 2 Megatama Sharingan Attributes, Fire, Thunder, Wind, Yin Strength, Jonin Level Ninjutsu, Clone Jutsu, Instant Body Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Thousand Year Killer, Fireball Jutsu Taijutsu, Uchiha Fluid Jutsu, Konoha Fluid Jutsu Monsters, Drone, Alien Messenger, Alien Trilobite, Black Water Form System. Why is the monster's physique not displayed? Ding! The monster's physique is a protective mechanism for the host, and it's not fully integrated yet. It will only be displayed when the host integrates with Godzilla's bioenergy core. I see. Ling Mo observed his surroundings and felt there was no danger, so he immediately chose to merge. System, help me fuse the energy core. Okay, host, it might be a little painful, please be patient. Immediately, a huge amount of energy invaded Ling Ci's chest, then spread to every tendon and vein, and then merged into every cell. A heart-wrenching pain came, and Ling Mo had already asked the system's family members countless times in his heart, where is the little pain that was promised? At this time, Ling Mo's whole body was red, and sweat mixed with blood had seeped out of his skin. An hour later, all the energy gathered in the abdomen and finally calmed down. System, why don't you explain? Where's the slight pain you promised me? I'm almost burned. Ding, don't worry about the details. The host has now integrated the core energy of planet Godzilla. His physique has undergone a qualitative leap and is far more powerful than any immortal body in this world. And as your strength increases, the Sharingan will also evolve without any restrictions or side effects. The most important thing is that you, who have fused the energy core, will gradually become a humanoid planet like Godzilla. However, it takes a lot of energy to do that. Then how do we continue to summon monsters? Ling Mo asked. The host only needs to sign in daily. The drop rate will increase during special events. For other functions, please explore them on your own, dear. Can we continue to evolve by absorbing energy? Reporting to the host, only by absorbing huge amounts of energy can we evolve quickly. Like the tailed beast power, can an ordinary person or someone very powerful do it? The power of the tailed beasts is fine, special energy or the energy of the senjutsu of this world is fine, but the energy of ordinary strong men is useless. After Ling Mo understood, he didn't pursue the matter any further. After all, there is no gain without hard work. I can feel my body slowly absorbing the energy from the surroundings, and my physical condition is getting stronger. After being baptized and transformed by the energy core, the Sharingan also evolved to 3 Megatama, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Ling Mo now felt that it would be easy to kill the 2 people alone. Then it's time to leave this disgusting place. He looked back at the center of Konoha, hatred in his eyes. Just wait. Danzo, Old Man Saname, and everyone in Konoha who humiliated me, I will come back sooner or later to kill you. Then he summoned a small rodent with telekinesis. The space shook, and a red creature that looked like a pterosaur crawled out. Ling Mo recognized it as the little rodent that appeared in Godzilla's Singularity Point at first sight. Although its attack power was not high, there were many rodents in groups, and the damage they caused was no less than that of a large monster. Although Ling Mo only has a few now, he knows that this is not the end but the beginning, and he will have his own air legion in the future. After taking a closer look, he got on Rodden's back and flew away into the air. The entire Konoha village was protected by a barrier, and breaking out from the ground was difficult and would attract attacks from the Umbu and guards. Ling Mo chose a simple and quick method. If you fly out directly, even if you were seen, the enemy can only chase you furiously, and the attack range is limited, so it won't be very effective. Outside Konoha, at night, bang, a strange red bird carrying a person passed through the blue barrier. Perception Department report, the barrier in the southwest of the village has broken. Strange chakra is escaping. Send someone to check the situation, notify the Umbu to prevent any attacks, and declare a state of emergency. Clear. As the orders from their superiors were given, the ninjas below began to take action. Soon, several Chunins quickly arrived at their posts and observed the situation. After a while, they understood the situation. Report, the target has been found. The target is flying in the air on a strange bird in the opposite direction of Konoha. Judging from the clothes, it seems to be from the Uchiha clan. The Chunin, telescope in hand, quickly reported the situation. Flying out of the village so late at night, looks like he's planning to rebel. What a hassle. The Jonin, who was wearing Jonin attire with the Yamanaka clan emblem on his back, rubbed his head and said, Report to Hokage-sama, Inform the border members to block the first team and follow me to pursue. The rest of the personnel will stay on the periphery to prevent the enemy from invading. Yes, after giving the order, Shen Zhonghai led the team to quickly chase in the direction where Ling Mo escaped. At this time, Ling Mo, who was sitting on Rodden's back, looked at the gradually receding Konoha with an expressionless face. What a disgusting place. Goodbye, next time I will bring despair. Ling Mo left not long ago. In the Hokuch's office, Yuan Fei Hiruzen, who was still working overtime, was interrupted by the Umbu. Dong dong dong, come in Hokuch-sama, someone has escaped from Konoha and is suspected to be from the Uchiha clan. Yuan Fei Hiruzen frowned when he heard this, and quickly stopped what he was doing, picked up the scroll handed to him by the Umbu and started reading it. Did the Uchiha clan react? Nothing unusual was found. Everything was very calm. It seemed as if no one knew what was going on. After reading the scroll, he took a deep puff of his pipe. Increased surveillance of the Uchiha clan. Also, have Orikimura keep that Uchiha clan member at the border. Yes, the Umbu instantly exited the Hokuch's office. Yuan Fei Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples and thought. It hasn't been long since the Second Shinobi World War ended and someone is already getting restless. Then let me see your reaction, Uchiha Fugaku. After flying for most of the day, the sky began to turn white. With the help of Rodden, Ling Mo has almost reached the border of the Fire Nation. Although they were almost at the border, Ling Mo did not dare to relax at all, because he knew that Konoha Umbu and border members would not let him go so easily. Just as Ling Mo crossed the high slope of the mountain, the attack came as he had expected. Secret technique, insect jade, secret technique, shadow binding technique. A large group of parasitic insects rushed towards little Rodden in the sky, and their shadows on the ground lengthened, instantly blocking Rodden's movements. Rodden, attacked by the parasite, screamed and fell from the air. Ling Mo jumped onto Rodden's back and jumped down. Before Ling Mo had time to get up after falling to the ground, the surrounding Konoha ninja teams had already arrived. Let me see who dares to betray the village so loudly. Shimura Shishin, wearing a Jonin uniform with the Shimura clan emblem printed on it, came to the mound in front of Ling Mo in a very arrogant manner. The smoke and dust quickly dissipated, revealing Ling Mo's profile. Hey, isn't this the Uchiha clan's useless disaster star? Why, you can't stand being fooled and want to stay in Konoha prison. Seeing Ling Mo standing there without saying a word, Shimura Shishin thought Ling Mo was still the same as before, only willing to endure humiliation, so he simply walked up to him even more arrogantly. Hey, Shishin, don't risk going forward. It's very dangerous. After dealing with Leighton, Abarame Shishang, and Nara Kaiji rushed over and hurriedly reminded Shimura Shishin. Don't worry, he's just a piece of trash from the Uchiha family, don't take him seriously. He's my toy. It's been ages since I last beat him up, and I'm itching to do it. Shimura Shishin ignored the two men's dissuasion and walked up to Ling Mo unscrupulously. Ling Mo looked up at Shimura Shishin, who was taller than him, with a signature smile on his face. It's great to see you, then I'll charge you some interest first. Ling Mo remembered this guy, the grandson of the elder of the Shimura clan, who was 2 grades older than him when they were in the ninja school. After school, he often brought people to beat him up and used him as a punching bag. Tisk, you're such a rubbish, seeing you is really unpleasant. Then let me what? Before Shimura Shishin could finish his words, he saw Ling Mo suddenly rushing towards him so fast that he didn't even have time to react, his eyes gradually widening. How could this happen? When did this guy? Before the doubts in his mind were resolved, Shimura Shishin felt a tearing pain in his arm, which almost made him faint, and blood gushed out of his mouth. At that moment, Ling Mo flashed in front of him and stabbed Shimura Shishin in the chest with a kunao. Then he grabbed the arm and did a Thomas windmill, twisting the arm off. By the way, he kicked him directly to his teammates. After fusing with Godzilla's biological energy core, Ling Mo's body was super strengthened. It is no problem for him to withstand the blade with his physical body, and his strength and speed are no less than Mike Guy, who opened the 7th gate. Ling Mo now has only one attack method, a small amount of chakra and insufficient combat experience. All other attributes have been greatly improved. In terms of physical skills, it is close to the level of Cage, and this is without the blessing of developing Godzilla's core ability. As long as there is enough time to develop Godzilla's ability, the Daikanyū clan will be a little brother that can be manipulated at will. As a Chunin, Shimura Shishin is not at the same level as Ling Mo now. He can easily destroy Ling Mo. How is it possible? Cough cough cough. Shimura Shishin, who was caught by Nara Kaiji, had already reacted and made a sound of disbelief. When Abarame Shishang saw her teammate being knocked away, she stopped looking down on him and no longer treated Ling Mo as a genin. Uchiha Ling Mo, I advise you not to resist, hurt your fellow ninjas, and betray your village. Just follow us back and surrender to the Hokuch-sama. Parasitic bugs gather around Abarame Shisu, ready to attack at any time. Tisk, is there any difference between betraying the village and not betraying the village? Ling Mo said this with disdain. In response, Abarame Jishang and Nara Kaiji chose to remain silent. Since you are silent, then let's all go to the Pure Land and talk slowly. As he spoke, Ling Mo used his telekinesis to summon 5 drone aliens and 5 messenger aliens, ready to quickly resolve the battle. Every second you stay here is dangerous. The border team members will find you soon. Now Ling Mo's strength plus the alien can deal with the ninja team, but it does not mean that he can deal with the entire ninja army. It is estimated that 1 ninjutsu from each person is enough for Ling Mo to withstand. What kind of monster is this? Nara Kaiji opened his eyes wide as he looked at the humanoid monster with an unknown liquid flowing out of its mouth. He instinctively felt fear and cold sweat was already running down his forehead. The same was true for Abarame Shishao. Shimura Shishin, who was lying on the ground, had lost blood and was unconscious. The two of them were envious of this. Before the two could react, all the aliens had surrounded them. Mystical Insect Pillar having recovered from the shock, Abarame Shiki took the lead in attacking. The parasites quickly wrapped around a drone alien. When they destroyed the alien's surface protection, a large number of parasites were corroded by the highly corrosive alien blood. What the hell is this? Abarame Shishao was shocked to feel the feedback from the parasite. What the hell is this? While Abarame Shishang was shocked, Ling Mo, who had activated the 3 Magneto Sharingan, and the messenger alien had already arrived in front of him. He swung the kunao in his hand and attacked Abarame Shishang. The alien behind him attacked from the side. Abarame Shishang blocked Ling Mo's attack but was bitten in the waist by the messenger alien. Her weak body was like a cake in the alien's mouth and was bitten in half. On the other side, Nara Kaiji also died in a suicide attack by the drone alien. Shimura Shishin, who was in a coma, had no idea that his 2 teammates had passed away. After dealing with the 2, Ling Mo looked at the unconscious Shimura Shishin and said, "How could I let you die so easily? The interest hasn't been paid yet." Ling Mo walked up to Shimura Shishin and fed him the trilobite black water. After doing all this, he stood up and looked at the woods next to him. "Since you're here, please come out." Just when attacking Abarame Shishang, the messenger alien on guard nearby felt a cold breath. Through the information conveyed by the alien, Ling Mo never let his guard down. After quickly resolving the battle, I decided to see who this Lao Lu was. Bang bang bang. Not bad. Even without those monsters, I think you can easily handle the battle. In the shadows, a man with white skin, long hair, and stern eyes walked out, clapping his hands. Seeing the person coming out, Ling Mo recognized the character that appears throughout the whole play, Orochimaru, also known as Uncle Snake and Aunt Snake. Ling Mo's pupils contracted and his whole body tensed up. At this moment, Ling Mo didn't think that he could get the upper hand from Orochimaru. After all, their experience was their point. One was a veteran and the other had just graduated. Although he has fused with the core of planet Godzilla, he has not yet mastered it, and cannot use Godzilla's skills at all. It's like eating hot pot without chopsticks. You can only look at and smell the food but you can't eat it. Moreover, Uncle Snake has a variety of attacks and many tricks to sneak up on people. Not only is he very durable, he is also very difficult to kill. The ability of people to spit out snakes and snakes to spit out people to attack is more disgusting than the alien drooling. "So it's Lord Orochimaru. Are you here to take me back as well?" Ling Mo pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Yes, when I received the message from Abarame Shishao, I was not far away, and I just happened to see a wonderful scene. I'm very curious, Ling Ma-jun, where did you find these monsters? They possess the strength of a jonin and possess corrosive damage. They are as cruel and bloodthirsty as wild beasts. They are truly beautiful works of art, born specifically for war." Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, smiling with a slightly excited look in his eyes. He was also curious about Ling Mo. After all, he had never met Ling Mo before, and it was not surprising that Orochimaru knew Ling Mo's identity. What was strange was that Ling Mo recognized him at first sight. At this time, Ling Mo was not sure whether Orochimaru had cooperated with Danzo, whether he understood the fragility of life and began to pursue the truth of immortality. After a moment's silence, Ling Mo decided to try to trick Orochimaru with his mouth. If that didn't work, he would have to use all the monsters to hold him back and then break out. "Lord Orochimaru, what do you think is the meaning of life, or what is the truth in the world?" Ling Mo raised the corner of his mouth and asked tentatively. Orochimaru's smile faded and he thought about the question seriously. Ling Mo's question seemed to make his mind flash, as if he had grasped something. After a moment's silence, he said, "I never thought that Ling Mo-jun, who is known as the disaster star in the village, actually understands these issues. The meaning and truth of life are really..." At this time, Orochimaru looked at him halfway through his words. Then, "Ling Mo-jun, what do you think is the meaning and truth of life?" Orochimaru looked straight in the eye and asked back. In the few words, Orochimaru had become extremely interested, as if he had discovered a treasure. "Want to know the answer, Lord Orochimaru? How about we work together?" Ling Mo raised the corner of his mouth, realizing that Orochimaru at this stage was still trying to understand why life was fragile. He was still trying to understand the meaning of the so-called world, but the words just now had already caught Orochimaru's attention. "Then can Ling Mo-jun tell me the answer now?" Orochimaru couldn't wait to know Ling Mo's answer. Then I'll take this as Orochimaru-sama's agreement. After a moment of silence, seeing that Orochimaru did not respond, Ling Mo had no choice but to continue. In my opinion, the meaning of life is meaningless. There is no meaning in life itself, but as long as you are alive, you will find interesting things, just like when I met you, Lord Orochimaru. As for the truth of the world, eternity is the truth of all the world. Ling Mo copied Orochimaru's lines from the drama without any sense of shame. After hearing Ling Mo's words, Orochimaru fell into deep thought. Well then, Lord Orochimaru, we'll see you next time. Too much time has been wasted, and Ling Mo doesn't dare to bet on the time when Konoha's reinforcements will arrive. Before he finished speaking, Ling Mo had already planned to slip away. Without further delay, Ling Mo summoned Raden and leaped away, knowing that Orochimaru was lost in thought and would not stop him. It wasn't long before Orochimaru came back to his senses. How interesting, I didn't expect you to understand the true meaning of life before me, Ling-ma-jun. Let me see if you can change the direction of the wind. Orochimaru looked in the direction where Ling Mo left, licked the corner of his mouth in anticipation. Ling Mo, who was leaving, chose to control Raden to fly higher to avoid the search ahead. Without any obstruction, Ling Mo quickly left the Fire Nation. After flying out of the Fire Country, Ling Mo chose to land at the edge of the River Country and walk. Then I planned to walk to the border of River Country. On the way, they met some desperate robbers. Ling Mo robbed them openly and asked them to meet the Sage of Six Paths. After arriving in town, Ling only then did his tense mind and body relax. I used the money I robbed to buy clean clothes, then went to the hot spring, took a comfortable bath and had a good sleep. At the same time, several root ninjas from the Death Forest arrived at the scene of last night's incident. Hiss, what on earth is this? It's so brutal, a wild beast. Looking at the tragic death of his colleague, the leader Jen couldn't help but gasp. No, the bite marks on the leg are not caused by a wild beast. There are no signs of tearing. They are directly bitten off. Another root ninja squatted down and observed carefully. Clean up the scene and take the body back. Clear. In the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei and Hiruzen were holding a scroll of intelligence sent from the front lines. A terrifying human-shaped ninja beast, with the strength of a Jonin, and there are more than one of them. It's really troublesome. What's the current situation with the Uchiha clan? Are there any unusual movements? The Uchiha clan is peaceful now, Hokage-sama. The Umbu next to him replied, pass the information on. Also, announced that Uchiha Lingmo has betrayed the village and the reward is 60 million taels. In Naruto, a D-rank mission starts at 5,000 taels, so 60 million taels shouldn't be too much. Asuma's bounty is 35 million, so the two protagonists' bounty is a little higher than his. Omega. Yes. After receiving the order, the Umbu left quickly. Click. The door to the desk room opened and in walked the one-eyed Danzo. Hiruzen, you are too indecisive. Someone from the Uchiha clan has already betrayed the village. This clan is not trustworthy at all and will betray the village sooner or later. Give the order. The evil Uchiha do not deserve to stay in Konoha. As soon as Danzo entered the room, he began to scold Yuan Fei Hiruzen. Yuan Fei Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who came in and blew out a long smoke ring. He ignored his words and said lightly, let's strengthen the surveillance of the Uchiha clan. As for Uchiha Lingmo, I have already put a bounty on his head at the Jinjin office as a traitor. You are too kind, Hiruzen. You should just. That's enough, I'm the Hokage. Before Danzo could finish his words, Yuan Fei Hiruzen interrupted him. You'll regret this sooner or later, Hiruzen. Danzo left a harsh remark and angrily left the Hokage's office. The next morning, after a night's rest at the Kawanakuni Inn, Ling Mo was full of energy and started the most anticipated thing of the day. System sign in ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining drone alien plus 10 messenger alien plus 10 facehugger plus 50 system. Can I control the growth rate of the alien within the human body? For example, I can let the alien lie dormant and then suddenly take shape when needed. Host, yes. When the alien's genes fuse with human cells, the host can send instructions to the alien, and the alien will stop developing in the body. If you need to grow quickly, only parasitic ninjas can do it. Only the chakra in a ninja's body can allow the alien to take shape quickly in a few minutes. After hearing what the system said and looking at what I got on the panel, I felt it was pretty good. The alien army has grown by one more point. And we also got a new alien. The facehugger is really disgusting. Think about knocking the ninja unconscious and controlling him, then letting the facehugger parasite in his body and reproduce, and then sending him back without knowing it. Or mix trilobite black water into the ninja army's water supply. Let the alien larvae lurk in the body, and when the battle is about to start, something very interesting will happen. Especially when it reaches a certain number, it will scare the enemy. Ling Mo also wanted to know what kind of changes the parasitic ninja's drone alien would undergo. After all, the facehugger in the movie was set to inherit the excellent genes of the host. Ling Mo was more looking forward to the appearance of a group of alien teams that could spit fire, spit water, and emit electric shocks. When Ling Mo was happy, there was the root nest of Danzo in the underground of Konoha. After finishing his business, Lord Danzo was listening to his subordinates report on what they had discovered in the Forest of Death. After combining the reports from his subordinates with the intelligence he obtained from the border, Danzo became extremely interested in the so-called monster around Lingemo. With intelligence to obey orders, corrosive blood, and the strength of a Jonin in physical skills, it's truly a perfect war machine. This kind of thing belongs with the root, not in the hands of an evil Uchiha. Danzo clenched his fists, his mind completely focused on the monster described in the scroll. I heard that Shimura Shishin survived Uchiha Lingmo's hands and came back alive. Yes, Danzo-sama, Shishin is currently still in the Konoha hospital ward. He is in a coma due to excessive blood loss from a broken arm. It will probably take a few days for him to wake up. The ninja beside him reported to Danzo, have you finished dealing with the matter in the death forest? It's been handled. The bodies of both have been recovered. However, their bodies were severely mutilated, similar to those caused by wild beasts, but the wounds were even more horrific. After saying this, the root ninja handed the space scroll for recovering the corpse to Danzo. Open it and see how terrifying this so-called monster is. Humph. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Danzo became even more interested in the so-called monster. Yes, the root ninja placed the scroll on the ground and unfolded it. He made a seal with his hands and shouted softly, release. Bang. As the smoke cleared, the bodies of the two men appeared on the ground. Danzo slowly walked forward and looked down. He was slightly surprised and frowned slightly at the two corpses. Obviously, the damage caused was far greater than he had imagined. Just as Danzo was pondering and observing, the corpse stuffed with the detonating talisman and trilobite black water began to change, and the trilobites in its stomach began to wriggle. This immediately caught Danzo's attention. Danzo-sama, be careful. The subordinates next to him stood up and blocked Danzo behind them. The corpse's stomach moved for a while, and then there was no movement. Then a bulge began to rise, and the trilobite inside began to drill half of its body out. After a short period of time, the black water trilobite had grown and turned into an octopus-like appearance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The trilobite that just crawled out of the belly began to make a shrill cry, looking harmless. Danzo looked at the trilobite that burst out of its belly and immediately became interested. Is this the monster next to Uchiha Lingmo? It looks very interesting. Danzo pushed aside the subordinates who were blocking his way and walked forward to get a closer look. As we all know, newborn larvae have no attack power, so Danzo is not afraid of how much damage this trilobite can cause him. Danzo was thinking about how to cultivate this young monster. Bang! The trilobite tentacles under its belly moved the bag of detonating talismans that had just been opened. The detonating talisman exploded along with the trilobite and the corpse. The corrosive blood of the trilobite exploded directly. Although there was not much, more than half of it hit Danzo's body. Fortunately, Danzo was not very close and was able to protect the key parts at the moment of the explosion. The whole person was blown against the wall. The root ninja next to him also suffered, but not as badly as Danzo. After all, Lord Danzo is now the C position. He blocked nearly half of the damage. At this time, Danzo's eyes were red, and the clothes covering his front had long been turned into shreds. Except for his private parts, which were well protected by the rules, there was no intact skin or flesh on other parts of his body. Ah ha ha ha. Uchiha Lingmo, I'm going to skin you alive. The anger mixed with pain made Danzo lose his mind and he roared unwillingly. He always used to plot against others, but this time he fell into the hands of a newly graduated genin, which made him extremely angry. The ninja who heard the noise outside rushed in and saw the current situation and began to treat Danzo's injuries. Send 2 teams to find the whereabouts of Uchiha Lingmo. Once found, bring him back at all costs, dead or alive. Danzo gritted his teeth and gave the order in an angry tone. In the courtyard of the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaku was sitting in the courtyard. Around there is a group of elders and leaders of the Uchiha clan. Everyone has received the news. What do you think about Uchiha Lingmo's defection? In the silent courtyard, Fugaku was the first to ask. Uchiha Lingmo doesn't care about our clan at all. Now Konoha's surveillance has increased again. I suggest reporting this to the Hokage and sending our clan members to capture Uchiha Lingmo to show our attitude. Moreover, the glory of the Uchiha clan cannot be tarnished by a mere genin. An elder from the moderate faction said this, and some people echoed him. The Hokage faction won't trust our clan at all right now. Sending our clan members might arouse suspicion and backfire. I suggest clarifying with Yuenfei and Hiruzen that Uchiha Lingmo's defection has nothing to do with us. It was his own decision. It's best to draw a clear line. The moderate representative, Uchiha Yashiro, said. If you ask me, it would be better to just launch a coup. Now that World War II has just ended and the major ninja villages are licking their wounds, it's a good time to rebel. Besides, don't you feel a little guilty? I don't need to explain how the child's parents died, and I think everyone here knows better than me how he's been living these years. I didn't agree at the beginning, that's enough. Fugaku scolded, interrupting Uchiha Setsuna. Elder Setsuna, the original decision was made by everyone's vote. It was for the glory of the Uchiha. Now that it has happened, we should think about how to deal with the current situation. Fugaku brought the topic back and continued the discussion. Blindly tolerating them will only make them more unscrupulous. You'll regret it sooner or later. Uchiha Setsuna stood up with his crutch and left the courtyard with his clansmen who supported him. Finally, after discussion, everyone decided to agree with Yashiro's opinion, clarify the Uchiha clan, and draw a clear line with Ling Mo Konoha Grill. Hey, did you hear? What did you hear? It's about that disaster star. I heard that the Uchiha clan Scourge defected the day before yesterday and managed to escape. Not even Lord Orochimaru could stop him. Ah, really? That loser actually escaped? What's wrong with the Konoha ninja army? They even let a child escape. SHH, keep your voice down, the Uchiha guard is over there. Namikaze Minato and his group who were gathering at the Konoha barbecue restaurant were all a little surprised when they heard the conversation of passers-by next to them. I never thought that the often bullied Uchiha Lingmo would betray the village, Chudeo Tangdong said, stuffing meat into his mouth as he spoke. I really admire his courage. I'm curious about how he escaped from the frontline ninja guards. Remember, he's just a genin. Inyazuka asked curiously while petting his ninja dog. At this time, no one knew about the monster around Ling Mo. The third Hokage only announced his defection but did not reveal any other information. What, even someone like Ling Mo could escape from the village. It seems that those people in Konoha are not that good, they just use their eyes to stare at people all day long, which is useless. SHH, Kushina, do you still want to go to the third Hokage's office and listen to him nagging? Don't forget what happened last time. The carefree Kushina was talking to herself, and Minato noticed that she was talking nonsense, so he quickly reminded her softly. Anyway, be careful next time you encounter Ling Mo. Perhaps we've underestimated him. Escaping the blockade at the front isn't something that ordinary people can do. Nara Shikaku, who possessed a clever mind, looked at everyone looking down on Uchiha Lingmo and couldn't help but remind them. Well, but why did Lingmo-jun run away? Even though the villagers weren't very kind to him, they've been together for so long, so there must be some affection between them, right? The sunny boy Minato Namikaze scratched his head and said with a smile, if Ling Mo heard what he said at this moment, he would probably stab him twice directly, not very kindly. But is this what a human being says? Minato, the people in the village are not as good as you think. There is also darkness in places you can't see. If Lingmo's experience had happened to me, I would have started my revenge on Konoha long ago, even if I was caught in the end. Hinata Hisashi responded to Minato's words. In his opinion, Minato was too naive and did not see the other side of the village at all. If there is anyone in the village who knows Ling Mo's situation best, it is Hinata Hisashi. When I was in school, I often saw Ling Mo being bullied, and I also often saw the attitude of villagers towards him on the street. In this regard, the retainers all told him to have less contact, and Hisashi could not help at all. Well, from now on, if I meet you, you're my enemy. I won't show any mercy to my enemies. Namikaze Minato said with a smile that he knew very little about Uchiha Lingmo, having only had a few exchanges with him during school. He didn't take it seriously. Under Minato's sunny smile, everyone happily ended the topic and stopped discussing it. At this time, Danzo-sama has received my gift. He must be very happy. Ling Mo smiled when he received the message from the alien that was dormant in the body of the root ninja when it died. Lying comfortably on the big bed in the hotel, I closed my eyes and thought about what to do next. The current Ling Mo needs time to develop Godzilla's abilities. At the same time, we must develop our own power and intelligence organizations. Another way is to improve your strength and catch the tailed beast to absorb chakra. However, it is not suitable to catch the tailed beast now as the ability to protect oneself is a bit poor. Then there can only be special energy, such as the dragon veins within the Kingdom of Wind. If you go at the right time, you might be able to absorb some of the Nine Tails chakra energy. After all, Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki met in the dragon vein. Before that, you need to have enough strength. You also have to hide and not be discovered by Konoha. Although you can win, the endless harassment will be annoying to anyone. The next step is to train an army of aliens, and then come up with a Lingmo version of the Konoha collapse plan. Ling Mo is not like Orochimaru. Orochimaru's plan did not kill any important people. Instead, he helped Konoha get rid of the 4th Kaze cage and trained the 12 guardians of Konoha. It was simply like a middle school student showing off his achievements to his teacher. In the end, he even took it too far and put his hands in. I wonder if Cardo, the wealthy man from Wave Country, a small island on the sea, has become the president of a shipping company. That's right, Ling Mo thought about Cardo's idea in that plot. It takes money to establish forces and intelligence organizations, and you can also hide yourself on the island. Furthermore, aliens can be hidden and hatched in the seabed. Even if the Konoha ninjas come to chase them, the aliens wandering in the sea will not show mercy. Cardo's financial resources and geographical location just met his needs, so Ling Mo planned to set off for the Kingdom of Waves. If Cardo has not become the president of the shipping company yet, Ling Mo would not mind recruiting him or supporting someone else. The next morning, Ling Mo got up and set off for the Kingdom of Waves. The Kingdom of Waves is not very far from Ling Mo's current location. Even if an ordinary person walks, it will only take 2 days. Ling Mo did not choose to fly there on the Little Leighton and use the money he robbed the bandits. Instead, he bought a good horse at Ma Temple and planned to ride there. Ling Mo felt extremely comfortable sitting on the horse. There is no surveillance, no exclusion from others, no one to cause trouble, no need to face those disgusted eyes every day, and you can do whatever you want, eat whatever you want, buy whatever you want. Even when washing feet and taking a bath, there are caring young ladies to serve you personally. Compared to the life in Konoha before, this is heaven. This is also Ling Mo's sudden choice. One of the reasons for his defection was that Ling Mo would not be bullied like Naruto, and he also wanted to help others build a better home. Only a fool would do such a thing. That if Naruto in the play had not been required by the plot, brainwashed by the damn will of fire, and blessed with the halo of the protagonist, his degree of evil would probably have been even more serious than Obito. Reality and cruelty are the main themes of today's world. If Nagato and Pain's six paths had realized their nuclear threat, without the interference of Madara and Black Zetsu, perhaps there would have been peace for a while. After Sasuke and Naruto defeated Kagaya, the major ninja villages would either take their strength into consideration or put all the blame on Konoha when the time comes. And in Boruto, aren't there still people causing trouble? Like Onoki and Shell Organization and so on. Therefore, if you want peace in the ninja world, you either need to unify the ninja world, or there must be a powerful enemy threat that forces the major ninja villages and countries to cooperate and form an alliance. Rather than forming an alliance, Ling Mo prefers unification. Now he only wants to take revenge on Konoha and improve his own strength by the way. Unifying the ninja world is not something that can be done by just talking about it. Ling Mo has his own ideas about this. Moreover, there are age spots watching in the dark, and there is also the scourge of Black Zetsu, so we have to take it slow. For example, starting with controlling the economy. Ling Mo doesn't care about the age spots, Black Zetsu, and Nagato. The current Ling Mo is still not in Madara's eyes. He is not bound by the so-called love, nor is he kidnapped by naive ideas that he can never become Madara's pawn. So now is a good time to develop. Land of Waves, we're finally here. The journey was truly fascinating. Ling Mo walked slowly in the territory of Wave Country. On the way from River Country to Wave Country, he encountered 4 or 5 groups of bandits. No wonder there are so many sea-level tasks in the major ninja villages. This bandit is just like the monster in the novice village. He will respawn after being killed. Ling Mo dressed himself up as a tourist and sneaked into the city. When passing through a small city in the Kingdom of Rivers, Ling Mo saw the bounty order for his own betrayal. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, choose to dress up. After entering the city, Ling Mo found a hotel to stay in. I began to slowly inquire about the gang situation in the country of Kaibo. The Land of Waves is not big. It is more like a large island city than a country. It's not difficult to find out Cardo's information. You can find out his address by asking anyone. Now Cardo has just become the chairman of the shipping company and is in high spirits. This news saved Ling Mo a lot of time. There is no need to support others to take the position. As long as you use trilobites to control Cardo, other problems will not be a problem. Of course, if Cardo is a tough guy, that would be a different story. Ling Mo was near Cardo's residence. After he had settled down, he planned to go eat something and then go back to the hotel to take a nap, wait until nighttime and play with Kato. But before he had time to eat, trouble came knocking. "Hey, guy in front, stop, didn't you hear? I'm talking to you, you little brat." Behind Ling Mo, several thugs in black clothes kept shouting, so he ran forward, intending to block Ling Mo's way. "Young man, run, that man is Casey, Kato's adopted brother. He often harasses passengers. He's very difficult to deal with, so leave quickly. I heard Casey has connections with the mafia, let's go." The middle-aged man who opened the shop next door and the elderly people living nearby kindly reminded me. Ling Mo did not reply, but turned around and gave a mysterious smile. "Sir, may I ask what you would like to do for me?" "Boy, you must be from outside. You don't look like an ordinary person in your clothes. I just lost money gambling, so it's not too much to ask you to borrow some money." Casey looked arrogant, and his companions beside him were watching with gloating eyes. Not too much, Mr. Casey, my interest rate is very high." "No matter how high the interest rate is, as long as you find me next time, I will definitely return your principal with interest." "Is that so? Well then, I have 10,000 taels here, so I'll lend it to Mr. Casey." As he said that, Ling Mo readily took out the money from his wallet and handed it to Casey. "Ha ha ha ha, boy, you're very sensible, I'm very optimistic about you." Seeing that Ling Mo actually had so much money, Casey quickly took it, then patted Ling Mo on the shoulder and laughed, thinking that Ling Mo had surrendered to his tyranny. After saying that, Casey did not linger and happily led the people around him away. "Don't forget, my interest is very expensive," Ling Mo said in a low voice. "Young man, you are not sick. If you had run away just now, you wouldn't have lost so much money. Why didn't you run away?" "Don't worry, uncle, my interest is very high." Ling Mo did not explain and gave the middle-aged man a mysterious smile. This young man, is he crazy? He knows he can't get the gang's money back, but he still wants interest. Poor kid, he must be crazy. Looking at Ling Mo walking away, the crowd around him were talking to each other. Ling Mo said that he didn't care at all about the money he had just given to Casey. He had taken a lot of money when robbing the bandit's lair. Time soon turned to night. Ling Mo opened the window and jumped out of the hotel. Before long, Ling Mo arrived at the Cardo courtyard, avoiding the patrolling guards. He knocked out a lone genin guard in the courtyard, picked him up and jumped onto the tree outside the living room window. Lord Cardo, this is the protection fee bill our gang collected this month. This is a bill from the shipping company, and the other one is a bill from drug smuggling. Please take a look. Inside the villa, Cardo sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar, while a servant in butler's clothes reported to him. All right, get down. Yes, as the butler left, Cardo threw the accounts aside, stood up, and walked out of the living room, and ran to the bedroom quickly with his short legs. Baby, I'm coming, he. Facing the woman sleeping soundly on the bed, the short and fat Cardo showed an obscene smile and began to take off his clothes in a hurry. Ling Mo, who was standing outside the window, was speechless when he saw this scene. He didn't want to watch a live reality show, so he went straight to the bedroom. Oh, Mr. Kador is in such a good mood. Who? Cardo was frightened by Ling Mo, who suddenly appeared behind him. The brother who was excited just now suddenly became weak. He felt like crying but couldn't even cry, wondering why his brother was so disappointing. Cardo turned around and looked at Ling Mo with the guards on his shoulders. His face suddenly turned bad and gradually became angry. Who are you? After all, he was the boss of a gang, so Cardo quickly calmed down and was not overwhelmed by anger. He knew that the ninja in front of him could easily avoid the ninja guards and come to the bedroom, and could definitely kill him before he could call for help. He had to find out the purpose of his visit and slowly make his way around, so he had to ask with a dark face, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ling Mo, and I came here for you. I came here to give you a chance to become the richest man in the ninja world." Ling Mo got straight to the point, slowly lowering the guard from his shoulder and speaking. Then he knocked the sleeping woman unconscious. Humph, ridiculous. I, Cardo, am not so foolish as to believe that someone could make me the richest man in the ninja world. Cardo's face was dark, and there was a mocking look on his face. I don't believe it at all. Believe it or not. Anyway, I have taken a fancy to you. After hearing Cardo's reply, Ling Mo flashed in front of Cardo. He grabbed Cardo's neck and fed the trilobite black water into his mouth. What are you doing? Cough, cough, cough. What did you feed me? Ugh, cough, cough. After confirming that he had taken the trilobite black water, Ling Mo put Cardo down. Don't be in a hurry to call for help, Mr. Cardo. I'm going to show you a wonderful show next. After saying that, ignoring Cardo who was coughing beside him, Ling Mo walked up to the sleeping guard and gave the guard the trilobite black water. Cardo looked at Ling Mo's actions and expressed his confusion as to what Ling Mo's purpose was. Ling Mo's telekinesis began to control the trilobite alien guarding the body, quickly absorbing chakra and starting to grow rapidly. Well, Mr. Cardo, the show begins. Soon, the alien inside the guard's body began to wriggle, and its stomach slowly began to bulge. Cardo looked at the changes in the guards and broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed secretly and began to feel scared. Then poof! The guard's stomach burst open, and the trilobite crawled out. The unconscious guard began to twitch all over, and soon lost consciousness. The performance is over. I wonder what Mr. Cardo thinks. What I just fed you were trilobite eggs. They'll slowly absorb your nutrients inside their bodies, and then, just like before, poof, they'll come out. Cardo's face was pale at this time, and he trembled all over as he looked at the monster that was wriggling out. I thought it was over. But don't worry, this thing is under my control. As long as you behave well, it will never harm you. It will just sleep peacefully in your stomach. Ling Mo explained to Cardo calmly. After a long time, Cardo came back to his senses from his fear. Thump! Lord Lingmo, you can just call me Cardo. I wonder what I can do for you. Cardo knelt tremblingly in front of Ling Mo. Compared to death, Cardo would rather live. For him, as a wealthy man, living at least allows him to enjoy life, while death means nothing. Therefore, Cardo chose to surrender with all his heart. Looking at Cardo kneeling in front of him, Ling Mo was very satisfied. I told you that I would make you the richest man in the ninja world. Of course, you may not believe it now, but you will understand later if I am lying to you. Ling Mo said calmly, the land of waves is too small for me. I need you to expand your business to the 5 major ninja villages and other small countries. Then I will develop my own ninja forces and establish an intelligence organization. I need to know about any movement. On the surface, you are still the wealthy Cardo. I will not interfere with your life. You just need to do as I say and obey my orders. Don't worry, as long as you are loyal to me, I don't mind improving your strength, and I will also take out the things in your body. Cardo listened carefully to Ling Mo's big talk, but at the same time he also had many confusions. Lord Ling Mo, I wonder where to begin the first step. Also, how do we establish a business group? What are our products? After listening to Ling Mo's plan, Cardo thought for a moment and asked. Ling Mo raised the corner of his mouth that he had already thought about what to produce. Let me ask you, what resources are needed for the Ninja World War? My lord, war requires a lot of resources, including weapons, medical equipment, large amounts of food, protective gear, etc. Cardo replied seriously, war is the fastest way to plunder money. Every war burns a lot of money. Weapons and food are a good way to make money. However, a large number of weapons and other things are ordered by the major ninja villages from the Kingdom of Craftsmen and the Kingdom of Iron. We have no chance to profit from them at all. As for food, each major ninja village has specially made military ration pills, so there's no need for fresh ingredients. Ling Mo just smiled faintly at what Cardo said. I have a faster and cheaper way to forge kunao and shuriken that the finished products are no less than those made by hand that you just need to collect steel to make them, and then sell them at a lower price than theirs. As for food, although Bingliang pills can solve the effects of a short-term lack of food, long-term consumption of Bingliang pills will not provide enough nutrition for the body, causing the ninja's strength to decline. I have methods for making compressed and canned food. I believe that after the major ninja villages use them, they will understand the benefits of these things. As for peacetime, the main commodity will be clothing. Nowadays, clothes are still made by hand. As long as we can build a machine that can mass-produce clothes and then flood the market with rock-bottom prices, we will have no worries about making money. And within 5 years, the Third World War will break out in the ninja world. That will be a good time to rise up. After hearing Ling Mo's words, Cardo was a little excited. If what Ling Mo said was true, then it was not impossible for him, Cardo, to become the richest man in the ninja world. Weapons and the ability to preserve food can be monopolized. Being able to tell the value of an item in a short period of time, it has to be said that Cardo, who has become a rich man in the land of waves, does have a business acumen. Master Ling Mo, please rest assured, I will definitely carry out your orders. Cardo knelt on the ground and said that if he had Ling Mo's method, Ling Mo would not have to do it himself, and Cardo could arrange it well by himself. Tomorrow I will write down for you the weapon smelting technology and the method of canning and compressing food. The rest is up to you. Yes, arrange a secluded place for me these few days. It should be large and sparsely populated, and preferably with no one nearby. Oh, right, your foster brother borrowed 10,000 taels from me. Remember to ask him to come and pay it back to me in person. When he learned that his younger brother had provoked Ling Mo, he was worried for him and decided to call this naughty brother over that night to vent his anger. After all, I have suffered such great psychological trauma that I must seek psychological comfort. I will put your affairs in order tomorrow. I will make him repay you tenfold for the money I borrowed from you. I will also personally make him apologize. Please don't let anyone know my whereabouts, then I'll trouble you. I understand, Lord Lingmo. After saying that, Ling Mo put away the newly born alien and instantly left Cardo's residence. Cardo, who was kneeling on the ground, slowly stood up. When he stood up, he found that he was wet all over the ground. My forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. He looked at the body on the ground, then at the unconscious woman. With a sudden thought, he picked up the dagger on the table, helped the woman to free herself, and then set up the accident scene. Women are just toys to him. As a wealthy man, he has always had them around him. It's just a matter of time. After a moment's silence, someone was called in to deal with the body and the innocent woman. In Cardo's opinion, only the dead can keep secrets. Although the woman is unconscious, who knows whether she will reveal what happened before she fell into a coma that night. If someone deliberately checks it, they may find something. So he announced to the public that he had discovered the two of them having a secret meeting and would end their lives. Although the people below had doubts about this matter, they were not aware of it, so the matter was left unresolved. With Cardo by his side, Ling Mo no longer had to worry about daily worries. He only had to give orders, and Cardo would carry them out. System, start today's sign-in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Alien Queen +1 Deacon Alien +10 New Variant +10 Trilobite Blackwater +50. Due to the appearance of the Alien Queen, the system will no longer spawn facehuggers. Seeing the Alien Queen appear on the panel, Ling Mo was overjoyed. Having the Alien Queen was equivalent to having a large army of aliens. As long as there are enough parasitic hosts, it is not a problem at all. The parasitic objects are not only humans, but animals can also be parasitic. The messenger alien in the movie was born from a parasitic bison. It is small in size and brutal in temperament, making it suitable for sneak attacks on enemies. Usually, the aliens produced by parasites are drone aliens. Drone aliens are the product of the combination of humans and aliens, and are also the most classic aliens. They possess all the advantages of both humans and aliens, crushing most aliens in both intelligence and combat power. They have group thinking and rarely act alone. This alien will become Ling Mo's main force. Although sacrificing humans is a bit antisocial, Ling Mo thought of a better parasite, which is the White Zetsu army in Madara's base, which is very suitable for combining with aliens. It's just that Ling Mo's strength is a bit rubbish now, otherwise he would definitely go for a walk first. As an elder, it's not too much for Mr. Madara to give a gift to his juniors. Ling Mo muttered to himself that when Mr. Ban's successor appeared, he would definitely go to congratulate him. It should be normal for the younger generation to give gifts and receive gifts in return. Before he knew it, Ling Mo had reached the seaside. He found a place that was relatively hidden and had deep water, and released all the drone aliens in the monster space. After more than half a week of check-ins, the number of drone aliens has reached 40. Ling Mo planned to have the alien dig a big hole under the water on the cliff by the sea to use as its nest. When there is nothing to do, they patrol and keep watch. The nest is used to house the alien queen. You should know that the alien queen needs a lot of food to lay eggs. Placing the nest by the sea also makes it easier for the alien to prey on fish and shrimp and feed the alien queen. Time flies and the years pass by like a shuttle. For years have passed in the blink of an eye. On a small island far away from the town in the land of waves, Ling Mo sat in a luxurious courtyard drinking afternoon tea. This small island was specially bought by Cardo for Ling Mo to live in, and supplies are delivered here every week. There were only 2 servants on the island, dressed in tattered clothes. In 4 years, Cardo expanded into various major countries through the technology given by Lingmo. An intelligence organization was initially established, and Cardo's ninja forces gradually took shape. Lingmo also handed the trilobite black water to Cardo, allowing him to control those who were disobedient. Under Cardo's management, weapons, clothing, supplies and canned food have been greatly sought after by major ninja villages. After all, the goods are of good quality and low price, and the quality of the items is comparable to other things, so who would want to buy something expensive? In order to meet the supply demand, Cardo even bought all the small islands near the land of waves, and then spent a lot of money to hire ninjas to use Earth Escape to connect the islands and expand the island area. A bridge was also built between the land of waves and the mainland to facilitate the transportation of materials and items, which also led to a change in the first C-rank mission in the future life of Prince Naruto. Although the expansion of the island caused opposition from the daimyo of Wave Country, they had to submit under the influence of the Lingmo alien. As production efforts increased, the daimyo also tasted huge benefits and simply let Cardo make them at will. The entire Wave Kingdom fell into Lingmo's possession, and the ever-increasing wealth had reached a terrifying amount. The growing power of the Wave Kingdom also caused dissatisfaction among its peers, especially the Craftsman Kingdom and the Iron Kingdom. However, the spies and ninjas sent were all captured by Ling Mo and used to produce drone aliens. Lord Lingmo, this is the latest information from Konoha. Ling Mo took the scroll handed to him and began to read it. Thank you for your hard work, Casey. It's not hard. It's my honor to serve Master Lingmo. That's right, the person in charge of affairs on the island is Casey, who borrowed the money in the first place. After being educated by Cardo's love, he became much more obedient and was later transferred by Cardo to be the life manager. After being transferred here, he was impressed by Lingmo's methods and strength, and now he has completely turned into Lingmo's shape. Moreover, Casey's brain is very flexible, and Ling Mo can use it very easily. Ling Mo had completely mastered Godzilla's energy utilization a year ago and originally wanted to directly absorb the dragon vein, but thinking that he could absorb the power of the nine-tailed fox at the same time, Ling Mo chose to wait. Ling Mo learned about the dragon vein chapter on the eve of the Third Shinobi World War, after which the third Kazekage was assassinated and the Shinobi World War broke out. So let the spies keep an eye on the movements near the dragon vein of the ancient kingdom of Lulin and Konoha, the abnormal chakra reaction of the ancient country of Lulin, and the mission to send Konoha to protect the Queen of Lulin. That's right, now that the story is unfolding, I'm really looking forward to how it will end. Ling Mo started to think about it in his mind. Casey, I'm going to the ancient kingdom of Lulin that you return to Kato and help him implement the war plunder plan. Okay, Master Lingmo, I wish you a safe journey and a speedy return. Casey has been with Ling Mo for the longest time, so he is relatively clear about some things. After Casey finished speaking, he handed Ling Mo the location and contact information of an intelligence organization and left the courtyard. Finally, I can have a good fight. My blood is boiling. Ling Mo did not slack off during these 4 years and spent 2 years developing Godzilla's skills. In terms of ninjutsu, he has already mastered the use of Raise-Non and Reikari. After all, there are quite a lot of instructions in the play, and it is still possible to achieve it by following the requirements. He also created a ninjutsu similar to the Ultra Bomb, gathering nuclear energy and chakra energy in his hands respectively, and then merging his hands. The two energies merged and exploded, forming a nuclear explosion. Ling Mo called this move, Nuclear Escape Energy Blast. When this trick was first tested, the entire island was blown up. Fortunately, there was no one there, otherwise it would have been a huge loss. Moreover, this method is quite wasteful of clothes, as your whole body will be bare every time you use it. Since most of Godzilla's abilities and skills require huge amounts of energy to drive them, Ling Mo had to rely mainly on his strong physical body to fight. To assist in developing other abilities of Planet Godzilla, such as releasing nuclear radiation in the body, a low-profile version of atomic breath, and thermal sensing. Skills like Planet Godzilla's Super Macro Shield, Charged Plasma Beam, Charged Ion Cannon, Assimilation Derivatives, etc., cannot be developed at all now. The energy required is too great to be used now. Only try again after absorbing the Dragon Vein. Today's system sign in ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Deacon Alien plus 10th Small Rodent plus 10. Ling Mo is no longer as excited about the things given by the system as he was before. There are only aliens every day, and no other things appear. However, the system's response was that since there was no sign-in at any special events or places, these were the only rewards. Open panel by Lingmo family, Uchiha clan bloodline, 3 Megatama Sharingan strength, cage level attributes, fire, thunder, wind, yin ninjutsu, clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, instantaneous body jutsu, 1000-year killing go fireball jutsu, raise non, Chidori energy blast skills, low profile version of atomic breath, heat induction, release of nuclear radiation Godzilla's beast form physique, primary Godzilla monster physique, Uchiha fluid technique, Konoha fluid technique. Monsters: Alien Queen Messenger, Alien Butler, Alien New Variant, Drone, Alien Trilobite, Black Water Form, Facehugger, Rodden. The number of various aliens has reached about 50,000 after signing in the past few years, and Rodden has also reached several thousand. The number of eggs laid by the Alien Queen has reached 5.10s of thousands, but they were all collected by Ling Mo into the monster space. Now the only one left is Madara's White Zetsu. It can be said that the alien army has now taken shape. Once it is released into Konoha, ordinary ninjas will be unable to stop it. However, the shortcomings of the aliens are still very obvious. Aliens that do not know ninjutsu can only be defeated by numbers. There are many families in Konoha, and it is impossible to completely destroy Konoha with the current aliens, but it is still possible to cause serious damage. The Lost Tower movie, this is a special event, right? I'm looking forward to what rewards there will be. The dog system gives out alien rewards every other day, I'm tired of seeing them. Ling Mo began to look forward to what the new monster would be. After drinking the tea in his hand, Ling Mo stood up, packed up briefly, and prepared to leave. He opened the space, summoned a Rodden that was slightly larger than the real one, and began to head towards the ancient kingdom of Lulin. At this time, Minato Namikaze should be on his way to Lulin with his 2 teammates and disciples. As the plot develops, the ancient kingdom of Lulin has now been controlled by Beiju, who is now in Lushan. He also created a large number of puppets, dreaming of unifying the ninja world. Princess Sarah of Lulin was still kept in the dark and had no idea about it. In Ling Mo's eyes, it is really ridiculous to want to unify the ninja world through the power of dragon veins. If he can't even get past Minato Kohaku, how can he unify the ninja world? As for the source of the dragon veins' power, Ling Mo had no difficulty guessing that it might be the fragments of the sacred tree. For some reasons, it merged with the mountains to form a special dragon vein. In the Kingdom of Wind, Ling Mo, riding on the little Rodden, has arrived at the desert town closest to Lulin. At the speed of Minato Namikaze and his men, it would take at least another day to reach the ancient kingdom of Lulin. Ling Mo had a mount, and he was much faster than Minato Namikaze and the others when he crossed over from the land of waves. Ling Mo planned to rest in the desert town for half a day before entering Lulin and waiting for an opportunity to act. Teacher Yakang, the town is just ahead. I feel like my legs are useless. One opened his eyes wide and looked at Yakang pitifully. Don't be lazy, One, go talk to the caravan owner and we'll go to the town ahead to resupply before we continue on our journey. Yakang glanced at his disciples, then looked at the already tired caravan and said, Okay, teacher, we can finally take a break. Yeah. One's eyes lit up, and his originally tired body suddenly became full of energy. He ran over happily. Looking at the immature but enthusiastic disciple, Yakang's somewhat tired eyes relaxed a little. Yakang led his disciple on a mission this time in order to train her. Moreover, the escort mission is not too dangerous, so I feel relatively relieved. However, not everything is as simple as you think. She forgot her value as a genius with a bloodline limit in the Sand Village. Many ninja villages offered a huge price to get her or kill her, and the money-loving Kakuzu, a rebellious ninja from Longian Village, just happened to be eyeing her head. For someone who is alone, he even brings Yakang with him as a burden. Isn't this a good opportunity to kill her? Kakuzu would not miss such an opportunity. So Kakuzu lay in ambush outside the town early on the road that the caravan had to pass, waiting for the 2 tired men to pass by. Oh, following the caravan is so tiring, it's so winding and confusing. I thought the C-rank mission would be interesting. Juan pouted, obviously no longer interested in this task, and his previous enthusiasm had long disappeared. June, you must understand what a ninja is. During a mission, you must always pay attention to your surroundings and protect the safety of your target at all times. It's not like you are now that you don't have the awareness of being a ninja at all. Yakang spoke seriously to his disciple who was only enthusiastic for a short period of time. I'm sorry, teacher, I've disappointed you, I will definitely change. Yakang's scolding just now made Juan, who was complaining a little, feel ashamed. After being taught a lesson, Juan was no longer lazy, and the caravan headed towards the town as normal. Fire style, head hardship, what, roll, be careful. While Juan was stunned, Kakuzu's ninjutsu attacked her. Yakang rushed over and hugged Juan, dodged Kakuzu's attack with a jump, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Wind style, great breakthrough. The retreating Yakang reacted quickly and used wind escape to attack Kakuzu in the distance. Earth escape, hardening. Facing Yakang's counterattack, Kakuzu was not panicked at all that he used hardened body to resist the attack. Juan, hide in the small town, this guy is coming for me. Yes, teacher, you have to be careful. Knowing that he couldn't help now, Juan ran towards the town very obediently. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Bounty Hunter Kakuzu, someone is offering a high price for your life, and I happen to be interested. Rebel ninja from Longian village, I heard about you and never thought you would dare to attack me in the land of wind. Aren't you afraid of death? Yakang knew a little about the rebellious ninjas in each village, and Kakuzu was quite famous as a bounty hunter. Wind-style suppression. Kakuzu was too lazy to talk to Yakang, so he directly controlled the earth resentment to launch a ninjutsu. He rushed towards Yakang quickly, intending to fight Yakang in hand-to-hand combat. Keiku knows that Yakang's bloodline limit is rather tricky and he can't play long range against her. The only way is to restrain her at close range, not giving her the chance to control ninjutsu, and then cooperate with the Yuanyu to achieve victory with minimal losses. However, Kakuzu still underestimated Yakang. As a genius of the Sand Village, how could she not see Kakuzu's thoughts? Yakang didn't intend to confront Kakuzu head-on. After all, his disciples were not far away, and it would be troublesome if they were in danger. Faced with the attacking ninjutsu, Yakang jumped out directly to avoid damage. Kakuzu calculated the timing well, controlled the black silk thread to stretch out his arm, and grabbed Yakang, who had just jumped into the air. Scorching escape, oversteaming kill. When the wind-style suppression exploded, Yakang had already formed a seal and sent a huge fireball directly into Kakuzu's palm. In response to Yakang's attack, Kakuzu had to sacrifice his arm to withstand the damage. Anyway, the Yuanyu could condense his arm again, so he was not afraid of becoming a one-armed man. However, Kakuzu stopped after withstanding the attack. The strength that Yakang had just displayed forced him to reconsider. Although it is possible to kill her, there is no need to do so if the loss is too great. If you lose a few hearts, it will take a lot of time just to find suitable ones. It would be a big loss if you waste too much time and have no income. Yakang didn't want to attack rashly either. Kakuzu's earth grudge was too strange, and she didn't want to waste too much chakra before she figured it out. So the two sides fell into a silent standoff. The noise of the fight between the two men just now was a bit loud and had attracted the attention of the residents of the town. Many people have already hidden themselves, and a few brave ones walked towards the direction of the sound. But no one dared to go too far forward and just watched from afar. Ling Mao, who was in the small town, naturally noticed it and planned to go over to join in the fun and see who was fighting. After a while, I found a suitable position and started watching the game. As the figures gradually drew closer, Ling Mo could see the two people clearly. Kakuzu's earthly wrath was very conspicuous, and Ling Mo recognized it at a glance. Ling Mo didn't expect that after hiding for so long, the first character he saw in the play was actually Kakuzu. This surprised Ling Mo. Ling Mo was still very interested in Kakuzu's abilities, though not his combat abilities of course. And Kakuzu has the ability to make money. Conan's 10 billion detonating tags were all earned by Kakuzu one by one. If given the chance, Ling Mo wouldn't mind taking in Kakuzu. Using him as a laborer would be a good choice. Cardo can also have multiple helpers. Ling Mo looked at Yakang, who was opposite Kakuzu, for a long time before he remembered. This green-haired, backless beauty is Yakang, who doesn't appear much in the play. And the Yakang in front of me is even more beautiful than what I saw in the drama. But she was the woman who died the most tragically. When Ling Mi watched the drama, he felt sorry for her. He was designed by the village's top leaders to be given to the Hidden Mist village, and his value was squeezed out after his death. I thought to myself, such a beautiful girl, but she only appeared a few times and was still in the impure world state. Doesn't Kishimoto feel guilty? Who, come out? The experienced Jiaoda keenly noticed that someone was secretly watching him. When Ling Mo saw that he was discovered, he simply stopped hiding and walked out slowly. Ah la la, go ahead, you guys. Just pretend I don't exist. I'm just a spectator. When Yakang saw Ling Mo coming out, he immediately became alert. Seeing Yakang's alert and sharp eyes, Ling Mo responded with a handsome smile. Uchiha Ling died. The bounty on Konoha Genin was 60 million ryot. He suddenly disappeared 4 years ago and his whereabouts are unknown. I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems I'm lucky today and got an unexpected reward. 2 years ago, Kakuzu had deliberately tried to find Ling Mo, but unfortunately he didn't find any clues and it was such a waste of time, so he later changed his target. At this time, Kakuzu looked at Ling Mo with shining eyes, obviously thinking that he was already in his pocket. Master Kakuzu, do you know something? That is, never mess with Konoha's Genin. Kakuzu didn't take Ling Mo's words to heart, and was even too lazy to pay attention to them. Thunder Release, Pseudo Darkness, Wind Style, Suppression, 2 Ninjutsu Attack Ling Mo respectively. Kakuzu didn't waste any words and controlled the 2 Earth Resentments to attack, intending to kill the weakest Ling Mo first and then deal with Yakang. Even if Yakang is not captured, it would not be a loss to accept Ling Mo's bounty. The calculations in my mind are really good, but Jiaodu miscalculated the target. Facing Kakuzu's attack, Ling Mo did not defend himself. Such an attack had no effect on him at all. Compared to the damage of Kakuzu's lightning release ninjutsu, Ling Mo's own damage when experimenting with ninjutsu was higher than his. With the physique of a primary Godzilla, powerful offensive ninjutsu below level A can no longer cause any damage to his body. It can be said that Ling Mo's body now has a body of steel. Except for the powerful S-level ninjutsu and fairy techniques that can hurt him, the rest are just his brothers. The blue lightning crackled on Ling Mo's body, but Ling Mo did not react at all, just like being tickled. The wind escape only blew a few lines on the clothes. What? Kakuzu's pupils contracted. He was very confident in his ninjutsu, but he didn't expect that it would have no effect on a genin. I was shocked and wondered if Ling Mo had used some kind of secret technique. In the ninja world, there were very few people who could withstand ninjutsu without getting hurt. Kakuzu directly ruled out the standard answer, believing that it was the use of secret techniques or illusions. Yakang, who was standing aside, was also full of confusion as to what was going on. At the same time, he was thinking about whether to give up the escort mission and take his disciples away. However, as a proud genius, he quickly gave up the idea. He was scared away by the enemy during an escort mission. How can he survive if he tells others about it? Did you use some kind of secret technique, or was it that I fell under your genjutsu, but you didn't open your Sharingan? Kakuzu recovered from the shock, asked the questions in his mind, and disrupted the chakra in his body to see if he was caught in an illusion. You guess? Ling Mo gave Uncle Kakuzu a mysterious smile. He was not like some villains who would tell their own stories for no reason. Then let the protagonist find the weakness and send him to heaven. It's okay if you don't tell me. Using secret techniques consumes a lot of energy. I don't believe you can keep doing this. Kakuzu was convinced that Ling Mo must have used some kind of technique. So I decided to consume a wave and try Ling Mo's water. Fire style, had hardship, earth escape, armament hardening. Yuanya released his ninjutsu. Kakuzu took out his kunao and rushed forward. Kakuzu wanted to see whether Ling Mo's body was really hard. Since Master Kakuzu wants to fight, then I'll fight with you. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he ignored Yakang, who was sitting diagonally across from him. He also took out a kunao and attacked Kakuzu, not intending to use any ninjutsu. It was just a pure physical fight to see who was stronger. The two men began to fight hand to hand. One was armed and hardened, the other was not afraid of being hurt at all. The fight was back and forth. Yakang, who was standing next to them, was watching their performance. I thought, aren't you here to kill me? Why are you fighting with the rebel ninjas from other villages? How about I leave? But on second thought, if both of them were to suffer losses in the fight, it wouldn't be impossible for me to take advantage of the situation. He simply left the battlefield and watched the fight from the side. Not long after the two started fighting, Ling Mo began to increase his attack speed and strength, and Kakuzu became more and more frightened. He secretly thought that he had misjudged it. This guy has no secret skills at all, just pure physical defense. The kunao in his hand could create sparks whenever it scratched Ling Mo's skin. This is a human body. Who can cultivate to this level? This is unscientific. It's simply not the strength a genin can display, and his physical skills are completely superior to his own. Instead of treating such a ninja well, Konoha drove him out of the village. They are really crazy. Mr. Kakuzu, are you weak? Why is your attack so slow? You still have 5 hearts after all. How about replacing your heart with a kidney? Think about 5 kidneys, how durable and long-lasting they would have to be. Ling Mo beat him while jokingly saying, shut up. Ling Mo's words seemed to touch Kakuzu's heart, making him extremely angry. After a heavy blow, Kakuzu quickly distanced himself and released ninjutsu. Fire style, had hardship. The ninjutsu still had no effect on Ling Mo, it just left some more charcoal on his clothes. Kakuzu fought for such a long time but couldn't even break the opponent's defense, so he fell silent. I thought that young people nowadays are so powerful. Their physical skills were no match for mine, but their ninjutsu didn't hurt them. They didn't even miss a single ninjutsu, so at most I just consumed some physical strength. How can we play like this? It hurts the old man's heart so much. At this time, Kakuzu had already thought about retreating. Although there was no gain, it was better than putting himself in danger. You're not going to fight anymore, Kakuzu-kun? I'm just warming up. You can't do this, get a kidney, you're not going to last. Seeing that Jiaoda stopped attacking, Ling Mo did not attack either. Seeing that Keiku didn't move, he probably hesitated whether to retreat or not, so he asked in a mean way, you don't look like a member of the Uchiha family at all, kid. Tisk, the Uchiha clan are all people who look down on others. I'm not one of them. I've already drawn a clear line with them. Ling Mo had no good feelings towards the family. He didn't even mind fighting 1 against 7 and just killed them all. Master Kakuzu, are you ready for a fight? If you're not, let's discuss something. How about working under me? I believe you will definitely be interested. Ling Mo put away his kunao and straightened his clothes. It is absolutely worthwhile to open up and recruit Kakuzu to be the finance minister of Cardo. I'm only interested in money. For example, your and Yakang's heads are worth a lot of money. Hey, what a coincidence, this is all about money. I wonder if you are interested in managing trillions of assets. Hearing Ling Mo's words, Xiao Du felt offended. Kid, are you kidding me? Do you know how many trillions of assets there are? In other words, you have so much money. Jiaoda said disdainfully that what Lingmo said about managing trillions of assets was a joke in itself. Lingmo did not explain after hearing it. He fumbled in his ninja tool bag for a long time and found a card that gave him something extra. Zunka threw it to Kakuzu. High salary, free food and accommodation, holidays, double pay for overtime, and employees also receive holiday allowances. Mr. Kakuzu, if you've decided, come to Wave Country to find me in half a month. Kakuzu caught the small card that flew over with one hand, thinking it was Lingmo's contact information, and put it in his pocket without looking at it. Little did he know that this action would make him regret for a long time. Interesting Uchiha brat, I will consider your recruitment. After saying that, Kakuzu put away his resentment, put on his clothes handsomely without stopping, and turned around and left. Just go, and you're pretending to be so, you didn't even say hello. If you didn't say anything, at least wave, how rude. Lingmo looked at Jiaodu, who was pretending to be stupid, and muttered to himself. Jiaodu, who had only taken a few steps, heard Lingmo's muttering, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Obviously he was angry. In order not to lose face, I finally waved as I walked. At this time, Ye Kang was not far away. What's going on? They were fighting well, and after saying a few words, they suddenly left, and one of them was even a corner one. Because Ye Kang was standing quite far away, he didn't hear the conversation between the two at all, so I have no idea what they talked about. Kakuzu's figure gradually disappeared from the field of vision, leaving only Ye Kang and Lingmo on the field. Lingmo looked at Ye Kang. The battle is over, why haven't you left yet? Your fight is over, shouldn't you be the one to leave? Ye Kang had already slowly walked up to Lingmo. I'm just passing by to watch the fun and stretch my legs. As a bystander, I must be the last to leave. Ye Kang simply ignored Lingmo's words that it was not nutritious. Traitorous ninja from Konoha, what is your purpose in entering the Kingdom of Wind? Are you also after my head? No, I don't have enough money to spend. Why would I need your head? It's bloody. Besides, it would be a pity if such a beautiful lady like you died. Ye Kang was speechless, looking at Lingmo, who was talking a lot of trash and making irrelevant remarks. If the good she was escorting hadn't been here, she might have turned around and left, not bothering to pay attention to Lingmo. The show is over, it's time for you to leave. As a ninja from the hidden sand village, I should have kept you, a traitor, here, but I will let you go today. Get out of here now. Oh, don't be so cold, you'd look better if you smiled. Lingmo started joking with Ye Kang, completely ignoring Ye Kang's indifference. He planned to rewrite the fate of this tragic woman and see how Ye Kang survived. What choice will she make, destroy the hidden sand village or eliminate the top leaders and rule the country herself? Or he retired and never appeared in public again. Beautiful Ye Kang, let me ask you a question. If your village betrays you for profit, what choice will you make? Upon hearing this, Ye Kang frowned and then relaxed. Are you kidding me? This joke is not funny at all. How could the village betray me? But you, with such strength, why would you betray your own village? Hearing the answer and looking at Ye Kang's slightly frowned brows, it was obvious that she felt that the village leaders would not do such a thing. How about we make a deal? You won't lose anything, beautiful lady? Hearing Lingmo's words, Ye Kang frowned even deeper. What on earth are you trying to say? If you want to fight, I don't mind playing with you. If not, just leave now. At this point, she no longer had the patience to waste time with Lingmo and had become impatient. Don't be anxious, just listen to me. If one day your village betrays you, I will save your life. How about becoming mine then? You can never betray me. When Ye Kang heard Lingmo's words, he was stunned for a moment, and his cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Obviously, she misunderstood the meaning of Lingmo's words. Seeing Ye Kang's blushing face, Lingmo also realized that there was something wrong with his words. The situation suddenly became awkward. Ahem, I'll take that as your agreement. Goodbye then, beautiful Ye Kang. Lingmo was afraid that Ye Kang would come to his senses later and think that he was teasing her. It will be hard to tell by then. He simply finished speaking quickly and slipped away without bothering to explain. After a moment, asshole, I will beat you to death next time we meet. Ye Kang came back to his senses from his shyness and screamed with a red face. How dare you tease me? I'll roast you into jerky. Ah, teacher, are you okay? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the town? Ye Kang heard one's voice and turned to ask. I was worried about the teacher, so when I saw that there was no sound, I hurried over to check. One hurriedly replied. It was the first time he saw his teacher lose his composure like this, which made one a little flustered. Thank you for your kindness. Please take the trouble to call the caravan members over. Okay, teacher. Ye Kang knew that he had lost his composure in front of the students and quickly adjusted his mood. After leaving, Lingmo did not return to the desert town, but turned around and walked directly towards the ancient kingdom of Lulin. After resting in the small town, he fought a few rounds with Kakuzu, and then chatted with Ye Kang for a while. Half a day had already passed. At the same time, Kakashi, we will split up once we reach Lulin. You go and secretly investigate the cause of the abnormal dragon vein. Jiwei and Dingzhou, will go and protect the Queen of Lulin. If you find any clues, please contact me immediately. As they were about to reach Lulin, Minato Namikaze began to assign tasks. After saying that, he handed his specially made kunao to Kakashi. Yes, teacher. Kakashi took Minato's kunao and carefully put it into his backpack, his eyes dead and expressionless. Thank you for your hard work, Kakashi. Be careful during your actions. For some unknown reason, after entering the land of sand, Minato Namikaze's heart suddenly started beating very fast. He always felt that something bad was going to happen. Everyone, please be careful during the mission. I have a feeling this mission won't go smoothly. Clear Akimichi Choza and Abarame Shiwei believed in Minato very much. Since he said that, there must be some truth to it, so they were both very serious. Wow, we're finally here, it's truly magnificent. Ling Mo exhaled a breath of foul air. At this time, he had already arrived at the gate of Lulin. Looking at the tall towers rising from the ground, contrasting with the desolate desert scenery outside, everything seems out of place. At this time, Lulin had no guards, and the entire city was basically controlled by Enlujun, leaving only some women and children. Each tower was connected by a complex network of pipes. Ling Mo knew that this was a city built by Enlushan to control puppets. There were many puppets wandering around in the city, and Ling Mo did not intend to alarm them. Once the battle begins, it will be troublesome to attract Enlushan's attention. Although he can defeat him completely, Enlujun still needs to hold back Minato Namikaze to give himself time to contact Naruto. System, how long will it take to absorb the Nine Tails chakra and dragon veins? Ding, reply to host. According to the system, it takes about 5 minutes to absorb the Nine Tails chakra, and 1 hour to absorb the dragon vein. During this period, the host's hand must be constantly in contact with the nine-tailed fox's seal in order to absorb it, and the dragon vein must be within the sorcerer's range. Understood, back off. It's a bit troublesome. It takes so long. He began to think in his mind how to deal with Minato Namikaze while absorbing energy. It is really difficult for Minato to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Ling Mo has no problem with speed, but his reaction is not as good as Minato's. It's like when you hit a fly. It's clearly there, but you can't react as quickly as it does. It's clearly very fast, but it always manages to dodge. Ling Mo thought for a while and then entered the city and immediately hid in a building. He randomly found an empty room and used telekinesis to summon 100 messenger aliens. The courier alien is relatively small in size, making it very suitable for hiding, sneaking, or gathering intelligence. Ling Mo sent out the alien, the main purpose of which was to see if he could find the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto who had just traveled through time. If you find it in advance, it's like picking up a great bargain. Then, it is necessary to find the location of the Dragon Vein and Enlushan, as well as monitor Sarah and the upcoming Watergate team. As Ling Mo's order was given, the messenger aliens dispersed and began their missions. Ling Mo found a relatively high tower and stayed on the top of the tower waiting for news from the alien. Ugh, my head hurts. Where is this? A young boy with blonde hair and orange clothes woke up from his coma. That's right, he is the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. At this moment, he had just traveled from 20 years later and was still confused. La la la, la la la, la la Dimasha. What's that sound? Uzumaki Naruto looked around for the source of the sound and took a few steps forward. I saw a red-haired girl sitting on a stone tablet, singing a ballad. Which one, here or there? The red-haired girl Sarah saw Uzumaki Naruto suddenly appear, but did not say anything, and suddenly stood up and ran towards the door behind him. Jo da ma da, etc. Uzumaki Naruto saw her suddenly run away and quickly chased after her. When Sarah passed through a door, 2 puppets inside pounced on Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto had no time to react and had to step back, but after the puppet passed through the door, it scattered all over the ground and turned into parts. Then the purple door suddenly closed, leaving Naruto confused. Looking at the closed door, Naruto tried to open it but was unable to do so. I had no choice but to look around and start to observe. What's going on? Wasn't I chasing the centipede? How did I get here? Never mind, let's go out first. Uzumaki Naruto saw the high window above his head and stood up and jumped onto the wall. After jumping several times, he broke through the window and got outside. Only then did he realize that he had been underground. Where the hell is this? Looking at the tall buildings standing everywhere, Naruto's doubts deepened. When Uzumaki Naruto broke through the window and came to the ground, the messenger alien searching in the shadows had already discovered him. At this time, Ling Mo also received the news sent back by the alien. Awake, what a shame, looks like we'll have to use force. Ling Mo commanded the alien to follow Uzumaki Naruto and report back the situation at any time, but Ling Mo did not go to him directly. Just now, the messenger alien discovered the unconscious Yamato, which surprised Ling Mo. So they decided to kidnap Yamato first and use him as a bargaining chip when the fight breaks out. It can not only delay time, but also put Minato into a passive position. Ling Mo jumped down from the tower and followed the instructions of the messenger alien. Soon they arrived at the place where Yamato was unconscious. Seeing the unconscious Yamato, Ling Mo did not hesitate and directly summoned a facehugger egg. When the eggs come out, the oval triangular opening begins to wriggle. After a while, a facehugger crawled out. Under Ling Mo's command, the facehugger crawled to Yamato's face, wrapped its tail around his neck, and used its 6 claws to grab his face and suck it tightly. The facehugger has its own anesthetic saliva in its body, and the unconscious Yamato was restrained like this. To be on the safe side, Ling Mo tied him up with a rope again. By the way, I also put a lot of detonating talismans on my body. After doing all this, summon a drone alien to carry it away. But our Yamato had no idea that he had become a tool to bully and threaten others. When he was about to go find Uzumaki Naruto, Ling Mo stopped. Good things come in pairs today, another one has been sent up. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, the messenger alien discovered Kakashi's figure in the city transfer station. The more chips you have, the more confident you are. Ling Mo planned to let Beija play with Uzumaki Naruto and the others first, since there were aliens watching them anyway. Just find Uzumaki Naruto before they kill the centipede. After making a happy decision, Ling Mo ran towards Kakashi. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto was attacked by puppets. Because there were too many of them, his thigh was injured by the puppets. This caused Naruto to fall into crisis, and Minato appeared and rescued him. Minato, Namikaze and the others had just bandaged Uzumaki Naruto's wounds and were persuading Naruto to leave quickly. Minato, my bugs are getting a bit restless, it seems like something is nearby. Abarame Shiwei felt the feedback from the bugs and spoke to Minato hurriedly. I also feel like something is watching us. Namikaze Minato said gloomily, can you find it, Jiwei? I'll try. After saying that, Abarame Jiwei controlled a small group of parasites and began to scatter. Big brother, can you tell me where this is? And who are you? My teammate and I are lost and we need to find him, Uzumaki Naruto asked. This is Lulin, we are here to carry out a mission. And we are also ninjas of Konoha, Minato said as he lowered his mask a little to reveal the Konoha forehead protector. Nanny, didn't Lulin already perish? What on earth is going on? Uzumaki Naruto said in shock. Found it, Minato. Namikaze Minato nodded to Jiwei, then looked at Naruto and said, young man, find your teammates and leave here quickly, it's very dangerous here. Without waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to reply, Namikaze Minato took the two of them away. The water gate is in the tall tower ahead, the first window on the right. Learn Minato. Namikaze threw his kunai towards where the alien was hiding. Flying Thunder God technique. After breaking the window with the special kunai, Minato Namikaze used Flying Thunder God directly to get through. Before the alien could react, it was already in front of him. When the alien saw that he had been discovered, he turned around and was about to leave. What is this? Could it be that? Uchiha Lingmo, could it be you? After seeing the alien, Minato Namikaze's eyes widened and he felt a little unbelievable. When he saw the messenger alien trying to escape, he immediately used a Rasengan to deal with it. Bang! The powerful force knocked the alien pole into the wall. The messenger alien that was hit vomited green blood and died instantly. Abarame Shiwei and Akimichi Choza also arrived at this time. Seeing the dead monster, the two were also very shocked. This is the first time the two have met. As for the alien, only a few people in Konoha knew that Ling Mo possessed an alien monster. Minato happened to be one of them. A year ago, he learned some things about Ling Mo from the third Hokage. Minato Namikaze was also shocked that Ling Mo had the ability to defeat the senior ninja at that time, and there were terrible monsters around him. I am also amazed at Ling Mo's ability to hide for so long without being discovered. Compared to the other two, Minato understood the horror of the alien and Ling Mo better, which is why he decisively used the Rasengan to kill the alien when he saw it. Be careful, there's more than one monster like this, and their blood is extremely corrosive, so try to avoid contact. Jiwei, release your bugs to guard the surroundings. We are going to face a tough enemy next, Minato Namikaze said seriously at this time, and the two nodded in agreement. At the same time, the three of them also felt that the peeping did not disappear, but became more obvious. Minato Namikaze took out the sealing scroll and sealed the dead alien into the scroll. Then he stood up and said, let's go find the Queen of Lulin first. I hope she is not in trouble. The three of them did not stay for too long. The mission was not yet completed and they needed to find Queen Sarah of Lulin as soon as possible. As for the secret surveillance, we can only deal with it after finding the Queen of Lulin. After all, the safety of Queen Lulin is the most important thing now. Lulin City's underground Dragon Vein transit station has been discovered. It's worthy of being called the Watergate. Ling Mo, who had just entered the transfer station, stopped and felt the news coming from the alien before his death. Ling Mo was not surprised that the alien was discovered. With Minato's strength, it was only a matter of time before the alien was discovered. Ling Mo had been prepared for this. He had hidden most of the aliens underground and in high-rise buildings near the transfer station. With the help of the alien, Ling Mo has already mastered every move in this area. This area is the main battlefield, and Lushan is also here. After a while, Ling Mo followed the alien and quickly found the hiding Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi was in the underground passage, rushing towards the place wherein Lushan made puppets. "Hey, I finally found you, Kakashi." Kakashi heard a sound behind him and quickly grabbed the short sword behind him. "Don't get excited, I'm here to help you." Ling Mo calmly stated his purpose. "Who are you? I don't know you." Kakashi was alert, looking at the black-haired young man who suddenly appeared behind him. The fact that the other party could appear behind him silently showed that he was very powerful, so Kakashi didn't dare to let his guard down. "Of course you don't know me, but I know you, Heite Kakashi, the genius ninja of Konoha. I'm looking for you, I want you to be my prisoner. Then I can threaten Minato Namikaze." After Ling Mo finished speaking, bursts of faint blue light began to flash from his body. Nuclear escape pseudo-atomic breath. A thick blue column of energy quickly spurted out from Ling Mo's mouth. Kakashi was prepared for the sudden attack. Earth escape earth flow wall. He formed seals in a second and slapped the ground with his hands. A thick earth wall rose from the ground and began to resist Ling Mo's atomic breath. However, Godzilla's breath, which Kakashi's earth flow wall could not withstand, could actually open a hole in the earth. How could a small earth escape technique stop it? Although Ling Mo cannot release breath energy as powerful as brother, the current energy is enough for Kakashi to withstand. What? The atomic breath touched the earth flow wall for 2 or 3 seconds, and directly dissolved a hole in it. Kakashi was very shocked. It was the first time he encountered such a powerful attack. Without giving him time to think, the atomic breath had already sprayed in front of Kakashi. Seeing this situation, Kakashi had no choice but to passively defend himself. He held the short knife in his right hand, infused it with chakra, and held it in front of him, while his left arm extended to block. How is this possible? The powerful energy has begun to gradually melt Kakashi's chakra dagger. His left hand was already burned, so Kakashi could only grit his teeth and persevere. "I couldn't free my hands to perform ninjutsu, damn it, ah." Under the impact of powerful energy, Kakashi finally couldn't hold on. The energy finally landed on Kakashi, and the high-intensity heat burned his chest directly, sending him flying under the impact. Ling Mo didn't intend to kill Kakashi now, so he stopped transmitting energy when his breath hit him. "If you want to threaten Minato Namikaze later, you need a living bargaining chip. Call." As the energy transmission stopped, a faint blue smoke came out of Ling Mo's mouth. "Not bad, he can actually hold on for 5 or 6 seconds, he's truly a genius." Ling Mo praised Kakashi. "You know, the ninja sent by the land of craftsmen would be dissolved into molecules in less than 3 seconds and disappear into the air." Although Kakashi's body was only in contact for a second or two, and the skin on his chest had already been burned, he still managed to survive. At this time, Kakashi was lying on the ground, unable to move due to pain all over his body. When he heard Ling Mo's praise, he felt that he was mocking him for being weak. "Damn it, why am I so useless?" Kakashi, unable to speak, blamed himself in his heart for being too weak and unable to withstand the enemy's attack. "The rest is much easier, I'll just tie you up and go find Uzumaki Naruto." Ling Mo summoned the facehugger and let it control Kakashi. Kakashi, lying on the ground, looked at the facehugger slowly approaching, feeling extremely anxious. "Hurry up, it's almost there, hurry up." Kakashi's hand slowly moved into the ninja tool bag. As long as he touches the special kunai given by Minato, he will be saved. Still struggling, planning on using the detonating talisman? Ling Mo looked at Kakashi's struggle and thought that he wanted to end his life so as not to cause trouble for Minato Namikaze. "It's useless. You don't have a chance." Ling Mo, who spoke like a villain, didn't give Kakashi any chance and let the facehugger jump directly onto his face. "No, I've already succeeded." In the last second of his sleep, Kakashi successfully injected a trace of chakra into the special kunai. Looking at the facehugger that had been successfully parasitized, Ling Mo gave Kakashi the same treatment as Yamato. Then he summoned an alien and took Kakashi with him, preparing to head towards Uzumaki Naruto. Brush. Raise Nan. Just as the alien was about to take Kakashi away, Minato Namikaze arrived. Bang! Minato Namikaze's Raise Nan hit the alien hard, and then caught the sleeping Kakashi. The Raise Nan carried the alien and flew quickly towards Ling Mo. Ling Mo quickly dodged. "I see, you didn't pick up the explosive talisman, I was a little careless." Ling Mo was surprised to see Kakashi being successfully rescued by Minato Namikaze. "You're always late, Minato. Even if you save Kakashi now, it will be useless. My bugs are more powerful than explosive talismans." Minato Namikaze frowned as he looked at the bugs on Kakashi's face. "Ling Mo, it turns out you're the one behind this. What on earth are you trying to do? Let Kakashi go, he's just a kid, you shouldn't be doing this to him." Namikaze Minato looked at Ling Mo and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. Minato, don't you think it's funny? What? I was just a child back then. Didn't the people in the village let me go? Did you, fellow ninja school students, let me go?" Ling Mo laughed out loud when he heard what Minato Namikaze said, and his eyes began to become sharp. "The village is changing now. It's no longer the same as before. Ling Mo, let Kakashi go, then come back to the village with me, and the third Hokage will forgive you. In Minato Namikaze's heart, Ling-Mo had not done anything to harm the village, so he could be forgiven by the third Hokage. The current Minato has not been baptized by war and is just an Umbu of Hokage. Without experiencing the darkness of the village, you will not know how many secrets are buried beneath the village. He was still self-righteous and thought that Ling-Mo could return to the village now. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death, Minato? Are you going to let me go back to the village and continue to be treated like a toy by you? Ling-Mo opened his three-magatama Sharingan and stared at Minato Namikaze that he was so angry that he didn't want to listen to Minato's ridiculous words anymore. And for the first time, Minato Namikaze fell silent. Come on, Minato, let me see if you can please me. Kratom, Great Fireball Jutsu. Ling-Mo quickly formed hand seals and spewed out a huge fireball from his mouth, attacking Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze carried Kakashi on his shoulders and jumped high to avoid the huge fireball. Ling-Mo, I will capture you and bring you back to Konoha. Namikaze Minato cast a sealing spell on the facehugger, looked at Ling-Mo and said, without waiting for Ling-Mo to reply, he immediately used Flying Thunder God and left. Minato Namikaze was not sure about Ling-Mo's strength, but he learned from the files that Ling-Mo was able to kill the Jonin when he escaped from Konoha. For years have passed and Ling-Mo's strength cannot have weakened and he may even be stronger than him. Namikaze Minato dare not stop him, and with the unconscious Kakashi beside him, he didn't dare to be careless and could only retreat temporarily. Tisk, he ran away. What a troublesome technique. When I return to Konoha again, it will be Konoha's nightmare. Can you bear it, Minato? Ling-Mo looked at the direction where Minato Namikaze fled and murmured. After a moment, Ling-Mo came to his senses. Since Kakashi was kidnapped, Ling-Mo was too lazy to chase him. As long as the facehugger existed, taking Kakashi's life was just a matter of thought. Don't forget that the facehugger's purpose is to parasitize the host and make it form an alien existence, and controlling people is just one of its abilities. It's your turn next, Uzumaki Naruto. Ling-Mo followed the alien again and started heading towards Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto and Sarah were walking towards Ling-Mo along the Chakra Channel. Shortly after Ling-Mo left, several puppet soldiers appeared on the scene. A man walked out from behind the puppet. It was Lushan, who had been idle for a while. There are signs of a fight. Who was it? You're treating me like I don't exist. How dare you wander around in my territory? And Lushan muttered with a gloomy face. Afterwards, puppet soldiers were sent out to begin the search. Brush. Minato Namikaze appeared in front of his teammates holding Kakashi. Minato, what just happened? What happened to Kakashi? Akimichi Choza asked when he saw the sudden appearance of Minato Namikaze. Just now, Minato Namikaze and his trio were explaining to Uzumaki Naruto why Naruto had traveled through time. Minato Namikaze sensed the weak chakra on his kunao and immediately knew that Kakashi was in danger. So there was no time to explain and he quickly used Flying Thunder God to go over. Uchiha Lingmo appeared here. He was the one who injured Kakashi, and the bugs on Kakashi's face were also his masterpiece. I was afraid that Kakashi would be hurt by the thing on his face, so I used a sealing technique to isolate Uchiha Lingmo from controlling the bugs, and then brought him back. Namikaze Minato explained to the two of them. Shiwei, do you have any way to get that off Kakashi's face? Abarame Shiwei crouched down to examine the facehugger, then stood up after a moment and shook her head. This thing is more complex than my parasite, and its intelligence is higher than mine. I can't control it. If I remove it rashly, Kakashi might be in danger. After hearing Abarame Shiwei's answer, the two fell silent, not knowing what to do. It seems that the only way is to find a way to defeat Uchiha Lingmo and get him to release the control. Akimichi Choza hit the nail on the head, and Namikaze Minato and Abarame Shiwei had no choice but to admit that this was the only solution now. Oh right, where did that boy who traveled through time, Uzumaki Naruto, go? He went to chase the Queen of Lulin who ran away. With him around, the Queen of Lulin should be safe. Abarame Shiwei replied, let's go find Uzumaki Naruto first. With his help our chances of success will be much higher. So Minato Namikaze and the others set out to look for Uzumaki Naruto. What a coincidence, I met you right after I came out. What good luck, today. Ling-Mo walked out from underground and just saw two people running towards him from a distance. That's right, it was Uzumaki Naruto and Sarah who were following the pipeline to find the source of the dragon vein, in order to prevent the two from discovering it. He simply hid inside the tower and waited for Uzumaki Naruto to approach. Naruto-kun, the end of the chakra conduit is not far ahead. Sarah said to Uzumaki Naruto, Yoshi, we're finally there, let's go cut off the dragon vein. Uzumaki Naruto said excitedly, not knowing that danger had already arrived quietly. Nuclear escape pseudo-atomic breath. A beam of energy shot out from a tower and headed straight for Sarah. It was still a big move plus a sneak attack. Ling-Mo learned his lesson this time and didn't chat with Uzumaki Naruto at all. Just use the ultimate move and even increase the energy output. Sarah, be careful. Seeing that Sarah was in danger, Uzumaki Naruto stood in front of her and took Lingmo's energy attack. Ah! Naruto! Sarah screamed when she saw Naruto in pain as he blocked the attack for her. Ling Mo knew that based on the character of the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto in the original work, he would definitely block the attack for Sarah, so he chose to attack Sarah without hesitation, depriving Naruto of the chance to dodge the atomic breath. At this time, Sarah in Naruto's arms was crying. She thought Naruto was so stupid, why did he save her? As the energy of the atomic breath increased, Uzumaki Naruto gradually could not withstand the attack. His eyes turned white and he passed out. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto lost consciousness, Ling Mo stopped outputting energy. The fallen Uzumaki Naruto fell asleep without even knowing who attacked them. Naruto, you have to be okay, wake up. Looking at the fallen Naruto, Sarah hurriedly held him in her arms and tried hard to wake up Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's back had been burned black by the energy. If he hadn't been breathing, Sarah would have thought he might have been dead. After Ling Mo released his breath, he walked out of the tower. Let's clean up the mess first. Ling Mo walked in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Don't come over here, I'm the queen of this city, I won't allow you to hurt Naruto again. When Sarah saw Ling Mo coming, she mustered up the courage and immediately stood in front of Uzumaki Naruto. You're brave, but are you sure you can stop me? Even if I die, you are not allowed to get close to Naruto. Sarah stared at Ling Mo with a firm gaze. Humph, ridiculous. Ling Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and knocked Sarah unconscious with a knife. Then he walked forward, bent down, reached out, and pulled off Uzumaki Naruto's ninja bag. He threw it to the alien behind him and ordered it to run to the edge of the city. Finally, peace. Ling Mo placed one hand on Uzumaki Naruto's stomach. System, absorb the Nine Tails chakra. Ding. Okay host, please don't let your hand leave the seal of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki for 5 minutes. A suction force suddenly came from Ling Mo's hand, and the Nine Tails chakra began to flow into his body continuously. This is the Nine Tails chakra, it's really warm. Feeling the energy core in his body growing continuously, Ling Mo was very happy. And inside Uzumaki Naruto's body, bastard, how dare he, damn this damn cage. The Nine Tails struggled angrily. As the Nine Tails struggled, a chakra coat began to appear on Uzumaki Naruto's body. The red chakra energy began to slowly heal Uzumaki Naruto's wounds. You're still restless after being sealed, you're really making a fuss. When Ling Mo saw the chakra coat surging from Uzumaki Naruto's body, he knew that the Nine Tails was resisting. However, it was all in vain in front of the system. As the energy was absorbed, the nine-tailed fox's chakra became less and less. The nine-tailed fox's struggle inside him was getting weaker and weaker. Damn it, damn human, damn you little brat, why don't you wake up quickly? I'm going to die soon, and you won't be able to survive either. When the Nine Tails saw that Uzumaki Naruto still showed no sign of waking up, its eyes began to show fear. Gradually, Kyuubi no longer had the strength to speak. As time passed, Ling Mo's body gradually became stronger. At the same time, the three Magatama Sharingan opened automatically, and the eyes felt swollen. A minute later, the three Magatama Sharingan finally completed its evolution, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was born. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, it really feels different. Ling Mo activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, experiencing the powerful pupil power within his eyes. 5 minutes later, ding, Nine Tails chakra absorption is complete. Have you finished absorbing it? This feels really good. Ling Mo stretched his neck comfortably. System, the Nine Tails chakra has been absorbed. Is the Nine Tails inside Uzumaki Naruto dead? Ding, back to the host, this system does not only absorb energy. The nine-tailed fox has nurtured its own soul over a long period of time, and the soul and body cannot be absorbed, so the nine-tailed fox is not dead. So the Nine Tails body and soul are still in Uzumaki Naruto, right? I can absorb the Nine Tails chakra again after it recovers. Ding, back to the host, yes, however, it takes a long time for the tailed beast to gather chakra, and the Nine Tails is in a weakened state now. Recovery will take even longer. I think I found a way to exploit the bug. Omega Ling Mo became even happier when he heard the system's answer. He could just grab a few Jinchuriki as energy sources, absorb their energy, and then wait until he recovers before absorbing more. It's definitely an infinite loop. Just when Ling Mo was happy, Namikaze Minato and others also arrived. Uchiha Ling Mo, what did you do? Minato Namikaze was very angry and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Sarah lying on the ground. At the same time, he secretly regretted not arriving first. Originally, Minato Namikaze and the others had been looking for Uzumaki Naruto for a long time, but couldn't find him, so he decided to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport there, but he didn't expect to end up on the outskirts of the city. And we also saw an alien holding Uzumaki Naruto's ninja bag. He immediately realized that Uzumaki Naruto had met with an accident, and quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back. If it weren't for Yanu Jiwei's bug that discovered Ling Mo, he probably wouldn't be found now. Hey, Minato, you're late again. You possess the Flying Thunder God technique, yet you're always late. Isn't that hilarious? Ling Mei sarcastically said to Minato Namikaze, Ling Mei, you passed, bastard. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's injuries, Namikaze Minato was extremely angry. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect the sunny boy to get angry sometimes. Why is it so heartbreaking to see your future son hurt? Tisk, what were you doing so early? Ling Mo continued to mock him, and looking at Minato Namikaze's angry look, Ling Mo found it very interesting. Son, that guy is actually Minato's son. No wonder they look a bit like him, I thought. Akimichi Choza and Abarame Shiwei were shocked to hear Ling Mo's words. With yellow hair, Uzumaki's name and family emblem, it was obvious that the two of them were certain that Uzumaki Naruto was the child of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Minato Namikaze was also a little wrong, although he guessed a little, he didn't expect it to be true. Ling Mo, what on earth are you going to do? Starting from meeting Ling Mo, he attacked Kakashi and then attacked his own son Uzumaki Naruto. Minato Namikaze still hasn't figured out what Ling Mo's purpose is, and whether Lulin's puppet soldiers and missing people are related to Ling Mo you'll know in a moment. Oh, that's right, the puppet soldiers at the back are left to you. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he directly handed Uzumaki Naruto and Sarah to Namikaze Minato and the others. Just leave, the Nine Tails chakra has been absorbed, and now you just need to stay at the source of the dragon vein for an hour. Ling Mo simply didn't delay and let Beiju and Namikaze Minato tear it apart. Just stay there quietly. Just as Minato was about to give chase, the centipede came over from behind. This forced Minato Namikaze to give up the pursuit. After all, there were 3 wounded men now, and his 2 companions were simply unable to deal with a large number of puppet soldiers. I found you, I didn't expect you to be from Konoha. Are you here to stop me? After the centipede sent out puppet soldiers to search for the people who invaded the Dragon Vein transfer station, Ling Mo, Uzumaki Naruto, and the others were soon discovered, and Beiju saw Sarah. I feel like the opportunity has come, this is a good opportunity to kill Sarah. So they gathered a large number of puppet soldiers and rushed over here. Due to Ling Mo's intervention, the entire plot development has become chaotic. Hand over Sarah, and I can spare your life. Beiju walked up to the crowd and said, so you are the one who controls the dragon veins and creates puppets. Minato Namikaze looked at Centipede, and his anger seemed to have found an outlet. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, as if he had learned something from Ling Mo. Minato Namikaze, who was too lazy to listen to nonsense, just came up and started firing. Akimichi Choza, who was standing next to him, saw Minato launch an attack and also used the multiplication technique directly. Abarame Jiwei looked at the 3 wounded and killed the auxiliary with a bug. Beiju was a little confused at this time. What's going on? He hadn't finished speaking yet. Let's start the fight. Although Minato Namikaze and the others' attacks were swift, the centipede, which possessed the power of dragon veins, was not at all inferior. With the blessing of the dragon vein, the damage can be healed directly, which makes the centipede a little swollen. Ha ha ha, it's useless that you can't hurt me at all. Come on, I'll just stand there and let you hit me. I want to see how long you can hold out. Beiju looked at everyone arrogantly, not taking Minato and the others seriously at all. The scene instantly became like this. Minato vented his anger, Centipede arrogantly revived, and made all kinds of taunts, and Minato and his men fought even harder. At this time, Ling Mo had already arrived at the source of the dragon vein and used his telekinesis to summon hundreds of aliens, ordering them to guard the door. System, absorb the dragon vein. Ding, okay host, please stay within the range of the dragon vein source for 1 hour. As the system started, the surrounding purple energy began to quickly gather towards Ling Mo's body. This energy is a bit cold. Ling Mo felt the dragon vein energy. The amount is different from the Nine Tails chakra. The two energies can be said to have completely opposite feelings. The Nine-tailed fox's chakra is thick and pure, while the power of the dragon vein is complex and chaotic. With the help of the system, the power of the dragon vein is filtered, refined, and finally transformed into pure energy and integrated into the energy core of the body. If the Nine Tails chakra energy just now enhanced the physical body, then the dragon vein power now enhances the core energy. More than half an hour passed quickly, and the power of the dragon vein was almost at its limit. The core energy in Ling Mo's body is more than 3 times more than before. It is expected that after completely absorbing the dragon vein, the amount will double again. The art of multiplication, human bomb chariot. Minato, think of a way. There's no way we can kill all these guys. My chakra is almost exhausted. Akimichi Choza fought and retreated, and after dealing with a wave of puppet soldiers, he shouted to Namikaze Minato, this guy has the blessing of the dragon vein, we can't beat him without cutting off the connection. Take Naruto and the others with you, and we will retreat for the time being. Jiwei, cover me and I will use the flying thunder god technique to get you out. After fighting against Centipede, Minato Namikaze regained his composure. He knew that he had fallen into Ling Mo's trap. Ever since rescuing Kakashi, Ling Mo has been provoking him with words, making him angry and then holding back the centipede. Ling Mo was ready to finish his work. After hearing what Minato Namikaze said, Akimichi Choza and Abarame Shiwei immediately took the 3 of them and approached Minato. What? you can't win and want to run away. I won't let you off so easily, go to hell. At this point, Beiju was fighting Minato to a crazy point, even though he could heal infinitely. But he always felt very depressed and humiliated because he was beaten passively. Beiju, who has transformed into his final puppet form, controls the giant puppet and begins to gather energy in his chest, intending to kill Minato Namikaze's teammates first. The energy continued to gather, and when it reached the critical point, it shot directly towards Abarame Shiwei and the others. Watergate, let's go, Flying Thunder God technique. At the critical moment, Minato successfully transferred everyone. After the successful transfer, Minato and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got out. There's no way to defeat all those puppets. It's disgusting. Chu Daeting sat on the ground to relax his body, took out food from his backpack and distributed it to everyone to replenish their energy. I'm sorry, everyone, I was too impulsive just now. Minato Namikaze bowed to the two of them and apologized. As the team captain, he failed to fulfill his duties and put everyone in crisis. It's okay, Minato, if I saw my son and friends hurt, I would be angry too. Akimichi Choza said slowly, and Abarame Shiwei nodded in agreement. What should we do next? Abarame Shiwei said that their mission was to protect the Queen of Lulin. Although Queen Sarah of Lulin is now in a coma, she is fortunately still safe. Queen Sarah was saved, but the country was about to be destroyed. If we don't stop the centipede, it might lead to war, and there's also Uchiha Lingmo doing something unknown behind the scenes. Let's go to the source of the dragon vein. I will find a way to seal it. Let's rest for a while. Put Kakashi and the others somewhere safe. It's inconvenient to carry them around. After pondering for a moment, Minato Namikaze made a decision. No matter what Ling Mo and Beiju's intentions were, he had to stop them. The centipede on the other side said, damn it, they actually let them escape. At this time, the huge puppet was furious and destroyed the surrounding buildings to vent its dissatisfaction. I will definitely find you. Then the centipede mobilized a large number of puppet soldiers to start searching again. System, how long will it take to absorb it? Ding, returning to host, 15 minutes and 50 seconds left. It's taking so long, this is really troublesome. Just now, the alien sent a message that Minato Namikaze and his men were retreating. I believe they will arrive soon. And that clown Beiju will soon find that the power of the dragon vein is weakening. Ling Mo didn't want to let them jump around in front of him at the last moment of absorbing energy. System, can I sign in now? Replying to the host, you could have signed in half an hour ago. Since the system requires a sign-in period of 24 hours, starting from the moment you exit the system, you can only sign in near dusk. Okay, sign me in. Let me see what goodies will come out with the increased drop rate. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd generation mechanical monster Gagon. It has been placed in the monster space. Oh my god. Ling Mo looked at the information on the panel in disbelief and rubbed his eyes hard. Mechanical monster Gagon is a half-machine, half-life monster that appears in Godzilla's final battle. I'm really making money this time. Ling Mo smiled foolishly. Apart from being a little stupid in intelligence and liking to show off, there was nothing wrong with Gai Gang's fighting ability. It is excellent in both air combat, melee combat and long-range combat, and is a complete all-round monster. With Gagon's strength, he is fully capable of crushing the tailed beasts and even plowing the ground. But if it were to face the 10 tails, it would probably be a bit disappointing. Of course, the ninja world belongs to the superhuman world after all, and many things are sometimes unpredictable. Today is such a great harvest. Ling Mo was extremely happy at this time, and he couldn't wait to see the strength of the 3rd generation Gai Gang. Unfortunately, the space at the source of the dragon vein is simply not enough to accommodate the huge Gai Gang. You can only wait to experience it when you get out. However, before Ling Mo could finish being happy, several alien creatures outside the dragon vein had already started fighting with the puppet. The centipede has discovered the alien that has invaded the dragon vein. Controlling a large number of puppets to rush here, the dragon vein is related to Beiju's plan. He realized that someone was plotting against the dragon vein, so he didn't bother to search for Minato Namikaze and the others. Go straight to Ling Mo's side. Asshole, how dare a rat peek into my things? Beiju was very annoyed that he had encountered too many things that made him angry today. The huge puppet moved quickly towards Ling Mo. The annoying flies are here, so let's have some fun with the alien army. Ling Mo smiled and summoned another 500 alien deacons. The deacon alien is very large and has higher attack power than the drone alien, making it very suitable for charging into team battles. As the order was given, the alien army ran out quickly and wrestled with the puppet soldiers. Ordinary puppet soldiers are no match for the deacon alien, and the power of the dragon vein has weakened. The puppet is no longer able to exert its full strength and can only become a toy for the alien to dismantle. Damn it, why has the dragon vein's power weakened? What on earth did that man do? Beiju has discovered that the power of the dragon vein has weakened significantly and is no longer as obvious as it was at the beginning. Although he wanted to stop it, he was now completely unable to break out, which made him very angry. What kind of monster is this, damn it? The centipede roared unwillingly. The huge puppet was covered with alien creatures, making it impossible for it to move forward. Even though he killed the alien, the highly corrosive blood caused him a lot of trouble. The giant centipede puppet has become full of holes and the dragon vein's recovery ability is no longer obvious. This made the centipede very anxious, and after Lingmo sent out the alien ignoring him, he couldn't even stop the alien, let alone stop Lingmo. Lingmo was still within the dragon vein, calmly paying attention to the surrounding situation. Since Centipede is here, it won't be long before Minato Namikaze will come over. Lingmo didn't want to be taken away by Namikaze, Minato's flying thunder god, at the last moment. It's almost time. He hasn't come yet. Or is he scared by the centipede? Looking at the system's time prompt, it will take a few minutes to absorb it all. What was unexpected was that Minato Namikaze had not arrived yet, and the bound Yamato was of no use at all. Lingmo was very happy that he didn't have to argue with Minato Namikaze. Little did they know that when Minato Namikaze was arranging the three unconscious people, Sarah woke up. Under Sarah's explanation and request, Minato Namikaze had no choice but to take her with him. Because only Sarah can close the dragon vein, Minato Namikaze thinks it's worth a try. So we wasted a lot of time on the road. Ding, the dragon vein has been absorbed. As the system's voice came, the power of the dragon vein had all been integrated into Lingmo's body. The centipede outside was now completely panicked that he could no longer feel any dragon vein power. In other words, if he couldn't break free from the alien siege, he would be doomed. The huge puppet requires a huge amount of chakra, which is simply not something Lushan can supply. After the alien dismantled it, the centipede soon poked its head out. What the hell is going on? Where's the dragon vein power? Why? The centipede's eyes widened and it kept roaring, wanting to know why the dragon vein disappeared. You mean the power of the dragon vein? I've already absorbed it. By the way, thank you for helping me hold off Minato Namikaze. At this time, Lingmo had already walked out slowly. What have you done? Give me back the dragon power, it's mine. The centipede looked at the moment Ling died and roared out in anger and unwillingness. He had worked hard for 6 years and created so many puppet armies in order to rule the ninja world, but in just one day, all of it was gone. Yours? That's ridiculous, just call it and see if it responds. Lingmo looked at the centipede with red eyes and showed disdain. No, I am the master of the dragon vein, give it back to me. After Beja finished speaking, he rushed towards Lingmo like a madman, regardless of the alien's obstruction. Seeing you look so pitiful, I'll give you a ride. Nuclear escape pseudo-atomic breath telekinesis controlled the alien to disperse, and a light blue light flickered on Lingmo's body. The fiery breath quickly attacked the centipede. No. The centipede was completely powerless to block Lingmo's attack. Without the dragon vein's blessing, his strength was no better than that of a jonin. He could not hold out for more than a few seconds under the huge impact. It directly turns into molecules and disappears into the air. After doing all this, Lingmo began to gather all the aliens and take back the monster space. The journey to the ancient kingdom of Lulin has ended. After the centipede was destroyed, Uzumaki Naruto, who traveled through time, and Yamato, who was controlled and useless, emitted white light and returned to their original world. Lingmo didn't plan to say anything more. Not meeting Minato Namikaze saved him a lot of trouble, so he planned to leave the kingdom of return waves and familiarize himself with his own strength. Reisnon secret technique, insect jade, the art of multiplication, human bomb chariot. The three members of Team Namikaze who arrived saw Lingmo and immediately used ninjutsu to treat him without saying a word. Looking at the attacks of the three people, in order to avoid being marked by Minato, Lingmo directly activated the first form of Susanoo to block. What the hell is this? Those eyes, Mangekyo Sharinan, how is that possible? Minato Namikaze and the other two were shocked that they actually encountered the pair of eyes that only existed in the scrolls of history. Although it is only the first form of Susanoo, it only has the skeleton of half a body. However, the violent chakra aura emitted from it shocked the three of them. Wow, Minato's way of greeting is really warm. But, you're late again. It's over. Lingmo was not angry about the sneak attack by Minato Namikaze and his men. After all, he had already got what he wanted. He didn't mind playing with the three of them, just to test out his improved strength. Lingmo actually wanted to keep Minato Namikaze and the others, but he knew that with his current strength, at most, he could only kill the miscellaneous soldiers around Minato Namikaze. It is impossible to defeat Minato Namikaze, who possesses the flying thunder god here. If they didn't fight, Lingmo wouldn't bother to fight them now. Wouldn't it be better to wait until we become stronger and solve the problem all at once? What did you do again, Lingmo? Hey, it's nothing, I just absorbed the dragon vein power. What? It's no wonder that Minato Namikaze and his men saw a large number of puppet soldier fragments and traces of battle as soon as they arrived. Unexpectedly, Lingmo had already seized the dragon vein and seemed to have killed the centipede. Without seeing the centipede's body, Minato Namikaze was not sure. Damn it. Is this your purpose? By the way, did you say goodbye to your son? He's already returned to his original world. Ling Mo said jokingly, the dragon vein is Lulin's legacy. Return the dragon vein. Impossible, the dragon vein has become my power. Sarah, who was in the distance, also came over. When she heard that the dragon vein was gone, her eyes were filled with anger. You can't do this. The dragon vein belongs to Lulin. You can't take it for yourself. Little girl, haven't you heard the saying that it is a crime to possess a treasure? Isn't your Lushan a good example? I took away the dragon vein, and you should be thanking me. Sarah was helpless. She had no choice but to remain silent in the face of such strength. And Ling Mo was right. Without the dragon vein, Lulin might be much better off. If Minato Namikaze had not sealed the dragon vein in the original work, it is estimated that Beiju would not be the only one who had his eyes on the dragon vein. After all, who doesn't want to gain powerful strength? In the world of Naruto, if you don't have power but have something that others covet, you will be destroyed. Because Sarah and the others could not protect the dragon vein, and Lushan would spy on it. If we try it in Konoha, do you think he dares to go? I guess he got beaten to a pulp the moment he sneaked in. No point in talking, Minato, you want to fight, or just watch me go? Minato Namikaze also frowned at this time. He was not sure whether he could win. The blessing of the dragon vein on the centipede was already very difficult for them. What's more, it was Ling Mo who possessed the legendary eyes. He didn't dare to gamble. If he fell into crisis, everyone would have to be buried with him. Ling Mo, untie the thing on Kakashi's head, and we won't pursue this matter any further. After thinking about it, Minato Namikaze chose to compromise. Because he couldn't afford to gamble, Ling Mo showed great strength and never used his full strength. In addition, Ling Mo is now so unscrupulous that he is sure to keep them. He had been plotting against them since they entered Lulin. Minato Namikaze did not think that Ling Mo was a brainless fool like Beiju. Kakashi, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. Don't worry, my bugs will die soon and he'll be fine. Ling Mo smiled intriguingly and said, how can I believe what you said? Is it true? It's up to you, believe it or not. After saying that, Ling Mo summoned Little Leighton, turned around and left without being afraid of their attack at all. Minato, are you just going to let it go? Is Kakashi really okay? Looking at Ling Mofei after leaving the sky, Chudaetingzuo asked, alas, I can only believe what Ling Mo said, otherwise I can't do anything. Minato replied helplessly that this mission was a failure for Minato and his team. Ling Mo's intervention made them like headless flies, being plotted against all the time. Centipede died, Ling Mo left, and Namikaze Minato and the others stayed to clean up the mess, and then returned to Konoha to report the situation to the third Hokage. Ling Mo, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, is no longer someone that Minato Namikaze and the others can deal with just by saying so. Ling Mo, who was flying in the air, was now calculating his gains. With the monster Gagon, Ling Mo was full of confidence. I don't know what my chances are of winning if I find Master Madara now. Originally Ling Mo planned to wait until Madara had brainwashed Obito before he would go to visit him. However, with Gaigang, Ling Mo's strength increased again, which gave Ling Mo more confidence to go to Madara. But I still feel a little scared because there are too many uncertainties. After all, Uchiha Madara is a being who has opened the Rinnegan, and although he is old now and his strength has declined, he is very good at using his eyes. In terms of light illusion, he can completely restrain Ling Mo. If you are controlled, you will become someone else's puppet and can be manipulated however they want. Ling Mo opened the Mangekyo with his eyes, but he was very weak in illusion and didn't even have a decent ninjutsu, and for some reason, his eye technique did not develop, but he was able to use the bone frame Susanoo. I guess it may be due to my different physique. The skills in the eyes still need to be nurtured, and it will probably take some time to know what the additional skills are. Now he can only summon a skeleton, and he cannot control the complete form of Susanoo at all. Gagon's eyes are completely mechanical and he is not afraid of being controlled, which is why Ling Mo is not inferior to Madara. But if you want to deal with Madara, you still have to use strategy. Ling Mo understood the principle that caution is the best way to safety. After much consideration, Ling Mo decided to continue developing the next day. In the Kingdom of Waves, Lord Lingmo, the war plunder plan has begun to be implemented, so large quantities of steel, food, medical supplies, etc. have begun to be purchased in major countries. We have used half of our financial resources to purchase 80% of the grain from the 5 major countries. Now the treasuries of these major countries only have enough for this year's needs. By the beginning of next spring, there will be no grain left. Most of the supplies are already on their way to Wave Country, and a small amount is in warehouses in various countries. Casey reported the situation carefully in the courtyard. Half a month had passed since Ling Mo returned from Lulin. Ever since he left, the two Cardo brothers had been concentrating their efforts on gathering points of the major countries. Then he spent all his financial resources to acquire various war resources. The nobles of the major countries were overjoyed and sold their goods to the Cardo Chamber of Commerce like crazy. Even the daimyo got involved, and some people doubted the purpose of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce, but in the face of money, most chose desire. A few people were suspicious, but they couldn't find the reason, and Cardo was not optimistic about the small things. Just let them guess. Have all the major supply warehouses been built? My lord, the major supply warehouses have been completed underground in Wave Country, and the remaining backup warehouses have also been completed on various small islands. First, fill up the spare warehouse, and transfer all the remaining resources to the underground of Wave Country. Lingmo's war plundering plan was formulated in response to the Third Shinobi World War that it involved purchasing a large number of various war resources and then selling them to major ninja villages at high prices. The purpose of using resources to control the balance of the major ninja villages is to weaken the combat power of the major ninja villages. Then let them all fight each other blindly, without caring about alliances and fighting just for survival. Then someone said, if you have resources, I can just take them away from you. Why should he sacrifice his own interests to help others? This is what Ling Mo wants. He hopes that all the major ninja villages will come to snatch it. As long as they robbed Ling Mo's things, Ling Mo would have an excuse to openly massacre the ninjas from various villages. If all the major ninja villages were obedient and did not steal or rob, Ling Mo would be able to control the economies of all countries. War is the fastest way to make money. When supplies are scarce, each village has to buy them no matter how expensive they are. If they don't, they will be destroyed by other villages. With the support of economic resources and the deterrent power, anyone from the major ninja villages who dares to shout in front of Ling Mo will have to kneel down and call him father. You and Cardo have worked hard during this period. Let Cardo continue to purchase and do his best to empty their treasury. Before the war comes, I will find a way to improve your strength so that you can protect yourselves. Oh right, let the people hiding in Konoha help me find a way to contact Orochimaru and ask him to meet at the border of the river country and the fire country. For the war plan to be implemented, Ling Mo needs to ensure the safety of those around him, and Orochimaru's curse seal is a good way to do it. Ling Mo was not sure whether Orochimaru had started researching the curse seal. If not, Ling Mo could only go to the land of sand to absorb the power of the One Tail. After absorbing the power of the nine-tailed fox and the dragon vein, Godzilla of the Lingmo planet's body has been greatly strengthened, but it has not broken through its limitations. It was as if it had reached a critical point, and only a little bit of energy was needed to allow Ling Xi's body to reach a new height. He had a feeling that if he could break through, he would be able to use planet Godzilla's assimilation-derived abilities. At that time, he would use his own strength to assimilate the bodies of the Cardo brothers, and then separate the energy to develop a stronger physique. At that time, the Cardo brothers will have strength that is not inferior to that of a Taijutsu Jonin. Maybe it will have some specific skills. After all, planet Godzilla also spawned the same type of baby Godzilla. Although Orochimaru's curse seal is very good, it is still risky after all. Ling Mo prefers his own abilities. However, the curse seal can still be used. For example, training a ninja for Cardo is a good choice. Moreover, Ling Mo wanted to go to Ryokai Cave through Orochimaru to cooperate with the White Snake Sage. Ling Mo will not let go of the natural energy of the three holy places. I understand, Lord Lingmo. When Casey heard that Ling Mo could improve the strength of both of them, he was also happy. After all, who doesn't want to become stronger? By the way, sir, 10 days ago, a traitorous ninja named Kakuza came to the Wave Country Entertainment City. He holds the Supreme Chamber of Commerce card that Brother Cardo gave you. He said he was here to see you, so we arranged for him to stay in a mansion. When Ling Mo heard that Kakuza came to see him, he knew that Kakuzu had believed what he said. It was obvious that Kakuzu was tempted. After all, it was a stable job with high benefits, which was much better than being a bounty hunter and having to live in the open air. Bring him to see me. Remember to be polite. He will be your colleague in the future. This guy is a genius. Go. I understand, sir. After bowing, Casey left the room and began to look for Kakuzu. In the empty room, only Ling Mo was left, leisurely drinking tea. Not long after, Casey invited Kakuzu to Lingmo. Hey, Uncle Kakuzu, you must be having a great time in the land of waves. Ling Mo saw Kakuzu enter the room and immediately teased. Seeing this, Casey tactfully left the room. Uchiha brat, why didn't you make it clear that you were the mastermind behind the Cardo Chamber of Commerce? Kakuzu ignored Ling Mo's teasing and shouted that this period of time was the most difficult for him. You didn't even ask. I gave you the Supreme card, and you didn't even look at it. Ling Mo shrugged helplessly, indicating that he had shown it to you but you didn't notice. Kakuzu thought it was just a simple contact method, but he didn't expect it to be a membership card. Kakuzu only discovered this when he took it out of his pocket after returning to his base. When he saw the membership card, he thought Ling Mo had taken the wrong one. It was not until he went to the money exchange office and a staff member explained it to him that he realized it. Is the first business with the Supreme card, you can spend without restrictions at any of its stores. Hearing what the staff said, Kakuzu couldn't sit still. Yes, Kakuzu was moved. Ling Mo had promised to manage trillions of assets. For Kakuzu, who loved money, it was a fatal temptation. It was like a beautiful woman taking off all her clothes and lying in front of a normal man. There was no difference. So he rushed to the land of waves without stopping, but when he arrived he found out that Ling Mo was not there. He finally came back, but no one was there to see him because he had gone into seclusion to practice. This made Jiao to feel very uneasy, and he thought Ling Mo was teasing him several times. But in the end, the temptation of money overcame him and made him stay in the land of waves. Does the promise you made back then still count? I've been waiting for you for a whole half month. Do you know how I've been going through that? I know that you're enjoying yourself with the card every day, almost singing and dancing. That if I didn't see you, I'd probably end up reselling the guild's items. When Jiao heard Ling Mo's words, the corners of his eyes twitched. He had actually thought about it. If Ling Mo played tricks on him, he would use the card to buy things lavishly and then sell them. As for what I said before, it still stands. You will become my subordinate, and all the money of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce will be under your control. As for treatment, don't worry. It won't be any worse than the Cardo brothers. I wonder what Kakuzu-sama thinks of it. Ling Mo said and looked at Kakuzu. I'm fine. When do you start work? Kakuzu had already been tempted, and if Ling Mo didn't need his consent, he would probably have gone to work on his own. Tomorrow, let's rest today. I'll talk to Brother Cardo later. After dealing with Kakuzu's affairs, the operation of the Chamber of Commerce came to an end. With Kakuzu and the Cardo brothers around, Ling Mo only needs to control the general direction and doesn't have to keep an eye on everything like before. This also made Ling Mo feel much more relaxed, giving him time to do his own things. In the next few days, Ling Mo continued to practice. He had a feeling that his pupil technique was almost complete, so he chose to stay on his own island to familiarize himself with his own power and try to control his abilities more perfectly. He was thinking, since Godzilla's energy can be released, could he also have a lightsaber or an 8-pointed light wheel like Ultraman in the special effects film? The battle scene will be absolutely awesome. Imagine someone is fighting you with a piece of broken iron, and you can just take out a lightsaber and chop him down at will. It's a lightsaber after all. Ordinary weapons can't withstand the attack at all. And it can be big or small, long or short. It becomes longer when attacking by surprise, and becomes thicker and longer when fighting hard. Cough cough. A 40-meter long sword would stop the enemy in their tracks, or using a 40-meter long sword to clash with Susanna would be quite impressive. Or maybe it could be gathered into 8-point light wheels and thrown out, or become thin and sharp like Ricklin's Chi Yuen Jan in Dragon Ball, etc. Of course, Ling Mo can only think about it now, and can only do it bit by bit. It is possible to gather energy in your hands and release it, but to condense it and maintain its strength is not something you can do casually. Ling Mo needs to explore and experiment on his own. A few days later, Casey came to Ling Mo and delivered the message, Master Ling Mo, Konoha's spies have contacted Orikimura. Orikimura will arrive at the location you mentioned in 3 days. Okay, thank you for your hard work. If you don't have anything else, please leave now. Orikimura agreed to meet, which shows that he is still interested in the cooperation that Ling Mo had mentioned. Although he said that in order to deceive Orikimura, at least Orikimura believed it. I haven't contacted Orikimura for more than 4 years, so I guess he has been holding a grudge against me for a long time. I wonder if Orikimura will start fighting within 5 seconds of meeting me. After all, Uncle Snake is much more insidious than Ling Mo. Of course, Ling Mo is not weak at all in a fight now. Regardless of whether he can capture Orikimura or not, he will definitely have no problem beating him up. If you want to catch Snake, you have to either crush him, control him with illusion, or know how to escape better than him. Uncle Snake, I'm really looking forward to meeting you. After hearing Casey's report, Ling Mo began to look forward to his second meeting with Orikimura. If Orikimura comes up to compete, Ling Mo can just try out the eye technique he has just developed. Just 2 days ago, Ling Mo's pupil technique had been fully developed. Ling Mo felt that his pupil technique was quite abnormal. This is also the reason why others have pupil skills as soon as they open the kaleidoscope, but he is still in the process of developing it. Because the pupil technique was a bit too much, it completely made up for his weaknesses. The left eye is named Suji Ji-Ming. It can absorb all mental illusions and attacks and return them to the caster to cause mental backlash. It can only be activated 5 times a day. The right eye is called Suji Zu-Ming. It absorbs all damage caused by ninjutsu and the damage suffered by the body, and gathers them together. Then add it to your own ninjutsu or skills. The more damage absorbed, the higher the stacked damage. The pupil techniques of both eyes were completely tailor-made for Ling Mo. It is equivalent to giving Ling Mo, who has a lot of blood, magic resistance, and anti-armor. Although there are limitations, they are not a big problem. Ling Mo's strong body can make up for it. It can be said that Ling Mo's individual combat capability is now quite strong, and he can easily challenge any cage-level strongman alone. Meanwhile, somewhere in a dense forest of dead bones, Madara-sama, guess what interesting things I discovered today? Smiley face Afe, dressed in white with a chrysanthemum hole on his face, ran to the old Uchiha Madara and spoke seductively. Afe, what's the matter? In the distance, a huge golem was connected to a white-haired old man with his eyes closed by several tubes. Uchiha Madara, with gray hair and a shabby body that looked like he was about to die, opened his eyes and looked at Afe. Madara-sama, don't you want to take a guess? Speak quickly? Hey, today when I went to Konoha to research defecation, I saw something very interesting. When I wanted to see the Konoha Hokage in the bathroom, that old third Hokage was reading a message about a traitorous ninja and choked on his own cigarette until his eyes turned red. Ha ha ha. Afe ignored Uchiha Madara's murderous eyes and continued to talk uselessly. If this is all you have to say, then you can get out. Master Madara, please listen to me. Ah-Fei still wanted to say something, but Uchiha Madara opened his Sharingan and had the urge to kill him. Of course, it is impossible to really kill him. After all, Ah-Fei is different from other Baijude, he just wants to scare him. Otherwise, Ah-Fei's nonsense will never end. That traitorous ninja is from the Uchiha clan. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was about to get angry, Ah-Fei immediately became obedient and said calmly, another traitor to the Uchiha family. It seems that the Uchiha family has more and more trash. But what is there to worry about? There are so many traitors in the entire ninja world. They're different. The traitorous ninja, Madara-sama, is the same one who defected 4 years ago. Also, that boy named Uchiha Lingmo has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. That young man has claimed Lulin's dragon vein for himself, and the people of Konoha can't do anything to him. Upon hearing Ling Mo open his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara, who had been disdainful at first, suddenly became interested. After all, I don't know how long I can hold on. If there is a strong successor, the effectiveness of the Moon Eye project will be greatly improved. Okay, he'll feel more at ease. Interesting, someone actually reached the conditions for eye opening. Send a few white Zetsu to keep an eye on him, and then find me all the information about him. The more detailed the better. Uchiha Madara looked at Ah-Fei and said, his old body seemed to be unable to even speak a few words. Okay, Madara-sama. After Ah-Fei finished his report, he was so happy that he couldn't help himself after walking out for a few steps. Yay, I can study the urge to poop again. Uchiha Madara saw Ah-Fei dancing happily and wondered what he had created. Why not destroy it? This thing is annoying to look at. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. Ah-Fei has the highest fighting ability among all the white Zetsu, and unlike other white Zetsu, he has his own way of thinking. I hope you meet my requirements, Uchiha Lingmo, don't let me down. Uchiha Madara began to pay attention to this child whom he had ignored in the past. For years ago, Baiju also reported the news of Lingmo's betrayal of the village. But at that time, Uchiha Madara didn't care at all. He was not optimistic about the loner Uchiha Lingmo. In Uchiha Madara's view, only innocent and loving Uchiha clan members are qualified to become his successors after despair. For those who live alone, it is very difficult to open the Mangekyo Sharingan without love. So he now needs Ling Mo's information, and all the information about those who have a bond with Ling Mo. 3 days later, in the early morning, somewhere at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers, Orochimaru arrived here early and looked at the beach alone, quietly waiting for Ling Mo's arrival. However, it was almost noon and Ling Mo still hadn't appeared. Just when Orochimaru thought he was being fooled and was about to leave. Hey, Lord Orochimaru, Sashi is ignoring me. Long time no see. Ling Mo walked out from the woods behind. Sorry, I was a bit overwhelmed this morning and was delayed. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, have you had breakfast yet? I brought you some. Orochimaru didn't say anything either, just watched Ling Mo's performance quietly. Ling Mo took out some food from his pocket and sat down cross-legged and he handed another portion to Orochimaru. Orochimaru was not afraid of the poison, so he sat down and opened it and started eating. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru said, Ling Mo-kun, I have been searching for you for the past 4 years, and it has been very difficult. Orochimaru said in his hoarse voice, his tone full of complaints, as if he had turned into a little nagging woman waiting for her husband to come home. In the past 4 years, Orochimaru has secretly sent people to look for him many times. As a result, Ling died like water into the sea, and there was no news at all. It was not until Minato Namikaze returned to Konoha that he learned of Ling Mo's movements. Don't worry about those details, Lord Orochimaru, I have been developing secretly for the past 4 years. After all, as you know, I am very weak. If someone kills you without strength, Lord Orochimaru will be very sad. Ling Mo said this while playing with the gadget and stuffing food into his mouth. Orochimaru could barely accept Ling Mo's explanation. So, what is the cooperation you want to have with me this time, Ling Mo? Orochimaru got straight to the point and said, I wonder how far Orochimaru-sama's research has progressed. Is it a human experiment, or a study of some magical arts? Ling Mo did not directly reveal the existence of the curse, intending to test it out. If you say something wrong, it will be troublesome. When Orochimaru heard what Ling Mo said, his pupils contracted that he was secretly conducting human experiments, and only Danzo knew about it. It was impossible for anyone else to find out, not even the third Hokage knew about it, let alone Ling Mo who was hiding outside. At this time, Orochimaru guessed that there was a traitor of Ling Mo around him, or that someone around Danzo was passing on information. I'm very curious, how did Ling Mo-jun know all this? I did it very secretly. Although it was just speculation, Orochimaru still felt that such information could not be leaked. Then Lord Orochimaru, what stage have you reached, human experiments or something else? Ling Mo did not answer Orochimaru, but stared at him, still repeating the same question, keeping the right to speak in his own hands. After Orochimaru and Ling Mo exchanged glances for a moment, he spoke, currently, we are researching Senjutsu Chakra, and also conducting human experiments. Having only met Ling Mo twice, Orochimaru was still extremely curious about Ling Mo. Ling Mo knew everything about him, which aroused Orochimaru's great curiosity. He wanted to understand Ling Mo, how he knew about him, and even knew what he was thinking. It was as if he had taken off all his clothes in front of Ling Mo. Lord Orochimaru, I need to share all your research results. Of course, in exchange I can provide you with assistance. Whether it's money, people, or something else. And I can offer you something that might be of considerable interest. After learning that Orochimaru had just come into contact with the curse seal, Ling Mo put forward his own conditions. Ling Mo has ideas about curse seals, Kana has ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Orochimaru just happened to be able to provide these Lingmo and would not let Orochimaru down. He did not mind giving Madara's Outer Path demon statue to Orochimaru. Of course, they are just fragments. After all, the Outer Path golem can be taken away by spiritualism. I believe Grandpa Ban won't mind. Your request is indeed very tempting, but how can I trust you, Lord Lingmo? After all, you've lied to me once before that I'm not sure if Lingmo-jun will disappear again. Obviously Orochimaru had guessed that Lingmo's words were lies to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, who is smarter than ordinary people, is not easy to deceive. Of course, this did not affect Orochimaru's curiosity about Ling Mo. Knowing that the lie he used to scare Orochimaru had been exposed, Ling Mo felt embarrassed. As a token of my sincerity, I have a story and an object that I would like to temporarily give to Lord Orochimaru for his research. I wonder which one Orochimaru-sama will choose. Ling Mo thought Orochimaru still believed what he had said, but he didn't expect to be seen through. I had to change my thinking. Point one was about the Otsutsuki clan, and the other was about Madara's Outer Path demon statue. How interesting, can I choose both? Ling Mo-jun. The choice given by Ling Mo aroused Orochimaru's interest. According to others, they would definitely prove themselves, but Ling Mo gave Orochimaru two choices. His long tongue licked his lips, making no secret of his interest in cooperating. You can only choose one now. If Lord Orochimaru can come up with research results that I'm interested in, I don't mind giving you both options. Ling Mo still held the right to speak firmly. Seeing that Orochimaru was interested, Ling Mo knew that it was a success. Well, then I'll choose the story, Ling Ma-jun. Compared to studying the items, Orochimaru was more interested in the story Ling Mo told. The illusory things are full of unknowns, and Orochimaru is now on the road of exploring the unknown. He felt that Ling Chu's story would yield different results. What a wise choice, Lord Orochimaru. After hearing Orochimaru's choice, Ling Mo-wipe smacked his lips and began to explain how his Heike and Kagaya came to the ninja world, how the Six Paths Sage sealed their mother, and how Black Zetsu escaped and split into 10-tailed beasts to become 9. How did the Six Paths sons become enemies and reincarnate as Hashirama and Madara? The story stops after telling the story of Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Lingmo will charge for the subsequent content. What a fascinating story, Ling Ma-jun. I wonder where you got this information from. If what you said, Ling Mo-jun, is true, then the Otsutsuki clan is very valuable for research. After hearing Ling Mo's story, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He now wanted to capture someone from the Otsutsuki clan to study him. Lord Orochimaru, just know that this story is true if you wish to research the Otsutsuki clan. It's not that there is no chance, but I'm afraid with your current strength, it's unlikely you can defeat him. Ling Mo explained calmly that the secretly developed Ichiki was not something Orochimaru could deal with. If Orochimaru were to be infected with the decoy, he would probably cry. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to it. Orochimaru licked his lips and murmured. After listening to Ling Mo's story, he chose to believe it. This is really interesting. Looks like we've had a good harvest today, Sparasi. Then, Ling Mo-jun, let's conclude our cooperation. But my experiment is very resource intensive. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, I wonder how long the monthly income of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce will last. Orochimaru-sama. Ling Mo has no shortage of funds. The entire Cardo Chamber of Commerce belongs to Ling Mo. Orochimaru's experimental funds for 1 year are probably only 1 month's income of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce. I see, no wonder, it looks like Ling Mo-jun is going to make a big move. When Orochimaru heard Ling Mo's words, he suddenly realized that smart people have quick brains. Just by hearing what Ling Mo said, Orochimaru already knew some of the things that had happened to him in the past 4 years. As for revealing the Cardo Chamber of Commerce to Orochimaru, Ling Mo didn't care. Everyone will know it sooner or later anyway, so there is no need to hide it. It's a good opportunity to show off his muscles to Orochimaru. Then I wish us a happy cooperation, Lord Orochimaru. Ling Mo reached out his hand and shook Orochimaru's. Their secret cooperation was officially concluded. Happy cooperation, Ling Mo-kun. Orochimaru was also impressed by Ling Mo's financial resources and expressed his satisfaction. At least he doesn't have to argue with Danzo all the time. In Orochimaru's mind, Danzo is too stingy. Every time he wants experimental funds, he has to talk for a long time. Ling Mo-jun is truly mysterious. I wonder if the monsters you cultivate could be used for my research. As early as 4 years ago, Orochimaru had conducted experiments on the corpses of aliens and cultivated the monster cells of Lingmo. Since the aliens were all dead, their cells had long lost their activity and they all failed. Because it was a waste of time, the research on aliens was simply terminated. You mean the aliens? They're very dangerous and will attack anyone without my orders. But if Lord Orochimaru wants to study it, Konoha already has it. Ling Mo didn't dare give the mature alien to Orochimaru because it would be too easy for it to get out of control. Who knows if Orochimaru will slice it up for research? If he angers the alien, something unpleasant might happen. Alien? What a fitting name. I wonder where in Konoha there are such creatures. Orochimaru licked his tongue excitedly. Today's harvest was too much for him. Shimura Shishin, I wonder if Lord Orochimaru still remembers that I placed a young alien in his body. I believe you have a way to get it. Ling Mo had no intention of letting Shimura Shishin go. He originally wanted to torture him when implementing the plan to destroy Konoha. However, since Orochimaru made a request, Ling Mo didn't mind going along with it and giving Shimura Shishin to Orochimaru. Let him experience the taste of slice research. Thank you very much, Lord Lingmo, for telling me. I will treat Lord Shishin well. Orochimaru was very happy to get the news about Lingmo's secret monster. In return, Orochimaru planned to tell Ling Mo some things about his parents. Orochimaru knew very well what happened to Ling Mo since he first met him. Orochimaru had carefully investigated everything about Ling Mo, including Lingmo's parents. He was also very clear about the deal between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. I wonder if Ling Manjun knows the cause of his parents' death. This is very interesting. It took me a long time to find out from the clues. Orochimaru's words stunned Ling Mo until now. He only knew that his parents died as victims of a deal made by the Uchiha clan. But I don't know what the content is. Then please explain in detail, Lord Orochimaru. I really don't know. Ling Mo was also very curious about the cause of his parents' death. What on earth made the proud Uchiha clan compromise? Then, Orochimaru began to explain that Ling Mo's father was the son of Uchiha Izuna, who was born accidentally outside, and his mother was an ordinary person of the Uchiha clan. Originally, this matter was only known by the second Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku's father, but he accidentally said it when he was drunk and confessed that the second generation was in power. It happened to be heard by the Umbu outside, so the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama planned to get rid of Ling Mo's father. Senju Tobirama believed that Uchiha Madara's relatives should not survive outside, as he was afraid that another Uchiha Madara would appear. Konoha will be in trouble at that time, but Senju Tobirama has no reason to kill Ling Mo's father, and he is embarrassed to do it. At that time, the Uchiha clan began to fight for power in Konoha. This just happened to be what Senju Tobirama wished, and he gave the Uchiha high-level officials two choices. Either get rid of Ling Mo's father and mother and gain the right to join the Konoha Guard, or give up the right and obey the village's arrangements. The two options sparked heated discussions among the Uchiha leadership, and ultimately power prevailed. The Uchiha chose to kill Ling Mo's parents, and Ling Mo had just been born. The elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna, strongly opposed the behavior of the top leaders, and finally decided to keep Ling Mo. This is also the reason why the top leaders did not kill Ling Mo. Under Uchiha Setsuna's arrangement, all information about Ling Mo was hidden. Only then did Ling Mo survive in uneasiness. After listening to Orochimaru's story, Ling Mo didn't speak for a long time. He had never met his parents before and only saw them for the first time when he came into this world. It's true that he has no feelings, but Ling Mo is also very grateful to them for giving him this body. The news about Orochimaru made Ling Mo hate Konoha even more. He decided to let Senju Tobirama witness with his own eyes that Konoha turned into dust in his hands. Ha, how ironic, the proud Uchiha clan actually kills their own people for power. Ling Mo thought it was ridiculous. Those who kept shouting about the glory of the Uchiha clan would choose to compromise for your own benefit. No wonder everyone in the Uchiha clan thought he was a disaster. It turned out that he was just trying to cover up his own stain. To them, Ling Mo was a stain on the glory of the Uchiha clan, the kind that could never be wiped off. The temptation of power is not something that ordinary people can resist. Orochimaru said calmly, "Well, thank you for telling me, Lord Orochimaru. This news is really surprising. I didn't expect the entire Uchiha to be so unsightly." Ling Mo expressed his gratitude to Orochimaru. "I wonder what Ling Mo-jun will do, can you tell me?" Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, looking forward to what Ling Mo would do next. "I have my own arrangements that you will know when Lord Orochimaru leaves Konoha." Ling Mo narrowed his eyes and said that we can't talk about destroying Konoha now. After all, Uncle Snake still has feelings for Konoha. Oh, why did Ling Mo-jun think I would defect? Your cooperation with Danzo will eventually lead to a bombshell, and then all the blame will be put on Lord Orochimaru. Believe me, that old thief Danzo is capable of anything. Orochimaru frowned. This kind of thing was really possible. If he was discovered, Danzo would definitely make trouble for him. Ling Mo's words just served as a reminder to Orochimaru to be cautious in his cooperation with Danzo. It was a pleasure talking to you today. So, Lord Orochimaru, see you next time. I'll have my people contact you about the cooperation. After saying this, Ling Mo did not linger any longer. He summoned Little Leighton and flew away. I've gained a lot today. See you next time, Ling Mo Jun. Uncle Snake was also very happy. This cooperation talk gave him a great advantage. I got funding, experimental materials, and also learned a hidden story. Ling Mo did not suffer any loss either, as he would have the curse seal and Orochimaru's ninjutsu in the future. Ling Mo was not afraid at all that Orochimaru would go back on his word. If he did, Ling Mo wouldn't mind killing him, and it won't be long before I meet Orochimaru again. After all, the Third Ninja World War is about to begin, and one believe Orochimaru will definitely go to the battlefield. The Red Sand Scorpion secretly assassinated the third Kazekage, causing the Hidden Wind Village to send a large number of ninjas to search for him, and they suspected that Konoha was responsible. This was the trigger for the Third Ninja World War. For the Third Ninja World War, it will be a big move for Ling Mo to rise up and gradually devour the ninja world. Ling Mo, flying in the air, recalled what Orochimaru said, and came to his senses to find that he was only paying attention to what happened to his parents. He forgot his identity, the grandson of Uchiha Izuna and the great-nephew of Mr. Madara. After knowing that he was Uchiha Izuna's grandson, he was speechless. It turns out that I do have some relationship with Mr. Madara, and it's quite unusual. This made Ling Mo, who had always been planning to kill Uchiha Madara, feel a little embarrassed to take action. But then he thought about it and realized that his great-uncle hadn't taken good care of him, so it seemed reasonable to give him something as compensation. After all, his own brother gave his eyes to Uncle Ban, but he doesn't even take care of his brother's offspring. That's a bit too much. But before that, Ling Mo needs to sneak into the Wind Village in the Land of Sand. Orochimaru's curse seal cannot be used now, so Ling Mo has to absorb the power of the one-tailed Shikaku. Only after breaking through Godzilla's physique and possessing assimilation-derived skills can we proceed to the next step. You can also sign in when Scorpion assassinates Feng Ying. A few days later, it was almost dusk in the Land of Sand. Mr. Molan, the Hidden Wind Village is not far ahead. The caravans walking in the desert were heading towards Fenjian Village one after another. Ling Mo issued a mission through the Cardo Chamber of Commerce, asking the ninjas of the Hidden Wind Village to escort him to the village to trade goods. Ling Mo, who had changed his appearance, became the boss of this caravan and changed his name to Emolin to avoid being discovered. We're finally here. This damn sandstorm is really terrible. I shouldn't have come to this damn place. Ling Mo pretended to look disgusted and said with a very pessimistic expression, and the Wind Village ninja next to him didn't know what to say. He was almost tired of listening to Ling Mo all the time, and he was always teasing and provoking him. If it weren't for the mission, the ninjas next to him would have wanted to kill him. The caravan on this mission is the one that has offended the local wealth. The third Kazekage probably killed him, as the economy of the Hidden Wind Village was not good to begin with. It's so hard to get a businessman to do business, but if he runs away, there will be no good consequences. Please bear with me. The sandstorm will be much less severe by the time we reach the village. The leading ninja next to him echoed, I don't know what those people on the board of directors were thinking. They insisted on doing business here. It's so uncomfortable. There's nothing useful in this damn place, it's just desert everywhere. Ling Mo continued to complain, provoking the ninja next to him. The ninja next to him was also very excited at this moment, but he didn't dare to refute anything. I just hope to reach the village as soon as possible and submit the task. Looking at the village gradually approaching in the distance, several ninjas seemed to see light. Ling Mo was sitting on a camel, carefully observing the direction of the entrance to Fenjian Village. Stop, you have arrived at the Hidden Wind Village. Please accept inspection. Several ninjas blocked their way and began questioning them. Ling Mo handed over the document scroll of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce for him to check. Please wait. After a while, the escorting ninja and the guard were told what to do. Then they began to release them. We're finally here. Ling Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and pretended to be hot. Mr. Molan, the escort mission has ended. You can go to the Cardo Chamber of Commerce's headquarters to rest. Well then, Mr. Merlin, goodbye. After saying that, several ninjas quickly slipped away without giving Ling Mo a chance to reply. Obviously, he had been stimulated enough. Ling Mo ignored them and led the caravan members to the base. At the entrance of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce, Master Molan, you must have worked hard on the journey. A room has been prepared for you. You can rest at any time. At the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, a middle-aged man stood among several attendants and saluted Ling Mo respectfully. I'm tired from the journey, so I just need to take a break. By the way, please count the goods this time. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he followed the maid into the room. After arriving at a room, the maid closed the door. Master Molan, what would you like to drink today? Palace Jade Wine 180 cups. Lord Merlin, how's the wine? Listen to me blowing you, then have a drink. Please wait, Lord Lingmo. After exchanging the secret code, the maid retreated. This was one of the secret codes left behind when Ling Mo established the intelligence organization base. Each base has its own unique code, which is randomly changed by the manager every day. In order to prevent enemy infiltration, Ling Mo conducted rigorous training for his subordinates. As long as the code is wrong, it will be discovered immediately. Not only that, Ling Mo also taught the Cardo brothers and several core members to learn Pinyin Chinese characters. The message being conveyed does not need to be discovered even if it is intercepted by someone. Only the members who were planted with trilobite black water can decipher it. After a while, the middle-aged man who was at the door just now walked in. This subordinate pays homage to Lord Lingmo. I have completed what you ordered. All the information regarding the Jinchuriki and Cho's grandson has been recorded on the scroll. The middle-aged man handed the scroll to Ling Mo. May I have your name? Your Excellency, my name is Inuno Ckazed. I was sent to the Hidden Wind Village by Cardo-sama 2 years ago. Well done, Qingfeng. Thank you for your hard work. It is my duty to serve Lord Lingmo. Step back first. I'll summon you if anything happens. Yes, after Ling Mo finished speaking, Inuno Qingfeng quietly left the room. When the scroll was opened, it clearly stated where the one-tailed Jinchuriki Banfuku was currently imprisoned, and the latest news about the Red Sand Scorpion. If there is anyone who hates Konoha more than Ling Mo, it would be Scorpion of the Red Sand. When he was young, his parents were killed by Konoha White Fang, and Granny Cho lied to him, saying that they were going on a mission. The lonely Scorpion had no choice but to make puppets to enrich himself. It was not until he discovered that his parents had died that the resentment in Scorpio's heart reached its peak. He hated Konoha for taking his parents' lives, hated Cho for lying to him, and hated the third Kazekage for dragging the village into the war. That's why Scorpion of the Red Sand assassinated the third Kazekage and turned him into a puppet. The following words are not counted as for Uchiha Izuna. He is old enough to be Ling Mo's grandfather. Uchiha Izuna was born 24 years before Konoha, and by the time the three ninja world wars were about to begin, he was nearly 70 years old, which meets the age requirement for the protagonist. In Naruto, it's not too much to have a grandson in your 50s. Scorpion can be said to be a young man with rich emotions, but because of Cho's wrong guidance, the lonely Scorpion in his childhood buried resentment. As loneliness and resentment continue to accumulate, Scorpio's heart has long been occupied by resentment. Just like a balloon that keeps getting bigger, it can be easily popped with a needle. This is the case with scorpions. Knowing that their parents have long been dead is like a sharp sting. It directly detonated the resentment in Scorpion's heart. As for the current one-tailed Jinchuriki, Banfuku, he is absolutely the most pitiful person in the eyes of everyone. As soon as he was born, the second-generation Kazigakure sealed the one-tailed Shikaku into his body. Imprisoned in the cage of the temple, he continued to practice his love until he grew old. Others have forgotten his name, but he remains the same. In Ling Mo's opinion, it was extremely stupid. They say life is free, but we are caged like wild animals. If you still want to talk about love and tolerance with others, you must have been locked up and become stupid. I have been locked up in a cage since I was a child and have never experienced anything outside. I just accepted my fate. Now that you're here, let me free you. Ling Mo put the scroll down and murmured, as a businessman who came here to do business the next morning, how could I stay in the house and not go out? I must go out to find a way to make money. So Ling Mo planned to wander around Fengjian village first, and then take the next action when Scorpion assassinated Feng Ying. Of course, an evacuation plan should be arranged before taking action. After all, our intelligence personnel were trained with great difficulty. Fresh breeze, what are your orders, sir? Please help me arrange my itinerary. As a businessman, I want to go and investigate the market. Yes, under Inuno Qingfeng's arrangement, a maid began to take Ling Mo to stroll around various shops. Ling Mo's arrival also attracted the attention of some local merchants. Those who already had goods but could not find channels began to look for Ling Mo to display their products. Master Molan, look at this fruit that's only found in the desert. It's sweet and sour, and delicious. Try it. Master Molan, please look at this puppet. It's designed using puppetry. Look. Lord Merlin. Ling Mo did not mind the trouble and observed each item one by one. He reported the good ones directly to the maid and asked her to cooperate. Even if something is not good, he will patiently give explanations as if he is there to do business. It was not until the afternoon that the crowd finally thinned out. At this moment, a red-haired boy with a depressed face came to the shop. Boss, do you have any special weapons for sale? Sir, I'm not sure what kind of weapon you need. The maid politely began to introduce the products. Ling Mo, who was resting nearby, also noticed this. When he saw the young man, Ling Mo recognized him as Scorpion. I didn't expect this kind of encounter. He was also quite surprised. Looking at Scorpion's young face, he began to think about whether to accept him. Why do you keep staring at me? Xia turned his gaze to Ling Mo, and the maid next to him was also stunned. Being stared at made Xia feel a little strange, which made Xia realize that Ling Mo was looking at him from time to time. Of course it's because you're so handsome. You look like a ninja, right, little brother? Yes, I think you're very suitable to be a salesman for our Cardo Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if you'd like to give it a try, little brother. Not interested. The maid next to her was speechless. How could someone who had trouble speaking really be suitable to be a salesperson? Could the boss have made a mistake in choosing someone? Oh, don't be so quick to refuse. Ninjas aren't just about fighting and killing people. Don't you want to live a different life? Think about your companions. Isn't it boring to fight and kill every day, brother? I have no companions. Xia was still very frugal with his words, waiting to see if Ling Mo could come up with anything else to say. Well, then you are not lonely. Why should a person endure loneliness alone? Little brother. Xia didn't answer this time, remaining silent. Ling Mo's eyes lit up. He wanted to see how it felt to see his boss using puo on others. If you work as a salesperson in our Chamber of Commerce, it will be different. You will make a lot of friends and you will never feel lonely again. You are no longer alone. The entire Chamber of Commerce team is your family. You can chat with good friends every day and enjoy a feeling you have never had before. How about it? Want to try it, little brother? You can stay here for a few days and try it out. After talking for so long, Ling Mo said he was thirsty. It all depended on whether this poor kid Xia would take the bait. Let me think about it. Ling Mo's enthusiasm made Xia a little uncomfortable, and for the first time he felt helpless. Originally, he planned to buy some weapons for making puppets and get some deadly poison. As a result, he was confused by what Ling Mo said. After all, he was still a teenager and not as mature as in the original drama. Then think about it carefully, little brother. By the way, after talking for so long I still don't know your name. Scorpion. The maid next to him seriously suspected that Scorpion was abnormal. What was the difference between him and a mute? If you really come here to sell, it would be good if you don't drive away customers. What an apt name. My name is Molan, I'm a franchisee of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce. We'll be friends from now on. Ling Mo looked at Xia and said happily. Good. At this moment, Ling Mo was speechless. What's going on? Is this kid so boring? Forget it, just go with the flow. Ling Mo didn't force it. Scorpion hadn't gotten out of his own heart yet and was still keeping himself closed off. Xia, you are here. Grandma Cho asked me to go find you. A queen's voice appeared beside the crowd. Ling Mo turned around and saw something incredible. Isn't this Ye Kang? He's grown a lot in the past few days. Ling Mo did not say hello. He actually sneaked and secretly knew. Then Xia walked back with a gloomy face. Ye Kang did not follow Xia after he left, because she had been observing him for a long time. The shop owner kept talking to Scorpion. Although she didn't know what he was saying, her woman's intuition told her that the owner had bad intentions. What does this guest need? Seeing that Ye Kang hadn't left, Ling Mo enthusiastically asked Ye Kang, this boss looks unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen you before. But your voice sounds familiar. I feel like I've met you somewhere before. Her intuition told her that there was something wrong with this boss, and it felt very familiar, as if she had met him before. She wanted to see what tricks the boss of Fenjian village would play. Ah la la, you must be mistaken, sir. I just arrived at your village yesterday. How could we have met before? Ling Mo quickly cleared his throat and felt a little uneasy. No way, am I going to be recognized? Impossible, my makeup skills are so perfect, how could I be discovered? The sound needs to be lowered a bit, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone hears it. Yeah, she always felt something was wrong. Boss, what's your name? Could you please get me some kunao? I'm out of spares at home. Ah la la, okay, who's that? Bring me some kunao. Didn't you hear this beautiful lady needs a kunao? Ling Mo did not answer the question directly and quickly diverted attention. Oh, okay, boss. Ma'am, what kind of kunao do you need? We have a lot of exquisitely crafted items here, including collectibles, carved items, and so on. The maid hurriedly began to introduce Ling Mo. Ling Mo took this opportunity to slip away. He didn't want to waste time talking to her. If he said a few more words, he might really be exposed. After Ye Kang bought the kunao, he turned around and Ling Mo had already disappeared. Your boss is very busy, he disappeared in a moment. Ye Kang said with narrowed eyes, she always felt something was wrong. What's your boss's name? He hasn't told me yet. We all call him Master Moland. He's the temporary boss sent by the higher UPS. The boss is really busy today. He hasn't had a good rest since this morning. I guess he just went back. The maid explained that it was not appropriate for him to interfere in his boss's affairs. She also had no idea why he was avoiding this woman. Okay, thanks. After receiving the things, Ye Kang didn't care too much. After all, there were many things waiting for her to do. Then she took the things and left. Finally left. It's really hard to fool him. Ling Mo, who was hiding in the distance, breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't understand why this woman was so suspicious. If he were really discovered, Ye Kang would definitely go crazy and beat him up. Although he said he was not afraid, he could not stand the other person's fierceness. At this time, the Scorpion's eyes, which had already returned home, were completely different from the ones he had just had in the store. When Ye Kang said that Cho was looking for him, Scorpion walked towards Cho's residence. However, when he just reached the door, he heard news that made him despair. That's right, his parents had died long ago, and if Ebizo hadn't told it to him, he might not have believed it. The loneliness and resentment that had filled my heart over the past few years have erupted, and hatred has overcome reason. Why, why did you lie to me? Scorpion, with red eyes, punched the wall hard with his fists. The blood oozing from his fingertips constantly stimulated his brain. After an unknown amount of time, cracks appeared on the wall. Scorpion, having vented his anger, leaned against the wall. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision and his eyes became cold. Lord Fengying, the village's financial statements for this month have been compiled. Compared to last month, the expenditures far exceed the income. If this continues, I'm afraid. Ye Kang, one of the left and right bodyguards of the third Kazekage, placed a document on the third Kazekege's desk. After seeing this, Fengying rubbed his eyebrows and looked uncomfortable. Let Luosha stay in the mining area for a while. Let him return when the funds are recovered. There are so many ninjas in the village without missions, let's arrange for them all. There aren't many missions right now, so let's pick out the ninjas with outstanding abilities to hunt down the rebel ninjas. Just consider it a subsidy for the village. Now the third Kazekage had no other choice, as the village's population had already swelled. The funds were simply not enough to cover the population consumption, and the relationship between Fenjian village and the daimyo was not very good, resulting in the money allocated by the daimyo being simply not enough. The village does not have many good sales supplies, so the entire village is in a state of constant consumption. Understood, Master Kazekage. But is it really a good idea to let a jonin hunt down a rebel ninja? You know that those who can defect from the village are not simple people. Ye Kang did not quite agree with the Kazekege's proposal. She knew that the two rebel ninjas they met a month ago were very powerful. If an ordinary jonin went there, he would simply be seeking his death. There were not many people in the village who were capable of hunting down rebel ninjas. Then do you have a better way? Ye Kang, I have high hopes for you. Sometimes necessary sacrifices are meaningful. The third Kazekage looked at Ye Kang with sharp eyes, and his meaning was very clear: let's find trouble. Or they could find an excuse, saying that their own ninjas were killed by rebel ninjas from other villages, and that was the reason for starting a war. If the other villages want to avoid war, they must compensate. This is the real purpose of the third Kazekage. How much are the traitorous ninjas worth? The third Kazekage didn't care about that little bit of fly meat at all. What he wanted was compensation from other villages. Ye Kang understood after thinking about it. Although she understood it, she really didn't want to use this method. But since I am not the Kazekage, I cannot influence the decision at all. By the way, isn't the franchise owner of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce coming to the village? If possible, contact the Cardo Chamber of Commerce to borrow some money or supplies for a temporary turnover. Understood, Master Kazekage. After the third Kazekage gave his instructions, Ye Kang also left the office. The Cardo Chamber of Commerce, that boss Mo Lin. Ye Kang understood Fengying's difficulties. The village was indeed struggling, otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of hunting down rebel ninjas. However, when thinking of the rebel ninja, Ye Kang thought of Ling Mo. As she thought about the man who dared to tease her, she felt that Ling Mo's voice and the boss of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce were too similar. Even the tone of voice was the same. If it weren't for the different looks of their faces, she would definitely think they were the same person. Ling died, Mo Lin, Lin died. That's not right, there's something wrong. Ye Kang stopped and thought about why the Chamber of Commerce boss felt something was wrong. Could it be you, Ling Mo? Ye Kang gritted his teeth and hurried towards the Cardo Chamber of Commerce headquarters. It was already evening and dark. Comfortable, Ling Mo, who had just finished taking a shower, lay on the bed and stretched his body. Little did he know that disaster was about to happen. Ling died. Scorching escape, steaming kill. Ye Kang, who rushed over, originally planned to hide secretly and observe whether the boss of the Chamber of Commerce was Ling Mo. But who would have thought that Ye Kang, who had just climbed to the roof, saw Ling Mo from the window? And because I had just taken a shower, the makeup on my face was long gone. It just happened to be seen by Ye Kang directly. How could he bear it? He didn't care whether Ling Mo was wearing clothes or not, he just broke in through the window. Oh my god, you're crazy, I don't even have any clothes on. Ling Mo directly withstood Ye Kang's ninjutsu, but this little damage was completely useless. Seeing Ye Kang coming to kill him, Ling Mo was also startled. I wondered what went wrong. My makeup skills were so bad. Asshole, how dare you sneak into the hidden wind village? Ye Kang gritted his teeth, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and looked at Ling Mo as if he wanted to tear him apart. Oh, don't say that, I'm doing business with good intentions. Ling Mo didn't hide it either, and threw his pajamas, which had already turned to charcoal, aside. He stood up directly from the bed and faced Ye Kang like that. Shameless and vulgar bastard. When Ye Kang saw Ling Mo standing up naked, he immediately felt ashamed and angry and turned his head away. Seeing Ye Kang turning his head away in shame and anger, Ling Mo smiled wickedly. She walked straight to Ye Kang and said, I didn't expect that, our beautiful Ye Kang can also be shy sometimes. As he spoke, Ling Mo's hand was about to touch Ye Kang's face. You put on your clothes quickly. Ye Kang acted like a little woman, completely different from her usual cold and indifferent beauty. Don't worry, I can't run away if you react. Ye Kang felt Ling Mo's body getting closer and closer to him, and hurriedly placed the kunao in his hand between the two of them. Asshole, put on your clothes and let's have a good fight. Ye Kang turned around with a flushed face, not caring about the difference between men and women. Looking at Ling Mo's strong and muscular body, his heart was pounding and his eyes were darting around. Oh, how dare you spy on me, shame on you. Ling Mo pretended to cover his chest and said loudly. Seeing this situation, Ye Kang had to turn his back quickly. Hurry up and put it on. Snap! Before she could finish, Ye Kang's eyes suddenly turned black and he passed out. When she turned around, Ling Mo swiftly struck Ye Kang with a knife, knocking him unconscious. Phew, that was dangerous. It almost caused a big commotion. Ling Mo let out a breath, sighing that this woman was really not easy to deal with. She was so petty that she even chased him to the bed. It's just something I said wrong, what's the big deal? Ling Mo muttered to himself as he looked at Ye Kang lying on the ground. Fortunately, this woman knows how to be shy, otherwise she might cause a big noise. Afterwards, Ling Mo found his clothes and put them on. Then he went out and asked the maid to call Inanno Qingfang. Sir, this. Inanno Qingfang looked at Ye Kang lying on the ground, and his scalp went numb. Do you want to deal with it, sir? Ye Kang is considered a high-ranking figure in the Hidden Wind Village, and Inanno Qingfang did not expect that she would attack Ling Mo. This made Inanno Qingfang feel uneasy as he had not done his job well. No, go get some strong ropes and draw some fake detonating symbols. By the way, bring me another pen. Also, gather all members in the courtyard. The matter has been exposed, and I need to act in advance. Understood, sir. Wait, there's one more thing. When we get back, have Cardo abandon the major ninja village's outward strongholds and fully withdraw to prepare for defense. Inanno Qingfang received the order and hurried out to give instructions. After a while, Ling Mo brought over some of the things he wanted. After taking the things, Ling Mo began to tie up Ye Kang, then took out fake detonating talismans and stuck them on his limbs. Looking at Ye Kang, who was tied up like a dumpling, he was very satisfied. After doing all this, he carried Ye Kang on his shoulders and walked out of the room. If someone comes after her, she can be used as a shield. Throwing it into the hands of the pursuers can delay them for a while. In the courtyard, Inanno Qingfang has already gathered all the members of the organization. Ling Mo also came out carrying Ye Kang. Everyone, this happened a bit suddenly. We've been exposed. We'll start evacuating tonight. Leave the goods and your valuables behind, and I will compensate you for your losses. From now on, everything will follow your instructions. Any questions? Ling Mo looked at the 12 people in the courtyard, and then summoned 12 Rodens. Now, each of you mount one and leave immediately. They will take you away from the Kingdom of Wind. Once you arrive at River Country, you will return to headquarters and await orders. Understood, sir. After hearing Ling Mo's words, everyone mounted their little Laytons and began to evacuate. Ling Mo rode on Layton, dragging Ye Kang with him, and began to fly towards the Temple of Fenfu. What is that? The ninja on duty at the Hidden Wind Village spotted Roden flying in the air and said, "Quick, sound the alarm, enemies appear." The sand ninja next to him saw Roden in the air and hurriedly said to his companions. As the alarm sounded, many ninjas from the Hidden Wind Village rushed out. However, facing Roden in the sky, they had no way to deal with him. There's no way, my hands can't reach it. The third Kaze cage in the office also noticed the situation outside and hurried out. He gathered the sand and iron and tried to catch up and stop the enemy in the air. However, Shitai flew too slowly. Inanno CKs and his companions had already left the village, and the third Kaze cage could not catch up at all. He simply gave up chasing Inanno Qingfang and his men and turned around and flew towards Ling Mo. But he saw Ling Mo carrying someone and flying in another direction. I wondered in my heart what Ling Mo's purpose was. Damn it, who is it? So many people have infiltrated, and they haven't been discovered yet. Are the investigation department full of idiots? The third Kaze cage who was chasing Ling Mo on the road cursed in his heart, saying how would he face the other cages if they knew that so many enemies had sneaked into his village? The third Kaze cage became more and more angry as he thought about it. He increased his chakra output and quickly chased in the direction of Ling Mo. Master Maki, what should we do? Master Kaze cage has gone after the enemy. What should we do? The people on the ground didn't know what to do and all looked at Maki, who now held the highest position. Chase, in the direction that Master Kaze cage is pursuing. Leave half of the people to watch over the village, and the rest will be divided into 2 teams. Yura will lead one team to chase after the escaping flying ninja beast teams, and the other team will follow me in the direction of Kazekage-sama. Send someone to find Grandma Cho and ask her to take charge of Fenjian village. After thinking calmly, Maki began to issue orders. Then he led everyone in pursuit. At this time, Ling Mo, holding Ye Kang in the air, was about to reach the temple. Little Roden was moving at a very fast speed, and Feng Ying was left far behind, with no shadow visible. Well, where is this? Hey, Peeping Tom, you're awake, how do you feel? As they were flying in the air, the cold wind at night kept blowing on Ye Kang, making her feel stimulated in the cold. Woke up. Asshole, let me go. Ye Kang came to his senses and found himself tied up, and began to twist his body. Don't move, if you fall down, you'll turn into a meat patty. Asshole, let me go. Yet Kang didn't listen to Ling Mo at all. She struggled hard in anger. What a hassle, it's a headache. Ling Mo held Ye Kang, who was struggling frantically in his arms, and felt a headache coming on as he listened to her screaming. Pa pa pa. A crisp voice came from Ye Kang's face. If you scream again, I will lift up your pants and beat you. Ling Mo said seriously that he really couldn't stand the noise, it was too annoying. He had no choice but to give her a couple of hits to wake her up. Hit her directly in the face to quiet her down. It's finally quiet. Ye Kang in his arms was trembling at this moment. She had never been treated like this before. She has been called a genius since she was a child and has never suffered such grievances. She felt very uncomfortable being bullied today, and tears kept welling up in the corners of her eyes. In the end, I couldn't control myself and tears still flowed from my eyes. Ling Mo felt his chest getting wet. He looked down and realized that he was completely at a loss. His scalp was tingling. Damn, this is too much, what should I do? At this moment, Ling Mo knew that he had gone a little too far and was a little confused. He doesn't know how to coax people at all, this makes him very worried. You're fine, it's not that serious, come on, smile. Or should I smile for you? Women are such a hassle. Ling Mo began to persuade, and he was very regretful at this moment. Why don't I knock him out again? Why do I have to say something mean? At this moment, Ling Mo really wanted to slap himself twice to teach himself a lesson. He swore that next time he would stop talking and get down to business. When Ye Kang heard Ling Mo's persuasion, he didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued crying. Seeing that this didn't work, Ling Mo simply gave up. Let her cry slowly, and she will feel better when she is tired. A moment later, Ling Mo arrived at the temple gate. Ye Kang, who was holding him, stopped crying and stared at Ling Mo with resentment in his eyes. Ling Mo was so scared that he didn't dare to look at her. Stop, the area ahead is forbidden. No passing. The temple guard blocked Ling Mo's way and looked at him warily. Looking at Ling Mo and Ye Kang in his arms, the guard became defensive. Ling Mo was too lazy to say anything now, so he just rushed over and knocked the guard unconscious. There are very few guards watching over the Jinchuriki, as few can get close to them within the Kaze Cage village's territory. Ling Mo came in easily and put Ye Kang behind the door. He walked alone towards the cage where Bunfuku was being held, and soon he was confronted by Bunfuku, the current Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Shikaku system. How long will it take to absorb the energy of one tail? Ding, it only takes 3 minutes to return to the host. After hearing the reply from the system, Ling Mo had an idea in his mind. This donor, I wonder why you have come all this way. Fenfu sat cross-legged inside the huge dark iron gate and spoke weakly. It's a small matter, I just want to borrow something from the tailed beast inside you. My friend, I may not have what you want here, cough cough cough. No, you do, I want the one-tail's chakra. Don't worry, I'll only use a little. It won't kill him. He gathered energy in his hands and touched the huge iron door. After a while, the originally sturdy iron door began to slowly melt and fall off, turning into a pool of molten iron and falling to the ground. Old man, you're not here with good intentions. I can sense a powerful aura, even I might not be able to handle it. Be careful. Shukaku, who was inside Bunfuku's body, had a serious expression on his face, lacking the usual lightheartedness that he used to have when taunting Bunfuku. Fenfu also saw that the visitor had ill intentions, and stood up tremblingly. Please go back, my friend. Shikaka said he doesn't want to lend his power to anyone. Fenfu ignored Shikaku and his body, but looked at Ling Mo vigilantly. I'm not here to negotiate. As he said that, he moved quickly to grab Fenfu. Seeing this, Bunfu had no choice but to resist, as Shikaku had already transferred his chakra to him. When Ling Mo caught him, a chakra coat had already gathered on Fenfu's surface. Bang! Ling Mo's hand collided with Fenfu's fist, making a loud noise. It seems that Master Fenfu was ready to resist to the end? After the fist and palm separated, Ling Mo did not rush to attack, but continued to speak. However, at this time, Fenfu had exchanged control with Shikaka. Fenfu was too old, and he was unable to fight at all. The chakra in his body continued to grow, and the sand around him gathered wildly. Slowly it turned into a giant Shikaku. Chi, little bug, let me play a good fight with you. After Shikaku took over the body, he looked down at Ling Mo at his feet and made a mocking sound. Yeah, how interesting. Since you're already here, I might as well make it a bigger deal, everyone will know sooner or later anyway. Ling Mo looked at Shikaku's tall figure and began to feel eager to do something. He hasn't had a proper fight with anyone until now, and he's really itching to do something. Now that he has such a big sandbag, Ling Mo is eager to try it out. Wind style, sand scattering bomb. Shikaku started using ninjutsu right away, not giving Ling Mo any face at all. This move caused Madara to suffer a great loss when fighting against him, who had a sage body. However, for Ling Mo, who has a stronger body than the immortal, this move is still not enough. If immortal chakra is added, it may be able to hurt Ling Mo. You're using ninjutsu right away. Are you scared, or do you want to escape? Ling Mo was not afraid of this kind of ninjutsu at all. He might have avoided it before he absorbed the Nine Tails chakra and the dragon vein, but now he is not afraid at all. Countless sands like bullets hit Ling Mo madly. A large area of sand and dust was splashed around, blocking the view, which is the so-called "there is smoke but no harm" law. Ling Mo was still standing there intact, except for his clothes being a little torn. Everything else was fine. If you are hit by my technique, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. What? After the smoke and dust cleared, Shikaku, who was still boasting, was surprised. Seeing that Ling Mo was not hurt at all, it suspected that it had used a fake ninjutsu. How is this possible? It must be fake. Seeing that Ling's death suit was not damaged, Shikaku was sure that his attack hit him, but it refused to admit that someone had improved his body to such a terrifying level that even its own ninjutsu was ineffective against him. Shikaku was deeply shocked. Are you giving me a massage? Give this side a massage too, it's a little sore. Ling Mo tilted his head and pointed at the back of his neck, mocking Shikaku. Asshole, die. As the one-tailed monster, Shikaku had never been provoked like this before, and he immediately got furious. The tail behind it quickly whipped towards Ling Mo. You came just in time. Ling Mo gathered chakra in his hands and quickly rolled them into a circle. That's right, it's the Raise-non. With the continuous infusion of huge chakra, it has become as big as a basketball. Raise-non boom. The tail and the meatball touched each other. The speed was so fast and the collision was so violent that a shock wave was generated. This time, Shikaku was in great pain. The sand-filled tail was directly knocked off. Even though it was made of sand, it felt ashamed. Suppressed by a little devil. This is a very humiliating thing, especially in one's own home battlefield. This is a desert, with sand everywhere. It is several times better than the humid place outside or the place full of rocks and trees. Damn little devil. Sandfall's funeral. Shikaku clapped his hands on the ground, and a large amount of sand swept over Lingmo, wrapped him up and sent him underground. A strong torque was generated between the sands, intending to cripple Lingmo. Even if it didn't work, Lingmo would have difficulty breathing with so much sand pouring in. I don't believe you can't suffocate to death under the sand, haha. Shikaku knew that ninjutsu would be useless against him, so he planned to take other routes, such as sealing Lingmo or burying him underground with sand. What a hassle. In that case, let me try my ultimate move. Nuclear escape energy explosion. Ling Mo was lying underground, gathering two different energies in his hands. Continue to compress, and then slowly merge the energy with both hands. Following Ling Mo's low shout, the energy sphere in his hand began to explode uncontrollably. Ha, boom. The enormous force centered on Ling Mo and spread out in all directions. What? How is this possible? Shikaku didn't have time to think and hurriedly summoned sand to block Ling Mo's attack. Yakang at the temple door didn't have time to react before the huge shockwave directly blew her away. Yakang, who had no defense, fainted again after this attack. A small white mushroom cloud has bloomed in the temple. Originally a temple with buildings, now only a round pit remains. This is when Ling Mo restrained his strength. If he had used all his strength, the power would have been much greater than this. Shikaku, who was closest to Ling Mo, took the blow head-on. On a blurry mound in the distance, Shikaku, who possessed absolute defense, suffered the strongest attack ever. If Shikaku had not wrapped its body with sand at the critical moment, it might have turned into glass solution. The high temperature caused by the energy explosion can melt the sand instantly, if most of the force is not absorbed by the ground. Shikaku was probably lying on the ground seriously injured. How is this possible? What kind of attack is this? The sand on Shikaku's body has melted into liquid. Although it has absolute defense, it was lucky enough to withstand this attack. It didn't expect Ling Mo to be so strong. Shikaku was very frightened at this time, and it was already afraid. Shikaku quickly recovered his body. A moment later, the ground was still steaming, and in the distant sky, the third Kaze cage finally arrived. He had lost his way while chasing. If it weren't for Ling Mo's mushroom cloud guiding the direction, the third Kaze cage would have no idea how long it would have taken him to find the temple. Ling Mo was not too surprised by Feng Ying's arrival. Ling Mo had already planned for the third Kazecage's pursuit. You are the one who broke into the sand village? The third Kaze cage had a serious look on his face, as he had seen the explosion just now. Such a huge amount of damage shocked the third Kaze cage, but he had to resolve this crisis no matter what. Ah la la, are you here to watch the show, the strongest third Kaze cage? Ling Mo stood shirtless in the center of the huge pit, looking at him with interest. Is your target the tailed beast? That's right. Ling Mo answered the third Kazecage's question. That's enough. The village's weapon is not something someone like you can get your hands on. The third Kaze cage is at least at the cage level, and is the supreme leader of a village. It is a humiliation to him to let his enemy take something away from him. This was something he could not tolerate, especially since he was known as the strongest wind shadow. Magnetic style, sand and steel rain. The third Kaze cage controlled the sand and began the attack. I'll come too, sand-bound coffin. Shikaku, who had recovered nearby, also joined the attack. Now he could only join forces with the third Kaze cage. If they fought alone, they believed that it would be impossible to defeat Lingmo. Shukaku's sand bound Lingmo from the ground, and the sand and iron like iron nails pierced Lingmo like dense rain. Has this been agreed upon, 2 against 1? Lingmo smiled, not panicking at all. The enormous force allowed him to break free from Shukaku's restraints and he jumped continuously to avoid the attacks of the third Kaze cage. Kaze Shadow Boy, even though I don't like you, we have no choice but to join forces. This guy, he can't be dealt with alone. His body is simply not something a human can possess. He's just a monster, Shukaku said seriously to the third Kaze cage. No problem. After the third Kaze cage finished speaking, he controlled the iron sand to attack Lingmo wind-style iron cannonball. Lingmo nimbly dodged the attacks from the two men, one manipulating sand and the other manipulating iron sand to attack continuously, not giving Lingmo any chance to breathe. But Lingmo didn't care at all. He just wanted to test his reaction speed. Since the end of his trip to Lulin, he has not asked anyone to test his physical limits. Lingmo took this opportunity to test his own strength. Is this all you can do? One claims to be the strongest, the other claims to have absolute defense. I can't stand it. Lingmo dodged quickly and kept mocking the two of them. Shukaku and the third Kaze cage grew angrier as the fight went on. Their attacks had no effect at all. Lingmo dodged and jumped away from the attacks like a rabbit. If you have the guts, do what you did just now and don't hide, you bastard. The irritable Shukaku kept attacking, whipping with his tail and palms, but he couldn't hit the target even once. Shukaku was already regretting at this moment. If he had known earlier, he should have used the strongest sealing technique. Seal Lingmo and don't underestimate him. A strong body, agile speed, and unknown powerful ninjutsu. The third Kaze cage still hasn't found anyone who has such strength. Lingmo's strength is completely comparable to that of the tailed beasts. The third Kaze cage couldn't figure out why he wanted Shukaku's power. Who are you? There's no such person as you in the ninja world. The third generation of Fang raised his own questions. You won't live long, so I'll tell you this sincerely. Don't forget my name when you go to the Pure Land. My name is Uchiha Lingmo, and I'm about to kill you. Lingmo was now in the distance and took the initiative to give his name. While revealing his identity, it also means that the third Kaze cage has no chance of returning alive. Lingmo, whose secret had already been exposed, simply didn't bother to cover it up. It would be known to the world sooner or later anyway. When the third Kaze cage heard Lingmo's reply, his eyes were full of disbelief. Impossible, the Uchiha clan doesn't have anyone as strong as you, and their bloodline limit is the Sharingan. You mean the Sharingan? Without waiting for the third Kaze cage to finish speaking, Lingmo activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. This impossible, how could these eyes be like this? This is the legendary I-U. The third Kaze cage and Shukaku were shocked and looked into Lingmo's eyes. Looking at the violent and cold chakra emanating from it, the two felt unbelievable. Oh right, I forgot to mention that I am a traitorous ninja from Konoha. I defected from Konoha 4 years ago. I'm sure the third Kaze cage doesn't know about a nobody like me. The third Kaze cage listened to Lingmo's words and he finally remembered that 4 years ago, a ninja from the Uchiha clan had indeed defected to Konoha. He didn't expect that a rebel ninja could be so powerful. He and Shukaku attacked together, but the other party didn't use his full strength at all. The third Kaze cage kept greeting Yuan Fei and Hiruzen in his heart. Such a powerful and talented ninja was not respected and was even allowed to betray the village. Your brain must have been eaten by a dog. How can you be the Hokage? That is the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan that only Uchiha Madara has opened. Are all the people in Konoha living like dogs? Shukaku felt even more fearful, as he understood what those eyes represented. If it still had the confidence to seal Lingmo just now Shukaku's hope has been shattered. He was too strong. The two of them fought for a long time and consumed most of their chakra, but in the end, the other party didn't even show his true strength. And what is the most powerful thing about the Sharingan illusion? Shukaku doesn't think he can break free from the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, the nine-tailed fox was once controlled by Madara, and it knew it very well. Even though the nine-tailed beasts are sealed in the bodies of the Jinchuriki, they can still communicate with each other. This was mentioned when Naruto rescued the Four Tails. After a while, Shukaku and the third Kaze cage came back to their senses from their shock. They had stopped attacking and looked at Lingmo seriously. At this moment, he was not thinking about how to capture Lingmo, but how to escape from his hands. Damn it, what on earth do you want Shukaku's power for? The third Kaze cage asked Lingmo seriously. Nothing, just planning to unify the ninja world. Ridiculous, you are dreaming. The third Kazecage's answer to Lingmo almost broke his defense. He didn't think that a single renegade ninja could unify the ninja world. Dream on, no, I'm telling the truth. Lingmo was too lazy to explain what he had done. Since you two were fighting so enthusiastically just now, I'm also interested. 2 against 1 isn't fair, let's just go 2 against 2. As he spoke, Lingmo summoned the mechanical monster Gagon. Bang! As Gagon's body continued to walk out of the subspace, the ground began to shake. The third-generation Gagang, who is 125 meters tall and weighs 60,000 tons, splashed a lot of dust as soon as he appeared. What the hell is this? A summoning beast? A tailed beast? It doesn't look like any of them. The third Kazekage and Shikaku looked at the huge Gagan and were shocked again. This thing that was both mechanical and biological deeply shocked the third Kazekage and Shikaku. Moreover, the terrifying energy emanating from his body doesn't look like chakra at all. What the hell is this thing? Looking at Gagan, who was twice as tall as Shikaku, the third Kazekage fell silent. How can you fight this? Shikaku was just a kid in front of him. Shikaku was only 50 meters tall, while Gagang is 125 meters tall. That you can imagine that. The huge, tooth-like weapons on Gang's arms are obviously not just scary at first glance. Facing such an enemy, do I have the ability to defeat him? The village has the ability to protect it. Let me introduce you to the mechanical monster Gagan, who is considered my summoning beast. Ling Mo stood in front of Gang and said with a smile. Gagan also let out a terrifying roar in response to Ling Mo's words. Gagan, who was intelligent, felt very depressed in the monster space and had been staying in the monster space ever since he signed in. Ling Mo returned to his home and didn't even bother to go out for some fresh air. Gang was bored watching a group of aliens playing by themselves in the monster space. Now that I'm released, I can be said to be quite excited. State your conditions, Uchiha Lingmo. How can I let my village go? The third Kazekage was silent for a moment, then his whole body began to tremble that he had lost his fighting spirit. The Kazekage, who has a strong sense of self-esteem, chose to compromise. From the pressure Gang was emitting, he knew that there was no way he could stop this monster. Even if tens of thousands of ninjas in the village attacked together, only a few hundred people would survive in the end. This is no different from having the village destroyed. If other ninja villages knew about this village of several hundred people, they would be slaughtered in minutes. You have to know that the title of the 5 major ninja villages has attracted the attention of quite a few villages. Unless a powerful tailed beast or an extremely powerful sealer appears on the scene, no one can compete. Oh, I didn't say I was going to massacre your village. Of course, I don't mind if you resist. My goal this time is just Shikaku's chakra. If you came from your village hadn't discovered me, I wouldn't have come here so suddenly. Ling Mo saw that the third Kazekage had lost his fighting spirit and looked decadent. He lost the will to fight and started talking instead. If you want to get me, even if you dream, I won't give in. Shikaku was furious when he saw that the third Kazekage had compromised and wanted to negotiate terms with Ling Mo. It hates being used as a tool the most, which is a naked humiliation. So it didn't want to sit and wait for death, so it launched an attack directly. Desert Layer Burial Seal. Shikaku suddenly attacks Gagan, and a large amount of sand wraps around Gagan. Shikaku wants to seal this monster full of strange energy. Watching the sand continue to gather, the warlock formed a huge pyramid that successfully wrapped Gang, and the seal pattern was successfully engraved. Shikaku burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That's all. This is the great burial seal created by my sand body and cursed patterns. Now I wonder how you can come out and scare people. Ha ha ha. Shikaku looked at the completed seal with pride. Yeah? Bang. Before Shikaku could finish laughing, the pyramid was torn apart by the rotating chainsaw. A large amount of sand scattered out, and then the cover broke open and the entire pyramid flew out. This is my most powerful seal. How is this possible? How is this possible? Shikaku's face was filled with disbelief, as if he had seen it wrong, and he kept repeating what he had just said. It was obvious that he was hit hard by Gang. Guy was flying in the air. He was very unhappy with Shikaku's attack. He activated the alloy saws in both hands and rushed toward Shikaku. Facing Gagan, who was about to attack, Shikaku gathered sand and was ready to fight back at any time. Little did he know that Gang's activation of the two-handed chainsaw was just a feint, and the real attack was to his eyes. When he was about to get close to Shikaku, Gang's eyes turned red. Shotgun Destruction Beam Gigalium Crusher rapidly fires from Gagan's eyes. This skill's name was given by the official, and is similar to Minato's. The huge beam of light energy caught Shikaku off guard, and he fell to the ground with his head tilted back. How can I repair it? Shikaku roared unwillingly. Although the scorching energy was not as strong as Lingmo's, it was enough for it to bear. After being knocked to the ground, it was in pain all over and had no strength to stand up. This is the effect of Gagang Ray. After the target is hit by the ray, most of the energy will penetrate into the target's body and cause secondary damage. After Gang's rays were shot, I rushed forward and approached Shikaku. The chainsaws in both hands began to output crazily, constantly slashing across Shikaku's body. Shikaku's originally round belly has now become tattered. Fortunately, Shikaku's body is made of sand. If it were a living creature, the scene would be too bloody. The third Kazekage looked at the brutal Gagan and swallowed unconsciously. It's even more cruel than the tailed beasts. If you provoke them, you will be torn into pieces on the spot. Enough, Gagan, you will die soon if you keep doing this. Ling Mo looked at Gagan, who was still attacking, and stopped it. If the fight continues, Shikaku might really be finished. After all, Banfuku was inside it. With Fenfu's fragile body, it was impossible for him to withstand Gagon's attack. Once Fofuka dies, Shikaku will be doomed. After hearing Ling Mo's words, Gaigang obediently stopped attacking. Use your feet to pin Shikaku down to prevent it from running around. It's better to end it soon. Seeing that Shikaku had no strength to resist, Ling Mo slowly walked to Shikaku's bruised stomach. As for the third Kaze cage next to him, Ling Mo was not afraid at all. If the third Kaze cage dared to attack, he wouldn't mind letting him feel despair. System, absorb the One-Tails chakra. Ding, understood host, please remain standing on Shikaku's belly for 3 minutes. As the system sounded, the chakra in Shikaku's body continued to flow out and began to flow into Ling Mo's body. At this time, the third Kaze cage looked at Ling Mo absorbing the One-Tails chakra with a serious expression. He was not sure what Ling Mo was going to do. The third Kaze cage didn't dare to act rashly because he couldn't afford to lose. Ling Mo had just said that he would not destroy the village, and now he had no choice but to believe it. Although Gaigang next to him was eager to try, he did not attack on his own without Ling Mo's order. The situation remained deadlocked for a while. Uchiha Ling Mo, what do you want? The third Kaze cage struggled with his thoughts for a long time before finally asking. I told you, my target is only Shikaku. I have no interest in destroying your village. Ling Mo, who was still absorbing the One-Tails chakra, turned his head and looked at the third Kaze cage. At this time, the third Kaze cage was in a dilemma, not knowing whether to fight or not. But, as for you, I'm not going to let you go. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to become my subordinate, and I promise to keep your village safe. The other is to die by my hand, so that the news of my plundering of Shikaku will spread slowly. You choose. Ling Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and gave the third Kaze cage 2 choices. If he chose the first one, Ling Mo wouldn't mind protecting him. A shadow-level warrior would be very comfortable to use. If you choose the second one, even if the third Kaze cage escapes, Scorpion will kill him with a sneak attack, and he will only live a few more days. It all depends on the third Kazecage's choice, to live in humiliation for the sake of his life, or to die like a man and be brave. Don't go too far. The third Kaze cage became instantly furious when he heard Ling Mo's words. Who is he? He is the shadow of a village. For the sake of the village, he is willing to give up his dignity. But how could he be asked to be someone's subordinate? If a dignified Fengying were to be someone's follower, anyone would laugh at him. I've given you the way. It's up to you to decide whether to live or die. You only have 3 minutes to think about it. Ling Mo spoke ruthlessly, and the third Kaze cage felt helpless. The initiative was not in his hands. He clenched his hands tightly, and his nails were almost digging into his flesh. He was making a decision, and both of Ling Mo's choices were severely slapping his heart. The fate of the village and one's own fate. If he chooses the village, he will die. His death is not a big deal, but what he is worried about is that Ling Mo will regret it and attack the village after his death. If he chose his own life, the entire village would be doomed at any time. He was afraid that Ling Mo would take control of the entire village and then start an unnecessary war, leading to the destruction of the village. I can be your subordinate, but you have to promise one thing. That means I cannot control anything that harms the Hidden Wind village, and I will step down from the position of Kaze cage, let someone else take it, and then follow you. The third Kaze cage took a deep breath and solemnly made his decision. No problem, and I can also support your village so it doesn't have to worry about survival. Hearing Ling Mo's reply, the third Kazecage's tense body went limp. This was the most helpless and final compromise in his life. Yes, he was afraid that he was unwilling to die like this, afraid that no one would take care of the village, and afraid that Ling Isai would harm the village after his death. As a condition of your sincerity, drink this. Don't worry, as long as you obey my orders, I won't do anything to you. If you betray me, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. As he spoke, Ling Mo threw out a bottle from his hand. Inside was the trilobite black water. The third Kaze cage took the bottle that flew towards him, raised his head and drank the contents without even looking at it. He accepted his fate. If Ling Mo threatened him again, he would end his life without hesitation. This was his last compromise and the last dignity in his heart. Nice courage, worthy of being the shadow of a village. So what's your name, third Kaze cage? I can't call you the third Kaze cage anymore. The original book never mentioned the name of the third generation of Feng. Ling Mo was very curious about what the name of the third generation of Fengying was. Strong Wind, what a name. Are you a relative of the first Kaze cage? The first Kazekage-sama is my uncle. Li Feng's answer also satisfied Ling Mo's curiosity. Ding, one-tail chakra absorbed. As the system's voice came, Shikaku's huge sand body scattered like a deflated ball. The unconscious Bunfuku also emerged from inside, and Shikaku's remaining soul and body seal also retracted into Bunfuku's body. Ling Mo's body began to change. Blue light enveloped his entire body, and his body began to transform. Every cell seemed to have life and began to flow independently. This feeling made Ling Mo very comfortable. As his body continued to transform, Ling Mo exuded the aura of a king. After a while, the light dissipated and Ling Mo stood calmly on the ground next to Fenfu. Although Ling Mo looked very calm at this moment, an indescribable solemnity and dignity emanated from his entire body with every move he made. Just like an emperor who rules the world and looks over his own empire, that natural imperial aura makes people submit unconsciously. Witnessing all this, Li Feng bent down unconsciously. This overwhelming force made it difficult for him to even think of disobeying, as if it should be this way. As expected, after absorbing Shikaku's chakra, Ling Mo's body underwent a qualitative change, evolving from the primary Godzilla physique to the intermediate level. Possessing the assimilation and derivation ability of Planet Godzilla, it can use energy to assimilate the physique of living things, and then help derive a stronger physique. It can also assimilate inorganic and organic matter and turn it into the thing or environment you want. Of course, the energy required to change the surrounding environment is terrifying. Gale, leave a message and follow me. Oh, by the way, I tied up Yakang and threw him in front of the temple. Go and see if he's still alive. At this time, Ling Mo just remembered that he had brought a hostage with him, that he was so excited when fighting Shikaku just now that he forgot about her. Originally, Ling Mo planned to take Yakang back and teach him a lesson. After all, she had ruined his big plan. But for Li Feng's sake, let him go. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. I just don't know if Yakang was affected. When Li Feng heard Ling Mo say that he had tied up Yakang and left him in front of the temple, the corners of his mouth twitched. He saw the dangerous force of the explosion clearly. Li Feng hurried towards the door to look for Yakang, but he didn't know if Yakang could survive such an explosion. Yakang is the future of the village, and Li Feng doesn't want to see the village left unprotected in the future. If he was really killed by the explosion, Li Feng would cry to death. Not only would you get yourself into trouble, but even the younger generation you believe in would be ruined as well. That would be a real loss. After a while, Li Feng found Yakang unconscious on a sand dune. Seeing Yakang still alive, he felt relieved. Then he brought the unconscious Yakang to Ling Mo. Looking at the unconscious Yakang, Ling Mo couldn't help but recall the scene of her crying on the road. I suddenly felt that this cold beauty was quite interesting. Just leave her here, leave a message and let's go. As he spoke, Ling Mo summoned Rodden, rode on it and waited for the arrival of Li Feng. Li Feng didn't waste much time and rode on the ground. He wrote that he would resign as Kazekage, asked the village leaders to re-elect the Kazekage, and that he would leave the Hidden Wind village. Then he put the unconscious Yakang aside and turned to leave. Li Feng did not tell Ling Mo's origins. He did not want the villagers to offend Ling Mo in order to find him. But Li Feng didn't know that Yakang knew Ling Mo. As for what she would say after waking up, Li Feng had no idea. Master Maki, the area ahead is where the explosion just happened. Speed up anymore, I have a bad feeling. Yes, Maki was feeling very uneasy at this moment, as the huge explosion that just happened was at the location of the Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Even with the third Kazekage, it would take a long time to subdue them. What's more, there is now an unknown enemy. A moment later, the support team finally arrived at the scene. Looking at the huge round pit in front of them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is a temple. What force could have raised it to the ground? The sound of fighting had ceased, indicating that the battle was over. But no one was there, and Maki was very anxious. Master Maki, there are two people lying in the middle. The team quickened their pace and ran to Yakang. It's Lord Yakang, there are words next to it. Maki looked at the tied-up Yakang without paying much attention. Instead, he stared at the words on the ground. He was very familiar with the handwriting of the third Kazekage. You can tell at a glance that these are the words left by the third Kazekage. The words left by the third Kazekage made Maki's worries come true. What the hell is going on? After reading the words left by the third Kazekage, Maki was confused as to what was going on. Why did the third Kazekage leave alone? It was too sudden. Immediately seal off the scene, leave a few people to guard the scene, and the rest of the personnel will return to the village with the Jinchuriki. Keep close watch on Yekara until he wakes up. And the Jinchuriki must take protective measures. Also, Kulcho over here. Something serious has happened. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what they saw today. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed without mercy. Maki knew that the village was about to fall into chaos. The resignation and disappearance of the third Kazekage was no longer something he could solve alone. All senior management must be informed. The only clue now is Yakang. Only from her can we learn what happened. Alas, what a troubled time. Maki couldn't help but have a headache at this moment. The village couldn't stand the turmoil now. Now that the third Kazekage is missing, the village needs someone to stabilize the situation. Moreover, the village's economic crisis is already very serious and it may fall into crisis if we are not careful. Although it is a peaceful time now, the villages are already ready to take action. If something happens to the village leader at this time, it will cause internal and external troubles. Not long after, Cho and Ebizo, who had learned the news, rushed over. And Yakang also woke up at this time. Yakang, you finally woke up, what happened? Cho and others looked at Yakang who had woken up, hoping to get the answer from her. It was Uchiha Lingmo. I found him in the village. That Konoha rebel captured me. Kang spoke slowly and then began to explain to everyone what had happened. As for what happened when she was unconscious, she didn't know. After hearing this, everyone still didn't know why the third Kaze cage left. This must be a conspiracy of Konoha, Chosama, Maki said angrily. Let's all go back first. The third Kaze cage must have done this for a reason. Recall the ninjas on missions, dispatch personnel, and pursue the third Kaze cage in all countries with all your might. Also, put pressure on Konoha. Tell them that the Uchiha rebel ninja attacked the Hidden Wind village. We must get an explanation, or we'll go to war. Cho now has no other choice but to take charge of the village temporarily. If she couldn't find the third Kaze cage, then she would have no choice but to follow his advice and elect a new Kaze cage. She can only stabilize the situation temporarily now. The people in the village who can serve as Wind Shadow are too young. The best option is to bring back the third Kaze cage. If we were to elect a new Kaze cage, if the situation is not under control, the village may face great losses. At the same time, Konoha Root finally found your trace. Uchiha Lingmo. Tuanzang's eyes were red. He had never stopped searching for Lingman in these years. The corroded scars on his body were always painful, reminding him to find Ling Mo and take revenge. However, Ling Mo hid himself so well that he never came out. Apart from appearing in Lulin, there was no news of him anywhere else. It wasn't until Orochimaru secretly left the village to meet Ling Mo that his true identity was revealed. The people originally sent by Danzo were searching for traces near River Country, but unexpectedly they met Orochimaru, who was out. The team leader immediately decided to follow. In order to avoid being discovered, the three of them stayed very far away. Fortunately, Orochimaru did not deliberately hide his tracks, otherwise, they would probably lose the team and 3 people would have been following behind, and then they saw the 2 people plotting from a distance. After the 2 finished their plot, Ling Mo summoned Rodin and flew away, making it impossible for the team to follow him. We can only search in the direction we are heading, and we will find it when we enter the territory of Wave Country. The 3 were attacked by underwater aliens, and in the end none of the 3 team members survived. However, before the team leader died, he summoned a summoned beast and sent the information back, which made Danzo realize that Ling Mo had been hiding in the Land of Waves. Let Abarame Ryoma and Yakushi Nono lead the team to sneak into the Land of Waves and search for Uchiha Lingmo. After you find it, regardless of life or death, find a way to bring back Uchiha Ling's eyes. This was a decision Danzo made after much consideration. Abarame Ryoma and Yakushi Nono were both masters of infiltration and assassination. If Danzo fights head-on, he might lose many of his men, so he wants to use assassination to get rid of Ling Mo. After all, according to secret information, Ling Mo mastered the Mangekyo Sharinan, which made Danzo greedy. He already regarded Ling Mo's Mangekyo Sharinan as his own. Also, ask Orochimaru what exactly he and Uchiha Lingmo are plotting. As for whether Orochimaru would reveal the secret about Lingmo, Danzo had no expectations. He still knew Orochimaru very well, and the 2 of them secretly cooperated for their own needs. They are secretly on guard against each other. Danzo just wanted to let Orochimaru know that I have control over all your movements, so don't play tricks on me. Otherwise, no one will end up well. Only after intimidating Orochimaru could Danzo feel at ease to do his own thing. 5 days later, at the Kato Chamber of Commerce headquarters in the Land of Rivers, Lord Lingmo, all personnel have arrived safely at the Land of Rivers headquarters. No one has discovered us. I have already passed the news you mentioned back to Lord Cardo. In an elegant courtyard, Ling Mo drank tea and listened to Inuno Kingfeng's report. Ling Mo and the 3rd generation Fengying Lifeng rushed back all the way from Fengying village without any rest. Only after arriving at the border of Chuan country did Ling Mo stop to rest. It just so happened that Inuno Qingfeng had not returned to report yet, so he came to serve Ling Mo. That's right, please step back first, I'll call you if there's anything else. Ling Mo didn't care about such a small matter and asked Inuno Qingfeng to leave. Now Ling Mo has completely absorbed the chakra of the one-tailed Shikaku, and his physical strength has also been improved to a higher level. This action also served as a wake-up call to Ling Mo. He had already instigated the butterfly effect, and he could only try his best to follow the development of the plot in the future. If you deliberately change the plot, some of the things you know will also change. Just like the 3rd Kaze cage who has been subdued now, according to the original drama, he should be killed by Zetsu soon. The appearance of Ling Mo affected the entire plot of Fenjian village and also changed the fate of several people. Ling Mo must ensure that no unnecessary troubles arise before he completely controls the economies of the 5 major countries. After all, unifying the ninja world is not just about conquering the 5 major ninja villages, there are countries behind each of the major ninja villages. It is precisely because each village has state support that some people keep jumping around. Only by cutting off the support of the major ninja villages, no matter how they resist, they will not be able to cause much waves. And next, Ling Mo needs to improve the strength of the people around him. Ling Mo has already mastered the skill of assimilation and derivation, and he only needs to experiment before he can start. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, a strong wind knocked on the door of Ling Mo's courtyard. Enter. Then Li Fang walked in and sat down cross-legged beside Ling Mo at his signal. What's wrong, Gale? I wonder if Lord Ling Mo can assign me some tasks. Ever since Li Fang left Fenjian village, he had been feeling a bit out of place and he was very busy in the village every day, but now he had nothing to do. This made Li Fang unable to adapt. After repeated consideration, he wanted Ling Mo to assign him some tasks. I've already thought about your matter. Now I have 2 tasks. One is to stay in the land of waves, responsible for protecting Cardo and assisting him in handling affairs, and by the way, dealing with aphids and rats. The other is to prepare for the Third Shinobi World War, helping to train the ninjas of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce, and being ready to assassinate important figures in various villages at any time. Ling Mo took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. This was Ling Mo's current arrangement for Li Fang. Ling Mo's rear was lacking defense, and Li Fang's arrival would fill that gap. Whether it is protecting Cardo or training ninjas, it will all be within the territory of the Land of Waves. If an emergency occurs, Li Fang can provide support in the first time. In this way, Ling Mo can act with confidence in the front. After all, the Wave Country is now his route. If it was destroyed, it would probably take Naruto long to defeat the Ten Tails before the plan could be restarted. Are you so sure that the Third Shinobi World War will come? Li Fang is the village cage after all. He doesn't think that the Third Ninja World War will break out immediately given the current stable situation. It's not that the Third Shinobi World War will come, but it's about to begin. The fuse has already been lit. Ling Mo smiled slightly. The disappearance of the third generation Kaze cage deviated from the plot. But the right track has not changed. The news of Ling Mo's attack on the Hidden Wind village will probably be transmitted back to Konoha soon. A few days ago, news was received at the border of the Sand Country that the Hidden Wind village had sent a large number of ninjas to search for the third Kaze cage. Cho did not choose a new Kaze cage as requested. This also made Ling Mo feel relieved. He just needed to wait quietly for Onoki and Reikage to stir up trouble. Is it possible? At this moment, Li Fang thought of something, but he couldn't grasp the key point. The look he gave Ling Mo had changed. He thought Ling Mo was a madman who was provoking war. No need to guess, your disappearance is the fuse. Grandma Cho has already sent a large number of ninjas to look for you. Don't blame me. Even if I didn't kill you and take you away, your fate would have been destined to end soon. Ling Mo slowly explained. Impossible, there's no way I would die for no reason, and in my own village. Li Fang obviously didn't believe what Ling Mo said. Seeing this, Ling Mo was not in a hurry, but opened his Mangekyo Sharinan. I believe you also know that the Sharinan is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, right? Then do you know what the Mangekyo Sharinan will awaken above the triple Megatama Sharinan? Li Fang was stunned when he heard Ling Mo's words. He didn't understand what the war had to do with Ling Mo's Sharinan. The Mangekyo Sharinan is a reflection of the soul of every Uchiha. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharinan will give you 3 powerful abilities. Only one of the 3 abilities is similar, the other 2 are different, and one of my abilities is to foresee fragments of the future. Ling Mo said lightly. Li Fang's pupils dilated and he was horrified. How is it possible that the legendary Mangekyo Sharinan has such power? No wonder that person possesses such powerful strength. In the future fragments I saw, you will be assassinated by someone you trust. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he used his Mangekyo Sharinan to control the fierce wind and perform ordinary illusions, showing the reasons why Scorpion assassinated him, escaped from the Hidden Wind village, became a rebel ninja, and then caused a war. I didn't expect that Scorpion would be you. After watching the clip shown by Ling Mo, Li Fang muttered to himself what Ling Mo said. Li Fang believed it 80%, but not completely. Besides, he is no longer the Wind Shadow now. His life was still in Ling Mo's hands. He has accepted his current fate and chosen to submit to Ling Mo sincerely. After what Ling Mo said just now, Li Fang wanted to see how far Ling Mo could go on the road to unifying the ninja world. Ling Mo didn't care about this at all. Li Fang's life was in his hands anyway, so he was not afraid of being betrayed. As for whether you believe it or not, you'll find out when you have time to try it. Of course, if you catch a scorpion, remember not to kill it. That child simply lacks love and is very lonely. It was Cho's upbringing that led to this. Then it's time to make your choice and accept that mission. Ling Mo brought the question back to the right track, and after a moment of silence, he looked at Li Fang. I choose the first option, protecting Cardo. Fighting and killing is no longer suitable for me. After all, I need to hide my tracks. After thinking it over, Li Fang gave Ling Mo an answer. Okay, we'll go back in 2 days, and I'll make all the arrangements for you then. Li Fang got his mission and tactfully withdrew. Ding, feel the host subdue the third Kaze cage and make him willingly submit, completing a special hidden mission. Reward, Queen Muto, +1 Iron Blood Alien, +50. The first hidden mission has been unlocked, and the sequel is now released. Conquer the cage from each village in the Naruto world. Rewards will be issued once each one is conquered. The sudden sound of the system startled Ling Mo. Oh my god, there's such a thing as a hidden mission. Damn system, why didn't you mention it? Ding, this system has reminded me, but the host didn't pay attention. How come I don't know? Ding, please explore other functions of the system yourself. Ling Mo slapped his head when he heard this. He remembered that when the system was first introduced, it was said that other functions needed to be explored on one's own. I was so busy with my brain that I didn't notice this. System, are there any requirements for issuing tasks? Ding, host, all tasks are hidden tasks. The host needs to explore them on his own. Only after completing the task will the taskbar pop up. So, does this pacification of the shadows of the villages include the smaller villages besides the 5 major ones? Ding, reporting to the host. Also, the quest rewards for conquering the shadows in the small village can be stacked. The rewards will be announced when the host needs them. Ling Mo was also very happy after hearing this. Although this task was a bit troublesome, there were rewards, and they could be accumulated. As a man who wants to unify the world, how could he miss such a mission that has the best of both worlds? And the rewards just given out are also very tempting. Queen Muto is a very powerful being and is considered a top-tier fighter in the legendary Godzilla movies. Its entire body is covered with metallic bones, and its defense is among the best among monsters. An ordinary Muto could use its body to withstand 2 of Godzilla's atomic breaths if Godzilla hadn't spit them mouth to mouth. It will probably take some effort to eliminate ordinary Mutos. The Queen Muto is the king among ordinary Mutos, and the abilities she possesses are beyond the reach of ordinary Mutos. Whether in defense or offense, it is several times higher than ordinary Mutos. Moreover, the whole body can emit radiation, which will cause genetic mutations in ordinary people if they are infected. Queen Muto might even evolve into Supreme Muto, which can use Godzilla as a tool for laying eggs. In this Naruto world, it is a disaster at the level of the tailed beasts and above. In order to defeat Queen Muto, there are other options besides super destructive penetrating ninjutsu or powerful sealing techniques. Other attacks would probably be difficult to penetrate. And with Ling Mo around, the enemy's chances of success are even smaller. While Ling Mo was happy, Konoha was feeling very uncomfortable. In the Hokage's office, Konoha's top leaders and the heads of the major clans gathered inside. The news of Ling Mo's invasion of the Hidden Wind Village has been passed back to Konoha, and everyone who learned of it fell silent. Tell me what to do. Fei Hiruzen asked everyone. Uchiha Ling Mo is now a traitor to Konoha and has nothing to do with us anymore. For the attack on the Sand Village, they just want some financial compensation. We can make a donation as Konoha to express our apology. Danzo said that it didn't matter to him whether the Sand Village suffered losses or not, at most he would just compensate them and that would be the end of it. He now wanted to know what Ling Mo was going to do. Absorbing the dragon vein and then attacking the tail, all this is too unusual, and it is impossible to figure out Ling Mo's purpose in doing this. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Although Uchiha Ling Mo has no connection with Konoha anymore, he still carries the title of Konoha's traitor ninja outside. If he attacks other villages again, I'm afraid the cages of the other 3 villages won't be so easy to deal with. The Nara clan leader was silent for a moment before he spoke slowly. The cage from other villages weren't so easy to fool. This is indeed a problem. If the root cause is not resolved, there will only be countless troubles. It is impossible to let Konoha take all the blame for him. I suggest that we join forces with the Sand Village to eliminate Uchiha Ling Mo to prevent future troubles. Midaman An agreed with what the Nara clan leader said and believed that Uchiha Ling Mo must be eliminated to avoid greater losses. When Danzo heard this, his eyes lit up and he was very happy. This was an opportunity. He could let others kill Ling Mo, and he could just send the roots out to pick up the missing ones. I agree with Men Yan's proposal. This kind of person is absolutely a disaster. Not long after attacking Lilin, he attacked Fenjian village again. He can't be allowed to stay. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at everyone and said lightly, he must seize this opportunity. He can easily kill Uchiha Ling Mo without any loss and get his eyes. Such a bargain is rare. Danzo was calculating in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the higher the probability seemed. Fei Hiruzen, the Hokage, also nodded in agreement to the proposal. Who should we send to fight Uchiha Ling Mo? According to the information sent back from Lulin, Uchiha Ling Mo is very powerful and possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. He also controls a large number of monsters, each of which possesses powerful strength. Otherwise, how could they leave the Hidden Wind Village intact? The Nara clan leader asked. Everyone fell silent at this point. No one wanted to let their family members be cannon fodder. After all, those eyes were very troublesome. Everyone began to remain silent about this. My Uchiha clan is willing to send 5 elite Jonin. Fugaku said that after all, it was their own trouble. If they didn't help, they would be talked about in the village. With Fugaku's words, the other clans felt embarrassed to say no and all expressed their willingness to send 1 or 2 people to encircle and suppress the rebellion. But they had already cursed Fugaku in their hearts that you caused the trouble for your family, and you still want us to clean up your mess. Fugaku felt somewhat unhappy when he saw the expressions of the clan leaders, thinking that half of the credit went to the village. But it's not all caused by my Uchiha clan. Seeing that everyone had spoken up, Konoha F4 also sent their own people to participate. If we were to ask who was the happiest at this moment, it would definitely be Danzo. In order to encourage everyone to quickly encircle and suppress Ling Mao, Danzo also provided the location where Ling Mao was hiding. Narrow the search scope to the territory of Wave Country. In this way, everyone reached a consensus that Konoha apologized for what happened to the Hidden Wind Village and made compensation, and was willing to send 15 elite ninjas to cooperate with the Hidden Wind Village to encircle and suppress Uchiha Lingmo. The encirclement and suppression operation represented by Minato Namikaze officially began. As for the monsters cultivated by Ling Mo, these senior officials who had never seen them did not think that they could cause much damage. They believed that one ninjutsu could kill a whole group, and any more would just be a waste of chakra. After the meeting, Danzo returned to his roots and began this little operation. Yuan Fei and Hiruzen summoned Minato Namikaze, who was on a date, and began to discuss the details of the mission. When Uchiha Fugaku returned home, he immediately summoned the elders of the clan to discuss the matter. This time, the family must send out 5 elite jonin to encircle and suppress Uchiha Lingmo. What do the elders think about this? Uchiha Fugaku was sitting in front, looking at everyone. The elders below were also a little worried, but only Uchiha Setsuna was very calm. Everyone already knew that Ling Mo had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and there were some different opinions within the clan about this. That is the legendary I. No one has opened it since the Uchiha brothers Madara opened it. In response to this, some members of the clan expressed their hope to persuade Uchiha Lingmo to return. But the senior members of the clan all knew that this was impossible, and it was already good enough that they didn't kill the entire clan. Wanting him to come back, isn't that ridiculous, unless your brain is rusty? I agree with the village leaders. Since there's no way to salvage it, we might as well erase the stain. I will let Uchiha Yen go with me. I hope the clan leader agrees. The 8th elder spoke tremblingly. As a representative of the Dove faction, he had originally done so in order to seize the rights of the village and stabilize the Uchiha clan. He was the first person to stand up and demand the execution of Ling's deceased parents. This. Is there no other way? That's a kaleidoscope. The other elders still had some concerns in their hearts. The mistake they made before was going to be made again, which made everyone feel guilty. There's no other way. I've already asked the Hokage to send people to encircle and suppress Uchiha Lingmo, and promised to send 5 people along with people from various ethnic groups. Fugaku closed his eyes and said, "My Hawk faction will not be involved in this matter. I hope the clan leader will make the decision on his own." Uchiha Setsuna staggered to his feet, took heavy steps, and walked out of the room with the Hawk faction members. Uchiha Setsuna scoffed at the encirclement and suppression of Uchiha Lingmo. The Mangekyo Sharingan is not so easy to deal with, otherwise Uchiha Madara would not have become so notorious. In Uchiha Setsuna's opinion, since he has done something wrong, he should find a way to make up for it, instead of making mistakes all the time, which will sooner or later bring immeasurable losses to the family. He is already old, and as the leader of the Hawk faction, he now only hopes to preserve the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the Hawk faction members walking away, Fugaku did not ask any more questions to the other members of the tribe. Directly select 5 elite jonin from the family and let them carry out this mission. The remaining doves and others also took the lead in agreeing. On the other side, Minato Namikaze readily agreed to the 3rd Hokage's request. After the last battle of Lolin, he was frustrated for a while because of his lack of strength. Then he asked Jiraiya to teach him the magic. After learning, he was full of confidence and hoped to defeat Uchiha Lingmo and bring him back. However, things were not as good as everyone thought. They did not know what price they would pay for facing Uchiha Lingmo this time. Inside the Land Kingdom Shadow Office, how unscrupulous, they actually dared to send people to wander around the land of Earth. The 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki looked at the information and the intelligence and muttered to himself. The ninjas of the Hidden Wind Village were sent to various countries to search for their own shadow, but they ended up in conflict with the ninjas of various villages. The casualties of the battle were already known to the village Kage, and Onoki began to think about it. Intelligence shows that the Hidden Wind Village may go to war with Konoha. This gave the idle Onoki an opportunity to make a profit. Huangtu, I have a task for you. You will now set off for the Land of Lightning, the Hidden Village of Thunder, and personally deliver a secret letter to the Raikage, saying that I want to cooperate with him. In the letter, Onoki stated the purpose of his cooperation with the Raikage. I hope to join forces with the Raikage and attack Konoha together when the Wind Village goes to war with Konoha, and everyone will get the benefits and interests based on their own abilities. Dad, do you want to start a war? Huangtu, standing in front of Onoki, looked at his father in disbelief. Don't you know the difficulties of the village? Among the 5 major villages, our village is the poorest except for Fenjian village. We're about to get to the point where we can't even afford to eat. That if we don't seek profit now, are we going to watch other villages grow stronger and then wipe us out? Onoki looked at his son with disappointment. His son was good in every way except that he couldn't think straight. He is no match for others in terms of intelligence, otherwise Onoki would have retired long ago. He is now the oldest Kage among the 5 major ninja villages, and fresh blood is constantly emerging from other villages. But there is no one in the village who can take up the banner. This made Onomu very distressed, as the whole village was about to enter a period of famine. I understand, father. I'll go right away. Huangtu is still very afraid of his father, but he knows that Onoki is doing this for the sake of the village. I just don't bother to care and just follow orders. It's his fault for not being smart. A few days later, the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. Note, because the Land of Fire is between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Sand, the search of the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas was delayed for a few days. Asshole, is the Sand Village looking for death? How dare they send people to attack the ninjas of the village? You're even more arrogant than me, send the ninjas to fight back. The third Reikage AI was very angry, he had a bad temper and now he wanted to beat up the Kaze Cage. Lord Reikage, I think we should wait and see. Right now, all the villages are being harassed by the Sand Village ninjas. They seem to be looking for something, and the situation is very unstable. We can't act rashly. We can first send someone to stop the Sand Village from searching within our territory. Let's wait and see for now. Tutai, the think tank of Laiyan Village, quickly reminded. His own Reikage had a very bad temper and always wanted to fight, which made Dode speechless. Tisk, I'll make the Kaze Cage pay. Although the third Reikage had a bad temper, he was not a fool. After being reminded by Dode, he also knew that now was not a good time to start a war. Check it for me, I want to see what the Sand Village is looking for that makes them so reckless. Also, send more personnel to the border to prevent enemy attacks. After Tutai's persuasion, Reikage AI gradually calmed down his anger. The angry Reikage AI also began to think about the purpose of the Sand Village. Report to Lord Reikage, there is a ninja from the Hidden Earth Village outside who wants to see you. He calls himself Yellow Earth, the son of the Tsuchikage. He says he has a secret letter that you must read in person. Outside the door, a guard came to report the news. Reikage AI and Dode looked at each other and said, let him come over. Reikage AI asked the guards to Lois Spring's office. Tutai, what do you think? I think it is something to do with the Sand Village. But we still have to see what conspiracy that Tsuchikage has. Tutai said calmly that the news was not very clear now and it was not appropriate for him to make random guesses. After a while, Huangta followed the guards to the front of Reikage AI. Greetings, Lord Reikage. This is a letter written by my father himself. I hope you will consider it and give me an answer so that I can return and report. When Wang Tu saw Reikage AI, he took out the letter that Onoki had given him and handed it to him. After confirming that it was correct, Dode handed it to the Reikage. Reikage AI began to read, and after a while, go and have some rest first, I need to discuss this with the higher UPS and give you an answer later. AI did not respond directly to Wang Tu, but let him rest for a while. As the Yellow Earth retreated, Reikage AI handed the letter to Tutai. Lord Reikage, I think what that Tsuchikage said in the letter is true. Given Onoki's personality, he won't miss such an opportunity. Tutai gave the answer after reading it. It seems that old man is even worse than me. The corners of Reikage AI's mouth rose slightly, and he was obviously interested in Onoki's request for cooperation. So what do you think? Tutai looked at Reikage AI, he knew that Reikage AI had already made up his mind. Although the Land of Thunder is better than the Land of Earth, the hot weather prevents crops from growing well. The Kingdom of Thunder is also very short of food. Now that there is an opportunity to plunder Konoha, the Reikage is also very tempted. All the major ninja villages want to take advantage of Konoha's rich resources and environment. Reikage AI is no exception. Agree to Onoki's request. As soon as the battle between Wind Village and Konoha becomes stalemate, we will start attacking Konoha. The Reikage, with his eyes fixed on Linley, made a decisive decision. The opportunity was right before his eyes, and he wasn't about to let it go. After getting the answer, Huang Tu left the ninja beast that conveyed the message and began to go back to report. As for the Water Country's Hidden Mist Village, it is now in a silent state, and the ninjas sent by the Sand Village were killed before they even reached the shore. The fourth Mizukage was busy studying the Three Tails and had no time to take care of the situation in each village. Only the master was still anxiously handling village affairs. Sand Village Lord Cho, news has come back from Konoha. Cho and the others who were in a meeting heard the news from Konoha, and their eyes all turned to look at Cho, who took the scroll. Look everyone, Konoha is planning to make a big deal out of a small matter and is sending ninjas to join us in encircling and suppressing Uchiha Lingmo. As the scroll was passed down, everyone knew what was going on. Cho-sama, I don't think we should trust those people from Konoha. They're just trying to shirk responsibility. It's definitely intentional. Now that the third Kaze Cage is missing, it must be related to Konoha. Perhaps this encirclement and suppression of Uchiha Lingmo is also a conspiracy. Luosha spoke up and said that after the third Kaze Cage disappeared, he was called back by Cho. There are many people in the village who support Raza now, and Cho also hopes that Raza can temporarily take charge of the village instead of the third Kaze Cage. As for Ye Kang, due to her performance during this period, she has lost the qualifications to become a Cage, and many of her supporters have turned to support Luosha. Everyone agreed with what Luosha said. During the second battle, Konoha caused heavy losses to the village. Many companions were sacrificed, causing the entire village to hate Konoha very much. Now Konoha asks for cooperation, which is obviously unlikely. Don't forget, the disappearance of Kazekage-sama is closely related to the death of Uchiha Ling. Cho sighed and said that she was a little disappointed with the village's top management. This group of newcomers was simply not enough to support the operation of the village. Such a simple guess was thrown to Konoha that she was a little worried about what the village would do in the future. Cho's words reminded everyone that the fastest way to find the third Kaze cage was to find Uchiha Lingmo. So even if this is a trap, they still have to test its depth. Does it mean I can only be led by Konoha? Yura, a senior elder of the Hidden Wind Village, said, so you still want to find the third Kaze cage? Even if this is a trap, we will step into it. I don't believe that a mere dozen people from Konoha can scare you away. Ebizo also spoke at this time. He was also a little disappointed. Luo Xia was also silent for a while. Now that Kazekage-sama is missing, most of the village's ninjas have been sent out, and the village cannot be left unguarded. Who should we send to encircle and suppress Uchiha Lingmo? Maki asked a question at this time. After hearing Maki's words, everyone fell silent again. Yura, you and Maki will go with the 13 Jonin. Cho spoke up. She was also helpless at this moment. The village was in chaos now that Kaze Cage had left. There isn't much high-end combat power, so Luo Xia can't have any problems now. Yet Kang is still in the observation period, so it is impossible to let her go out. She had no choice but to send Maki and Yura to lead the team. At least she must not lose to Konoha and make a fool of herself. This time, be sure to be careful and be on the lookout for Konoha's people. Yes, I understand. Maki and Yura both stood up and replied, that's it for now, let's leave immediately. After saying that, Cho and Ebizo stood up and walked out the door, and everyone else left. However, none of them noticed that the lonely boy Scorpion had already sneaked out of the village. When Scorpion heard Cho say that the third Kaze cage had disappeared, he was very unhappy as he was originally planning to assassinate the Kaze cage. He then secretly left the village and began to look for the third Kaze cage. In his heart, the third Kaze cage must die, only then will he feel a little better. After Cho and the others walked out of the conference room, a white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground. Half of his body was exposed, which looked particularly strange. I found something interesting. I need to talk to Madara-sama about it. After saying that, Zetsu dived into the ground and disappeared in the conference room. Not long after Lord Madara, I found something interesting. It's about Uchiha Ling's death. Below the golem, the gray-haired and old Madara slowly opened his eyes, signaling White Zetsu to speak out quickly. Seeing this, Zetsu said happily, the Uchiha Lingmo you asked me to pay attention to, he seemed to have attacked the one-tailed Jinchuriki a week ago, and then fought with the third Kaze cage, after which the third Kaze cage disappeared. Note, there are no White Zetsu spores on the protagonist, and there are no White Zetsu near the one-tail, so only the general situation is known. The entire Sand Village has been searching for the third Kaze cage in various countries. They have also teamed up with Konoha to send out 30 ninjas to encircle and suppress Uchiha Lingmo. Master Madara, do you find this interesting? After White Zetsu finished speaking, he put his 5 fingers together and waited for Madara's praise like a child. How is the one tail? Madara spoke slowly. After hearing Lingmo attacking Yaiwei, Madara began to worry. If Lingmo killed Yaiwei or sealed it elsewhere, his plan would be delayed for a long time. Don't worry, Madara-sama, the one tail is still inside the Jinchuriki, but it seems to be seriously injured. I see. It seems that boy has some skills. He is worthy of being my great nephew. Hearing that Lingmo did not do anything to Yaiwei, Ben felt relieved. After a phase careful investigation in Konoha, he learned Lingmo's detailed life experience from Uchiha Setsuna. Ban also knew about Lingmo's experience and his life experience. When he learned that his younger brother and grandson were still alive, Madara was very happy for a long time. The person he owes the most in his life is his younger brother. Now knowing that his grandson is still alive, Uchiha Madara feels a little comforted. This also made Madara give up the idea of making Lingmo his successor. Coincidentally, he also found a more perfect candidate in the Uchiha clan of Konoha. However, there was one thing that Madara didn't understand. That is what Uchiha Lingmo is going to do. Madara, who possesses the White Zetsu, knows that Lingmo has trained a large number of aliens in the Land of Waves and also controls everything in the Land of Waves. Obviously, with such strength, you can rest assured. But he chose to provoke the hidden Sand Village and fight with the One Tail. If they were to provoke Konoha, there would be a reason, but they had to provoke the Sand Village, which Uchiha Madara didn't quite understand. What is Lingmo's purpose? Keep watching Uchiha Lingmo. Report to me immediately if he makes any big moves. After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Madara was too lazy to guess Lingmo's thoughts. Ben wants to make up for what he owes to his brother, so as long as Lingmo doesn't do anything too excessive, he will take care of him. As long as Lingmo is alive and safe, Uchiha Madara doesn't care what Lingmo does. It doesn't matter if Lingmo escapes, the worst that can happen is that we can rescue him before anything happens. Besides, Lingmo has now opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, so Madara has nothing to worry about. Ah, Lord Madara doesn't care about Uchiha Lingmo's life or death. That's a team of 30 elite Jonin. Bai said to Madara in despair, don't worry about it. Just keep watching him. If he can't handle these trash, he doesn't deserve to be my nephew. Uchiha Madara knew very well how powerful the aliens trained by Lingmo were. After he got the information from Afei, he asked Baiju to find a way to bring one back. As a result, several white Zetsu were sent out, but they were all strangled and eaten by aliens at the bottom of the sea. Since white Zetsu appeared in the sea, he looked a little weird. The aliens thought it was a stray marine creature and did not report it to Ling Mo. The aliens have limited intelligence, so Ling Mo didn't know that Mr. Ban had spied on him. However, Uchiha Madara didn't think that just over 30 people could pose much threat to those monsters. Besides, the Mangekyo Sharingan is not a pushover. If used well, it may be able to eliminate all people. Well, how cruel, Madara-sama. Baizetsu pretended to be afraid and said that this Baizetsu didn't know how powerful Ling Mo was. Baiju regarded Ban's reply as just a test for Ling Mo. I won't miss this great show. 30 people fighting against the Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm really looking forward to it. Baiju licked his lips, a dazed look in his eyes. He then slowly retreated underground, continuing to observe Ling Mo's movements. This time, Baizetsu plans to leave spores on Ling Mo to facilitate surveillance. Ling Mo is not particularly clear about the actions of the major forces at the moment. The shrinking intelligence organization did not convey any major movements in the villages. Now Ling Mo doesn't need to pay special attention to the movements of various parties. All we have to do is wait for the Sand Village and Konoha to fight. Only then will Ling Mo proceed to the next step. Now Ling Mo only needs to protect the territory of Wave Country and then start to improve the strength of the Cardo brothers and others. After returning from the Kingdom of Wind, Ling Mo has been experimenting with the skill of derivative assimilation on his own island. After more than a week of exploration, Ling Mo was able to create physical clones, which was similar to the technique of elephant rotation. However, the power displayed is not as little as the technique of transformation. It can at least exert half of the original body's strength, but the clone also has a disadvantage, which is that it cannot replenish its own energy. It requires Ling Mo's injection. The unconscious clone cannot control the direction of energy. You can only replace the battery like you replace a battery after it is used up. Moreover, creating a clone consumes too much energy, which is a bit too much for Ling Mo to handle. After a long period of practice, Ling Mo now has no problem transforming the bodies of the Cardo brothers. He has been able to perfectly use the ability of derivative assimilation. Casey, go call your brother over. You can come over later too. Let Li Feng take care of the Chamber of Commerce for the time being. After Ling Mo stretched his muscles, he spoke to Casey, who was standing at the door. Understood, Lord Lingmo. Casey obediently went to look for her brother. After improving his physical strength, Ling Mo also discovered something. That was the uranium element that had begun to form in his body. This was discovered when Ling Mo was sensing the environment. As long as Ling Mo is willing, the uranium in his body will be released through his skin. Make the perceived environment full of radiation, and anyone who touches it cannot escape Ling Mo's eyes. It can also increase the intensity of radiation, which is a surprise for Ling Mo, who lacks large-scale damage. In this way, you can completely release radiation on the battlefield, making the enemies you touch get infected for no reason. Moreover, this move consumes very little energy. The large-scale damage plus low energy consumption is simply perfect. After a while, the Cardo brothers came to Ling Mo. Lord Ling Mo, you're looking for me? I wonder if there's anything you want to tell me. Cardo bent down and said respectfully. Now Cardo is very loyal to Ling Mo. He was the most aware of the changes Ling Mo had brought about. If it weren't for Ling Mo, Cardo would probably still be hiding in the land of waves, playing house. The appearance of Ling Mo can be said to have changed Cardo's life and allowed him to see the vastness of the world. So now Cardo sincerely submits to Ling Mo. A war is about to break out. I need to improve your strength to prevent anyone from attacking you. Ling Mo turned around and said, thank you, Master Ling Mo, for your cultivation. We, the Cardo brothers, will swear allegiance to you until death. Hearing that Ling Mo wanted to improve the strength of his two brothers, Cardo was extremely happy. He had watched a group of ninjas fighting each other every day and had long been envious, but he knew very well that he had no chance of becoming a ninja. And now Ling Mo has a way to improve his strength. How can Cardo not be happy? You deserve this. Let's start with you. Sit cross-legged and relax. Remember, this is going to hurt a lot, so don't faint. Ling Mo ordered Cardo to sit on the ground, while he went around to the back and began to gather energy. As the energy in his hand continued to attach to his arm, Ling Mo began to touch Cardo's shoulder. He needed energy to assimilate Cardo's body, constantly generating new bodies in the process. Just like peeling off a cocoon, it has to be done bit by bit. As the derivative assimilation began, Cardo also began to scream. Hold on, this is the price of power. If you fail, you will die instantly. The screaming Cardo was immediately frightened and quickly gritted his teeth to hold on. He really wanted to die, and no one knew where Cardo got the perseverance from, but he actually managed to persevere. An hour later, as the blue energy in his hand gradually faded, the derivative assimilation also ended. Cardona's bloated body also became strong, with tendons all over his body. Ling Mo's originally short body was forcibly raised by 10 centimeters. But at this time, Cardo had no time to feel the benefits of his body. He fainted in the end. Ling Mo asked Casey to bring a samurai sword over, and without saying a word, he slashed Kato several times. Casey, who was standing next to him, was almost frightened to death, thinking that Ling Mo was going to kill Kato. However, seeing that the samurai sword had chopped Kato several times without any harm, Casey breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Mo just tested it and found that Kato's current body can fully withstand the attack of B-level ninjutsu, and ordinary blades have lost their effect. Ling Mo was not particularly satisfied with the result and began to wonder whether he should give Kato another blow. After thinking about it, Ling Mo gave up the idea that even if he tried again, he probably wouldn't be able to improve much. I can only wait until my strength improves before thinking of a solution. This is enough for Kato to save his life for now, and he has Li Feng to protect him. After Kato finished, Ling Mo also did it to Casey. What Ling Mo didn't expect was that Casey didn't say a word, completely endured the pain, and didn't faint. Ling Mo was very satisfied with Casey's performance. Not long after, Kato woke up. Cardona was very happy to discover the changes in himself. He swung his fists a few times, creating gusts of wind, and then ran to the mirror like a child. Looking at his own muscular body, his eyes widened. He really wanted to go back to his wife and test her power to see if she still dared to laugh at him for being incompetent. He has been sad for a long time since he was frightened and collapsed by Ling Mo. After giving a daughter a big name, she becomes timid. I was even ridiculed. And now, Kato feels that he has become stronger, even stronger than after taking medicine. He had already imagined himself killing everyone. Ling Mo was speechless when he saw Kato constantly looking at himself in the mirror and showing off his figure. He simply didn't understand how painful it was for Kato to sleep in the past. In comparison, Casey is much quieter. After all, Casey had seen Ling Mo practicing many times, so he was very clear about his current strength. Alright, no more posing for the next few days that you two don't have to deal with business, just stay with me and train. How long will it take to completely control my power, then I can go back and watch myself. After hearing Ling Mo's words, the Kato brothers came back to their senses from their joy. You have to know that an ordinary person cannot control the sudden increase in strength well. Therefore, Ling Mo demanded that the two of them must be under complete control before he dared to let them go back. Otherwise, if you hurt the people around you, it will not be worth it. The Kato brothers knew that Ling Mo's words were for their own good and did not feel dissatisfied. While the Kato brothers were happy, Kakuzu was going crazy. As the finance minister of the Kato Chamber of Commerce, he watched the money being spent. There was only outflow and no inflow, which made Kakuzu's scalp numb with discomfort. Every day there are bills for purchasing goods, and the bills for income are even smaller. This makes those who love money feel uncomfortable. He now wants to punch in for more, although he knows the purpose of doing so, which must be a big move. But this is not the way to spend money. Finally, Kakuzu, who could no longer bear it, came to Ling Mo to complain. Why do you look so grim today, Kakuzu-sama? What happened? When Ling Mo saw Kakuzu coming in without knocking, he knew that he must be worried about money. Ling Mo, you made me the Minister of Finance just to torture me. Kakuzu slumped over, his face drooping with frustration that he had never been tortured like this in his life. Watching the money disappear one by one was a life worse than death for him. What do you mean? I sincerely invited you to be the Minister of Finance, and I haven't reduced your salary by a cent. Ling Mo pretended to be helpless and said, then what exactly do you want to do with this Chamber of Commerce? The entire Chamber of Commerce's funds are only enough to cover daily expenses, and the rest of the money is used to buy supplies. Aren't you cutting off your own path? You know, the price of supplies will drop. Even if you have a big operation, you won't need so much, right? Kakuzu expressed his doubts. He truly felt sorry for the money he had lost. Hey, I thought it was something else. Don't worry, Kakuzu-kun, in a month or two you'll just be sitting there counting money and everything will be over. Jiaozu was clearly a little skeptical of Ling Mo's words. His eyes revealed a look of stupidity that was almost written on his forehead. The Third Shinobi World War is about to break out, and my Kato Chamber of Commerce has acquired 80% of the supplies from the 5 major nations. Who has the final say on how much they'll sell for? If I add more fuel to the fire and let the fighting between the villages continue for several years, who will control the economies of the major countries by then? Kakuzu, who was originally depressed, brightened up his eyes after hearing Ling Mo's explanation. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? This made money much faster than buying and selling goods. Kakuzu finally realized that his path was narrowing. His previously slumped body straightened up. This was a big deal. The money he made would probably fill the entire treasury of the wave country. Kakuzu, who understood what was going on, didn't bother to talk to Ling Mo anymore. After leaving a few words, he quickly returned to his post. Ling Mo told Kakuzu his plan and was not afraid that he would leak it out. You know, Kakuzu loves money like his life. If he doesn't guard such a huge treasure trove, does he have to live in the open air as a bounty hunter? Besides, it's too late for anyone to know now, as most of the supplies have already arrived. This is a bait that must be eaten. If the major ninja villages don't eat it, they will die. If you break the rules, Ling Mo will not be so lenient. 2 days later, at the border between Feng and Huo, the team led by Minato Namikaze officially joined forces with Maki and Yura's team from the Hidden Sand Village. Everyone from the Hidden Sand Village, it's a pleasure to work with you. I am the leader of Konoha this time, Minato Namikaze. After the two teams met up, Minato was the first to introduce himself. I hope you guys are really going to encircle Uchiha Lingmo this time, and not set a trap. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. Yura from the Hidden Sand Village spoke, and did not give the Konoha people a good look. Just you guys, ridiculous. In the Konoha team, the Shimura clan's Jonin sneered disdainfully. Asshole, what did you say? When the people of the Hidden Sand Village heard Konoha mocking them, their anger instantly exploded. Some of them had already taken out their kunao and were ready to attack. Enough, this mission is important. Don't forget who our target is. Seeing that the two sides were about to draw swords, Maki immediately shouted loudly, "Sorry, Captain Minato, please restrain your men." Minato Namikaze also waved his hand to show his understanding. This is our first collaboration, so some bumps and arguments are inevitable. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration this time. Well, then let's talk about our plan this time. Maki should control his subordinates. The people began to discuss how to deal with Ling Mo. According to the intelligence we have received, Uchiha Lingmo has been hiding in the Land of Waves, where his lair is located. And he has a group of monsters under his command. About 100,000 of them are at the level of Jonin, but none of them know ninjutsu. These monsters are only strong in physical skills. If we want to deal with Ling Mo, we must first deal with those monsters. Minato Namikaze shared the information he knew with everyone in the Hidden Sand Village. When the people in the Hidden Sand Village heard that there were 1,000 Jonin-level monsters, they also took a breath. There are only about 30 of them in total, so the chances of winning are a bit slim. Don't worry too much, everyone. My suggestion is that we choose an open area as the battlefield. Set up a large number of traps and use large-scale ninjutsu to eliminate the monsters based on their weakness of not knowing ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the leader of the Sand Village and I will hold Ling Mo back to buy time for everyone. Or we can set up a barrier in advance to control Uchiha Lingmo, and then use a round-robin battle to wear him down. Minato Namikaze expressed his thoughts and plans. Everyone agreed with Minato Namikaze's proposal. They would definitely not be able to win if they fought head-on. Only by using traps can you be sure of success. I think both proposals can be carried out at the same time. After it is under control, we can try the sealing technique to seal Uchiha Lingmo. This will reduce unnecessary casualties. Maki further modified Minato Namikaze's proposal to make the plan more perfect. Then everyone put forward their own opinions and began to improve the operation of trapping the beast in a cage. According to everyone's suggestions, the cage belonging to Ling Mo has been woven. However, what they didn't know was that it would start from the moment they entered the territory of River Country. Ling Mo's intelligence organization has already kept an eye on this group of people marching towards the Land of Waves. You know, after Ling Mo withdrew the intelligence personnel from the 5 major ninja villages, most of them were active in River Country. Although Minato Namikaze and his men made a simple cover-up, they still could not escape the trained intelligence personnel. Soon, the information that the Sand Village and Konoha were joining forces to go to the Land of Waves fell into Ling Mo's hands. Lord Ling Mo, do we need to send someone to take care of them? Casey stood in front of Ling Mo and asked respectfully. The alliance between the Hidden Sand Village and Konoha made Casey a little worried whether it would affect Ling Mo's plan. No need. Let them enter the Land of Waves with peace of mind. I want to see what tricks these people will come up with. Once we enter the Land of Waves, keep a close eye on them and strengthen the defenses of all major material storage areas. Ling Mo was very curious about how the two villages would team up to deal with him. It was impossible for Konoha not to know that he had a large number of aliens. More than 30 people are not enough, or perhaps Konoha underestimated Ling Mo and thought he could not make any waves. It's really unexpected. I didn't expect that. Not only did the two sides not fight, but they actually joined forces. Since you've come here, I'll let you all stay. I want to see if you can still join forces in a friendly manner again. The collaboration between the Hidden Sand Village and Konoha was somewhat unexpected to Ling Mo. But the problem is not big. Ling Mo just needs to stir up a little dispute. He didn't believe that the alliance between the two villages would be unbreakable. Now Ling Mo just needed to wait quietly. In the Land of Waves. Well then, Captain Maki, let's proceed according to the plan. After 2 days, the team led by Minato Namikaze and Maki officially arrived in the Land of Waves. Well, I hope you can find Uchiha Lingmo soon, so let's start now. Let's go. Maki led the assigned team and separated from Minato Namikaze, heading in different directions. After the two teams of Konoha and Sand Village reorganized and separated, they began this mission. Minato Namikaze led the Hyaga clan, the Abarame clan, the Nara clan and the ninjas of the Sand Village to form a 6-person intelligence exploration team. He began to search extensively for useful intelligence in the Land of Waves. The main task is to collect intelligence and find out the specific location of Ling's death. Wait for the other team to set the trap, and then have Minato Namikaze provoke Ling Mo to lead them to siege the trap. Most of the people led by Maki began to look for open areas, set up a large number of traps, and wait for Ling Mo's arrival. After discussions and adjustments between the two villages, the teams are no longer in a position to fight as soon as they meet as they did at the beginning. Although the cooperation this time was not very tacit, it was still smooth and things were proceeding in an orderly manner. Minato, isn't it a little too easy for us to get to the land of waves? According to the information provided by Elder Danzo, they were attacked upon entering the waters of Wave Country. But for such a large team like ours, nothing happened at all. I think it's a bit unusual. For this encirclement and suppression, the Nara family sent Nara Shikaku as the operative. As a smart person, Shikaku quickly discovered the discrepancies in the information. My bugs have been restless since we entered the land of waves. Perhaps we are already within the range of Uchiha Lingmo's surveillance. Abarame Shiwei also echoed. It seems that we may have been exposed. Minato Namikaze had become serious at this time, considering they had just landed. If Ling Mo didn't know about this, he would definitely encounter some trouble along the way. Now that they have entered the land of waves so smoothly, I guess it was Ling Man who let them in. At this time, Minato Namikaze was thinking that Ling Mo was planning to hide and didn't want to cause any more trouble. Or do you plan to split up their team and defeat them one by one? However, Minato Namikaze did not have Ling Mo's brains and had no idea what he was trying to do. It doesn't matter even if we're discovered. He's our target. I just need to find him and wait for Maki to finish setting the trap. When the time comes, no matter what conspiracy Uchiha Lingmo has, we just have to take it on. Ever since Minato Namikaze fought Ling Mo and Lulin, he no longer focused on how to play tricks on Ling Mo. He knew that these things were useless against Ling Mo, so he just had to find Ling Mo, provoke him, lure him into a trap, and then fight him head on. Often, the more carefully thought out the plan is, the more Ling Mo will not play by the rules. The simpler the idea, the more likely it is to have unexpected results. Since Uchiha Lingmo may have discovered us, why don't we just go directly into his field of vision? We're looking for him openly and honestly, but we don't know if he'll run away. After thinking about it, Nara Shikaka said, I have an idea. Let's go to the local mafia and ask them for help. Let's spread some news, such as the news that Uchiha Lingmo is a disaster star. How about provoking him like this and making him come out to us directly, said Hyaga Kawachi, the Jonin from the branch of the Hyaga clan. Are you sure this method will work? If you irritate Uchiha Ling and drag it out, it will be a disaster. Abarame Shiwei looked behind her and said to Hinata Kawachi, don't worry, I'm sure that as long as he knows that someone is spreading news about him, he will definitely come out. Even if he doesn't show up, we won't lose anything. If he does, we can just proceed according to the plan. Besides, if we approach him with such fanfare, he'll take it more seriously. This way we can seize the advantage instead of passively waiting for Uchiha Lingmo to show up. Hinata River to himself, they are very confident in their method. As long as Uchiha Lingmo appears, they will have a way to capture him. You have to know that they are two villages joining forces, and they are very powerful. Since you are so sure, then try it your way. Namikaze Minato thought that Hinata Kawari's method was good, and he also wanted to know whether Ling Mo would take the bait. They knew very little about Ling Mo even after joining forces. Kanaha and the Hidden Sand Village still hadn't shared all their information. Both sides held back, each wanting to maintain control. Let's go find the biggest gang in Wave Country. Minato Namikaze led a few people to directly find the local gang forces. While a few people were looking for the gang forces, the trap set by Maki was in full swing on the other side. As long as the money is in place, everything is easy to talk about. Namikaze Minato and his men finally contacted Cardo's men by robbing the gangsters. The subordinate happened to be a member of the intelligence organization. He knew what was going on at a glance and reported it directly to Cardo. At this time, in a certain room, Cardo had already reported the request for help from Minato Namikaze and others to Ling Mo. Ling Mo simply took advantage of the situation and asked Cardo to help pass the message on. Let Minato Namikaze and the others sing the opera first, while I will continue with the performance. 2 days later, the country of waves was peaceful. People from all major forces were hiding at home, and only a few people came out. Some civilians prayed that they would not encounter a disaster. With Hinata Kawachi's generous spending, the news spread quickly. Ling Mo was a rebellious ninja who was a disaster star. He was also bloodthirsty and cruel. He killed his parents with his own hands, tortured his companions, provoked trouble, and killed anyone he saw. With Hinata Kawachi's exaggeration, word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, until gradually everyone knew about it. All the major powers stayed indoors, and the common people hid in their homes, not daring to come out. Only the bravest dared to wander the streets. Everyone was praying not to meet that demon. Looks like it's time to go out and move around. Ling Mo stretched his neck. After 2 days of preparation, the rumors spread by Minato Namikaze and others had already spread widely in the market. Hinata Kawachi confidently observed the rumors spreading in the city. He was convinced that once Uchiha Lingmo heard the news, he would be unable to contain his anger. Seeing the rumor spreading, Hayaga Kawachi felt a little proud and boasted to Minato Namikaze and the others, "Well, this plan is great, right? Now we just have to wait for Uchiha Lingmo to show up. Chuan Liujun, you'd better be careful. Our plan is to lure Lingmo into the trap. It's a bit early to anger him now." Kanaha's Minato Namikaze and the others were a little worried about Hayaga Kawari. They were worried that if Lingmo knew that it was Uchiha Lingmo who came from the Hayaga River, he would be the first to attack him. After all, Lingmo's strength should not be underestimated. If things go wrong, Hinata Kawerara might become the first victim. However, Hinata Kawashima didn't care about this at all. He firmly believed that with so many of them, they would be able to deal with Lingmo. He was confident in his own strength, but he didn't know that he was just sent by the Hayaga branch to deal with this operation. He thought he was entrusted with an important task, but he did not realize the horror of Ling's death. Well, don't worry, nothing will happen. Kanaha's Minato Namikaze and others could only sigh and remind him to fend for himself. Once the war broke out, they would have no time to take care of him. Hinata Kawashima didn't take it seriously and didn't take Lingmo seriously at all. He thought that the information was just exaggerated and nothing to be afraid of. At this time, Lingmo was about to meet with Minato Namikaze and the others when Cardo came over with the latest information. "Lord Lingmo, the hidden sand village seems to have set a trap on an uninhabited island near the land of waves." Lingmo sneered, "Are you trying to lure me into a trap? Then I'll go test how deep this trap is and see if it's deep enough for me to step into." From the moment Minato Namikaze and his companions entered the land of waves, all movements were under Lingmo's control. By this time, Lingmo already understood what they were planning. "Go get ready. The show is about to begin." Cardo obeyed the order and immediately went to carry out Lingmo's mission. After that, Lingmo strode out. The stage had already been set up by the people from Konoha and the hidden sand village. The opera by Minato Namikaze and the others has already started singing, and now all that's left is for Lingmo to appear on stage. Not long after, Minato Namikaze and his companions were wandering around the empty streets. At this time, Hinata Kawashima was waiting for Lingmo's arrival with complacency. He didn't know that Lingmo already knew their plan and was ready to teach them a lesson. Minato Namikaze looked at Hinata Kawaka's confident look and couldn't help feeling a little worried. "Chuanliu, you have to be careful. Lingmo is not as easy to deal with as you think." "Captain Minato, don't worry, I know what to do." Hinata Kawerara didn't care. He was very confident in his strength and the Hayaga family. However, he didn't know that his confidence would be completely shattered in the following battle. Not long after, Lingmo's figure appeared in their sight. He walked forward step by step, each step seeming to announce his arrival. Hinata Kawashima looked at Lingmo, and suddenly a feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. But it was too late. Lingmo had already walked in front of them. The battle is about to begin. Fire style, great fireball technique. Lingmo didn't even say hello when they met, but just used a ninjutsu to attack him. "Be careful, spread out." A huge flame was approaching Minato's team. Seeing this, Minato asked everyone to disperse quickly to avoid Lingmo's sudden attack. The fireball technique was extremely powerful, and the resulting flame shockwave quickly sprayed out in a fan shape in front of Lingmo. The buildings it passed by were reduced to ruins, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were extinguished by a small fire. After everyone moved away, they dispersed and formed a circle to wrap up Lingmo. Feeling the heatwave created by Lingmo's fire release ninjutsu, everyone began to be on high alert. An ordinary fireball technique reduced several houses to ruins. Moreover, everyone was affected to some extent when they avoided it. The power was so great that it made those who had never fought with Lingmo a little scared. Except for Minato Namikaze and Shiwei Aberame, everyone else was fighting Lingmo for the first time. Lingmo's powerful ninjutsu as soon as he appeared on the stage had deeply shocked several people. "Trouble, this guy is very troublesome." Nara Shikaku's face was even more gloomy, and he was muttering in his heart. "Uchiha Lingmo, you finally showed up. This time I won't let you go like I did last time. You have already destroyed the peace between the villages and attempted to start a war. I urge you to surrender." Seeing that everyone was peaceful, Minato Namikaze gave a boring opening speech. "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous, a bunch of garbage spewing shit comes to me and shouts for justice. This is really hilarious. Haven't you started enough wars for your own benefit?" Lingmo turned his head and sneered at Minato Namikaze, finding Minato's words extremely harsh. The struggle between the villages has never stopped, and the members of Minato's team are aware of it. It's just that Lingmo has already affected the interests of the two villages, so they came to eliminate him. Lingmo's words left everyone speechless. Although they knew that there were conflicts between the villages, it was not as serious as Lingmo said, and everything they did was for the benefit of the village and to protect their homes. But Lingmo's words were like a sharp knife, piercing their hearts. "Humph, no matter what, you are a sinner who disturbs the peace." Namikaze Minato retorted, having already decided in his heart that Lingmo was a madman who wanted to start a war. "Peace, what is the peace you are preaching? Isn't it just the equal distribution of benefits, checks, and balances on each other? As long as one side rises or weakens and threatens the interests of other villages, this balance will be broken and war will be triggered. Rather than saying that I am destroying the peace, it is better to say that you are destroying the peace. Ling Mo's words left everyone speechless and they were unable to refute, because everything Ling Mo said was true. The peace they advocated was based solely on checks and balances among the villages. As long as one side breaks the balance, war will break out. That's why Hashirama Senju had to balance the forces of all parties and maintain peace. However, this peace is only temporary, and as long as enough power rises, it will break this balance. Just like after the death of Hashirama Senju, no one could control the situation, and each village had its own ulterior motives, which led to one conflict after another. You are right, but we are protecting the interests of the majority. But you only consider your own interests and don't care about the lives of others. You are being selfish. Nara Shikaku retorted that it was also his first time seeing an Uchiha like Ling Mo. Ling Mo is completely different from the Uchiha in the village, that he thinks the current Ling Mo is much crazier than the Uchiha in the village. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan in the village is a proud child. Selfish? What a joke. You keep saying it's for peace, but in reality you're doing it for your own benefit. If you truly want peace, you should give up your own interests and consider the interests of the majority wholeheartedly. Ling Mo's words left everyone speechless, even though they were fighting for the benefit of the village. But in Ling Mo's view, their behavior was selfish. Because their peace is only based on checks and balances, not really for the benefit of the majority. Alright, stop wasting time talking to him, let's go together, beat him. Hinata Kawashima shouted impatiently, he couldn't wait to deal with Ling Mo. However, Ling Mo didn't even look at him and simply ignored him. This made Hinata Kawachi feel very unhappy. Are you ready to take action now that you can't argue? Then I'll have fun with you guys today. After saying this, Ling Mo's eyes were sharp, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Violent chakra and energy vented around Ling's eye. The huge pressure spread out from around Ling Mo and directly reached everyone. Nanny, how is this possible? With this kind of momentum, is he still a human being? What a strong sense of oppression. This feeling is even more terrifying than the tailed beasts. Everyone felt the terrible pressure on their bodies, and cold sweat broke out on their backs unconsciously. I felt it was impossible and unbelievable. Ling Mo was no longer someone they could deal with, and this thought gradually arose in everyone's minds. Only Minato Namikaze felt that he could give it a try using his magic. On a tall building in the distance, Baiju was half exposed, looking at the people confronting each other in the distance. Are you going to start fighting? I have to watch it carefully and show it to Madara-sama later. This kind of fighting scene is rare, and Baizetsu is already looking forward to it. Are you ready? Let's begin. Ling Mo revealed a cruel smile and began to gather energy in his hands into the shape of a blade. Secret technique, shadow binding technique. Nara Shikaku didn't wait for Ling Mo to finish showing off, and took the initiative to use ninjutsu to catch him off guard. Seeing Nara Shikaku's shadow coming, Ling Mo still stood where he was. But when the people from Sand Village saw that the monster stopped attacking, they knew that Ling Mo had no intention of taking action now. But if they don't fight the Konoha ninja, the attacks will continue. And since Konoha betrayed them, they might as well take someone else with them. What I said at the beginning still stands, that whichever of your two villages can kill the other village completely, I will let the winner go. When Ling Mo saw that the people from the Sand Village had already started fighting with the Konoha ninjas, his interest was immediately piqued. In order to make the fight more lively, he doesn't mind giving the Sand Village some hope. Ling Mo was not optimistic about the Sand Village at all. That you have to know that Konoha sent out senior ninjas from major families. Even if their strength is not that great, they are still much stronger than ordinary ninjas. After all, the resources are there. As for the Sand Village, there are only 2 or 3 top fighters on the field, and the strong ones are all hiding in the village, making it difficult to deal with the Konoha people. What's more, there is also Minato Namikaze present. But the people from the Sand Village on the scene didn't think so. When they heard Ling Mo's words, their eyes lit up and they all felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. There is no dignity or belief left, only the instinct to survive. It was completely different from the battle with the monster just now. This also made everyone in Konoha a little troubled. Those who originally wanted to gather together now had no chance to gather again. Maki and the others didn't want them to escape at all. Everyone from the Sand Village, how about we have a good talk? I can take you out, as long as... Seeing that things were beyond his control, Minato Namikaze decided to have a good talk with Maki and others. Do you think it's possible, Minato? Have you asked me? I will always keep an eye on you. Ling Mo smiled and interrupted Minato Namikaze, saying that it was impossible for him to let everyone get out alive. Only one of the 2 villages can survive, otherwise how can the war between them break out? Seeing that his words were interrupted by Ling Mo, and his thoughts were cut off. This made Minato Namikaze very uncomfortable, and the people in the Sand Village could no longer trust the people of Konoha. As time goes by, the struggle among dozens of people has become increasingly intense. Minato Namikaze did not kill him, he still believed that he could persuade Maki and others. I have been fighting back and forth with Maki. However, luck will not always be on his side. Go to hell, you bastard Konoha. Yura saw that his chakra was almost exhausted, so he tried to give everyone in the Sand Village hope of survival. He covered his entire body with explosive talismans and rushed towards the wounded soldiers of Konoha. Maki, who was fighting with Minato Namikaze in the distance, screamed when he saw this. Yura, no, stop him quickly. Don't let him get close to the wounded. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Fire technique. Seeing Yura rushing towards the wounded of Konoha regardless of his life, Uchiha N attacked him directly with a fire escape. Boom, boom. However, Uchiha Yan was still a step too slow. Those wounded Konoha soldiers had no power to resist at all, including Nara Shikaku. All of them were blown into pieces by Yura, who was covered with detonating tags, and the people who were blocking the way were also affected. Seeing Yura risking his life to give his teammates a chance to live, the people of Konoha fell silent, but at the same time became angry, and began to kill without regard for their lives and without mercy. The eyes of those people in the Sand Village who were almost exhausted began to change, revealing a determination to face death. And Ling Mo still watched all this indifferently. To him, these people were not worthy of sympathy, whether it was Konoha or the Sand Village. In Ling Mo's opinion, the war started by this group of people for their own interests has killed many more people than he has killed. What Ling Mo wants to do is to make all ninjas feel pain. This world does not need any messy ninja villages, it only needs an empire that can dominate the world. Uchiha Ling Mo, you are simply a devil. The arrogant Uchiha Yan had to call Ling Mo a devil at this time. It was the first time he had seen someone who could manipulate others at will and be so cruel. Ha 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 ha. Demon, if I'm a demon, then what about the entire Uchiha clan? What is the entire Konoha? Tell me, Uchiha Yan. Ling Mo was amused by Uchiha Yan's words. You know, the reason why Ling Mo was standing here was all thanks to the Uchiha clan and Konoha. You. Uchiha Yan had nothing to say at this time. Everything Ling Mo had now was created by his own family. It was cared by everyone in Konoha by watering and fertilizing it. If the clan had not fought for power, Ling would have been the pillar of the clan. But it's too late to regret now. Ling Mo is a demon created by the entire Konoha community. Boom! With Yura's lead, the remaining Sand Village ninjas also began to imitate his actions. Whenever there is a chance, he will use a human bomb against the Konoha ninjas. Maki, the leader of the Sand Village, was already in tears. He was very sad and angry that he hated the pain brought by Ling's death, hated everyone in Konoha, and hated himself for being too weak. All of this was caused by Konoha. If I have the chance, if I walk out alive today, I will make you Konoha pay a heavy price. Maki fell to his knees and howled in grief to the sky. His eyes were filled with overwhelming hatred, but his anger only resulted in his teammates falling one by one. Minato Namikaze saw that only a few of his teammates were left. I no longer have the desire to talk to the Sand Village anymore. Now he just wants to end this matter quickly. He ignored Maki, who was kneeling for a long time, and went to support the people of Konoha. Ling Mo turned to look at Maki, looking at this young man full of hatred. Light ninja. She walked right up to him and said, I can give you a chance to live, don't you need it? You've seen it too, you're no match for Konoha, and I can let you live with hatred. Ling Mo narrowed his eyes and smiled brightly, and in Maki's opinion, this is quite simply the devil's smile. However, Ling Mo's words gave him hope of surviving and avenging his teammates. What do I need to pay? Maki's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Ling Mo with hatred in his hoarse voice. At this moment, he just wanted to go back alive, work hard to become stronger and then take revenge. From Konoha to Ling Mo, he will definitely not let anyone go. It's simple, drink it, and I'll get you out safely. Ling Mo took out a small bottle of trilobite black water from his arms and handed it to Maki. Uchiha Ling Mo, what are you going to do? You can't listen to his Maki. After dealing with all the Sand Village ninjas except Maki, Namikaze Minato instantly arrived not far from Ling Mo. He didn't understand what Ling Mo was up to. Maki would not listen to Minato Namikaze at all. He had no choice but to take revenge in the future. He took the bottle from Ling Mo's hand, opened it, and drank the trilobite black water without even looking at it. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze had no choice but to sigh softly. He knew that a tough enemy would appear in Konoha in the future, and the kind that would fight to the death. He didn't dare to kill Maki in front of Ling Mo. The few remaining ninjas in Konoha were still in Ling Mo's hands. If he killed him by force, Ling Mo would definitely target the remaining Konoha ninjas, and Namikaze Minato simply couldn't afford the risk. He could only watch as Maki became Ling's pawn. In the distance, Li Feng, who was with Cardo and others, saw this scene. He couldn't help but clench his fists a little tighter. He understood that this was Uchiha Ling's test of him and also Ling Mo's warning. Little did he know that Ling Mo, who had the system, already knew whether Li Feng was sincere in his surrender. He let Maki go just to make things difficult for Konoha. Li Feng was just overthinking it. Why, the third Kaze cage can't bear to see his men die. Kakuzu was enjoying the fun, and when he saw Li Feng clenching his fists, he started to tease him. They asked for it. I am no longer the third Kaze caged, I am now merely a subordinate of Lord Lingmo. Li Feng looked at the battlefield and didn't take Kakuzu's teasing to heart. It is impossible to say that I don't feel sad, after all, they are people from the Sand Village. However, Ling Mo's strength was not something that the Sand Village could contend with. Li Feng had no choice but to surrender and believe that Ling Mo would not destroy the Sand Village. He would not try to control the Sand Village, he had no choice but to surrender in exchange for the safety of the village. As for what the village is doing now, just consider it as a warning to the village. He believed Cho would make a wise choice. On the field, Minato-kun, it's over. Do you want to stay for dinner? I don't mind treating you well. Seeing Minato Namikaze come up to join in the fun, Ling Mo asked directly. Excuse me, please continue. After saying that, Namikaze Minato quickly took the few remaining people and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the place. The situation was irreversible and he could only report it to his superiors. It was impossible to stay and chat with Ling Mo, otherwise I might get myself into trouble. So when he saw Ling Mo asking him, he quickly ran away. Seeing Minato Namikaze quickly evacuate using the Flying Thunder God technique, Ling Mo's mouth twitched. I thought that since I had agreed to let them go, was there any need to run so fast? Ling Mo was attracted by the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing how easy it was for Minato Namikaze to use it, he also wanted to try it. But I have to ask Orikimura first if I can get it. If not, I can only get it after the Konoha collapse plan is implemented. Maki, right? You're the only one left on the court now. Do you need me to take you back? Need not. Maki now wanted to peel off Ling Mo's skin and ask him to send him back, but it was impossible. He would rather crawl back than take Ling C's car. Okay then, it's up to you. Ling Mo said indifferently that all the remaining ninjas in Konoha had been taken away by Minato Namikaze. Maki is the only one left in the Sand Village. The encirclement and suppression operation in the two villages ended in a disastrous defeat. Ling Mo also took the two monsters back into the space. Several people including Kadaji Aoda who were watching the battle from a distance also rushed over, but Li Feng did not follow. Because Maki was still at the scene, Li Feng didn't know how to face this former subordinate. Lord Ling Shan, do we need to take this sand ninja away? Cardo stepped forward and asked. No, let him go. As long as he doesn't hurt our people, don't worry about him. Looking at Maki who was still kneeling on the ground, Ling Mo was a little speechless. Doesn't your rib cage hurt? You've been kneeling for so long and you still don't want to get up. Right, clean this up. See if Maki wants the bodies and stuff. Pack up the rest of the Konoha ninja and send them back to Konoha. Remember to ask them to pay the shipping fee in the name of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce. Cardo, come with me. Ling Mo didn't want Konoha's garbage to pollute his territory. Sending it back to Konoha can also anger the third Hokage and ninjas of various clans. This wave of operations can be said to be shrimp and pig heart. It can attack the entire Konoha village back and forth, and even make them vomit. A moment later, Ling Mo led Cardo to the place where they had watched the battle just now, and Li Feng was waiting there. Gale, I killed the ninjas from the Sand Village, you won't feel bad, will you? Ling Mo's words hit Li Feng right in the heart. Li Feng, with a serious expression, felt a pang in his heart. Looking at Ling Mo, I thought, if you don't know how to chat, then you don't have to. Is there anything like this that touches people's sore spot? I do feel bad for them, they are the village's ninja after all, but they asked for it. There's nothing I can do. I can only say they deserve this. Li Feng looked at Ling Mo and said, I will make it up to you and the Sand Village for what happened today. My words from the beginning are still valid. I will make your former village glorious again. I mean what I say. Ling Mo must destroy this alliance between the two villages. This must be done. As for what Li Feng felt, he couldn't tell. All I can say is that I will try my best to compensate the Sand Village in the future. Thank you very much, Master Lingmo. Knowing that Ling Mo always kept his word, Li Feng didn't say much. I just hope that the Sand Village will get better in the future. Now only a dozen ninjas have been sacrificed, and the foundation of the village cannot be harmed. Okay, now it's time to get down to business. Kato, later you go find the daimyo of Wave Country and ask him to draft a letter of reprimand, accusing Konoha and Sand Village for spreading rumors in the land of waves, causing riots, threatening the local chamber of commerce and spreading negative information. They launched a large-scale conflict within the land of waves, resulting in countless civilian casualties. We strongly condemn them and demand an explanation. Otherwise, stop the commercial exchanges between the two countries, as well as the escort missions between the two villages. They will also hire renegade ninjas and offer bounties on ninjas who invade the land of waves. Ling Mo said a lot of things in a flash, telling Cardo what to do next. The industrial chain of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce over the past 4 years has already been deeply rooted in the 5 major ninja villages. If it is suddenly stopped, This is tantamount to directly shutting off the economic income of the two countries for 1 year. This will paralyze the economies of the two villages and put them into a weak state. And this is what Ling Mo wanted. He wanted to increase the fire. Let the other 3 villages add firewood to make things even more chaotic. Gale, besides secretly protecting Cardo, you must also pay attention to the situation in the Land of Waves. If any unknown ninja sneaks into the Land of Waves, I allow you to kill them directly. Seeing the collaboration between the two villages, Ling Mo guessed that someone must have sneaked in. Otherwise, we wouldn't have locked down his whereabouts so quickly. However, Ling Mo didn't care much about it. It wouldn't be long before he would appear openly in front of all the villages. Yes, Lord Lingmo, Clear Cardo and Li Fang replied that they understood that the next step would be the rise of Lingmo's forces, and the beginning was the subsequent Third Ninja World War. What is this breath? Just when Ling Mo finished what he wanted to say, a faint aura appeared in the remaining radiation area on the island. I want to see who is so bold as to spy on me. After saying that, Ling Mo rushed over there at the fastest speed. Before Cardo and Li Fang could react, Ling Mo was already approaching the island area. Ling Mo spread out his own radiation source, controlling the radiation elements to quickly spread throughout the entire island. After a while, found you, little mouse. Under the coverage of the radiation source, faint chakra came from a tree. This bit of chakra was completely exposed by White Zetsu, who was hiding in the tree. No way, how did he find me? How could my mayfly technique be so easily detected? Baiju saw Ling Mo rushing towards him quickly. He immediately prepared to hide underground, but was still a second too late. When Ling Mo is at full speed, his speed is comparable to the short-range flying Thunder God technique. Come out! Ling Mo shouted directly and quickly stretched his arm under the tree roots. What? How could it be so fast? Baiju, who was in shock, was grabbed by the neck by Ling Mo and pulled out from underground. I see, what a surprise. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain today. Looking at Baiju, who was struggling in his hands, Ling Mo smiled brightly. I was just worrying about not having a gift for Orochimaru, and now a gift has arrived at my door. Ling Mo admired Baiju's body as if he had discovered an incredible toy. Originally, White Zetsu had perfectly, but he underestimated the radiation elements in the air. When the Queen Muto released the electromagnetic pulse, a lot of radioactive elements were released from her body. Ling Mo only recovered a part of it, and the remaining radiation source was very small and did not have much impact on the ninja. So no one cared about it, but who knew that White Zetsu had Hashirama's cells in his body? It can actually react with a small amount of radioactive elements, and it is benign. Even White Zetsu himself did not notice it. Under the catalysis of the radioactive elements in Hashirama's cells, the chakra was unconsciously exposed. This allowed Ling Mo to discover Baiju's whereabouts. After a while, the Cardo brothers, Kakuzu, and Li Fang all ran over after noticing the situation. What is this? It looks so weird. Kakuzu asked as he looked at the White Zetsu in Ling Mo's hand, and Kato and the others were also very confused. Who is this naked person in all white? This is great stuff, but there's some bad news. We are being targeted by a being that was once incredibly powerful. Ling Mo's words made several people's faces change. You know, this is a critical period. If this third party disrupts their plans, it will be very troublesome. Don't worry, he is old now, and I am no longer afraid of him. Seeing that everyone's faces were rather grim, Ling Mo hurriedly spoke, then revealed a wicked smile. Can't you just finish it all at once? You know how people choke to death when they're halfway through. But who is this being you are talking about? Jiao Du was complaining unhappily, obviously frightened by Ling Mo's half-sentence just now. Ah la la, you've all heard of this character. His name is Uchiha Madara, the ninja hero. After Ling Mo said this, several people looked at him quietly, with an expression of disbelief. In their understanding, Uchiha Madara is already dead and cannot be alive. Seeing that the few people didn't believe him, Ling Mo let go of Baiju's neck and grabbed his head instead. Then he asked Baizetsu, do you think what I just said is correct, Baizetsu? Baiju, who had recovered his breath, looked at Ling Mo with horrified eyes, mumbling unconsciously. Cough, 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 how is it possible? Why do you know all this? We haven't told any of us anything about Madara-sama, so there's no way you could know. Hearing White Zetsu's reply, the others were a little confused. They obviously found it a little unbelievable. How did Uchiha Madara survive until now? Wasn't he killed in a fight with Senju Hashirama? Cardo asked curiously at this time. He just used fake death to escape, and that battle was also a conspiracy of Mr. Madara. Ling Mo simply answered Cardo's question. At this moment, he was wondering whether he should go and meet Uncle Ban now. After all, he is my great-uncle, so it shouldn't be a problem to go and meet him. Tell me, what did Uchiha Madara send you for? If you don't tell me, I'll use you for research. Ling Mo narrowed his eyes and said to Baizetsu gently, Ahem, Lord Madara knows your life story, so he sent me to watch you secretly to prevent you from encountering any danger. Master Madara already knows all your information. so you can let me go, we're not enemies after all. Baiju looked at Ling Mo helplessly. In Baiju's opinion, Ling Mo was one of his own and he could reveal some things to him. Tisk tisk tisk, interesting, I thought you wouldn't say anything. Ling Mo didn't expect that he had been targeted by Ban and was stripped naked. I originally thought that a small character like myself would not attract Madara's attention. I didn't expect that what I did was so conspicuous that I was still discovered. Ling Mo immediately let go of White Zetsu. He wanted to talk to Uchiha Madara first. So this White Zetsu is still useful now. I know you have a way to contact Madara. Just inform him and tell him that I have something to discuss with him. Baizetsu also knew that he couldn't run away, so it had to extend a branch-like tentacle from its leg to connect to the ground. Lord Lingmo, could it be that you, Kato, it's better not to ask some questions. Just do your own thing. Cardo wanted to know what the relationship between Ling Mo and Uchiha Madara was. However, he was stopped from asking questions by Li Feng, who had been silent for a long time, as the shadow of a village. Li Feng understood that the more he knew, the faster he would die, especially since he was now working under Ling Mo. You should be more careful and don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. When Cardo saw Li Feng stopping him, he realized that something was wrong with what he had done just now. So he bowed his head and apologized, knowing that he had crossed the line. It's okay, Li Feng, you guys are all people I trust, so it's okay for you to know. I am the grandson of Uchiha Izuna, which means that the current Uchiha Madara is my great-uncle. Ling Mo said indifferently that it didn't matter even if others knew about this kind of thing. Moreover, even if they didn't say it, the Uchiha clan's top leaders would spread it sooner or later. That was just a matter of time. Dear gentlemen, please give me some advice. I wrote it by myself and no one commented on it, so I don't know whether it is good or bad. It feels like no one is reading it, and my motivation to continue writing has been halved. You can vote to decide who will be the next monster to appear: Tailed Rat, Thunder Monster, Anguirus, Titan Monster Rodden, Ordinary Male Muto, or other monsters. You can also consider the monsters in Ultraman, just don't make them too terrible. I feel like the monsters in Ultraman are a bit too strong. Nanny! Several people were shocked by Ling Mo's words again. They didn't expect Ling Mo's identity and background to be so impressive. Despite having such a powerful background, the Uchiha clan gave up on it and Konoha let it go. Judging from the strength Ling Mo has shown now, they really can't understand what those people in Konoha are thinking. He unexpectedly turned Ling Mo into his own executioner for no reason. Several people thought that the Konoha high-level officials had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Soon, the news of White Zetsu reached Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect that White Zetsu was discovered. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. Tell Uchiha Lingmo that I agree to see him. Bring him here. Age Spots, sitting on the stone bed, spoke slowly with his eyes closed. Black Zetsu, who had just returned from gathering intelligence, seemed to be thinking about something. As the sixth oldest man in the millennium, Black Zetsu had to consider whether Ling Mo would affect his plans. Ling Mo's appearance made Madara act a little differently than before, which made Black Zetsu alert. Lord Lingmo, Lord Ban has agreed to your request. I can take you to see him now. After receiving the reply from Uchiha Madara, White Zetsu hurriedly spoke to Ling Mo. Ling Mo nodded and arranged with Kato and the others what to do next. Just follow my plan and be on guard during this time. I expect many ninjas will come to gather intelligence. Kato, ask Orochimaru to come out. He can choose the place and time in 2 weeks. When I get back from Uchiha Madara, I'm going to meet him in person. I understand, Lord Lingmo. Several people responded in unison. After arranging everything with Cardo and others, Ling Mo pulled by Zetsu onto the little Rodden and began to fly in the indicated direction. With White Zetsu's guidance, Ling Mo knew the direction of Uchiha Madara's base. However, it is relatively far away. It is located in the Land of Fire, in the Wonga Forest next to the border of the Land of Field. If you want to walk there, it will take at least 3 days to get there. Fortunately, Ling Mo had Rodden, so he was flying relatively fast. You can easily get there in 1 day. Note, I couldn't find out where Madara was hiding, so I chose a location near the 4th Shinobi World War. What should I call you when I see you, Master Madara? Calling him uncle is a bit awkward. Forget it, just call him uncle. I'll have to get some wool from him when I see him, otherwise it would be a shame for me to come all the way here. I've been craving this White Zetsu for a long time, but if I wasn't afraid of not being able to beat Master Madara, I would have gotten him a long time ago. Ling Mo stared at Baiju standing in front of him, his saliva almost flowing out. At this time, Baiju, who was pointing the way in the front row, was being stared at by Ling Mo. He felt a chill on his back. Why are you staring at me? Is it because I'm pretty? Hiss, Madara-sama's nephew wouldn't have any special hobbies, would he? Lily, oh my, no, that's not right. Gay, Masaga, probably. Baizetsu muttered to himself. But no matter how small the sound was, it was still heard by Ling Mo behind him. The more Ling Mo listened, the more he felt something was wrong, and blue veins slowly began to bulge from his temples. Shut up! Bang! Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Unable to bear it any longer, Ling Mo punched Baiju on the head. If he continues talking nonsense, I don't know where he'll end up. If it wasn't still useful now, Ling Mo would have wanted to give him a facehugger directly. I didn't say anything, Lord Ling Mo. Baiju covered his head and looked at Ling Mo pitifully. Seeing Ling Mo's sharp eyes, Baiju shut his mouth obediently. However, Baizetsu's thinking process is different from that of ordinary people, and he started to daydream again after a while. Although he didn't say it out loud, you can tell from his expression that he definitely didn't mean any good. Ling Mo was also troubled by this and thought about killing Baiju first when he got to the place. You talk too much. Time flies, and after a day of flying, Ling Mo finally arrived at Uchiha Madara's residence. It was already early morning, and the dark night seemed especially quiet. Only a ray of moonlight shone through the lush woods. We're finally here. Looking at the cave entrance with a huge skeleton hanging in front of him, Ling Mo murmured. Judging from this huge skeleton, it may be the corpse of some giant spiritual beast. I think he had considerable abilities when he was alive. Thinking about how I came to this world without having my own spirit beast, Ling Mo felt like he had lost a pet that showed off. No, I'm going to get a summoning scroll to play with when I see Orochimaru again. It would be nice to have a bigger snake as a pet. My monsters are too tall. When I show off, others have to squint and tilt their heads up to see them. It doesn't really suit my temperament. A pet snake would be just fine, hee hee. Gradually, under the guidance of White Zetsu, they passed through the long cave. Finally, after walking through a huge stone gate, I met my dear uncle. And the huge, shriveled body and creepy head of the 10 tails behind it made Ling Mo feel sick. I just don't know if the system can absorb it. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. Ling Mo still planned to absorb the 10 tails. Now that it's gone, where does the 10 tails come from? Master Ban, Master Ling Mo has arrived. Baizetsu, with dark circles under his eyes, walked up to Madara and shouted loudly. Ling Mo beat Baizetsu many times along the way, so Baizetsu has panda eyes. I understand that I'm not deaf and I can see. Back off. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and spoke. After saying that, he began to stare at Ling Mo intently. When Ling Mo saw Uchiha Madara staring at him, he glared back without showing any weakness. After a stalemate for a while, you look a bit like Izumi, and your temper is different from his. Not much. Ban spoke slowly, looking at Ling Mo in front of him, reminding him of the time when he and his brother fought side by side. The Uchiha clan is very sensitive and sentimental. Madara was no exception. When he saw Ling Mo, his mind was filled with memories of Izumi. Uncle Ban, my parents died when I was born. I have never seen the grandfather you are talking about. Ling Mo narrowed his eyes and spoke in a complaining tone, just like a bullied child starts complaining. From the moment he met Madara, Ling Mo planned to act like a grandson and see if he could make Madara feel guilty by talking him into a fight, then get more wool out of it. After all, he is your elder, so it is better not to fight if possible. If I bring down Mr. Ban, I will be criticized if this gets out. Moreover, Ling Mo also plans to learn some ninjutsu from Madara. As one of the strongest fighters in the past and also his elder, it shouldn't be too much to give him a few S-level ninjutsu. Tell me, what is your purpose in looking for me? Ban ignored Ling Mo's complaints. He was already very proud and could no longer say the tender words he used to. When it comes to expressing feelings, actions are the only way to express them. After hearing what Madara said, Ling Mo opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. He used his weak illusion. Ling Mo didn't want the sixth brother Heiju to hear what he was going to say next. He didn't think that Black Zetsu was not paying attention to him. After all, even Madara could notice him, let alone old Six who had been hiding for 1,000 years. So to be on the safe side, Ling Mo decided to use illusion to build a bridge of communication. Seeing Ling Mo using illusion, Madara instinctively struggled to break free. As a result, the illusion was broken directly, and the scene became silent. Seeing the rubbish illusion that Ling Mo used, Madara began to doubt whether he was a member of the Uchiha clan. It's such fucking garbage, any genin could solve it. It's a pity that he even opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. What a waste of these eyes. Ban really couldn't bear to watch it anymore and made Ling Mo feel embarrassed. I'm sorry, Master Madara, I've never been exposed to the practice of illusion. I only realized this illusion when I opened the Mangekyo. Ling Mo scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile. If Ben didn't know what happened to Ling Mo, he would have wanted to scold him. I have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but I don't know how to practice it. Let me do it. Ban, who was too lazy to care, ignored Ling Mo's embarrassing situation. He opened the transplanted 3 Magatama Sharingan and used illusion to bring Ling Mo into the spiritual space. Speak. Seeing Ban's long sword going straight in, Ling Mo stopped talking and started talking seriously. Master Madara, I understand a little bit about your plan. However, do you think that peace can truly be achieved in a world of illusion devoid of any living being? Or, do you really think this plan is not a conspiracy? Ling Mo said straight to the point. After hearing this, Ban was instantly angry. Although he was old, his fighting spirit had not weakened with age. The murderous aura covered Ling's dead body. Although Ling Mo was not hurt, he was shocked by the momentum. This is what was left behind by a person who had been fighting for many years. If an ordinary ninja felt this momentum, I guess he's collapsed on the ground now. Don't think that just because you're Aizuna's grandson you can talk nonsense, Madara said with a gloomy face. Don't be angry, I'm just raising my doubts. I've also visited the stone tablet beneath the Uchiha clan's ancestral land. If what's said above is true, then why didn't the Sage of Six Paths perform it himself? Ling Mo's words calmed the angry Ban down, but he did not answer, but let him continue. Seeing that Ban didn't answer, Ling Mo continued, have you ever thought that there are unknown things here? And after several years of investigation, I found something interesting. That means the words on the stone tablet have been tampered with. There is someone behind the scenes pushing all this. Ling Mo's eyes were sharp, and he was planning to tell the story of Kagaya's family. It doesn't matter whether Mr. Ben believes it or not. Ling Mo was doing this purely out of consideration for the fact that Ban was his great-uncle, and felt sorry for this lonely old man who had been plotted against. If we talk about the most miserable people in the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara is one of them. He fought all his life, but lost everything around him. A world that longs for peace is being treated like a pawn and played around with. In the end, everyone was forgiven, except for Madara, who was left with a bad reputation that will last forever. He is clearly the one who wants peace the most and the one who works the hardest to achieve it. Instead, it is regarded as a shackle by the world, just for a little bit of rights and benefits, pushing him onto a path that goes against the world. It was because of Madara's blindness that Black Zetsu created so many tragic stories. Originally, Ling Mo didn't intend to care about Madara, but he learned from Baiju that Madara wanted to protect Ling Mo. Ling Mo made a change and decided to help Ban. Just consider it as the reward for getting the wool from you later. Afterwards, Ling Mo once again began to narrate the troubles of the old man Liudeo and Kagaya's family. Although it is not a waste of words to talk about the spiritual space, Ling Mo felt a little tired after talking for a long time. How can I believe that what you said is true? The story you told is quite interesting, but without evidence, what you said is still just a story. After listening to Ling Mo's words, Ban did not believe Ling Mo's side of the story. Being suspicious by nature, Ban was just skeptical. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Anyway, if you want to carry out this plan, I won't stop you. I have a plan of my own, and it doesn't conflict much with yours. One of the reasons I came here this time is to tell you that I hope we won't cause unnecessary conflict. Ling Mo waved his hand and said to Ban with a smile. Looking at the nephew in front of him, Madara felt that he had a bigger secret that he hadn't told. Although Ling Mo's words had no basis, Ben still believed half of it after thinking about it. As for the other half, Madara planned to verify it himself. So, you always thought my plan would not succeed? Madara said calmly, Infinite Tsukuyomi can be successful, but what happens after it is successfully activated? Have you ever thought about what incredible things will happen next? Ling Mo paused for a moment and then spoke again. The result of no one trying to stop you is that your body is taken over by Kagaya-sama. Those who are affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi become puppets. Then the whole world will become nourishment for others. I don't think you, master, can bear to see such a scene. After hearing Ling Mo's words, Ben fell silent. He didn't want to and wouldn't give up the plan he had been planning for many years. In other words, the elderly Madara has become too stubborn. He won't approve of anything that has no results. Do you want me to give up this plan, little brat? Madara was silent for a moment before speaking. It was impossible to make Madara give up based on an unverified story. Years of hard work have been wasted, and it would take courage for anyone to bear it. Ling Mo didn't think he could convince Ban all at once. This kind of thing can only be done slowly. Just come a few more times, visit this lonely old man, and talk to him more. Slowly prove it. Well, I can get some more wool by the way. Ling Mo's purpose is very simple, just to make Ban suspicious. In the end, Black Zetsu will reveal his own weakness. No, I told you it's fine if you continue, I won't get involved. I'm just giving you a heads up. You can investigate the truth of the matter yourself. After all, the Heiju next to you is the best evidence. Just trick him and everything will be clear. But don't let him escape. This thing has a very strong hiding ability. Or, you can make a backup plan, that way you will feel more at ease. Ling Mo shook his head and waved his hands in response. Just kidding, if I can deal with Mr. Ban with just a few words, then my Lingmo Byakushins would be invincible. Now that you've said that, I'll consider it. Now I'm actually very interested. What are your plans? Madara no longer worries about the story told by Ling Mo, and he will handle the matter of Black Zetsu himself. Since Ling Mo knew his plan, Ben also wanted to find out what Ling Mo was going to do. If possible, Madara doesn't mind cooperating with Ling Mo. Ban's question made Ling Mo stunned. He really never thought that Mr. Ban would ask about his deployment plan. After coming to my senses, actually, my goal is very simple, something that you and Senjo Hashirama were able to accomplish directly back then. But you didn't do it. If you had, there probably wouldn't be so many things going on right now. nor would the countless wars that followed have broken out. Ling Mo avoided Mr. Ban's question and did not answer directly. Seeing that Madara was still staring at Ling Mo, he had no choice but to continue. Use absolute power to unify the world and get rid of some stubborn ninjas. Use an absolute war in exchange for thousands of years of peace in this world. Then hang a sharp sword above the heads of all living beings, forcing them to unite. Seeing that Ling Mo was still beating around the bush and didn't want to tell her his plan, Ban didn't know what to ask next. Okay, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Hearing Madara's unhappy tone, Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. This could be considered as a trick. It is impossible to let Madara know his plan. At most he can tell him what the final goal is. Only a fool would say that, especially when they meet for the first time and are not familiar with each other. If I have a disagreement with Madara in the future, I will be in his hands. Only by keeping enough mystery can we ensure that Madara doesn't dare to act recklessly. Please forgive me for laughing. Actually, I came here this time to borrow some white zetsu. Look, I'm your great nephew after all. Lending me a few tens of thousands isn't too much, is it? Seeing that Mr. Ban was no longer pressing, he quickly changed the subject. Ling Mo showed a silly expression and rubbed his hands while speaking. It's more like freeloading than borrowing. Ling Mo will not go back. The alien army needs to expand. What do you want white zetsu to do? Madara had no idea what Ling Mo had done. He obviously has strong abilities, but he has to do some boring things. This made Ben very puzzled. He really wanted to know what Ling Mo was thinking, but people wouldn't tell him. Moreover, there aren't many white zetsu here in Madara's place. There are only tens of thousands. The white zetsu army of 100,000 was created by Obito during the 4th Shinobi World War. Hey, it's nothing, I'm just short of manpower. I think your white zetsu is pretty good. Lend it to me, I'll return it to you later. I'm not very good at ninjutsu. I only know a few low-level ninjutsu. If you have any collections, please teach me some, Master Madara. When Madara heard this, he felt speechless. I haven't agreed to Zetsu's request yet, and you're already thinking about using ninjutsu again. So it turns out that he is here to live off his parents. Look, you don't need to keep these things here. They're just gathering dust. Why don't I do it for you? After all, I am your heir. Ling Mo started to chatter and talk. He kept on talking, sometimes showing concern for Madara's health, and sometimes talking about how pitiful he was. On the other hand, Ben just kept silent and watched Ling Mo perform. It doesn't work. If you don't say anything, I'll just snatch it away. I've been talking for so long that I've run out of words in my head. Seeing that Ben didn't react, Ling Mo started to think about whether he should just go for a big one. It's a good thing if you can trick them out, but if you can't, then using force is not excessive. After all, he is an elder, and he is just a disobedient child. There shouldn't be any big problem. I can provide you with 10,000 white zetsu. Consider them as a gift to you. As a collateral blood relative of Uchiha Madara, you actually use such rubbish ninjutsu. It's really shameful. I can give you all my ninjutsu scrolls, but there is no free lunch in the world. I need you to do something for me. After thinking for a long time, Ben decided to agree to Ling Mo's request. It's just a cooperative relationship. I want to get Uchiha Madara's things for free. It is not easy to get something without paying a price. What's going on, Master Madara? Ling Mo saw that Ben did not agree readily, but instead assigned him a task. This is very consistent with Uchiha Madara's arrogant character. After I die, keep an eye on my successor. If he doesn't follow the plan, you will take over his place and resurrect me. Ben looked at Ling Mo seriously and said, as his collateral relative, Madara has investigated a lot of information. Even when he was a child, he had carefully read the records of Konoha Umbu about daily life. So Ben is still relatively clear about Ling Mo's character. With Ling Mo's reminder, Ben had to be on guard. No, one hand is not enough, you need to add some insurance. Hiss, but this is a bit difficult to handle. With my small body, Ling Mo took a breath, rolled his eyes, and quickly said that his strength was not good enough and he might not be able to provide any help. But what he was thinking in his heart was that he wanted to get rid of Ling Mu with just this little thing. And I also have to help Madara look after Obito, which is very tiring. Just kidding, it's better to just rob it. Baizetsu can give you an extra 20,000 and also give you a forbidden technique. Stop being greedy. My patience has its limits. Obviously Ling Mo's psychological activities did not escape Ban's eyes. Looking at Ling Manban, I think he is all good, except that he is too cunning and greedy. He has none of the Uchiha clan's arrogant character and is very insidious in his actions. Madara once doubted whether Ling Mo was Izuna's grandson. It was totally inconsistent with his personality traits. Hey, Mr. Madara, can you let me study the Ten-Tails body behind you? Ling Maui lowered his head, twirled his two index fingers in circles, and spoke softly to Uncle Ban. Ling Mo wants to raise the stakes. White Zetsu and Izanagi alone are not enough. He also wants to test where Madara's bottom line is. Convenient to take later. Well, it's not a loss for me to strive for more resources. That's enough that I've been putting up with you for so long. Ban's momentum surged again that it was obvious that he had underestimated Ling Mo's shameless greed. After repeatedly challenging his bottom line, Madara was really fed up and directly launched an illusion to teach Ling Mo a lesson. What on earth is going on? Why is Madara so irritable today? He's already angry twice. Black Zetsu outside was extremely curious because both of them were communicating in the illusion world. Black Zetsu couldn't hear the conversation between the two at all. This loss of control made Black Zetsu feel very bad. And Madara in the illusion world was also in a bad mood. He found that his illusion seemed to have no effect on Ling Mo. No matter how you launch it, you can't hurt Ling Mo. Ling Mo just watched Ban's performance quietly, as if he had no idea. As early as the moment I saw Madara, Ling Mo activated Suzuki's life in order to prevent a sudden attack from Ban. What's going on? It's the problem with those eyes. I've seen them. It seems I underestimated you. It turns out you were prepared. At this moment, Ban was muttering in his heart that Ling Mo had brought him too many surprises today. As someone who had experienced nearly 100 years, he could see what Ling Mo was thinking. Even if Baiju was not discovered, Ling Mo would come looking for him sooner or later. Moreover, Ling Mo had already set his sights on Uchiha Madara. Madara understood what was going on and stopped using illusion attacks. I started to think again that all of Ling Mo's strengths were very strange. Since Ban didn't understand the situation clearly, it was difficult for him to get angry. Although he is an elder, his current body is not suitable for fighting. If I lose to the younger generation, I will be laughed to death. I can allow you to take some golem specimens back for research, but studying the entire outer path golem is impossible. White Zetsu, I only have 30,000 and I can give it all to you, along with some other ninjutsu. But I didn't take my things for free, you should understand, Ban Chen said, and after careful consideration, he gave the final offer. If Ling Mo was still not satisfied, Ban would not give him anything, if it were not for his own plan. There was no way Madara could pay for these things. Although White Zetsu can be taken out of the golem, it will take time. The ninjutsu scrolls were all brought out when I left Konoha. No, I have to spend time looking for other ones. Or you can copy the ninjutsu yourself, which takes time. After hearing Uncle Ban's decision, Ling Mo stopped pushing his own agenda and decided to quit while he was ahead. Thank you, Mr. Ban, don't worry, after you die, I will make sure everything goes well. Ling Mo swore with his finger towards the sky, and happily told Uncle Madara that this trip was worth it, as he had swept away all the White Zetsu and also obtained some powerful ninjutsu. In this way, he has his own alien army, and also has the experimental materials from Orochimaru. Simply perfect and very comfortable. When Uchiha Madara heard Ling Mo's words, he did not doubt it and felt relieved to leave the matter to Ling Mo. The conversation ended and Madara also broke the illusion. Let White Zetsu take you to get the scroll, all White Zetsu will follow you back from underground. As for the outer path golem, don't go overboard, just make enough for your use. Ling Mo's personality forced Ban to remind him that if Ling Mo cut off an arm or thigh and took it back for research, Ban would be heartbroken. Ah la la, got it, don't worry, as long as it's enough for research, I won't take more. Ling Mo said with a grin. Ling Mo had no idea if Orochimaru's research was enough. He actually planned to remove one of the outer path demon statue's legs. But since Mr. Ban has reminded me, let's not remove the legs but the arms instead. Lord Madara, if we hand over the White Zetsu army to Uchiha Lingmo, then our. At this time, Black Zetsu poked his head out from his place and said cautiously that he didn't understand what kind of deal had been made between the two of them, and they actually wanted to destroy the White Zetsu army. It must be something extraordinary that could make Madara so generous. Black Zetsu must figure it out, he doesn't want any trouble at the critical moment. Aren't you the embodiment of my will? Then you should understand the purpose of my doing this. Madara stared at Black Zetsu and spoke lightly. Madara has become wary of Black Zetsu. Until the truth is revealed, Madara will not reuse this chess piece. I understand it myself, Madara-sama. After saying that, Heizetsu slowly sank down with a dark face and disappeared on the ground. Black Zetsu didn't dare to ask too many questions. As the embodiment of will, he was afraid that asking too many questions would arouse Madara's suspicion. After all, rescuing his mother is more important. As for the deal between the two, Black Zetsu can slowly figure it out. Just wait for Ling Mo to come back and follow him. Heiju doesn't believe that Ling Mo won't show his chicken feet. Ling Mo, who was standing aside, didn't say a word the moment Heiju came out. Ling Mo had a momentary thought of killing Black Zetsu, but it was quickly rejected. Thinking that Black Zetsu was still useful at this time, Ling Mo gave up on killing him. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Okay, grab your stuff and go. Madara closed his eyes tiredly. He had consumed too much energy in casting the illusion just now. At this time, I had to fall into a deep sleep to recover. Seeing that Uchiha Madara fell into a deep sleep, Ling Mo no longer cared about him. Who is that? You, yes, it's you. Come and take me to where Master Madara keeps the ninjutsu scrolls. Ling Mo pointed at a white Jew in the corner whose head looked like a chrysanthemum and said, "Hey, are you calling me?" Ah Fei, who was standing in the corner, came over and said excitedly, "Yes, you are the one who will take me there." Ling Mo recognized it. This was the white Zetsu of Fei that Obito would wear later. "Alright, Master Ling Mo, I'll lead the way for you right away." Ah Fei ran over happily and took Ling Mo to another cave entrance. "Master Ling Mo, my name is Ah Fei and I am happy to show you the way. Can you please ask Master Ling Mo what it feels like to know the urge to defecate?" Ah Fei asked Ling Mo as he walked behind him. For Ah Fei, who has been with Madara for many years, living alone underground is very boring. "So I often think about issues that are different from ordinary people. Dig a hole in your ass, and then you'll feel it." Ling Mo said mischievously that if Ah Fei really made a hole in his butt, would the other white Jew follow suit and do the same to him? If that were the case, would Uchiha Madara be unable to collapse and kill a Fei? Opening a hole equals defecation. Lord Ling Mo of SI country really knows everything. Ah Fei seemed to have grasped something and suddenly realized something. "You're not going to really hit me on the butt, are you?" Ling Mo was a little nervous, he just said it casually. "I'm not sure, but I think there won't be any bleeding after making a hole. But who can say what will happen next?" Soon, Ah Fei was brought to the place where Uchiha Madara kept the scroll. "Lord Ling Mo, all of Lord Madara's scrolls are here." Looking at a bookshelf piled with scrolls, Ling Mo walked up, opened one and began to read slowly. The scroll had been displayed for a long time and was covered with a layer of dust. After opening it, Ling Mo looked at it for a while and then closed it. "Ah Fei, help me pack all these scrolls. I want to take them back." Most of these scrolls of Uchiha Madara are fire-style illusion scrolls. There are also some small scrolls of wind and water jutsu. As for the forbidden technique Izanagi mentioned by Uchiha Madara, it is also displayed among them. Ling Mo was overjoyed to see these scrolls. He finally had some decent ninjutsu. Godzilla's skills are too powerful and are usually used as a special move. Moreover, the consumption is also great for Ling Mo now. What Ling Mo lacks are these ninjutsu with less damage. This way, you can use more skills when fighting with others in the future. "I always use my body to resist, and several sets of clothes have been torn." Not only that, Ling Mo also noticed a large psychic scroll. The above should be the contract scroll that Uchiha Madara used when he summoned the Nine Tails. This is exactly what Ling Mo wants. In the future, you can try to catch the nine-tailed fox and use it as a power bank. Only half of the Nine Tails chakra that came through was absorbed. But now the Nine Tails in Uzumaki Kushina's body is complete. Then this scroll can come in handy and can be used when Obito attacks Konoha. I'm really looking forward to seeing the full Nine Tails chakra. When Obito attacks Konoha, I'll go and give him a big gift. But before that, Ling Mo planned to make use of the Third Ninja World War to make a fuss. Ling Mo believed that the complete Nine Tails chakra would definitely allow his physique to evolve again. By the way, see if you can absorb the chakra of other tailed beasts. Although you can directly plunder and absorb it by force, it will disrupt Ling Mo's plan. He could only cause trouble during the Third Shinobi World War. The only thing left is the Outer Path Golem's arm. I hope Mr. Madara wakes up without getting grumpy. After a while, Ah Fei packed up all the ninjutsu scrolls. Ling Mo also started to walk out, preparing to remove the arm of the heretic golem. The other side. Just when Ling Mo received the gift from Mr. Ban, Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique and repeated it over and over again to speed up his journey. Return to Konoha village as quickly as possible. At this time, the third Hokage Unfei Hiruzen had a worried look on his face and was smoking a pipe. The whole room was filled with the smell of tobacco and Minato Namikaze was half kneeling on the ground reporting on the situation. In this operation, only 3 people survived except Minato Namikaze. They are Abarame Shiwei, Hyaga Koji, and Uchiha N. All other ninjas from various tribes were sacrificed. Unfei Hiruzen didn't know how to explain to the clan leaders. They were all fine when they left, but when they came back, some were dead and some were injured. This made him very worried and he didn't know who to blame. Moreover, the 3 elders and the clan leaders of each tribe have received the news and are now waiting in the conference room. The clan leaders of each tribe were very angry, and some families had lost their heirs. Some small families thought that this mission was an opportunity for training, so they sent out outstanding young people from their families. As a result, none of them returned, causing the family to fall into decline. Minato, the failure of this mission is not your fault. It was our top management who failed to discuss it. Everyone has underestimated Uchiha Ling Mo's skills, so don't feel too much pressure. Unfei Hiruzen saw that Minato Namikaze was full of guilt, so he tried to comfort him. I understand, Hokage-sama, I would like to apply to learn other forbidden techniques. Minato Namikaze thought about many questions on the way back. Under the current circumstances, Konoha does not have much combat power to offer. Ling Mo has every chance to attack Konoha, those 2 monsters are too strong. So Minato Namikaze plans to learn forbidden techniques again, only in this way can he have a chance to protect Konoha. Is that so? I'll consider the forbidden technique. Minato, please step back. I'll give you an answer in a few days. Fei Hiruzen had no intention of considering Namikaze Minato's request for the time being. Now my mind is full of things about Uchiha Lingmo and the Sand Village. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato Namikaze clenched his fists and left the Hokage's office in disappointment. Wait until Minato Namikaze leaves. Fei Hiruzen began to walk towards the meeting room. The moment the door was opened, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Everyone is here. Seeing that the clan leaders and elders of each tribe did not speak, Fei Hiruzen slowly walked to the windowsill and spoke. The reason this mission failed is that we underestimated Uchiha Lingmo. I am extremely sorry for the loss of manpower for the clan leaders. I will allocate some resources to compensate you. Although the encirclement and suppression operation was jointly proposed by everyone, the final decision was still made by the Hokage. So if something went wrong with the mission, the Hokage has an unshirkable responsibility. If you have any opinions on this, please share them. After saying that, Fei Hiruzen started to smoke his pipe again. We have completely lost the trust of the Sand Village with this operation. I'm afraid that next, we will have to face the war with the Sand Village, Maitaman Yen said with a worried look. Not only that, this time it was all Uchiha Lingmo's conspiracy that we have to be on guard against that insidious brat. Danzo closed his eyes and spoke calmly, saying that Danzo not only did not gain any advantage in this encirclement and suppression operation, he also learned about Lingmo's powerful strength, forcing him to make some preparatory plans. We now have two problems. Point one is the Sand Village, and the other is Uchiha Lingmo. As for the problem of Sand Village, we can send people to guard the border, but I'm afraid, once a war breaks out with the Sand Village, the surrounding villages will take advantage of the situation and move in. And there's another Uchiha Lingmo in secret that if he were to attack Konoha alone, I'm afraid. The Nara clan leader clenched his fists and spoke with a sharp look in his eyes. During the encirclement and suppression operation, Nara Shikaku, the son of the Nara clan leader, died. He originally planned to pass the position of patriarch to his son after this operation. The unexpected result shocked the Nara clan leader deeply. At this time, he really wanted to avenge his son, but he had to consider the future of his family. The Nara clan leader, who originally had black hair, now has a lot of troublesome hair. Now he can only consider the overall situation and suppress his anger silently. The village's manpower is still very weak, and the situation is very unfavorable to us. The meeting was already filled with smoke, but Fei Hiruzen didn't stop smoking his pipe at all. The smoke in the room was like a beast in the dark, staring at everyone. Anyway, let's put the matter of dealing with Uchiha Lingmo aside for now. Let Orochimaru lead his men to guard the border and be on guard against attacks from the Sand Village at any time. I will write a letter to recall Jiraiya and Tsunade and have them on standby. I hope the surrounding villages won't push their luck. Fei Hiruzen was silent for a moment before speaking. Bang! Uchiha Lingmo is just leaving it like that. He is the culprit of this incident. The heir of our clan died in vain. The grumpy Inyazuka clan leader stood up and said angrily that he had endured it for a long time. The death was a huge blow to him, and he couldn't control his emotions at all. Watch your words, Inyazuka Fuga. This is a meeting room, not a place for you to vent your anger. Seeing his best friend Hiruzen's authority damaged, Danzo opened his eyes and scolded him. Cut! Damn Uchiha! Inyazuka Fuga gritted his teeth but still spoke stubbornly, then strode out of the meeting room. No matter how others responded, Danzo was just smiling. Inyazuka Fuga's words just now basically pushed the Uchiha clan to the other side of Konoha. This made Danzo want to kiss him. Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting in the corner, had a gloomy face at this time. The words just now completely destroyed the goodwill that the Uchiha clan had built up in Konoha during this period of time. I believe it won't be long before rumors start to spread in the village. This has further reduced the Uchiha clan's living space, and they don't know what will happen after they return. Can Fugaku still suppress those Uchiha clan members who want a rebel? I'll go and persuade Inyazuka Fuga. Ignoring everyone's expressions, the Nara clan leader found an excuse to leave the meeting. Everyone knew that the one who suffered the greatest blow this time was probably the head of the Nara clan. That there was nothing more tragic than losing one's own son. I understand how you feel, but it happened. I hope everyone can unite as the village is home to all of us. Now we have to protect the village so that we can have a chance to seek revenge on Uchiha Lingmo. Where the leaves dance, the fire will ignite. I believe we will be able to defeat the enemy. Seeing that everyone was confused, Fei Hiruzen quickly began to brainwash them with the will of fire. I have to say that Fei Hiruzen is very good at brainwashing people. It only takes a short while. Everyone was fooled by him. Of course, there are still a small number of people who are dismissive, but they don't show it. Let's end this meeting here for now. I will personally hold a memorial service for the fallen heroes in a couple of days. The elders stay, everyone else go. Fate Hiruzen said lightly, and then, except for Konoha F4 who had not left, everyone else returned home and held a meeting to discuss the situation. Hiruzen, this loss is too great. Those families won't let it go so easily. We just received the news. There will definitely be trouble tomorrow. We must find a way, otherwise when things get out of control, I'm afraid. Yutain Kohara said in a deep voice, breaking the silence. Yeah, I'm also troubled by this matter. How should I comfort them? Although Fei Risen said that he would compensate them, how to compensate them became a problem. If he fails to handle it properly, he, the Hokage, may become the target of public criticism. All of this is the fault of the Uchiha clan. Wouldn't it be better to just blame them? Then Hiruzen, you can act as a peacemaker and gain both fame and fortune, and the problem will be solved. Danzo spoke at this time. In his opinion, everything was Uchiha's fault, so why should he take the blame? Just let the Uchiha bear all the consequences. No, now is not the time. We are about to go to war with the Sand Village. If we push the Uchiha into a corner at this moment, the consequences will be beyond our ability to bear. Fei Hiruzen rejected Danzo's proposal. The village cannot have any unstable factors now. The Uchiha clan is still one of the village's major fighting forces. If they are forced to rebel against the village or launch a coup, then this moment might be the beginning of Konoha's self-immolation. You're too indecisive, Hiruzen. Just wipe out the Uchiha clan before we get to the Sand Village. Then there's nothing to worry about. If a war starts, the Uchiha clan will definitely cause trouble for you. You give the orders, I'll carry them out. Just a small word will do. That's enough, Danzo. Don't forget what we were discussing. I'm the Hokage. Fei Hiruzen interrupted Danzo angrily. In his opinion, all this is not very realistic at all. Eliminating the Uchiha clan would severely damage Konoha's vitality, which is not what Fei Hiruzen wants to see. And Danzo is very irrational now. The evil Uchiha will destroy you. You will regret it later, Hiruzen. Danzo's face was gloomy, and he strode out of the meeting room with his cane tightly grasped in his hand. He was very angry. There was clearly an opportunity to eliminate the Uchiha, but Fei Hiruzen didn't seize it at all. Damn it, if I were the Hokage. Walking out of the Hokage's office building, Danzo was secretly troubled. I won't let you have an easy time. Even if I can't eliminate the Uchiha, I will make sure to seriously injure their vitality. Wait for my good news, Hiruzen. On his way back, Danzo began to plan against the Uchiha clan. In the courtyard of the Konoha Uchiha clan leader, Master Patriarch, why are you gathering us so late at night? What on earth happened? The gathered Uchiha elders asked and learned that unless there was an emergency, Fugaku would usually notify them the next day. But this time everyone gathered together in the middle of the night. Obviously something big had happened. Namikaze Minato and his encirclement and suppression team have returned. Only 4 people came back alive. The others all died at the hands of Uchiha Lingmo. Except for Minato Namikaze, the other 3 are currently under investigation. Fugaku spoke up and told the story of what had just happened in the Hokage's office. When everyone heard this, they immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Inyazuka Fuga's words directly blew away all their efforts. It also pushed the Uchiha clan to the brink of a cliff. It made everyone very angry. Did Uchiha Yan and the others come back alive? The 8th elder asked in a deep voice. As Yan was his grandson, the 8th elder was still very concerned about him. Yan is currently under investigation in the Umbu and will probably not be back until tomorrow. None of the other tribesmen came back alive. Everyone fell silent after hearing Fugaku's words. Now is not the time to mourn. Let's think about how to stabilize the situation in Konoha. The news will spread tomorrow morning, and then the Uchiha will enter a state where everyone despises them. Uchiha Setsuna said calmly. If the tribesmen can't stand the rumors and start fighting, it may directly bring huge trouble to the entire ethnic group. The situation is very unstable right now. Let's keep those bad-tempered tribesmen at home. As for the losses of each clan, let's see how the Hokage arranges it. Now we can only wait until the Sand Village attacks Konoha, and then the Uchiha clan can temporarily escape from its current situation. Uchiha Setsuna spoke. He had no other choice now. The Uchiha clan has become the target of public criticism. Only when the war breaks out will Konoha be united. Only then will we have a chance to catch our breath and avoid this crisis. However, Danzo in secret will not let it go so easily. That's all we can do for now. Let's see how the Hokage reacts. I hope the result isn't too difference. Seeing that everyone was silent and their eyes were full of anger, Fugaku had no choice but to answer. He is very tired now, and all the pressure is on him. If the entire Uchiha was forced into a desperate situation, Fugaku wouldn't know what to do. Thinking about his family and his own small family, he had to take up the banner. Let's disperse first. Remember to manage your respective manpower when you return. We can't let any more chaos happen now. After hearing this, everyone left this short and silent meeting. Fugaku, you are the clan leader and you need to think of a way out for the Uchiha clan. If something unexpected happens, there's a way to exit. After seeing everyone leave, Uchiha Setsuna said to Fugaku in a deep voice. Then he also picked up his crutches and slowly left the yard. Fugaka didn't answer after hearing this, but just nodded slightly in response. Alas, Uchiha Lingmo, everything that happened back then was wrong. What would have happened if the family had chosen you? Fugaka began to feel regretful, but it was no use regretting. Things are irreversible. Uchiha Madara's residence. Uchiha Lingmo, what are you doing? Come down quickly. At this time, Lingmo was using an energy blade to continuously chop the arm of the heretic golem. When Black Zetsu saw this scene, he instantly yelled in anger. The Outer Path demon statue is related to Kagaya's resurrection. Now Lingmo is attacking the demon statue, which is completely tackling Black Zetsu's lifeblood. How could Black Zetsu hold back if he had the ability to fight? At this time, he had already stepped forward and kicked Lingmo. None of your business, my uncle Madara told me to do this, go play somewhere else, you little black guy, Lingmo said in a cold tone. He ignored Black Zetsu and continued to chop at the golem's arm. If Ben had not fallen into a deep sleep in the distance, Lingmo would not have dared to do so. Wow, Lord Lingmo is so scary. Afe standing by covered his head with his hands and curled up, pretending to be very scared. Asshole, stop it. Black Zetsu saw Lingmo was about to dismember the golem. He couldn't bear it any longer and directly possessed a white Zetsu. He rushed forward and used wood release to stop Lingmo from doing anything reckless. Little Blackie, you're a little bit too proud. Seeing Black Zetsu attacking, Lingmo stopped what he was doing. He released Chidori with the chakra in his hand and instantly appeared in front of Black Zetsu. Phew! Chidori penetrated Black Zetsu's body, chilling him to the bone. Remember, in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are rubbish. Little Blackie, I'm stronger than you, so you have to serve me obediently. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you to the Pure Land to see the old man Lyudeo. At this moment, Black Zetsu's eyes widened, his heart filled with frustration. He looked at the pierced body with helplessness. If it weren't for his special body, Lingmo's attack just now might have taken his life. Asshole, I will definitely make you regret it later. Black Zetsu was trembling with anger, but now he could only make harsh words. Without the strength, he could not change the current situation at all. Ah la la, I'm so scared. What, do you have any objections? If you have any objections, you have to keep them to yourself until you can beat me. Lingmo's taunt value is maxed out. If it weren't for Black Zetsu, he would still be useful now. He had already been tied up and given to Orochimaru as a gift. Damn it, aha. Before Black Zetsu could say anything harsh again, Lingmo gave him an electric shock. A powerful electric current was transmitted into Heizetsu's body, making his consciousness blurred. The possessed white Zetsu's body collapsed uncontrollably. Then he put down the limp Black Zetsu in his hand and ignored him. Continue to chop off the golem's arms. 80. After a while, a thick arm was broken off by Lingmo. A large amount of white unknown liquid flowed out from the remaining limbs. Done, call it a day. Lingmo directly sent the golem's arm into the monster space and patted the arm stained with white liquid. Afe, have the white Zetsu army report to me later. Lingmo turned and said to Afe. Understood, Lord Lingmo. After receiving Lingmo's order, Afe directly led the White Jew army to Lingmo's address. If Madara saw this scene, he would probably kick Afe to death. Why weren't you so diligent before? When you came to Lingmo, you acted like a good boy. I wonder what kind of monster will emerge when the facehugger fuses with White Zetsu's genes. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Will they all be able to use wood release? After all, the genes injected by the facehugger can combine with the host's genes to form a better alien. Just for this reason, Lingmo had the idea of turning all the White Zetsu into aliens. The White Zetsu in the Naruto world is too weak and was completely a ragtag army during the Fourth Ninja World War. It just acts as cannon fodder to delay time. If it combines with the alien, that's not something a group of ninjas can easily solve. Ding, host, please complete today's sign-in. Ah, I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. System, sign in. Since we're at Madara's residence, there's bound to be something good out there, right? Lingmo was so focused on today's gains that he forgot that he had not yet completed his daily sign-in. Congratulations to the host. The point 1, initial lizard form, plus 1 iron blood alien, plus 10. Ah, is the system correct? The progenitor beast. If you do this, I will be able to rule the ninja world tomorrow and beat the Daikon clan. When Lingmo heard that he had obtained the original alien beast, he wondered if he was hallucinating. If this is true, who would slowly control the economy and make plans? Just go for it head on and it's over. Ding, host, please do not doubt this system. Due to conflicts in world rules, this system has been adjusted. The progenitor alien beast can only grow stronger by absorbing immense amounts of fear, or it can only be done by devouring the body of a non-human life form that possesses immortal arts, and both devouring and absorbing it will greatly weaken the body. After swallowing, it takes a long time to digest before moving on to the next stage. It takes a lot to absorb fear to evolve. Host, please don't dream of unrealistic things. Note, the progenitor beast is too strong, and many people voted for it. I had no choice but to cut its aorta, otherwise its combat power would be too broken and I wouldn't be able to write about it later. The system's words immediately shattered Ling Mo's beautiful dream into pieces. So you gave me a monster to cultivate. Although it requires absorbing huge fear to evolve, Ling Mo also thinks it is a good idea. At least it's better than staying in lizard form forever. Just think about the complete form of the point one, its power is too terrifying. I'm afraid the entire planet is not enough for it to kill. It seems that the three holy places can consider it. The immortal energy and biological bodies will be mine. Ling Mo began to think in his mind, and he absorbed the magical energy of the three holy places. And the one devours the bodies of those reptiles, which seems perfect when you think about it. However, the current proto-monster, the one, is still too weak, only a few meters tall. Even the big toad on Mount Mayaboku is taller than it, it looks completely weak. Its attack and defense capabilities are not particularly outstanding, and it is only slightly stronger than the alien in combat. Only his own healing ability can be considered top-notch. Ling Mo could only start feeding them slowly, and the ones who could really fight were Gagan and Queen Muto. Forget it, just take care of it slowly, you have to eat one bite at a time. Today's harvest is very good, it's a day worth celebrating. Ling Mo walked out of Uchiha Madara's base, summoned Raden, and began to rush back. Just after Ling Mo left, Black Zetsu finally recovered. Looking at the Zaideo golem that had lost its arms, he couldn't collapse anymore. Asshole, 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 wait for Uchiha Ling's death. After saying this, Black Zetsu dives underground to search for materials to repair the golem, sacred tree fragments. In order to avenge Ling Mo and repair the golem, Black Zetsu chose to repair the golem first. Deep in the ancestral land of Mount Mayaboku, Master, why did you suddenly call me over? What happened? Fukazaku looked at the giant toad and said, Little Fukazaku, I predict a terrible thing that will happen. Hurry up and inform little Jiraiya to come here. This incident may change the entire world. It may even lead to the destruction of the world. The great toad sage said slowly, Is that so? I'll go get Jiraiya right away. Upon hearing this, Sage Fukazaku immediately went to find the summoning scroll to summon Jiraiya. In a hot spring town far away in the land of hot springs. Hey, a little more to the right. Yes, very good, that's it. What a great work of art, he. Jiraiya squatted in the grass, showing a perverted and obscene smile, admiring the scenery in front of him. Just when I saw the critical moment. Bang! After a puff of white smoke, Jiraiya disappeared into it. What's going on? Where's my sister? Jiraiya was confused. Why did the environment change so quickly? Jiraiya-chan, the master wants you to come over. It seems something has happened. Fukazaku Sennin spoke slowly from behind Jiraiya. He looked at the wretched Jiraiya with helplessness in his eyes. Feeling the voice of Fukazaku Sennin behind him, Jiraiya stood up and immediately put away his obscene smile. It's Master Fukazaku. How's the secret these days? I wonder if the Great Toad Immortal has any instructions. Jiraiya answered seriously, I don't know why the master suddenly asked me to call you over. Anyway, hurry up, don't keep the master waiting anxiously. Fukazaku Sage grabbed the corner of Jiraiya's clothes and hurried towards the Great Toad Sage. Please slow down, Master Fukazaku. Jiraiya, whose clothes were pulled, had no choice but to follow in the direction of the Great Toad Sage. After a while, Master, little Jiraiya is here. After hearing what Fukazaku Sage said, the Great Toad Sage opened his eyes and looked at Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, I have predicted a terrible event that will affect the entire world. What's going on? Tell me, old man. Jiraiya said very seriously, in my dream, I saw a black-haired boy with strong hatred, leading a group of evil creatures, destroying the peace of the ninja world. Wherever he passed, the place was filled with smoke and dead ninjas were everywhere. The whole world was dyed red with blood because of him, until finally all the ninjas disappeared from this world. Even the three holy places were affected, and no toads were spared. The big toad immortal slowly began to tell the prophecy he had dreamed of. Master, is it not possible for us at Mayaboku Mountain to avoid this? The sage Fukazaku beside him spoke. It's unavoidable, I just hope that little Jiraiya can convince that boy to let go of his hatred. The great toad immortal shook his head and slowly said, Do you want me to stop him? Jiraiya pondered, this was the first time he had heard the great toad sage say such a terrible thing. If this really happens, it will definitely be a disaster for the ninja world. When you return to the ninja world, I hope you can quickly investigate this boy and persuade him to give up his hatred. If that young man persists in his wrongdoing, please kill him, otherwise, the world may be destroyed because of him. The great toad sage showed murderous intent for the first time, making Jiraiya and Fukazaku, who were present, feel as if the temperature had dropped to freezing point. I understand. Mr. Great Toad Sage, I will immediately start an investigation in Konoha. Jiraiya realized the seriousness of the matter, and he was very sure of the prediction of the Great Toad Sage. Since the Great Toad Sage said so, Jiraiya would not waste any more time. Well, old Toad Immortal, I'll take my leave now. Please, Master Fukazaku, take me back to Konoha. After Jiraiya gestured to the great Toad Sage, he turned to the Fukazaku Sage and said, "No need to bother. It's up to you, little Jiraiya. Find out the information about that boy as soon as possible. I hope it's not too late." After saying this, Fukazaku Sennin took out the reverse summoning scroll and signaled him to leave. Jiraiya walked to the middle of the sorcerers, and after a few hand seals, he used the reverse summoning technique, bang. As the white smoke drifted away, Jiraiya returned to Konoha. At this time in Konoha, many people on the street were talking about the Uchiha clan. Ever since Minato Namikaze returned, news of the deaths of ninjas from various clans began to spread on the streets in the early morning. "Ah, have you heard? A ninja from the Uchiha clan killed all the talented ninjas from various clans. I heard there was a hint from the Uchiha clan's high-ranking officials." Veste whispered to his friend next to him, "Yeah, I heard that too. It seems that only 2 or 3 people came back alive. The Uchiha clan is becoming less and less popular these days. They actually dared to murder their fellow villagers. How despicable, ugh." Passerby said in a disgusted tone, and did not forget to spit in the direction of the Uchiha clan. "Your information is inaccurate. I heard that the Uchiha clan seems to be planning a war. You know, what? Just a few years of peace and now we're going to war again. Damn the Uchiha clan." The streets were filled with rumors about the Uchiha clan killing ninjas from various clans and deliberately starting a war. Some family members have even gathered to cause trouble under the Hokage's office building. Jiraiya, who had just returned, was almost overwhelmed when he heard such explosive news. He immediately ran to Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage office building. "Alas, Danzo, am I too pampering you? During this special period, you insist on causing trouble for me." Sarutobi Hiruzen kept cursing in his heart and looked out the window. The gathered people were very distressed. The matter couldn't resist rumors in the first place, and now his good friend Danzo is spreading the news with exaggeration. It's just causing trouble for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in distress. Bang! Bang! "Old man, your most beloved disciple is back. Hi 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 hi." Jiraiya kicked open the door of the Hokage's office and strode up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I just pulled up a chair and sat down." "Asshole, how can you be a disciple? Respect your teacher and be civilized and polite. Don't you understand? Don't you know to knock before coming in?" Jiraiya suddenly kicked the door, scaring Sarutobi Hiruzen so much that he dropped his pipe on the ground. So he, who was already unhappy, started scolding Jiraiya. "Don't worry about the details. Aren't you glad I'm back? But what's with the rumors in the village? It seems like things haven't been very peaceful since I was away from the village." Jiraiya picked up the fruit on the table and started eating it, without caring about his teacher's face at all. Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who originally wanted to teach Jiraiya a lesson, heard the question. I began to sigh. "You're back just in time. The village needs more help now. Don't go out during this period. The war is about to begin. Get ready for battle." Yuenfei Hiruzen picked up the fallen pipe, put the tobacco back in, lit it, took a deep breath and said, "Huh, what's going on? Isn't the situation fine now? How can we start a war just like that?" He had heard the rumors in the village and thought that the villagers were exaggerating. Unexpectedly, a war would actually break out, which made Jiraiya a little overwhelmed. He came here with a mission from the great Toad Immortal that if he went to the war, he would not be able to take care of the young man in need. 3 days later, we can finally start. After Ling Mo came back from Uchiha, he started to persuade Casey to clear out a small island, specially used to accommodate 30,000 White Zetsu troops. After 3 days of continuous preparation, the White Zetsu army was fully deployed. 1,000 White Zetsu were left behind as experimental materials and for other purposes. The rest were all parasitized into an alien army. Ling Mo had already placed all 29,000 eggs laid by the alien queens on the island. The White Zetsu army has also arrived. Now, all White Zetsu, listen carefully. There's something like an egg next to you. The contents inside are specially prepared for you. As long as you are strengthened by the facehugger, your abilities will be enhanced. All of you, don't resist. Strengthening is painless. You just need to wait for a while. After saying this, he didn't wait for these Baiju to whisper to each other. Ling Mo used his telekinesis to control the facehugger to crawl out of the egg. Although White Zetsu possess wisdom, their intelligence is generally not high, and they were all given orders by Ah Fei and obeyed Ling Mo's command. Therefore, most White Zetsu did not resist and were parasitized by the facehugger one after another. Seeing their fellow warriors falling down, some White Zetsu panicked and began to resist. The few White Zetsu who resisted in fear were all pinned down and parasitized by Ling Mo before they could resist for long. In the end, all White Zetsu were parasitized. Just wait a day and all the face huggers will fall off. Then new aliens will be born. Congratulations, Lord Ling Mo, you will soon have a new army of monsters. Casey stood aside and happily congratulated Ling Mo. This is just the beginning. The next action is the most important thing. I want to devour Konoha bit by bit. At that time, collecting a wave of fear value will just be enough to improve the ability of the ancestral monster the One. Note the name of the ancestral alien beast the One is too long, so it is simply called the ancestral alien beast, Ling Mo speculated secretly in his heart, and he just nodded slightly in response to Casey's congratulations. Casey, what did Orochimaru say? After thinking for a while, Ling Mo turned to Casey and asked, before the Third World War begins, one must meet Orochimaru. Ling Mo needs to obtain Konoha's forbidden technique. When Orochimaru defected from the village, he stole the scroll of Konoha's forbidden techniques. Ling Mo took a fancy to several forbidden techniques, one of which was Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Ling Mo now has everything except poor mobility. This is also the reason why Ling Mo could never stop Minato Namikaze, because he was too good at running. Obviously, he is stronger than Minato Namikaze, but the other person can jump and run, and it is difficult to catch him without setting up a trick to trap him. Moreover, once the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique is planted on one, it is difficult to erase. This also made Ling Mo a little hesitant, and he didn't want to fight him directly in physical combat, in case he was marked by Minato Namikaze. It would be troublesome to go back and get a bunch of reinforcements and then launch a surprise attack. Although the attack can be easily resolved, it will disrupt Ling Mo's deployment plan. Therefore, Ling Mo hopes to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, which will make everything he does much easier. Another important technique is the Impure World Reincarnation. Ling Mo wants to summon the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Use Orochimaru to transform the Impure World Reincarnation and control Senju Tobirama. Control him and make him witness the destruction of Konoha with his own hands. Let him witness with his own eyes how the Konoha he protected was destroyed step by step. Let him experience the pain of losing everything, and let Senju Tobirama pay for his wrong decision with his own hands. Your Excellency, Orochimaru has received the news that he has arrived at the battlefield at the border of the Wind Country. I will come to see you in advance, probably in 2 days, at the same place where you met before. Casey replied respectfully, is that so? It seems Konoha has already begun deploying its defenses. Okay, I got it. After getting the answer, Ling Mo will have a lot to do next. Meeting Orochimaru was just one of them. Starting from the Third World War, Ling Mo will secretly control the direction of all ninja villages, attack the tailed beasts secretly and impose economic sanctions openly. And step by step, the strength of the 5 major ninja villages was weakened, especially Konoha. Those 1,000 white Zetsu could just help Ling Mo monitor the movements of each village. Once the Third War begins, Ling Mo will begin to conquer other small ninja villages. In this way, when the 5 major ninja villages are in a stalemate, there is no time to care about Ling Mo's actions. After the Third War is over, the 5 major villages will find out. The lifeline of his village is no longer in his hands, and it depends entirely on Ling Mo's thoughts. After the war, when Obito attacked Konoha, that was when Konoha was destroyed. After that, it is to help Pain gather the tailed beasts and absorb the 10-tailed chakra, etc. Of course, these are just temporary plans made by Ling Mo, and they will definitely not go smoothly when implemented. Often plans cannot keep up with changes because there are too many variables. For example, it is not impossible that a village might attack the Chamber of Commerce out of desperation. In that case, Ling Mo would have to change his plans. But with a general direction, Ling Mo wouldn't wander around like a headless fly. On the other side, after several days of long journey, Maki finally returned to the edge of the sand village. At this time, his body was almost reaching its limit after the battle. He simply treated the wounds on his body and continued his sleepless journey. The wound had already rotted and festered, and if it weren't for his hateful willpower, he would have died on the road. Look, there's a person walking towards us in the sand pile ahead, he seems to be dying. Let's go check out the situation. 2 sand ninjas on duty spotted a horse in the distance. The situation of the base. Soon, the 2 of them were not far from Maki. It's Maki-sama, quick, go call the medical ninja and notify Cho-sama. One of the ninjas stepped forward and supported Maki, who was about to faint. The other one quickly went back and called people over. Hiss, what on earth just happened? The wound has festered, where are the others? The ninja who was supporting Maki was filled with shock and confusion. At this time, Maki could no longer hold on and fainted. Not long after, in the Sand Village Medical Center, what on earth happened? Maki, you have to wake up quickly. At this time, Grandma Cho was doing her best to treat the weak Maki while observing his condition. The wounds, which were not fatal, became inflamed and festered, weakening Maki. The trilobites also absorbed a large amount of nutrients in his body, causing Maki to be unable to withstand the damage caused by the wound. Being able to return to the Sand Village was entirely due to Maki's amazing willpower. After several hours of rescue, Cho was able to bring Maki back from a critical condition. Send more people to guard this place. If Maki wakes up, notify me immediately. Inform the higher UPS to be ready for a meeting as soon as Maki wakes up. Have them be prepared. After Cho walked out of the room, she said to the assistant beside her, It seems that this mission might be a conspiracy of Konoha. This time we have to settle all the old and new accounts together. Cho stood at the door, thinking in her heart. Her eyes turned cold. She has been holding a grudge in her heart for the loss of her children. If Konoha backstabbed them this time, Cho would not hesitate to start a war. A day later, at the Sand Village Medical Center, a weakened Maki woke up from his coma. Looking at the khaki ceiling in front of him, Maki had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He didn't expect that he could come back alive. The miserable pain and physical torture seemed as if they had just been experienced. At this moment, the pain in his body and the environment he was in made him realize that he had returned to the Sand Village. "You are awake, Master Maki. Quick, go inform Master Cho that Master Maki has woken up." The nurse who was on duty nearby started shouting when she saw Maki wake up. "Master Maki, please rest for a moment. Tell me if you need anything. Your body is too weak that you need to rest for a long time." When he heard the nurses shouting outside the door, he immediately ran to inform his superiors. At this time, Maki did not speak a word and was still immersed in his own world. Not long after, Cho, who was handling affairs, hurried over. "Maki, how are you feeling?" Cho asked with concern as she looked at Maki lying on the hospital bed. "Ah, Cho-sama, I didn't expect to be able to come back alive and see you. How wonderful." Maki looked dazed, looking at Cho and said hoarsely, "Tell me, what happened during the mission? How are the others?" Although Cho and everyone in the Sand Village have guessed that Maki may be the only one alive, but I still hope to hear that there are others alive. They're all dead. Yura and the others used detonating tags to kill themselves along with the Konoha ninjas. Some Uchiha Lingmo was killed by his scheme. Uchiha Lingmo is too powerful that he made us and those people from Konoha fight each other. Only the victor can survive. Maki's eyes were filled with resentment, and his hands were tightly grasping the sheets on both sides. He used up all his remaining strength and shouted it out in a hoarse and angry roar. Thinking back on it now, it was like ants biting his whole body, making Maki restless. He wished he could personally deal with Ling-Mo and everyone in Konoha. And Lingmo's devilish smile made Maki unable to forget it for a long time. "You should have a good rest first. I already know what happened. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge our dead companions." Looking at Maki's excited and resentful eyes, Cho stopped asking questions. Use a gentle tone to soothe the excited Maki. She knew that asking now would only cause Maki more pain. Knowing the mission's outcome was enough. As for other intelligence, I could only ask for it after Maki calmed down. Seeing that Maki's mood was a little better, Cho walked out of the room. Her eyes became cold, and the air around them seemed to drop a few degrees. Notify the top management and start an emergency meeting. At the same time, a secret letter was delivered from the daimyo of the Land of Fire to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The letter scolded Sarutobi Hiruzen for his inadequacies and the consequences of the battle in Wave Country. And let Yuan Fei and Hiruzen give an explanation, otherwise no one will end up well. The threatening letter from the daimyo of Wave Country forced the daimyo of Fire Country to take it seriously. If the country cuts off ties with the Wave Country, the Fire Country's economy will decline rapidly. This made the Fire Country daimyo, who lived a life of debauchery every day, very distressed. He has a large number of people under him, and the impact of the economic downturn is enough to threaten his position as a daimyo. For this reason, he could only write a letter to reprimand Sarutobi Hiruzen and reduce Konoha's financial resources. We also need to please the daimyo of Wave Country and not get angry about it. Are you warning me, Uchiha Lingmo? Through the information passed back by Minato Namikaze, it was not difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to analyze that Ling-Mo controlled the entire Wave Country. He also had a headache about the explanation given by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Boom boom boom. Enter when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in distress, and Umbu wearing a rabbit mask handed him a sealing scroll. "Hokage-sama, this is from the Cardo Chamber of Commerce. You are required to open it in person and pay for the shipping fee. The cost is a bit shockingly high. We need to pay 3,000 taels. And there's already a commotion over at the Cardo Chamber of Commerce. The finance department can't make the decision, so let me bring it to you." The rabbit Umbu bent down and explained the situation. "What costs so much money? I don't remember buying anything." Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the letter in his hand, took another puff of his pipe and said doubtfully. He always felt that something was strange, and this made him very uncomfortable. "Open it and take a look." "Yes." The rabbit Umbu who received the order quickly untied the rope that bound the scroll. "Open the scroll and place it on the ground, holding it down with one hand. Seal, release, bang." A puff of white smoke appeared, and the items inside appeared. "This is, asshole, Uchiha Lingma, will kill you." After the smoke cleared, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the items presented and immediately stood up and became furious. There seemed to be a ball of fire burning in his eyes, which showed how angry he was at the moment. The scroll contained 11 bodies of ninjas from various clans of Konoha. All the bodies were dismembered and even unrecognizable. Broken limbs were everywhere, but thanks to the sealing scroll, the bodies still looked fresh. Blood was still flowing from the stump, soaking the entire office. It was also the first time that the rabbit Umbo had witnessed such a tragic situation. He couldn't help but feel sick, and if the Hokage hadn't been there, fighting back the urge to feel sick, he would have probably thrown up. Ling Mo's move was purely to disgust Sarutobi Hiruzen. By the way, warn him that I, Ling Mo, am not a pushover and you can't control me. After a while, the pungent smell of blood alerted the guards and they all entered the Hokage's office. When they saw the scene inside, they all breathed a sigh of relief and were refreshed. Carry the body down and let the people of all ethnic groups. The clan leader came to claim it. Clean up the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen recovered his composure, said with a gloomy face, and then quickly left the Hokage's office. It was no longer possible to stay in there, as the pungent smell of blood was everywhere. The Umbu members could only clean up the scene silently. What Ling Mo did made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown. He originally planned to solve the problem of Sand Village first and then hunt down Ling Mo. After this stimulation, he began to reconsider the matter of hunting down Ling Mo. Uchiha Ling Mo, prepared to accept Konoha's wrath. Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with frustration and anger. This was a provocation to him as the Hokage. It was like being slapped in the face by a junior in front of everyone. This was a complete humiliation to him, and even to the entire Konoha. It is impossible to cover up what happened in the Hokage's office just now. It won't be long before all ethnic groups know what's going on inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know who to send to deal with Ling Mo. At this time, he could only go to find Danzo Shimura, hoping to form an assassination team to hunt down Ling Mo. The situation in Konoha is very unstable now, and it is impossible for high-end combat forces to free up hands to encircle and suppress Ling Mo. Guarding the border is the most important thing now. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, the only way to feel at ease is to entrust the assassination of Ling Mo to Danzo. It just happened to give Danzo something to do, and the village rumors were still going strong, all thanks to him. If Danzo is not given something to do, it won't be long before Danzo will find something to do for himself. The next day, Ling Mo and Orochimaru met again on the same coast. The two stood on the shore, looking down at the sea. During this period, with the help of Ling Mo's funds and experimental materials, Orochimaru's research experiments can be said to be very smooth. Now when Orochimaru saw Ling Mo, he felt like he was meeting a rich father, and he seemed particularly cordial. Long time no see, Ling Mo-jun. What you've been doing lately is really unscrupulous, it drives people crazy. And I didn't expect that Ling Mo-jun actually had two terrifying spiritual beasts. It's really curious. Powerful spirit beasts are rare except in the three holy places. I wonder where Ling Mo-jun found them. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, looking very curious. Every time he sees Ling Mi, it brings him a different surprise. This also made Orochimaru gradually believe that Ling Mo was a person who could change the entire ninja world. It's just a little trick, and Lord Orochimaru immediately praised it. I have something for Lord Orochimaru, but I need you to do two things for me. I believe you won't refuse after reading this. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he asked the alien in the space to take out the arm of the outer Dao golem. What is this? I saw an alien slowly emerge from the void with a huge arm. Orochimaru was very surprised and was completely attracted by the golem's arm. His eyes were filled with a strong desire for knowledge, and he wanted to start the experiment right away. This is the body of the Ten Tails. I removed one of its arms, but it took me so much effort. Ling Mo spoke slowly. Looking at Orochimaru's fiery eyes, Ling Mo understood how much Orochimaru longed for the unknown. Sparasi, where did Ling Mo-jun find such great experimental materials? But as a price, I think Ling Mo-jun's two tasks will be very difficult to accomplish. After being obsessed for a while, Orochimaru returned to his calm state. Free things are always the most expensive, and precious things are often rare. Since Ling Mo took out such a rare item, the task he was asked to do must be no simple matter. It must be difficult for others, but for Lord Orochimaru, it's still relatively simple. I need Lord Orochimaru to help me get the scroll of Konoha's forbidden techniques. We also need you to improve the impure world reincarnation technique so that people can control the reincarnated. Hearing Ling Mo's words, Orochimaru turned his head to look at him, feeling conflicted. Orochimaru still belongs to the Konoha camp now, although he is conducting human experiments behind the scenes. But he still had some concerns about taking action against his own family. At this time, Minato Namikaze had not yet become famous and had not yet succeeded to the position of Hokage. Orochimaru has not yet been completely disappointed with the village and his teacher. If he steals the scroll of Konoha's forbidden techniques now, it would be tantamount to betraying his teacher and the village. This put him in a dilemma. On one hand, there were the experimental materials that he could not refuse, and on the other hand, there was the village he trusted. Why? Lord Orochimaru hesitated? That's not like you. Ling Mo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Orochimaru. If Orochimaru refuses him, Ling Mo will still give the golem arm to Orochimaru. Anyway, what Orochimaru did behind the scenes would be discovered sooner or later, especially after he severed his deal with Danzo. As long as Orochimaru makes Danzo feel obstructed in the dark, I believe Danzo will not hesitate to expose all of Orochimaru's affairs. Ling Mo was not in a hurry, as he believed that Orochimaru would hand over the forbidden technique to him sooner or later. Ling Mo-jun's conditions are indeed a bit difficult to deal with. If it were just one or two techniques, it would be fine, but if all of them were forbidden techniques, I'm in a dilemma. Orochimaru did not refuse directly, but it also proved that he was still unwilling to leave Konoha. Seeing Orochimaru's attitude, Ling Mo didn't want to force him. I had to take a step back and wait until I got the Impure World Reincarnation and Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Since Lord Orochimaru still has concerns, I will take a step back. Just help me get the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World Reincarnation technique. I believe that Lord Orochimaru will not let me down again, Ling Mo said while looking at Orochimaru with a smile. Since Ling Mo-jun has said this, I won't refuse. Seeing Ling Mo's concession, Orochimaru readily accepted the two requests. Then, the two of them shook hands in a friendly manner to express their pleasure in cooperating. On the other side, Jiraiya returned to Konoha and learned that his apprentice's mission had failed. He planned to reminisce with Minato Namikaze and enlighten his disciples. So he brought gifts to Minato Namikaze's residence and drank with his disciples. At this time, Minato Namikaze had not yet lived with Kushina Uzumaki. So Jiraiya was able to move freely and was not afraid of being scolded by Chili Pepper. Minato, I heard your mission failed. Even someone as outstanding as you can sometimes be outdone. How rare, ha ha ha. No, it doesn't matter. A temporary failure doesn't mean anything, I can just win it back next time. Jiraiya, who had drunk to his heart's content, began to encourage Minato Namikaze. Want to make him feel better. I'm so ashamed of you, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato Namikaze's face was slightly red, and he was obviously a little drunk. He lowered his head in shame and said, Tell me what's going on. Let me, an immortal, point out the reason for your failure. Jiraiya picked up the wineglass and took a small sip, a satisfied expression on his face. And Minato Namikaze was also very obedient and began to explain his contact with Ling Mo. After listening to what Minato said, Jiraiya seemed to be thinking about something. A boy with hatred, and an unknown monster. This reminded Jiraiya of the person predicted by the great Toad Sage. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Ling Mo might be the young man in the prophecy. Although he was originally drunk, his eyes became serious. Minato, I thought of something that I need to take care of. After saying that, he packed up his things and strode out of the room. He wanted to find the third Hokage and ask him about Ling's death, if it was really as he thought. What the big toad immortal said may soon become a reality. Seeing that his teacher was so anxious, Minato did not try to persuade him to stay. After Jiraiya left, Shui cleaned up the scene. Now that he was free, he took out the forbidden technique he had obtained from the third Hokage and began to study it. Ling Mo's powerful strength forced him to try harder, otherwise he might lose his life next time. After Namikaze Minato proposed to learn the forbidden technique again, Sarutobi Hiruzen considered it for a long time before agreeing. So Namikaze Minato chose 3 forbidden techniques, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree at first and only allowed him to choose one. However, since Ling Mo sent people to send the corpses of ninjas from various races, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely enraged. After much consideration, he agreed to his disciples' request to learn 3 forbidden techniques. Minato Namikaze chose 3 ninjutsu: Impure World Reincarnation, Multiplication, Detonating Talisman, and Shiki Fusion. The first 2 techniques were prepared to deal with Ling Mo's monsters. He planned to use the Impure World Reincarnation to control the reincarnated beings who could infinitely reorganize their bodies, and then cast multiplying detonating tags to carry out continuous explosions, specially used to deal with those powerful monsters of Ling Mo. The reason why Minato Namikaze chose Shiki Fusion was to learn from the foundation of this technique. In order to defeat Ling Mo, he wanted to combine the powerful sealing formation of the Whirlpool clan to develop a more powerful space sealing technique. Ling Mo's strong body and ninjutsu made it impossible for Minato Namikaze to attack him, so he chose to use sealing techniques to deal with Ling Mo. Among the many sealing techniques of Konoha, there was not a single one that met Minato Namikaze's expectations. After much consideration, he decided to create his own sealing technique to use with Flying Thunder God. After talking with Orochimaru, Ling Mo returned to the island where the White Zetsu army was housed. By this time, most of the face huggers had fallen off and died. The White Zetsu who woke up were all feeling their own situation. They did not experience the strength that Ling Mo talked about. On the contrary, each White Zetsu felt a little weak, and felt as if his own chakra was dissipating. Lord Ling Mo, didn't you say that we would become stronger after the transformation? But why do we all feel a little weak? When Baiju saw Ling Mo coming, they all came over, wanting to ask Ling Mo what was going on. The White Jew were talking in unison around Ling Mo. Shut up, everyone, now line up. Ling Mo felt overwhelmed by what the White Zetsu said, and he couldn't stand the noise. So he gave a loud order, and the originally talkative White Zetsu immediately lined up obediently. After calming down, Ling Mo felt the development of the aliens in the bodies of the White Zetsu army. Through telepathic communication, the aliens quickly gave feedback. Due to the special nature of the white Zetsu gene, the alien has been fusing the white Zetsu gene since it parasitized in the body. As a result, the facehugger did not burst out of its abdomen immediately after falling off. After a day of fusion, the young alien has begun to absorb the chakra in white Zetsu's body. This is also the reason why the white Zetsu are weak. After learning that the aliens had all taken shape, Ling Mo no longer hesitated and ordered the aliens to absorb quickly and burst out of their abdomens. Soon, as a white Zetsu began to twitch, the first special alien was about to be born. The fallen white Zetsu's abdomen was bulging, and the alien inside couldn't wait to come out, biting white Zetsu's body madly. Bang! As the sound rang out, a milky white alien creature as thick as an arm slowly crawled out. Then there was a shrill babbling sound. When the white Zetsu nearby saw the scene, they all became panicked. But within a few seconds, the white Zetsu began to fall to the ground one after another. After a while, all the aliens burst out of their stomachs and gathered in front of Ling Mo, waiting for orders. The special alien is still too small now, and Ling Mo has already asked Casey to arrange a large amount of meat food. These aliens can grow rapidly by absorbing nutrients through eating. Just then a panel popped up on the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special alien in the ninja world. Please name it. Then an alien property panel popped up. Name unnamed species alien clan strength special Jonin bloodline would release cannot perform ninjutsu can only control skills camouflage can blend into the surrounding environment and remain undetected. Can also absorb enemy chakra and attack in the same form. Control can transform itself or absorb chakra into thick trees through limbs to attack enemies or bind and attack enemies, and can also transmit messages through water and land. Regenerate the body. Unless the head is destroyed, other parts can be reassembled and regenerated even if they are destroyed. Weakness, low resistance to fire attribute defense, and overall defense is weakened. System, isn't the corrosive blood of the alien inherited? Ding, it's inherited by the host, but the corrosion concentration has been reduced, only half the intensity in the movie. High concentrations of corrosive blood are only found in the head. Please ask the host to experiment on his own. Hearing the system's reply, Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief. If it only inherited White Zetsu's skills, then it would be an upgraded version of White Zetsu, not as comfortable as the original alien, but it's different for aliens with corrosive blood and skills. Imagine a bunch of wood release techniques with corrosive blood attacking the enemy. What would that scene be like? As long as you destroy the wood release, the blood inside will spurt out, which is guaranteed to make you feel great. Or use wood release to create a huge jet shower. If there is a corrosive rain, the scene will be absolutely shocking. Chakra happens to be the energy source for replicating infinite blood. As long as the chakra does not wither, the blood will not stop. What should we call the new alien? For Ling Mo, who is not good at naming, it is a bit confusing. It's really hard to think of a name for the combination of White Zetsu and alien. Disguise alien, bloodline alien, ninja alien, hiss, none of them sound good. Forget it, let's call it White Zetsu Alien, it's simple and appropriate. Ling Mo really couldn't think of a nice name, so he simply named him by Ju. After consideration, Ling Mo decided to transform all the remaining 1,000 White Zetsu into aliens. With an enhanced version of the White Zetsu alien that obeys his orders, who would need a few more White Zetsu that might leak information? Just transform them all directly. As for Orochimaru, if he wants to study White Zetsu, he can just capture it himself. The White Zetsu alien has perfectly inherited White Zetsu's talents and also possesses powerful attack methods. This is much stronger than the White Zetsu ragtag army. Afterwards, Ling Mo ordered the White Ju alien to start eating. Only by becoming a fully mature body can it meet Ling Mo's requirements. The alien that has integrated the White Zetsu's genes can grow very fast. The aliens in the movie take at least half a day or a day to fully mature. The White Zetsu alien was growing rapidly while eating. In just 2 hours, all White Zetsu aliens evolved into their complete forms. The complete White Zetsu alien is about the same height as the original drone alien. However, the color is different. The milky white color in childhood has turned into green and white, black and brown. The overall look is also more refined. There is no dorsal fin like the drone alien, only a few spikes standing on the back. Without the mouth of the drone alien, the current White Zetsu alien has a bigger mouth. The sharp teeth stand out, a bit like the mouth of Venom in the movie shape. There is tree-like fur on both sides of the shoulders, and the whole body is covered with stripes like brushed muscles. It's quite handsome, I like it. Ling Mo was very satisfied when he saw Bai Ju's strange appearance. Then I controlled it with my telekinesis and began to test the alien's abilities. First, the White Zetsu alien used would release ability to insert its arm into the ground, and then a large area of land in front began to turn over, and thick branches quickly grew out from it. The range is also very wide, about 300 meters. Ling Mo took out a few shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them out, cutting through the branches. Yellow-brown corrosive blood gushed out, corroding all the weeds on the ground and emitting bursts of white smoke. A large corroded hole also appeared on the ground. That's right, although the corrosive power has weakened a bit, the damage is still not something that ordinary people can withstand. Ling Mo was very satisfied with this would-release alien. Then he began to test the regeneration ability and the ability to camouflage. The regenerative ability was beyond Ling Mo's expectations. Just a few seconds had passed since he cut off the alien's arm. The original wound quickly stopped bleeding, and the severed arm quickly grew back. The camouflage ability is the same as White Zetsu. It is very good, which makes Ling Mo feel like he has made a fortune. Next, it's time for your performance. Go, keep a close eye on the battle situation. Ling Mo used telekinesis to give orders and sent out 2,000 White Jew aliens to monitor the movements of the 5 major ninja villages. As the order was given, the White Zetsu aliens dived underground and began to carry out the mission. Once the White Zetsu alien is in place for surveillance, it's time for the assassination to begin. If the 5 major villages want to fight to the death, interests alone are not enough. Only hatred and living space can inspire their bloodiness. Then Ling Mo summoned out the ancestral monster. The one, you should be able to speak, or at least transform into a human form, Ling Mo said as he looked at the proto-beast that was nearly 4 meters tall and had a mouth full of fangs. The lizard-shaped protozoan is a form that is the fusion of humans and a large number of lizards. In the plot, this form of the proto-monster appears after fighting with Nexus. He transformed into a human form and hid himself, and he also possessed a high level of intelligence. So Ling Mo wanted to know if it could transform into a human form. After Ling Mo started asking questions, many bubbles of different sizes began to appear on the body of the ancestral monster. Slowly, the original monster's body began to shrink, transformed into the appearance of absorbing the first human in the original work. Interesting, are you a Zenomon now or are you a yokai Takafumi? Ling Mo asked curiously when he saw the modern ancestor monster transform into a human form. Master, I am now a xenomorph, not the absorbed Arifumi. The Archon knelt on one knee and said, is that so? I might as well just call you the one. It's still a bit awkward to call you Archon. Ling Mo felt that it was a bit awkward to always call it this beast or that beast, so he just named it the one. This sounds more comfortable. The one, thank you for naming it. Seeing that the ancestral beast was so respectful, Ling Mo had to admire the system. It turned out that the products produced by the system were indeed of high quality. Ling Mo was very satisfied with this. The original alien beast in the original drama was very brutal and wanted to destroy things at any time. There's no measure of how much fear you need to evolve to the next level. Ling Mo summoned the ancestral beast mainly to let it absorb the fear on the battlefield. The fear of death is very, very great, especially during wartime. Master, if we were to use a standard, it might take 50 million fear points to enter the next stage. Each time a person experiences fear, it's worth 1 point. The total fear value required is 50 million. The one thought for a long time and then answered seriously, hiss, you need so many. After hearing the answer, Ling Mo felt a little headache. What he had on the battlefield was not enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. Then if you devour a spiritual beast that is cultivated for thousands of years, can it evolve directly? Since so much fear value is required, Ling Mo wondered if it would be faster to devour the 3 immortals. Master, I have never devoured it, so I don't know. Is that so? Let's take it slow first. Don't miss out on the fear value on the battlefield. Even a fly, no matter how small, is still meat. You don't have to stay in the monster space anymore. Go to the battlefield and absorb the fear. With your current strength, as long as you don't show off, there shouldn't be any problem. Ling Mo decided to let them roam free for a while until the third war was almost over. Then take the one to visit the Holy Land of the next 3 generations. Now the only place Ling Mo can enter is probably the Holy Land of the White Snake Immortal. After all, with Orochimaru's help, I believe it will be easy. As for the other 2 holy places, the only options are threats or cooperation with the White Snake Immortal. Only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Namikaze Minato understood. Yes, Master. Go, the White Zetsu alien in the dark will assist you. Yes, after receiving instructions, the one, who had transformed into a human, began to head towards the battlefield. With the current strength of the ancestral beast, Ling Mo is not worried that it will encounter an accident, and with the White Jew alien watching over it, there is not much problem. Then Ling Mo collected all the remaining White Jew aliens into the monster, stood up and left the island. After turning around and returning to his residence. After a while, Ling Mo called Casey over. The two came to an open space, and Ling Mo began to experiment with something he had wanted to do for a long time. Casey, take out the spiritual scroll. After hearing Ling Mo's words, Casey opened the spiritual scroll he was wearing on his back and placed it in front of Ling Mo. Then Ling Mo took the Queen Muto blood that he had prepared long ago, drops onto the spiritual scroll filled with contracts. As the blood seeped in, the blood on the scroll formed a black magic circle. The representative contract can take effect. Sign a psychic contract with the Mutos, Casey. Thank you, Lord Ling Mo. Casey was very grateful when he heard Lingmo's words. If the contract with Mutos is successful, Nakasi's combat strength will skyrocket. As Casey pressed his fingerprint, the contract officially came into effect. This means that as long as Casey has enough energy, he can summon the Mutos to fight. Let's try channeling it. Ling Mo saw the changing contract lines taking shape on the contract scroll. Let Casey experiment. After all, Mutos was in his own monster space, and he didn't know whether Casey could successfully communicate with the spirit world. The excited Casey also wanted to communicate with the spirit, so he walked to the middle of the venue and started to make seals with his hands. Hai Su Yu Shen Wei, the art of spiritual communication. Bang. As Casey expected, the huge Mutos was summoned out. Ling Mo has been observing the status of the monster space Mutos. When Casey's spiritual communication technique was activated, Muto then it turned into white smoke and disappeared into the monster space. This scene made Ling Mo feel very magical. When Muto, who had come out of his spiritual channel, saw that it was not Ling Mo, he wanted to throw Casey off his head. The huge body kept shaking, making Casey very nervous. Alright, Muto, stop it. Ling Mo saw Muto shaking his body constantly, causing dust to fly everywhere. He immediately made it quiet down. After receiving the order, Mutos also obeyed Ling Mo's command obediently and stopped moving its body. Casey, who was on Muto's head, also breathed a sigh of relief. The scene just now was really scary. If he fell, Casey would probably be crushed into a meat patty by the Mutos. Casey, with the energy in your body, how long can the Muto last? No matter what is being channeled, the larger the object, the greater the energy used. The energy itself determines the time limit of the summon. The same is true for the Mutos that Casey channeled. My lord, with my current strength, the psychic Muto can last for half a day. The energy consumed is enormous, close to one half. Casey told the results he got after communicating with the spirits. Alright, Muto, cancel the psychic state. After the Mutos roared a few times, the psychic state was lifted. A huge white smoke appeared, and Mutos successfully returned to the monster space. And Casey also slowly landed in the air. After seeing the whole spiritual communication process, there were no mistakes. Ling Mo decided to make arrangements for the remaining 3 people, Cardo. In this way, Ling Mo's worries were completely resolved. Now all we have to do is help the Sand Village and start the war. Lure the other 3 villages to reach out and grab the cake of Konoha. 2 days later, at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves, at the Konoha Frontier Station, the command center said, Lord Orochimaru, the scout team has discovered nearly 10,000 sand ninja troops approaching near the Twin Mountains in the Land of Rivers. It will take about half a day to reach the garrison border. The head of the intelligence team reported to Orochimaru on the progress of the sand ninja. After hearing the information conveyed by the intelligence team, Orochimaru, the supreme commander of this time, he immediately realized that the sand ninja was about to launch a large-scale attack. Send word back to Konoha of the impending attack on the Sand Village. Send reinforcements. Have the vanguard team check the rear traps to see how they are doing. There must be no losses, and any missing ones must be replenished promptly. All teams, prepare for battle. Let the sensory ninjas monitor the border situation at all times to prevent enemy raids. Go call Hyuga Hisashi and Uchiha Inahim over. Orochimaru thought for a while and then issued several orders in succession. At present, there are not many ninjas guarding the front line, and they do not have an advantage in numbers, so Orochimaru can only find another way. The attack on the Sand Village must have been well prepared, and Orochimaru needed to make arrangements in advance. A moment later, Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Inahim arrived at Orochimaru's headquarters. Lord Orochimaru, you are looking for us. Entering the command center, a young man with white eyes and a black-haired boy stood in front of Orochimaru. In half a day, the Sand Ninja will reach the front line. Before that, I need a force to go around from the grass country to the rear of the Sand Ninja, harass and cut off their supply lines, and lay traps along their path. Slow down the arrival of their reinforcements. For this mission, I would like to assign Hisashi-kun and Inahim-kun as team leaders to lead the team to complete it. Orochimaru went straight to the point and explained the situation of this mission to the 2 of them. It is extremely dangerous to harass the enemy's rear and destroy their supplies. Orochimaru's decision to send Hyuga Hisashi and Uchiha Inabi to lead the team was made after careful consideration. The Byakugan's wide-range observation ability, combined with the Sharingan's cooperation, both of them can lead people to quickly launch a surprise attack on the Sand Ninja and evacuate in time. Not only that, it can also respond flexibly when avoiding pursuit. After some discussion, understood, Lord Orochimaru. Don't worry, I swear to complete the mission. The 2 also knew the importance of this mission and expressed their determination to complete it. Thank you for your hard work. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled and said. After the 2 left, Orochimaru started thinking again. After meeting Ling Mo again, he began to guess what Ling Mo was going to do. From attacking the Sand Village, triggering a war between the 2 villages to spying on Konoha's forbidden techniques, all of this was under Ling Mo's plan. In Orochimaru's opinion, this battle between the two villages will be very unsuccessful. Ling Mo would definitely have intervened secretly, a man who fled the village full of hatred. It is impossible not to retaliate, especially when the strength is still so strong. Ling Mo did not attack Konoha directly, and was obviously plotting a bigger conspiracy. Orochimaru himself was wandering between the two sides, which made him feel a little conflicted, as if there was an invisible shackle hanging on him. Orochimaru was constantly making choices between the village and his ideals. Ling Mo-jun, you really know how to give difficult questions. Orochimaru muttered to himself. The Sand Village army is advancing towards the border of Konoha at full speed. Master Cho, 10 kilometers ahead across a river is the guard post at the Konoha border. Konoha has discovered us and is ready for battle. A sensory ninja reports the situation to Cho. Order the entire army to deploy a defensive line and set up camp after crossing the river. Send out scouts to find out what's going on in Konoha. Cho stopped, looked in the direction of Konoha, and spoke slowly. How's the situation over there, Luo Xia? After receiving information from Maki, the top leaders of Tsunagakure decided to send troops to Konoha. Although losing 10 ninjas was not a big loss, it was a trick played by Konoha. That's a different situation, it's too embarrassing. The people who attacked Sand Village were from Konoha, and it was also Konoha that proposed the encirclement and suppression, but in the end it was Sand Village that suffered the heaviest losses. Moreover, after the encirclement and suppression, Konoha did not care about anything and did not care. This is intolerable. They are treating the Sand Village like fools. They have been fooled. If I don't save my face, this matter will become a complete joke if it gets out. Who and other small villages will take them seriously in the future? After discussion, the Sand Village sent 2 waves of teams to attack Konoha. Cho led a large army to fight against Konoha and delay time. Raza led a team of 1,000 people and entered Konoha from the side of the Land of Waves. Launch a surprise attack from the rear, form an encirclement, and eat up all the deployed personnel of Konoha at the border. According to the information sent by the Ninja Beast, Lord Raza has already entered the territory of the Land of Fire and will be behind the Konoha border early tomorrow morning. Konoha's supply lines have been firmly grasped by Lord Raza. After learning about Raza's situation, Cho smiled. Very good, inform him that the battle will begin tomorrow morning, immediate surprise attack. We'll hold back the Konoha army in the front, and let him kill as much as he wants. We must take the border and invade Konoha. Cho had to attack quickly before Konoha could react. Only in this way can we gain a foothold and enter the territory of the Fire Country to plunder resources. By the time Konoha reacted, it was too late to snatch it back. At that time, they would engage in a long-term defense battle on the border, gradually consuming Konoha. As long as the battle becomes stalemate, Cho doesn't believe that the other 3 villages will not be jealous and will definitely come out to take a bite. Time passed quickly, and it was morning, just after dawn, with the pale blue sky still rimmed with a few sparse remaining stars. On the battlefield, the Sand Village and Konoha's troops began to confront each other from a distance of 1,000 meters. Both sides disliked each other, and there was also hatred brought about by the previous war. Everyone glared at each other as soon as the leader of each party spoke. Definitely fight hard. So it's Granny Cho. I wonder what she wants to do by leading so many sand ninjas. Orochimaru asked knowingly. Snake Charmer, Konoha is completely empty-handed. How dare you send someone like you to be the commander? You should know that I have 10,000 ninjas here. Can you stop them? Cho ignored Orochimaru's pretense of stupidity and directly made a sarcastic remark. Don't worry about that, old man. At your age, you should be enjoying your retirement at home. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot your son and daughter-in-law are dead, and now you have become a lonely old man. Why, you want revenge now? Orochimaru didn't give Cho any face at all, and his vicious words hit her heart. Cho's face turned bad instantly. Slippery-mouthed brat, all sand ninjas, listen up. Go ahead and kill the bastard from Konoha. Kill! Following Cho's order, a stormtrooper team consisting of 3,000 ninjas began to surge out like a tide and rush towards Konoha's defense line. Kunao shurikens flew through the air, and all the soldiers attacked the Konoha ninjas. He rushed towards them in the air mixed with ninjutsu. Orochimaru was not at all panicked by this situation, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Orochimaru waved his hand, and hundreds of ninjas from various races appeared behind him, all standing in a straight line. Earth Escape, Earthquake Core. Nearly 100 Konoha ninjas who were proficient in Earth Escape used ninjutsu to lift many Konoha ninjas to higher places. Now, Kratom, Great Flame Technique, Kratom, Great Fireball Technique, Wind Style, Wind Dance. Afterwards, a group of people from the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan worked together to perform fire release. After releasing the fire style, the Shimura clan members began to use the wind style to increase the power of the fire style. Konoha used a combination of ninjutsu and successfully stopped the Sand Village. Compared to the smooth and orderly command of the Konoha ninjas under Orochimaru, the Sand Ninja Vanguard was like a fight between savages, with no rules at all. It's a complete suicide attack. The range of fire-style ninjutsu enhanced by wind-style ninjutsu can be said to be quite large. The sand ninja who was in the front couldn't stop it at all, and the scorching flames directly burned him into charcoal. Tisk tisk tisk, Granny Cho, it seems like Sand Village hasn't made any progress in the past few years. Orochimaru stood on a high place and said with a cold smile, "Kid, the fun has just begun, don't cry later." Seeing Orochimaru being so arrogant, Cho sneered. At the same time, the white Jew aliens sent by Ling Mo have sent back the news. Ling Mo was well aware of the situation of the battle between the two villages. "It's my turn. Casey, help me clean up, I'm going to kill some ass next." Ling Mo's eyes were cold, emitting murderous intent. He had been enduring this moment for 4 years. It's time to collect some interest. Ling Mo was preparing to go to the land of fire alone, and he was not going to let anyone from the Konoha army go. Except for Uncle Snake, after all, they are still cooperating, so it is a bit early to take action now. Yes, Lord Lingmo. Casey had already prepared everything he needed, so he just brought it over. Then, Lingmo summoned a small rodent and flew to the Fire Nation. Lingmo's idea of getting the other 3 villages to join in quickly was simple. One word, kill. Destroy all of Konoha's support forces. He didn't believe that other villages would be able to sit still until the 3rd Hokage had tightened his defenses. While flying, Ling Mo began to sort out the information from each village. Now that Tsuchikage and the Raikage have been watching this battle. However, the 3rd Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village didn't seem to be very interested in this. On the Konoha side, Orochimaru conveyed the message through the ninja beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen already knows the situation of the Sand Village and wants to end the war as soon as possible. After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to let Jiraiya lead a 3,000-strong ninja army, go to support Orochimaru, and also to get some peace and quiet. Ever since Jiraiya learned about Ling Mo's situation, he has been pestering Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wanted Konoha to give in, apologize, and reconcile with Ling Mo to avoid an endless struggle. But will Sarutobi Hiruzen agree? Would Danzo agree? Would the entire Konoha clan agree? For these hypocritical people in high positions, it is never you who is wrong. Even if you are wrong, it is because you have been misled by others. It has nothing to do with you, and you just put the blame on others. What's more, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is now loved by everyone. As he is about to retire, he will never let the stain splash on himself. So Sarutobi Hiruzen kept refusing Jiraiya's request. He is waiting for news from Danzo. He believed that his best friend would solve the problem of Ling Mo. As for his apprentice Jiraiya, he justified it by saying that he would only seriously consider Ling's death after the war was over. He persuaded Jiraiya to go support Orochimaru so that he could have a few days of peace and quiet. In this way, the deceived Jiraiya set out from Konoha with a support force of 3,000 ninjas. Jiraiya believed his teacher's lies and had no idea that he would meet Ling Mo, whom he had been thinking about, on the way. What will happen if such an encounter occurs? Ling Mo is also very much looking forward to it. Back on the battlefield, the Sand Village had already advanced to the high ground using their puppets as shields and started a brief hand-to-hand combat with the Konoha ninjas. Raza's sneak attack was unsuccessful, and he was instead caught in a trap set by Orochimaru. After separating from Ling Mo, Orochimaru noticed the movements of the Sand Village on his way back to the border. So he set up a trap early and ordered the Nara clan leader and Ui Shinku, Ui Korone's father, leading 2,000 men to ambush in the rear. Orochimaru led the remaining 3,000 people to block Cho's frontal attack. Orochimaru has the advantage in terrain, as he is located on a rocky highland. The overall slope is at a 45-degree angle, which is the best location that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as Orochimaru makes good use of the terrain and does not take offensive measures, there will be no problem in delaying the Sand Village ninjas. As time passed and it was almost noon, the sun had risen halfway up the sky. At this time, Cho was a little anxious. Raza's delay in breaking into Orochimaru's rear made Cho wonder if something had happened. The current situation is not optimistic. Cho's ninja troops cannot advance at all and have been wandering on the high ground. Although only half of the troops were sent to fight, casualties were gradually increasing. If this continues, the situation will only become more unfavorable. What is Granny Cho thinking about? Isn't she wondering why the assault team hasn't shown up? Orochimaru looked at Cho's worried eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. I thought to myself, you are not good enough at playing dirty. If there wasn't such a huge gap in personnel between the two sides, I would have played a more disgusting game than you to ensure that the position would not be lost. Kid, what did you do? After hearing what Orochimaru said, Cho realized that something must have happened to Raza and the others. My heart is full of doubts, which shouldn't happen. Luosha had to go around a long way before reaching the enemy's rear. How could it be discovered? It doesn't make sense at all. It's nothing, I just gave you a gift to sneak attack the team. Orochimaru licked his lips and said happily. Cho's face darkened as she began to worry about Luosha's safety. You know, Luo She is the person most likely to inherit the Kaze cage. This attack was intended to gain him more prestige. That's why Raza was tasked with attacking Konoha's rear. But unexpectedly, Orochimaru saw through his plan. The plot led to the failure of the mission. At this point, Cho began to consider retreating, as it was pointless to continue fighting. The only option was to withdraw to the base and find another way. As for Luo Shacho, he could only pray that he could escape safely. All Sand Village ninjas, listen up, take the wounded and retreat. Cho used chakra to spread her voice, ordering the remaining ninjas to withdraw from the battle. But how could Orochimaru let Cho retreat so easily without leaving something behind? He would not let her go easily. It's not that easy, Grandma Cho, are you losing your mind? I won't allow you to come when you want and leave when you want. Let me ask you for some advice. Orochimaru saw that Cho was planning to retreat, but he didn't give up. Wind style, great breakthrough. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals and powerful wind blades attacked Cho. Secret book, the art of maneuvering. When Cho saw Orochimaru's ninjutsu attack coming, she immediately used chakra threads to control the bodies of the dead Konoha ninjas. Block this attack for yourself. Little brat, since you won't give up, old Shen won't be polite either. White Secret Book, 10 Guardians of the Nirmatsu. After dodging Orochimaru's ninjutsu, Cho became angry and took out a puppet scroll. She summoned 10 human-shaped puppets, and at this moment she really wanted to teach Orochimaru a lesson. It can also delay the retreat of the ninja army. It's really interesting, I didn't expect all these antiques to be brought out. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and taunted. But he was smart and had already become alert, because this was the work of the first-generation puppeteer Manzaman. Coupled with the control of veteran puppeteer Cho Granny, their strength cannot be underestimated. So much nonsense, now let me show you the power of this old antique, take it. Cho no longer wanted to waste time talking to Orochimaru. With a flick of his finger, he controlled the 5 puppets to rush towards Orochimaru. Secret book, locking integrity. I saw the puppets with the numbers 5 and 8 written on their backs cooperating with each other. The head of puppet number 5 turns into a rotating chakra ninja and connects to the chain of puppet number 8. The spinning chakra blade slashed towards Orochimaru's head quickly. As for the remaining 3 puppets, one holds dual swords, one holds a samurai sword, and the other shoots spikes. Attack from different directions. 5 puppets attack from 5 directions. But Orochimaru didn't panic at all and let the attacks hit him. Bang! The moment the puppet made contact, Orochimaru's body turned into a substitute piece of wood and dodged it. The art of 10,000 snakes. After the puppet's attack missed, Orochimaru emerged from the ground on the other side. He opened his mouth and spit out countless small snakes, which attacked Cho in groups. I saw the little snake spit out a long sword from its mouth and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. That's really disgusting. Cho frowned slightly when she saw so many snakes. He controlled the puppet with his fingers and began to clear the snake formation. In front of the powerful puppet, such a small snake was no match for them. Just like mowing the grass, it's not over yet. Orochimaru spit out half of a snake's body from his mouth, and then spit out the Kusanagi sword from the snake's mouth. The sword continued to lengthen and shot towards Cho. Seeing this, Cho hurriedly used a puppet to block it, but the puppet was soon knocked away. See, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword knocked the puppet away. Cho quickly controlled the other puppets and attacked Orochimaru from the side again. Seeing this, Orochimaru gave up the attack and spat out the snake. He bit his thumb, then slapped the ground with his hands. The art of spiritual communication. Bang! The huge body of the one snake was summoned out, and the 5 puppets that were close to it were instantly swept away by the one snake's tail. Orochimaru, my appearance fee is very expensive. When Manchi saw that Orochimaru had summoned him, he asked for a sacrifice. See the sand ninja on the field, eat as much as you want. If you can get rid of the old woman in front, I'll let you eat your fill. Orochimaru stood on Manzo's head and said that Cho's puppets were very strong in attack and defense, and Orochimaru could not attack Cho in a short time. So Orochimaru summoned 10,000 snakes, hoping to suppress them with his body. What a troublesome little devil. When Cho saw Orochimaru summon the summoning beast, she suddenly felt a little overwhelmed and her face became even more gloomy. After looking around, Cho gave up the idea of fighting. Now the Sand Village ninjas have almost retreated, and Cho doesn't want to continue to tangle with Orochimaru. Don't get complacent, kid, this is just the beginning. Cho left a harsh word, controlled the puppet, turned around and left. Orochimaru did not let Manda stop it, but instead asked it to clean up the Sand Village ninjas who were seriously injured and unable to escape. Orochimaru doesn't have enough manpower now if he continues to fight with Cho. Maybe the Sand Ninja who just returned will attack again. This is something Orochimaru had to consider, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just guard the border of the Fire Nation and wait for reinforcements to arrive before considering pursuing the victory. Behind the border station, with the cooperation of the Nara clan leader and Ui Shinku, Luo She did not get the upper hand, as one of them was proficient in shadow control and the other was good at illusion. Compared with the other two, the young Luo She's practical experience is far behind. Although they have an advantage with a large amount of gold sand, they are all ranged mages. If you are not careful, you will be controlled, and Konoha's ambushers are twice as many as Raza's. Neither the location nor the people have an advantage. Raza had no choice but to retreat with his men. If they continued to stay in the land of fire, they might be surrounded and attacked by Konoha. He simply took the remaining few hundred ninjas back to the main force. Thus began the first battle between the two villages. Konoha was considered victorious and successfully defended its border. But this is just the beginning. The war continues. The Sand Village will not give up. After Orokai and Cho finished their battle in the Land of Fire, both sides tacitly chose to rest. During this period, Ling Mo also entered the territory of the Fire Nation. Ling Mo has learned about Jiraiya and his men's support route through the intelligence from the White Zetsu alien. At this time, he was choosing a feng shui location for the team. Looking at the rugged mountains below, Ling Mo kept thinking about where would be more suitable. Here it is. After exploring for a long time, Ling Mo locked onto a relatively large valley. Considering that there are 3,000 ninjas in Konoha, if they are all to be kept, they must have a suitable cage. And this place called Broken Valley is just right. Both sides are steep slopes of over 80 degrees and a height of 100 meters. The width is only about 50 meters. There are only 2 entrances and exits on the 2-kilometer-long road. The top of the slope was covered with dense bushes, perfect for an ambush. If the ninja wanted to escape, it would waste a lot of time, and Jiraiya's route happened to pass through here. Just let me give you some gifts. Ling Mo controlled Little Rodden to land at the exit of Broken Valley. He began to use telekinesis to summon the White Zetsu alien and various other aliens to hide in the bushes and the valleys on both sides. Although the bushes on both sides are dense, they cannot accommodate too many aliens. Ling Mo had no choice but to send out 3,000 white Jew aliens to blend into the ground, and the remaining aliens hid in the bushes. 6,000 aliens versus a mere 3,000 ninjas. This is the first time I've ever fought such a powerful battle. Ling Mo smiled slightly. He didn't care about the 3,000 ninjas at all. The only tricky one is Jiraiya. To be on the safe side, Ling Mo released the radioactive elements in his body. If you look closely, you will find that there is a layer of green energy moving on the surface of Ling Mo's skin. A large amount of radiation is like mayflies in the water, forming tiny solid particles floating in the air, which shows how much Ling Man used. After filling the exit with high-concentration radioactive elements, Ling Mo was completely relieved. Whoever goes out from the exit is guaranteed to receive a periodic table of elements in his body. After doing all this, Ling Mo consumed a lot of energy. Emitting large amounts of radiation from the body consumes physical strength and energy, but these are of no concern and will not affect the subsequent battle at all. Next, Ling Mo went to the entrance of the valley and found a hidden cave to hide in. Hidden away. Now everything is ready. All we need is for Jiraiya's reinforcements to enter the valley, and Ling Mo to cut off their retreat from behind. At this time, Ling Mo was very much looking forward to fighting with Jiraiya. Jiraiya is the sole character of the entire Naruto series. This is also the regret in the hearts of every Naruto fan. When he activated the Sage Mode, everyone thought he would win, but in the end he was killed by his own apprentice. He almost married Tsunade, almost finished writing Intimate Paradise, almost got Orochimaru back, and almost saw Naruto become Hokage. This character, who is always just a little bit short, is a regret for many movie fans. So, take advantage of now while Jiraiya doesn't have too many regrets. Let me give you a ride, Jiraiya. Ling Mo will not let him go just because of this. Who doesn't have regrets in life? What's more, this is in this ninja world full of war. He might just get a girlfriend, and then be killed by a kunai the next second. Master Jiraiya, we will soon reach the battlefield after passing through the Broken Valley. Do we need to give everyone a break? We haven't stopped on the road, and the accompanying medical ninjas are almost exhausted. Abarame Shiwei said to Jiraiya, who was hurrying along beside him. Abarame Jiwei was also among the large support force this time. After fighting Ling Mo twice, he was already afraid and was terrified to meet Ling Mo again. In order to avoid being sent by the third Hokage to deal with Ling Mo, Abarame Shiwei chose to go to the battlefield. It just so happened that the support troops were organizing manpower, so he submitted his application to the higher authorities without hesitation. This time the support force included the legendary 3 ninjas Jiraiya, which made him feel much more at ease. The top management also agreed to his request, and they recognized Abarame Shiwei's abilities, so he felt more at ease and even let him serve as Jiraiya's deputy. It's indeed time to rest. Order all personnel to rest on the spot. We need to quickly support the front line and continue on our journey in 3 hours. Jiraiya heard the reminder from his deputy Abarame Shiwei and realized that he was a little anxious because of the war. Looking at the troops behind him that were already moving away from him, he expressed apology on his face. Although he was fine, he was still accompanied by a group of ninjas. You have to consider everyone's feelings. Soon, with the help of Abarame Shiwei and Mushi, the message was passed on. All the ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, as some of them were exhausted from the journey. They quickly lay on the ground and breathed deeply, while some stronger ninjas took out military pills or canned food to replenish their strength. After Jiraiya stopped, he and Abarame Shiwei rested in an open space. Master Jiraiya, would you like some? Abarame Shiwei took out a can of food produced by the Cardo Chamber of Commerce from her backpack and handed it to Jiraiya. Ah, thanks, Jiwei. Jiraiya took it and opened it without hesitation and started eating. After all, we are on the march, so there is no need for so many etiquettes. Jiwei, what do you think about Uchiha Ling's death? Jiraiya, who was eating canned food, looked at Abarame Shiwei and asked. Jiraiya also wanted to hear the opinions of Abarame Shiwei, who had fought against Ling Emo with Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya only half believed his teacher's lies about delaying. He had never met Ling Emo and had no idea about his character. Moreover, from the coldness in the eyes of the third Hokage, Jiraiya was actually unsure. He didn't want his village to go wrong, that it was originally just an exchange of interests, but an innocent person had to be sacrificed. This kind of behavior and style made Jiraiya feel guilty and he didn't want to take action against Ling Mo. However, due to the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya had to get involved in this matter. So Jiraiya wanted to try to win back Ling Mo, even if the hope was slim. If that doesn't work, then he can only let this hatred end. Lord Jiraiya seems to be very interested in Uchiha Lingmo. Abarame Shiwei hadn't expected Jiraiya to ask him questions about Lingmo. I just heard Minato talk about some things, so I'm curious about this Uchiha Lingmo. It just so happens that you fought him just like Minato, so I wanted to ask your opinion. Jiraiya scratched the hair on the back of his head and said with a smile, "Is that so? I didn't expect Master Jiraiya to care about his apprentice so much. However, speaking of Uchiha Lingmo, please don't blame me for encouraging others, Master Jiraiya." Abarame Shiwei paused for a moment with a serious tone, and seeing that Jiraiya didn't say anything, she continued, "Uchiha Lingmo is very powerful, and makes people feel very powerless. Every time you target him, you will be plotted against. Neither Minato nor I have ever seen his true strength. Uchiha Lingmo gives me the feeling that he is always playing tricks on us, and every time it is shocking. How should I put it? Powerful, intelligent, cold, crazy, and hateful of Konoha, these are my feelings about him. Konoha will suffer great losses in the future if it has such an enemy." Yunun Jiwei leaned against a tree, and now when she thought of Ling Mo's terrifying strength, she still felt a little nervous. If it weren't for Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique, he would have died several times. Is that so? He's so hostile to ninjas, it seems Konoha has hurt him quite a bit. Jiraiya spoke slowly, he had heard the same words from his apprentice. "I cursed my teacher and Tobirama several times in my heart, saying that they only knew how to stir up trouble and didn't know how to clean up their mess. One is for the benefit of the village, the other is careless and tramples on it. If such a big hole cannot be filled, everyone will have to suffer." Abarame Shiwei didn't refute Jiraiya's words. When he was in ninja school, he often saw Ling Mo being bullied. "But as a quiet man who doesn't want to cause trouble," he said, "I don't want to get involved at all, and no one in the village cares. If he goes to help, he will only be known as an accomplice and a nuisance. If he were in such a situation, he would probably do something even more extreme than Ling Mo." Soon, 3 hours passed and it was almost dusk. The clouds in the distance have begun to turn slightly yellow. Jiraiya stood up and asked Abarame Shiwei to notify everyone and prepare to set off. After the rest, the entire team has regained their energy. In order to not waste any more time, Jiraiya planned to move forward at full speed. Arrived directly at the war zone in one breath. Orochimaru has already fought a round with the Sand Village, and it is estimated that the scope of the battle will soon expand. At that time, they would launch assassination raids in small teams. If there are not enough people, Orochimaru may not be able to hold on, so Jiraiya hopes to arrive soon. Just as the support team entered the valley, Abarame Jiwei broke out in a cold sweat. The worms in his body began to stir again. Out of biological instinct, as if they sensed danger, they kept warning him to retreat quickly. Is it an illusion, or is there something wrong up ahead? This feeling is indeed Uchiha Lingmo, damn it. Why is he here? It's impossible, could it be something else? At this time, doubts kept arising in Yum Jiwei's mind, and the restlessness of the insects forced him to stop. "What's wrong, Jiwei? Why did you stop?" Jiraiya saw Abarame Shiwei stop and turned back to his side and asked. The team behind also slowly stopped and looked at the two of them with some confusion. "Master Jiraiya, there may be danger ahead. My bugs are very agitated. This situation has only occurred twice, and both times it was when Ling Mo was present." Abarame Jiwei had a gloomy face, but kept saying unlucky words in her heart. "Originally, I thought that by following the main force, Ling Mo would not dare to attack, and I felt safe. Who knew I couldn't get rid of it and could even encounter this?" Jiraiya became alert after hearing what Abarame Shiwei said. "At the same time, I was full of doubts. How dare they attack me with so many people on my side? How confident are you? Did you find it?" Ling Emo sensed the information transmitted by the white Zetsu alien, and Jiraiya and the others stopped. Obviously something had gone wrong and it had been noticed. Well, since I've been discovered, I'll just force the issue. Now, half of the support team led by Jiraiya has entered the valley. The other half is still outside. Ling Emo immediately decided to drive all the remaining people in that he was forcing people to do something they couldn't do, like closing the door and beating the dog. Using telekinesis, he began to summon the powerful iron-blooded alien and Deacon alien. 1,000 alien teams were formed and began to surround them from behind. He also ordered 1,000 white Zetsu aliens in the valley to rush to the rear of the troops and cooperate with the Iron Blood aliens to carry out the assassination. Soon, the battle began. Whoo! Woo! Phew! The last wave of medical ninjas and guards had no time to react. He was directly ambushed by the iron-blooded aliens and turned into a limp corpse. This also attracted the attention of the stronger senior ninja in front. Soon, a senior ninja from the Yamanaka family discovered the situation. Enemy attack. Quick, report to Master Jiraiya, a large number of enemies are attacking from behind. They sensed thousands of aliens coming towards them from behind. The people of the Yamanaka clan immediately raised their voices with chakra and shouted loudly. The sound rang out, and all the ninjas noticed what was happening behind them. They took out their weapons and prepared to fight. Before everyone could react, intertwined branches began to appear on the ground and attacked. Some ninjas who were not paying attention were strangled and dismembered. Some ninjas tried to cut off the rapidly approaching branches, but were hit by the corrosive blood spurting out from the broken ends. It turned into a pile of blood and bones, and this scene scared many ninjas. They all gave up the idea of attacking. It would be disastrous if they got stuck accidentally. They could only walk towards the valley. There's no other way, all other roads are blocked. Quick, dodge, head into the valley. Some terrified ninjas began to shout nonsense. Many smart and calm family ninjas discovered the clues and realized that the valley was obviously a trap. However, it was too late to stop it now. When a large number of civilian ninjas saw the corrosive would escape and the alien, he had already made the decision instinctively and rushed into the valley in a panic. Master Jiraiya, something's wrong. A large number of monsters attacked us from behind. The road behind us has been blocked. The team is now in disarray, with many people rushing towards the valley in a panic. A team leader came to Jiraiya and quickly told him the current situation. Jiraiya's expression instantly turned grim. You must know that the valley is a trap. If everyone enters the valley, otherwise, the entire army will be wiped out. This is simply to bury them all here. It is too late to withdraw the entire army now. Jiraiya looked back and could vaguely see ninjas rushing towards him. All personnel, begin deploying a defense line at the valley entrance. We must not all enter the valley. Ji-Wei, take your men and defend the rear. There must be more enemies in the valley ahead. After saying this, without waiting for Abarame Shiwei's reply, Jiraiya turned and hurried towards the valley entrance. He wanted to stop the monsters before everyone entered the valley. Jiraiya and the others had not entered the valley for many meters. So soon Jiraiya arrived at the entrance. All teams, don't panic. Form a semicircle of defense at the entrance to block the enemy. The valley is full of traps. No one who enters will survive. Jiraiya shouted, calming the panic team down. With his orders, each sparse team had a backbone. They began to deploy a defensive formation to counterattack the advancing aliens. Soon, with the cooperation of various ninjutsu, the pace of the iron-blooded aliens' attack slowed down. The ninjas on the ground jumped onto trees or huge rocks, dodging the attacks from the white Zetsu alien. After a brief confrontation, the two sides temporarily entered a stalemate. But this situation did not last long. The number of aliens was too large, and the ninjas had to wait until their chakra was exhausted. That is like a piece of fish that can be slaughtered at will. This can't go on any longer. Jiraiya knew that this wouldn't last long, as it happened too suddenly. Everyone needs to calm down, otherwise they won't be able to hold on for long and the entire army will be destroyed. Captains of the Sealing Squad, step out and gather here. In order to give everyone a chance to catch their breath, Jiraiya thought of using a combination of ninjutsu. Soon, 12 captains of the Jonin teams from various clans came before Jiraiya. Listen up, all of you, you'll be in groups of 2 at 6 locations awaiting orders. I'll have people protect you on the way. I need you to cast the 6-sided flame formation to temporarily hold back those monsters and give everyone some time to breathe. All personnel will gather within the barrier in a moment. Upon hearing my command, immediately cast the 6-sided flame formation. I understand everything. Jiraiya said solemnly to a dozen or so senior ninjas that this concerned the safety of thousands of people. Clear. They also understand the importance of their mission and feel obligated to do so at this time. Okay, time is running out, disperse. Following Jiraiya's order, the sealing teams of 2 began to deploy. Go, notify Abarame Shiwei and have him gather the men. Meet at the entrance. Once everyone is in place, the barrier will be erected. Jiraiya grabbed a sensory ninja's shoulder and had him pass on a message to Abarame Shiwei. As Jiraiya issued orders one after another, all personnel start executing. But at this time Ling Mo walked slowly and calmly towards the place where the alien and the ninja were fighting. What Jiraiya is doing now is just a fight of a trapped beast. Ling Mo's aliens have surrounded them all, although the plan has changed. But it does not affect the final outcome. After all, no one is a fool. No one would walk into a trap even if they found it. If Jiraiya had made quick adjustments at the beginning and led his men out of the defense line, perhaps Ling Mo may not be able to stop all the ninjas. Unfortunately, he doesn't have as smart a mind as Orochimaru, he is just stronger in combat. When it comes to deploying troops and fighting, Jiraiya is at most a charging general. It's okay to fight alone, but it's really not suitable for you to use strategies and tactics. Not long after, Abarame Jiwei had gathered all the people in the valley together. Jiraiya knew that the time was almost up. Now, set up the formation. Seeing that everyone was in place, Jiraiya shouted orders. The 12 members of the sealing team began to form seals with their hands. Six-sided flame formation open. As everyone shouted, a huge hexagonal formation with red and yellow colors quickly rose up. The moment the alien rushed over and touched the barrier, flames burst out of its body and burned all over. Seeing that the six-sided flame formation had taken effect, many ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. They all felt lucky because the aliens were really difficult to deal with and they would die if they were not careful. Ninjas with weaker strength had no chance of resistance at all. The original ninja army of 3,000 people now has only more than 2,000 people left. Jiraiya's expression was also solemn when he saw this. Just as many ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. All the aliens have surrounded them, enclosing the barrier in the middle. Looking at the densely packed monsters outside, everyone felt fear in their hearts. Where the hell did these monsters come from? Some ninjas who were unaware of the situation secretly swallowed their saliva and felt unsure. These monsters are so powerful that it is a mystery whether everyone can escape. Jiraiya-sama, what should we do next? Abarame Shiwei asked Jiraiya, looking at him with a hint of regret at this moment. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed in the village. Why did I run away? These are the monsters that appeared when you and Minato encountered Uchiha Lingmo, right? Jiraiya began to observe carefully. He had not observed carefully just now due to the chaos. Now I find that some monsters can actually use wood release, which is totally wrong. He had never seen such a thing before, not even the spirit beasts possessed such abilities. Yes, and these monsters have several more types than last time, although they look similar, they are still different and more difficult to deal with. Han Shui already appeared on Abarame Shiwei's forehead, without Minato's flying thunder god technique. The probability of escaping from Ling Mo's hands was 0, and he was more anxious than anyone else at this moment. Unless Jiraiya can defeat Ling Mo and get rid of these monsters, otherwise there's no way to escape. It seems that if that's the case, Uchiha Lingmo must be among them. Jiraiya was certain that it was Lingmo's doing, although he didn't know what the purpose of the sneak attack on them was. But he wanted to communicate with Ling Mo, and if possible, it would be best to resolve the barriers between him and the village. This idea is still simple, but the prophecy of the great Toad Sage will not come true. No matter what opportunity it is, Jiraiya will try to seize it. If it succeeds, everything will be fine. If it fails, then Ling Mo will have to be killed. At this time, the alien in front slowly made way for a passage. The scene of the aliens changing attracted the attention of many ninjas. Ling Mo slowly walked towards the many ninjas. Each alien lowered its head towards Ling Mo, as if paying homage to the emperor. The scene became extremely quiet, with only the sound of Ling Mo's footsteps. The heartbeats of many ninjas also rose and fell with Ling Mo's footsteps. A sense of pressure from a superior emanated from Ling Mo. Some people felt the pressure, and their backs were already soaked with sweat. Most of the ninjas were shocked when they saw that the person who came out was Ling Mo, the disaster of the village. At the same time, they also became angry. Some ninjas who were ignorant and didn't understand Ling Mo's strength and the truth. He started yelling and scolding loudly. He thought Ling Mo was still the same Ling Mo who allowed himself to be bullied. The star of disaster has passed away. Look at the good things you have done. You're slaughtering your fellow villagers. Are you tired of living? Let us go quickly, let us go, or you will be in trouble. Jiraiya could shut up some stupid ninjas with just a look. When Jiraiya saw Ling Mo appear, he began to carefully observe the young man mentioned by Minato and the others. He actually put on a turtle shell. He really knows how to think of a way. But I thought that there is nothing I can do. Ling Mo was standing in front of the alien at this time, looking at the barrier in front of him with disdain and spoke. He was not angry at the words of those ignorant ninjas. In his opinion, it was just a broken corpse screaming unwillingly. Uchiha Lingmo, I think we can talk. I already have a rough idea of what you've been through in the village. The village is guilty of you. If possible, I promise that the village will compensate you. Jiraiya came to the front of the many ninjas and wanted to negotiate with Ling Mo. His eyes were also full of sincerity, hoping to get Ling Mo's forgiveness. "Oh, compensate me, I'd like to know how." Seeing Jiraiya stand up, he did not scold him for killing the Konoha ninja. Instead, he wanted to negotiate with him. Ling Mo sneered in his heart and thought it was a bit interesting. "I want to hear how Jiraiya makes amends." When many Konoha ninjas heard Jiraiya's words, they were all surprised, and some thought it was a delaying tactic of Jiraiya. Some people thought that Jiraiya was compromising, and everyone started to make noise. "I can ask the third Hokage, who is also my teacher, to apologize to you on behalf of the entire Konoha, and make financial compensation. You can also make other requests." Seeing Ling Mo open his mouth, Jiraiya thought there was hope, so he seriously expressed his thoughts. In Jiraiya's opinion, one cage represents the entire village, and he sincerely apologized to Ling Mo in front of everyone, which was nothing wrong. Then make some financial or other compensation, which should be acceptable to everyone. "Ha, that's it. Is this what you call compensation, Jiraiya? If that's what you mean, I am extremely disappointed in you." Ling Mo's eyes became disdainful and his tone was slightly angry. "I originally thought that Jiraiya's compensation would be some shocking news. In the end, the so-called compensation was just an apology and some money. You're just treating beggars like this, it's totally provoking him." If it weren't for Jiraiya's sincere look, Ling Mo would have used his atomic breath on him long ago. "You can propose other conditions. After all, negotiations can't be concluded in one go." Jiraiya saw that Ling Mo was not interested in his proposal, so he quickly replied with a smile. "Just let Ling Mo talk about it, and if he can accept it, he can agree to it. If you say so, then I will bring it up." Seeing that Jiraiya was still like this, Ling Mo's eyes became playful. "You can ask for peace with me, but everyone in Konoha, no matter who they are, must kneel down and kowtow 3 times in front of me. Apologize. And return my parents' bodies. Then, after Senju Tobirama is resurrected, he will kneel before my parents in front of everyone for 3 days and 3 nights. How's that? It's simple, isn't it, Jiraiya-sama?" Ling Mo's face was full of smiles, and he looked at Jiraiya with cold and playful eyes. However, before Jiraiya could speak, the rest of the ninjas couldn't sit still anymore and started cursing. "Asshole, do you think you're in a dream? Asking the third Hokage to apologize to you is already a great honor to you, and you actually asked him to kneel down. Go to hell, Pa. Even if we die here, we won't agree to your request. A disaster like you doesn't deserve Konoha's apology. If I could go there alive, I would definitely dig up your parents' bodies." The air was filled with angry voices. It was obvious that Ling Mo's words had angered everyone. He didn't feel at all that he was still in danger. What a bunch of trash brainwashed by the Hokage swill. Ling Mo looked at the ninjas surrounding him with disdain, his heart full of contempt. "Uchiha Ling Mo, don't you think your request is too much? That's the village you live in. Even if you've been treated unfairly, you shouldn't have such thoughts." Jiraiya no longer had the patience and sincerity he had just now. His eyes became cold and his tone became deep. His face darkened, and he felt like he had been completely fooled. "That's too much, humph, ha 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 ha. You know you're overdoing it, Jiraiya." At this time, Ling Mo unconsciously activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and his eyes became crazy. He said with an arrogant smile, "They killed my parents for profit and even tried to kill me when I was just born. Not only that, they also told everyone that I was the murderer of my parents and slandered me with lies. They bullied me from a young age. Not only did they not help me, but they also joined in and tortured me even more severely for over a decade. They even want to use me for human experiments, acting like a saint and telling me in the end that an apology and some money would be enough to get over it. Tell me, who is more outrageous, Jiraiya?" Ling Mo lost his usual calmness at this moment. He thought of the suffering he had endured in Konoha and the unfair treatment he had received in his previous life. His eyes turned cold and crazy, and the flames of hatred and anger in his heart were ignited. "If I didn't have the strength, who would care about me? You'd probably just treat me as the scourge everyone wants to beat and torture. Since you think it's natural, then everything I do now is also natural." Ling Mo no longer had the patience to talk to Jiraiya, and his tone was filled with murderous intent. Energy gathered in his body, and bursts of blue light began to emanate from his entire body. Jiraiya looked at Ling Mo, who was close to madness, and heard what Ling Mo said. He knew that his persuasion had failed. Only now did he understand why his teacher was reluctant to agree to his request. However, in order to prevent the prophecy from coming true, Jiraiya can only continue to make mistakes. "Prepare for painful torture." Nuclear escape pseudo-atomic breath. Ling Mo immediately released his skills and attacked directly into the barrier. The blue light gathered in the body seemed to have an outlet, and the tremendous energy burst out like a flood. Bang! The vented energy hit the barrier and dissipated. "Thinking you can break the 6-sided flame formation with an attack like this? You're really underestimating us," the 12 senior ninjas said with disdain in their hearts at this time, and did not take Ling Mo's attack seriously at all. Jiraiya frowned as he watched Ling Mo's attack. That massive amount of energy didn't feel like chakra at all. It felt the same as chakra energy, but Jiraiya, who had practiced natural energy for many years, discovered that this energy was different. But Ling Mo would not give Jiraiya time to think and research. Under the continuous impact of the hot energy, cracks soon appeared in the barrier. What? How is this possible? That was formed by the chakra of 12 Jonin. How could it be? You have to know that this is a six-sided flame formation formed by 12 senior ninjas. The defense is quite strong, and even a cage-level warrior cannot break it in the first place. But now the facts are before their eyes, making many ninjas unable to believe it. Ling Mo glanced at him disdainfully and increased his energy output. If it was a Shadow Level 4 Red Yang formation, perhaps it could be defended, but this small six-sided flame formation was not enough for Ling Mo to deal with. Soon, with the increased energy output, a big hole was punched into the barrier. Boom! Ling Mo did not stop and attacked the people inside directly. Get out of the way! Jiraiya immediately shouted loudly that he couldn't catch that energy at all, so he could only dodge. However, it was too late, as the ninja in front dodged it. The ones behind had no time to dodge and were directly blasted into molecules in the air. There was no time to even shout for help. The entire barrier was then lifted, and the 12 senior ninjas were directly attacked, spitting blood and falling to the ground. Seeing that many ninjas were in chaos, Ling Mo stopped attacking. After the energy dissipated, a huge gully had been plowed out on the ground by Ling Wang. After the barrier was lifted, Ling Mo did not order the aliens to attack, but instead asked them to strengthen their defenses and kill anyone who tried to escape. He wanted to kill everyone with his own hands and make everyone feel despair. Jiraiya, let me see your strength. I hope you can let me enjoy myself. This is the cemetery I carefully selected for you. Ling Mo spoke slowly and began to walk forward. Ling Mo slowly increased his speed, taking 2 steps at a time, and then rushed forward. Let me end your suffering. It must be hard to live with hatred. Jiraiya said with regret that he didn't want to erase Ling Mo, but there was a warning from the prophecy. He had to do this, he thought to himself, let him be the bad guy. However, Jiraiya underestimated Ling Mo's strength. Kratom Big Flame Bomb. Jiraiya formed seals with his hands and spit out fire-style ninjutsu from his mouth. Everyone saw that the alien next to them did not attack, but Ling Mo rushed forward. He immediately felt underestimated, and saw Jiraiya attack again. They all launched attacks, ninjutsu shuriken, kunao, and detonating tags all attacked Ling Mo. That's it? What a bunch of rubbish. Ling Mo rushed forward and looked at the attack coming towards him without any panic. Let me show you what absolute strength crushing is. Kratom, Great Fire Extinguishing. Ling Mo stopped, formed a hand seal in a second, and spit out the fire ninjutsu he learned from Madara. The huge fire wave directly collided with the attacks of many ninjas. Bang! The 2 attacks collided in the middle. Ling Mo's huge fire escape was not something that a bunch of random attacks could withstand. After a few seconds of contact, the wave of fire directly approached many ninjas, including Jiraiya. Nanny, not good. Quick! Defend it. Jiraiya reacted quickly, realizing that the attacks from so many ninjas were too complex. Unable to stop Ling Mo's fire escape at all, he immediately changed his strategy. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. After hearing Jiraiya's call, everyone immediately adjusted themselves. Use Earth Escape to block Ling Mo's attack. The earth wall rose high, and the oncoming wave of fire was finally blocked. The high temperature of the residual heat was transmitted to the faces of many ninjas, showing how powerful Ling Mo's move was. Damn! This is a bit tricky. It seems that what Minato said was right, it is indeed very powerful. Jiraiya kept thinking in his mind how to deal with Ling Mo. The fire escape alone was so powerful, it was obvious that Ling Mo was at the same level as him, or even above him. Tisk, how boring. Jiraiya, you're not really that short. I can't even satisfy people. Seeing that his fire escape was blocked, Ling Mo started to sneer. He wanted Jiraiya to use Sage Mode, if possible. Capture the 2 fairy toads of Mayaboku Mountain and force them to reveal the location of Mayaboku Mountain. Kid, don't underestimate Konoha's ninjas. While you were still drinking milk, this immortal had already gone to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Jiraiya retorted without hesitation, feeling awkward. It's so embarrassing to be mocked by a junior. Really? I hope you'll still be so relaxed later. A cruel smile appeared on Ling Mo's lips, and he bent his body as if to draw his sword and chop. The energy in his hand gathered into a blade and began to attack. God-killing spear, dancing blade. As Ling Mo swung his arm, countless energy blades extended in a fan shape with Ling Mo as the starting point. He quickly stabbed towards Jiraiya and the ninja behind him. Jiraiya learned his lesson this time and jumped to the side to avoid Ling Mo's attack. But some of the ninjas behind were not so lucky. Those who were not strong enough had no time to avoid it. He was pierced into a sieve by Ling Mo's divine killing spear. After dodging Ling Mo's attack, Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals and slapped the ground with his hands. Earth Escape Yellow Mire. As the ninjutsu was activated, the ground where Ling Mo was standing immediately softened and formed a shaking swamp, and he immediately fell into it. Fire Style, Large Flame Bomb. Without giving Ling Mo time to react, another fire attack came. It can be said that Jireya's combination is very clever. He uses the yellow mud swamp to control the movement, and then uses fire escape to roast the enemy again, making it unable to move. But this is only useful against ordinary enemies. It has no effect at all against stronger ones, such as Ling Mo. It's just like a child playing in the mud, it only gets his clothes dirty but doesn't hurt his body. That's it. Are you playing house? On the ground, only Ling Mo's head was exposed. Jireya's blazing fire escape just now did not cause any harm to Ling Mo at all. Jireya frowned when he saw this scene. A secret technique? Not necessarily, it could be an illusion. Jireya observed for a long time but still couldn't understand how Ling Mo was able to resist his ninjutsu. Even a cage-level ninja cannot use his body to withstand high-damage ninjutsu. He didn't quite believe that Ling Mo could develop a body of steel at such a young age. We can only temporarily infer that it is some kind of technique. After all, Ling Mo possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. As someone who has mastered the Toad magic technique and is a disciple of the Hokage, he must know something. However, Jireya was only half right. Ling Mo, who possessed a monster physique, took the damage. He also used his eye technique, Suji Zuming, to absorb all the damage caused by his ninjutsu and stored it in his eyes. Let me test your strength again. Jireya took out a kunao and prepared to engage in hand-to-hand combat. He wanted to test whether it was as he thought. Then, he began to rush towards Ling Mo playing taijutsu. I'm afraid only Kai with his 8 gates open can hurt me. When Ling Mo saw Jireya suddenly come forward, he also became interested and jumped up from the ground. Gathering energy blades in his hands, he began to attack Jireya. The kunao imbued with chakra collided with the energy blade, sparks flew, and the two began to fight back and forth. The ninjas on the side watched the fight between the two. Not knowing whether to help or not, they just stood there watching helplessly. With the help of the Mangekyo, Ling Mo's close combat ability can barely match Jireya. But Jireya is a seasoned warrior after all, while Ling Mo has not been baptized by war. Jireya soon found the flaw. You lose. Jireya was very happy in his heart that after fighting for a long time, he finally found Ling Mo's loophole. The kunao in his hand cut through the air flow and stabbed towards Ling Mo's neck. But when he saw Ling Mo's slightly raised mouth corners, Jireya suddenly had a bad feeling. Ding, ding dong. The kunao did not pierce Ling Mo's throat as Jireya had expected. Instead, he was broken into 2 halves by his strong body. The scattered sparks replayed in Jireya's eyes for a long time. How is this possible? Although Jireya is experienced in physical skills, he can't beat Ling Mo because he has cheats. It's a joke that he wants to hurt Ling Mo with just a small kunao. What's more, Ling Mo's power has reached the monster level. Bang! While Jireya was stunned, Ling Mo punched him directly. The powerful force hit Jireya's stomach and knocked him out. Abarame Shiwei, who was always paying attention to the movements of the two, saw Jireya being knocked away and immediately controlled the insect to catch it. Jireya-sama. The Konoha ninjas who were watching the show could no longer sit still when they saw Ling Mo knock Jireya away. Start moving forward and attacking. Some medical ninjas began to treat Jireya. Are you in such a hurry to die? Don't be in such a hurry, everyone has a share. Ling Mo saw groups of ninjas rushing forward and immediately smiled and said, "Go to hell, you disaster star." The first ninja to rush forward slashed at Ling Mo with a long sword. "You're so brave, I'll give you a dismemberment meal." Ling Mo looked at him with a smile, the energy blade in his hand dancing quickly. Before the long sword touched Ling Mo, he had already turned into pieces of irregular fragments. Seeing this, the other ninjas immediately stopped and swallowed secretly. Go for close combat, this is no joke, you'll be chopped into pieces in a matter of minutes. Jiwei, let everyone step back. You are no match for Uchiha Lingmo. You will die if you go. Jireya, who had recovered, stood up, even though Lingmo's punch had hit him in the stomach. But he didn't suffer much damage, and at the critical moment Jireya used chakra to defend himself. Master Jireya, if that doesn't work, let's break out, fight our way out. No chance, the monsters have surrounded this place. Even if I summon the giant toad from Mayaboko Mountain, I can't take many people with me, and Uchiha Lingmo is dead. He's not a fool, he must have a trick up his sleeve. Abarame Shiwei suggested a breakout, but Jireya pointed out directly that there was no chance. The fact is just as Jireya said, Ling Mo would never give Jireya and the others a chance to escape. If the toads on Mount Mayaboko dare to lead their men to retreat, Ling Mo will directly send them an energy explosion as a return gift without any mercy. Now I have only one last trick left. Jireya bit his finger and quickly formed a seal. The art of spiritual communication. Bang, bang, bang. As 3 white mists appeared, Gamabunta and Gamahiro appeared on the scene. Jireya stood on Gamabunta's head, his eyes fixed on Ling Mo in the distance. Jireya, what happened? Why did you suddenly call all 3 of us here? Gamabunta asked Jireya. Normally, Jireya would not suddenly ask the 3 of them to come together. There must have been something big that Jireya couldn't solve. Bunta, help me hold back that Uchiha youth, I want to enter Sage Mode. Toad Jian, Toad Guang, if that young man summons 2 spirit beasts later, you must help me block them. Jiraiya had no time to explain that he took off his wooden shoes, put his hands together and began to transform into a sage, preparing to summon the 2 sages. Tisk, it's just a little thing, how can it be so scary? Gamabunta smoked a cigarette and said disdainfully to Ling Mo in the distance. Bunta, don't underestimate that young man, he is the one predicted by the great Toad Immortal that may bring destruction to this world. Now our team has been surrounded by his evil monsters, there's no way to escape. He's very powerful. And according to the intelligence we received, he has 2 even more powerful summoning beasts. Be careful, or you'll suffer a great loss. Jiraiya saw that Gamabunta didn't take Ling Mo seriously, so he immediately reminded him, if Ling Mo were to trick you by mistake, the situation would be very troublesome. Tisk, he's going to be in trouble later, so hurry up and enter Sage Mode. Obviously, Gamabunta listened to Jiraiya's words. The 3 Toad brothers became alert and protected Jiraiya inside. Interesting, looks like the entertainment is about to end. Ling Mo saw Jiraiya summon the 3 Toad brothers, and then began to transform into a sage to summon 2 great sages. He knew that his goal had been achieved. From the beginning, Ling Mo did not use his full strength, but fought Jiraiya in an entertaining way. If he was crushed at the start, Jiraiya probably wouldn't even have the chance to enter Sage Mode. The purpose of doing this is for those toads. In order to evolve the proto-monster, too much fear value is required. Ling Mo wanted to seriously injure those toads and let the ancestral beast devour them to see if they could evolve. It doesn't matter if you can't evolve. No matter how small a fly is, it's still meat. Just take it slow. After all, it's a cultivation type monster, so you need to be patient. Speaking of this, I have to mention that Ling Mo has already notified the ancestral beast to rush here. The purpose is to let it eat something hot. After all, it is not sure whether it will be easy to swallow a cold corpse. Ling Mo had stopped attacking at this time, and the Konoha ninja who had originally moved forward also retreated after receiving the message conveyed by Abarame Jiwei. The 2 sides began to confront each other. Everyone in Konoha and the 3 Toad brothers seemed extremely vigilant. Now Ling Mo needs time to wait for the one to come, and Jiraiya also needs time to enter Sage Mode. This just happened to be in line with the wishes of both parties. However, compared to Ling Mo's ease, the people from Konoha on the opposite side were a little overwhelmed. The less Ling Mo attacked, the more nervous everyone became, fearing that Ling Mo would launch a surprise attack. An invisible sense of oppression was formed, making everyone feel like they were living a year in a day. I told you not to be so nervous, you're going to die sooner or later anyway, why are you so tense? Wouldn't it be better to smile before dying? And don't worry, if you don't attack me before Jiraiya enters Sage Mode, then I won't attack either. Ling Mo put his hands on his chest and said, not hiding his arrogance at all. Although it is annoying to look at this group of people, now is not the time to kill them all. If this group of people were not a burden to Jiraiya, holding him back and making him dare not withdraw easily, he would not have dared to do so. Ling Mo had already used a large-scale attack to send them to see the old man Liudeo. But it doesn't matter. The difference between killing before and after is just a matter of time. This guy is so arrogant, I wasn't as arrogant as him even in Mayaboku Mountain. Ha. Gamabunta was smoking a pipe while looking at the arrogant Ling Mo in the distance, feeling very unhappy. But Jiraiya still needed to be protected, so he had to endure it. So both sides just stared at each other. 5 minutes later, Jiraiya successfully entered the Sage Mode and summoned 2 great sages. Little Jiraiya, is that the child the old man predicted? Sennin Fukazaku stood on Jiraiya's shoulder, staring at Ling Mo in the distance with curiosity. Yes, Lord Fukazaku, but we have to be careful, that guy is very powerful. And his body doesn't look like a human's at all. Kunao can't penetrate his defense. I guess only powerful ninjutsu can do that. Jiraiya explained the situation seriously. Really, I'm busy cooking, Shima Sennin said impatiently. Mother, please focus on your opponent first. Fukazaku Sennin reminded Jiraiya seriously and he started to introduce himself with a strange posture. Then it's my turn now. I am the one who evolved from ninjutsu to senjutsu. Look up to the heavens, and heroes will appear. You're yelling right into my ear, it's so noisy. When the 2 great sages heard Jiraiya's introduction, they immediately shouted in unison in impatience. Excuse me, let's get started. Bunta, Guangjian, let's go. Jiraiya apologized awkwardly and started rushing towards Ling Mo. The one should be arriving soon, I'll make quick work of it, too. Ling Mo stretched his neck and summoned Gai Gang with his telekinesis. As the ground vibrated, dust rose up, and Gaigan let out a sharp roar. Gaigan can easily deal with a few toads without the need for Mutos to appear. Trouble, this guy, he doesn't just look big. Cut. Several toads frowned, and seeing Gaigan's huge metal body and those ferocious weapons, the pressure suddenly increased. Senjutsu Gomen Jiraiya and the two sages began to form hand seals and use ninjutsu. The three of them used wind and fire oil to cooperate and used the strongest fire ninjutsu to attack Ling Mo Gagan. Hearing Ling Mo's order, Gagang fired the Gigalium Crusher Ray directly from his eyes. The full name is too long, so I shortened it. The huge beam of light attacked Jiraiya and the other two directly. Before their ninjutsu could reach Ling Mo, Jiraiya had to quickly cancel the spell. Boom! Under Gagan's attack, the ground exploded directly, with great destructive power. That one, the area turned into a big pit and was filled with smoke. That was a close call. Jiraiya jumped out of the smoke and dust, cold sweat breaking out on his back. If it weren't for the sage mode, with Jiraiya's speed, he couldn't dodge Gagan's attack just now. Gagan, I'll leave those three larger reptiles to you. Remember to cripple but not kill. Gai Gang roared in response to Ling Mo's order, unfolded the double-mounted chainsaws on his arms, and began to charge at the three Toad brothers. Jiraiya, since you've already used Sage Mode, then I'll come up with some new moves, otherwise people will say I'm not innovative. After saying that, Ling Mo's hand shone with light, and energy continued to gather in his palms into round spheres. Energy bomb. The energy balls gathered in Ling Mo's hands were pushed out by him, and then they were pushed out one after another. Countless energy bullets were fired towards Jiraiya. This is a common move in Dragon Ball. To put it simply, it is to throw energy bullets randomly, which is also known as the Prince's Tactics. This move was thought up by Ling Mo when he was studying the 8-part light wheel. It is a skill that can be thrown out. The spherical energy only needs to be thrown out to explode, which is easier to control than the 8-point light wheel. Ling Mo simply gave it a try and found it was quite easy to get started. The more energy accumulated, the stronger the power, and it can be fired continuously as long as there is enough energy. In the world of Naruto, such skills are incredible. Seeing Ling Mo using so many unsealed ninjutsu to attack, Jiraiya was deeply shocked. You should know that all ninjutsu can only be released through a medium, hand seals, and there are very few ninjutsu without hand seals. He had never seen a technique that could be released without connecting with the outside of the body. Even the god of ninja, Hashirama Senju, would have to applaud. This was completely impossible in his understanding. Dense energy bombs cut through the air flow and flew towards Jiraiya at a rapid speed. Without thinking too much, Jiraiya quickly dodged. Boom, boom. Jiraiya kept dodging the attacks of the energy bullets, but the energy bullets seemed to have eyes and followed him wherever he ran. Jiraiya was left covered in dust and dirt. Although Jiraiya dodged the attack, the Konoha ninja behind him was not so lucky. Some energy bombs flew directly into the crowd. Quick, block them. Ah, no. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the energy bomb explosion directly blew some individual ninjas into pieces. Broken limbs and arms were scattered around the crater left by the explosion. We must control him. This is not a solution. Jiraiya, who was dodging the attack, began to get anxious as he watched the Konoha ninjas being blown to death one after another. If normal ninjutsu doesn't work on him, how about using genjutsu, or a sealing technique? No matter how powerful that young man from the Uchiha clan is, he has weaknesses, Senin Fukazaku said in Jiraiya's ear. The sealing technique needs to be prepared in advance. With his current fighting style, there is no time at all. Jiraiya dodged the attacks while discussing with the two great sages. We at Mayaboku Mountain have a magic technique that uses sound to penetrate the ears. Maybe we can give it a try. Sage Shima said that the situation was urgent, and Sage Fukazaku and Jiraiya had no other choice but to try using illusion. Then let's give it a try. I'll try to get as close to him as possible, and I'll leave the rest to you two. Jiraiya finished speaking and started to move around. Ling Mo was still waving gas bombs and having a lot of fun. I can't stand it any longer. Then I'll help you. Ling Mo's lips curled up slightly. Seeing Jiraiya approaching intentionally, he slowed down his attack, leaving an opening and waiting for Jiraiya to come forward. Are you ready, mommy? Oh, Jiraiya had already noticed the gap left by Ling Mo and began to get closer. Now, illusion, toad singing. The art of chaotic lion's hair. Jiraiya instantly arrived not far from Ling Mo, and the two great immortals began to perform the sound illusion. Jiraiya then used his own ninjutsu to wrap his hair around Ling Mo, trying to restrict his movements. Ling Mo saw Jiraiya approaching, and without waiting for their attacks to arrive, he began to use the instant body technique with all his strength. Ling Mo, who has the physique of a monster, is very terrifying when he uses the technique of instant body movement. It can be said that it is the short-range flying thunder god technique. In just the blink of an eye, she was behind Jiraiya. The game is over, Jiraiya. God-killing spear. No trampling. Ling Mo gathered energy blades in his hands and began to use the god-killing gun. Before Jiraiya could turn his head, two energy blades pierced through Fukazaku and Shima Senin's bodies. What? Lord Fukazaku, Lord Shima. Jiraiya opened his eyes wide, not daring to accept such a result. Such a big change happened in just one breath, and he had no time to react at all. Ling Mo was too lazy to waste time and launched a roundhouse kick, hitting Jiraiya in the back with powerful force. The shocked Jiraiya was directly kicked away. The kick was so powerful that it broke Jiraiya's spine. Jiraiya fell to the ground and couldn't stand up again. The two immortals had lost their resistance after being penetrated by the energy blade. Coupled with the erosion of radioactive elements, it is now dying. As Jiraiya was being knocked away, the two great sages also slipped off his shoulders. Damn it, Jiraiya, old man. Gamabunta, who was far away, noticed the situation on Ling Mo's side and immediately became anxious. However, Gai Gang did not give the three a chance to escape. Light attacks are used continuously in close combat, as long as there is one person left. The other two will be killed by Gai Gang soon. Jiraiya-sama, damn it, I can't help at all. Just sit there and wait to die. Fight him, I don't want to die in such a cowardly way. Go, for Konoha. As Ling Mo walked towards Jiraiya step by step, the remaining Konoha ninjas could no longer sit still. The presence of many people gave them courage, and no one wanted to be slaughtered at will by Ling Mo. So they rushed towards Ling Mo, determined to fight to the death. He's so eager to die, he has some guts, but there's something wrong with his brain. Ling Mo turned around and looked at the ninjas who were shouting and rushing towards him angrily, and said with disdain, "Feel the despair, trash." Ling Mo activated the complete form of Susanoo and drew the chakra blade from his waist. He slashed directly at the Konoha ninjas rushing towards him. Swish, boom. The huge blade swept out, clearing a space on the ground. All the ninjas within the range turned into a pile of mutilated corpses. This strike killed nearly 1/3 of the ninjas. The ninja who rushed to the back and reacted quickly survived by chance, but he was also deeply shocked by the power of Ling Mo's Susanoo. The violent and cold chakra emanated, making the Konoha ninjas feel powerless. The ninjas, who were originally in high spirits, immediately became discouraged after seeing such powerful strength. Some people who were not mentally strong enough were already kneeling on the ground and trembling. He's simply a devil. For what? Why do we have to fight this guy? Why not just run away? The ninjas who had already lost their fighting spirit no longer had the desire to fight any further. Ling Mo lost interest after seeing this. He thought that this bunch of trash could be cleaned up at any time. Now those frogs are the most important. Then he dispersed Susanoo and looked towards the place where the aliens were surrounding him. How long will the one last? Come out quickly, those two toads are excellent supplements. Eat them now before they die. Ling Mo sensed that the one had arrived and began to call it out. The two toad immortals were almost dying, the radiation elements were destroying their bodies terribly. Even the skin on the surface has ulcerated. In the alien encirclement, the proto-beast strode towards Ling Mo in the form of a human. Ling Mo had already spoken, so it didn't dare to neglect him. After walking in front of Ling Mo, it immediately bowed and saluted. Meet the master. Alright, stop talking nonsense, let's get down to business. Yes, the one stopped talking and began to transform into its original form, and the clothes on its upper body were stretched out. A terrifying and ferocious face was revealed. Then, he walked up to the two toad immortals and caught them. The devouring ability was activated, and huge bubbles swelled up on the arms of the protomonster. Slowly integrate the two toads into your body. Stop, you can't do this. Jiraiya, lying on the ground, let out a hoarse roar. However, his spine was broken into pieces, so he was of no use. They could only watch helplessly as the two great immortals were devoured mercilessly. Asshole, I'll teach you a lesson. Gamabunta became furious when he saw his parents being devoured. He immediately distanced himself from Gai Gang and jumped towards Ling Mo. Gamahiro and Gamajian were trying to delay Gai Gang and buy time for Bunta. Seeing this, Gai Gang refused to agree. If he ruined his master's plan, he might be punished. So he flew straight into the sky, shook off the two toads, and chased after Gamabunta. A bloodthirsty knife shot out from his chest and attacked the jumping Bunta, then used the maneuverability of flight to quickly approach it. The jumping Gamabunta used the short knife in his hand to block the bloodthirsty knife. But as Gagan approached, Bunta, who was jumping in the air, was unable to effectively avoid Gagan's second attack. The giant Gagang knocked it to the ground with a chainsaw. Then, a Gigalium crusher severely injured Gamabunta. After a series of combo attacks, Gamabunta completely lost his ability to resist and fell to the ground unconscious. After doing all this, Gai Gang turned his attention to Gamahiro and Gamajian. Without Gamabunta's help, the two brothers could only desperately defend themselves against Gagan's attacks. Defeat is just a matter of time. During this time, the one was also devoured. The two immortal toads merged into its body, but did not cause any changes to the ancestral monster. Although it has not evolved, it has made a lot of progress towards evolution. When Ling Mo saw this situation, he realized that two toads that had practiced for 800 years were not enough. The required energy does not meet the requirements, but it is also within Ling Mo's expectations. Cough, cough, cough. Failed. Looks like the old man toad's prediction is coming true. Jiraiya used his hands to turn himself over with great difficulty. The pain from the broken bones stimulated his brain all the time. He knew that the situation was hopeless and it was only a matter of time before Ling Mo's strength would sweep across the entire ninja world. Uchiha Ling Mo, staring into the abyss, will also be stared at by the abyss. You who carry hatred will sooner or later be bitten by hatred. Cough cough cough. Only by letting go can you feel at ease. Ahem. Jiraiya was lying on the ground, looking up at the sky and said to Ling Mo, with deep regret in his eyes. Until the end, he still didn't want to give up persuading Ling Mo. Ling Mo looked at Jiraiya on the ground calmly, without feeling unhappy. I don't know if it will backfire or not, I only know that everything has cause and effect, and everything has reincarnation. Whatever Konoha has done to me, I will return tenfold. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a losing battle. Master Jiraiya, let me give you a ride, I wish you will never have any regrets in your next life. Ling Mo finished speaking without waiting for Jiraiya to reply. The energy blades in his hands gathered and stabbed towards his heart. As for Jiraiya, Ling Mo planned to give him a decent death, and ending it directly would be the most satisfying. As the Ling Mo energy blade stabbed down, Jiraiya's consciousness began to blur. Ah, I'm about to lose consciousness. Tsunade, Minato, Yahiko. I hope you can. Jiraiya gradually lost consciousness and his body slowly began to become cold. A great hero of his generation, Zilla, died at the hands of Ling Mo. With Jiraiya's death, the summoning technique of the three-toed brothers was also lifted. Gai Gang, who was enjoying the fight, was a little confused at where did two toads of that size go. Seeing that the three toads were gone, Gai Gang felt like crying that the toads he was fighting with just for fun just disappeared. How should I explain this to my master? Ling Mo was not surprised that the three-toed brothers returned to Mayaboku Mountain. After all, Jiraiya is dead, so the summoning technique is definitely useless. As for the three-toed brothers, let's keep them for now, the one won't improve much by devouring them anyway. The same thing will happen if you swallow it when you attack Mount Mayaboku. Next, it's your turn. You rubbish, let me send you off with my own hands. It is your honor to die in my hands. Ling Mo turned around and showed a cruel smile. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes made the ninjas terrified. Nuclear escape energy explosion. Ling Mo rushed towards the crowd, gathering energy in his hands and performing an explosion. Before the Konoha ninja could come to his senses from his panic. Boom! The mushroom cloud rose, and the ninjas left this world in terror and despair. The radiation-carrying shock wave spread out, affecting all the surrounding aliens except Gagan and the One. They were knocked to the ground one after another. After the explosion, Ling Mo was the only one left standing in the middle of the field. A huge circular pit also appeared, and there was no need to clean up the scene with just one move. It's over, now it's up to you to perform, don't let me down, Sand Ninjas, Ling Mo murmured to himself. This ambush on Konoha's support forces can be said to have peeled off a layer of skin from Konoha. After Jiraiya's death, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen probably wouldn't dare to send any more support for a short period of time. As for whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would faint after knowing Jiraiya's death, it is unknown. Orochimaru will definitely not be able to hold out for long on the battlefield ahead. Without support, he will be exhausted to death by Cho sooner or later. There is no other way except to shrink the front line, and Ling Mo didn't plan to just wait around for the rest of the time. He decided to start conquering the small villages in various places in advance, and capture the tailed beasts to improve his strength. On the other side, in a casino on Short Street in the Land of Fire. Big, 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 small, small, small. A group of gamblers gathered around the round table and shouted loudly. Among them was the legendary Fat Sheep Tsunade. 2, 2, 1, little. With Zhuang the family general opened the dice cup, revealing the numbers, and everyone wailed. Ouch! What's going on? What's going on? Why is Big Fat Sheep not doing well today? He actually won. Tsunade at the gambling table no longer had the bright smile she had just had. For some reason, after winning, I felt irritable and uneasy. She had never won at the gambling table in years, but she actually won today. This was very abnormal, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. Come again, this time I'll win against the leopard. Tsunade frowned and bet all her winnings on the leopard. She thought it was definitely an illusion and winning money must be a coincidence. Seeing Tsunade being so domineering, other gamblers also started placing bets. Hurry, open it now. As the dice were shaken in the dealer's hand, everyone fell silent and stared at the dealer's dice cup. 666, leopard. The dice cup was opened, and the dealer's voice sounded, and all the gamblers regretted their decision. At this time, Tsunade's face turned very ugly and she turned around and walked out. Some time ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to find her, wanting her to return to Konoha. Now that I actually won money, it means that something big must have happened. Tsunade no longer had any desire to play and strode out of the casino to find her apprentice Shizun. After Ling Mo left, the entrance to the Broken Valley was blocked. Black Zetsu emerged from the edge of the ruins and dug out a few black bones from the soil. Ever since Ling Mo removed the arm of the Outer Path demon statue, Black Zetsu has been searching for the whereabouts of the fragments of the divine tree based on his memory. While searching within the Fire Nation, I happened to see Ling Mo doing something. So he watched the battle from a distance until Ling Mo left, and then he showed up. Uchiha Lingmo, you are definitely the biggest obstacle to my plan. After witnessing Ling Mo's strength, Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel distressed. Apart from Madara and Hashirama Senju who can fight against Ling Mo, there is really no third person with strong strength in the entire ninja world. But one of them had died long ago, and the other was already old. He couldn't find anyone who could fight against Ling Mo now. If he wanted to rescue his mother, he had to change his plan. Looks like I need to find another chess piece. After Madara woke up, he tested him and Black Zetsu became suspicious. In addition, Ling Mo is too strong now, which makes him feel threatened. Now, finally, there is someone who can awaken the Rinnegan, which is one of the conditions for releasing his mother. Black Zetsu didn't want to give up, he didn't want to wait any longer. One day later, in the Konoha Hokage's office, the Konoha F4 sat in silence. The communication frog on Mayaboku Mountain brought the news that Reiya and the support troops were all killed. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the news, he almost fainted. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. His eyes were bloodshot and he was a little dazed. If Ling Mo stood in front of him now, he would probably fight Ling Mo to the death. However, due to his duties as Hokage, he had to suppress his grief. I've told you before, evil Uchiha, you'll regret this sooner or later, Hiruzen. Jiraiya's death is a lesson. It's not too late to wake up, Hiruzen. Konoha doesn't need an Uchiha who's ready to betray the village at any moment. This is the best opportunity to get rid of the Uchiha. Give the order, Hiruzen. Danzo broke the silence and spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The will of the second Hokage has been distorted by Danzo. Everything Ling Mo did just became an excuse for Danzo to eliminate the Uchiha clan. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the answer, he would personally do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored his best friend Danzo. At this moment, getting rid of Uchiha was a completely foolish idea. The rumors that Danzo caused in the village last time almost caused most of the Uchiha clan to riot. If Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen had not forcibly suppressing the rumors in the village and their own family members, a large-scale rebellion might have occurred long ago. After this incident, except for the daily security personnel who appeared in Konoha, the rest of the Uchiha clan members never left the clan territory again. Because of this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded Danzo severely. Now that Danzo is about to jump out and stir up trouble when there are external and internal troubles, he definitely won't agree. Jiraiya's death was caused by the traitorous ninja Uchiha Lingma, not the Uchiha clan. Don't even think about it, eliminating the Uchiha now would be like cutting off one's own arm. The troops on the front line can't hold out for much longer, and we've received intelligence that the Uegakure village and the Kumagakure village seem to be plotting something. If there's trouble in the village again at this time, I'm afraid. Seeing that Danzo was so radical, Mightyman hurriedly tried to dissuade him. He was a little afraid that his friend would do something stupid. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just lost his apprentice. If he had listened to Danzo's nonsense, he would have really fought with Uchiha. That would be troublesome. However, after a long silence, seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still smoking his opium and not saying anything, he breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. Now is not the time to inflict self-harm. The Fire Country Daimyo has already stopped the flow of supplies to and from Konoha, and the Cardo Chamber of Commerce has also cut off the trade of supplies and food. Given Konoha's current situation, all of our supplies and food will only last until the beginning of next year at best. The current situation is not optimistic at all. Let's think of a way to solve the problem of survival. Kohara Utane took out a report and placed it on the table, which recorded the economic situation of Konoha. She was also afraid that there would be trouble in the village at this time. After all, this was an extraordinary period. Why not just buy it from those chambers of commerce? With the village's financial resources, even raising the price shouldn't be a problem, Danzo said with disdain, not realizing the seriousness of the problem at all. You're overthinking it, Danzo. Right now, all the chambers of commerce in the Land of Fire are short of supplies and food. Half a year ago, the Cardo Chamber of Commerce bought up all the grain in the entire country at a high price. You can't buy it now even if you have money, Utane Kohara said calmly, rolling her eyes, somewhat skeptical of Danzo's intelligence. From the purchase of supplies by the Cardo Chamber of Commerce, to the attack on the Sand Village, to the destruction of Jiraiya's support forces, all of this is related to Uchiha Lingmo. All of these actions are aimed at Konoha. He wants Konoha to be destroyed. How cruel. Mightyman frowned and analyzed. Now is not the time to be sad. Let's think about how to solve the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice after hearing the conversation between several people, and his already bad mood became even worse. The assassination team I sent has arrived in the Land of Waves. If Uchiha Ling returns, he will die. Danzo narrowed his eyes and spoke. This time he was very confident in the ninja he sent out. Are you sure, Danzo? Utane Koharo asked. She was not sure about what Danzo said. Dozens of senior ninjas had failed in the siege. Was Danzo really sure? Okay, let's think about how to solve the current situation. Uchiha Lingmo is now in your hands, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted the doubts. There were not many top fighters in the village now, so he could only trust Danzo. Humph, I'm confident. Danzo said proudly that it took a lot of thought to assassinate him this time. Now that Jiraiya is dead, should we announce it? And how can I explain the matter of the support troops to others? Utane Koharu asked again. The truth can't be hidden. Let's call a meeting and pass on the news. As for the supply issue, I will write to the daimyo. I hope the daimyo can ease the pressure. Let Orikimura hold the front line first. If that doesn't work, defend the interior. The major families probably won't send anyone in the short term. They will only react if the border is breached. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly while smoking his pipe. Now he has no other choice but to stabilize the situation temporarily and shrink the front line. Since the Cardo Chamber of Commerce has the supplies we need, why not take control of the entire Chamber of Commerce? That way, the village's economy will reach a new height. Besides, based on current speculation, Uchiha Lingmo is probably the man behind the Cardo Chamber of Commerce. Even if he's not, he's still involved. Killing him just so we can take control of the Chamber of Commerce. It can also make up for our losses. Danzo once again put forward his idea. After all, there are not many such opportunities. We are ninjas. The daimyo will not allow us to control a large trade association. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and spoke. He did not agree with Danzo's idea. They thought this was too crazy and completely went against the will of the first Hokage. It was equivalent to establishing a country on someone else's territory. As long as we control the Cardo Chamber of Commerce, there's no need. That's enough, Danzo. Don't forget, I'm the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, interrupting Danzo's words. Such thoughts were simply seeking death. If this is really done, it would be tantamount to going against all countries, and then Konoha will have no place to stay. You're so old-fashioned, you'll regret this sooner or later, Hiruzen. When Danzo saw Sarutobi Hiruzen like this, he immediately stood up and strode out with a sense of grievance, slamming the door and leaving. Damn it, if I were the Hokage. Danzo walked out and punched the wall with his fists, feeling extremely frustrated. He felt very uncomfortable because he had ideas but could not put them into practice. Several ninjas from the Land of Waves, wearing black robes, hid in a corner. News came from Yamanaka that Uchiha Lingmo has just returned to the Land of Waves. I'm currently wandering the streets of Wave Country. Shihei, it's up to you what happens next. We will cooperate with you to complete the assassination. The leader, Shimura Motoretsu, spoke to Abarame Shijiro in a deep voice. This assassination mission was assigned by Danzo after Sarutobi Hiruzen requested it. The team members were carefully selected by Danzo. Led by Shimura Motori, they cooperated with Abarame Shihei's nanopoison insects to assassinate Lingmo. Uchiha Lingmo doesn't go out often, so now is a good time to assassinate him. Abarame Shijiro nodded, showing understanding. As a root trained by Danzo, he doesn't care about the consequences of assassinating the target on the street. Just complete the mission, and this is also what Danzo meant. Then let's get started, proceed with caution. After making a plan, they began to disguise themselves as street thugs and walk towards Lingmo. Lingmo was unaware of this at the time and had just returned from ambushing Jiraiya. He did not return to his residence, but wanted to stroll around the town of Wave Country and buy some clothes. Although Casey arranged everything, he would occasionally go out to buy things on his own. It's just for fun. Apart from practicing, every day there's fighting and killing, which can easily lead to problems. Just like Uncle Ban, he never knows how to enjoy life. He didn't want to become a psychopath because of this. Although he had hatred towards Konoha, it didn't conflict with shopping. Enjoy when you should enjoy, and take revenge when you should take revenge. This is called combining work and rest. A while later, just when Lingmo was feeling relaxed, several thugs dressed as Genbu came towards him from the far end of the street. Passers-by looked at this rare scene with curiosity. It can be said that these people played their roles quite well, constantly provoking and harassing residents on the road. The natives, on the other hand, stared at him as if he were a fool, without any sign of panic. After Ling Si took control of the daimyo of Wave Country, many regulations were changed. The original laws of the Huaxia country were modified and promulgated within the territory of the Wave Country. Under Cardo's supervision, there are no more gangsters and beggars on the streets. So, the behavior of these people is like that of clowns. Lingmo, who was choosing clothes, also noticed a few people. He didn't stop, he wanted to see what interesting things would happen. Hey, what are you staring at us for, kid? Why, any objections? The gangster played by Shimura Motori quickly walked in front of Lingmo and began to provoke him. He was unshaven and arrogant. He put his face close to Lingmo and asked. Abarame Shihei also followed and looked at Lingmo arrogantly. No problem, I just think it's novel. Lingmo didn't take it to heart at all and said with a smile, Tisk, curious, can't you see that the guys are having fun? Boy, judging from the way you're dressed, you're obviously from a wealthy family. How about you give us a small monthly contribution and we'll keep you safe? How about that? Yunun Jiwei pretended to be a wretched old man and stretched out one hand towards Lingmo. trying to hug Ling Mo's shoulders. Ling Mo also discovered something strange and had obviously noticed that several people were coming for him. Just when Yim Jiwei was about to reach his shoulder, Ling Mo grabbed his arm with one hand. "Don't you know, there haven't been any gangsters in Wave Country since 3 years ago. Anyone who disturbs the peace." Now, before Ling Mo could finish, Shinmura Motori began to speak. When Abarame Shijiro saw that his hand was caught, he immediately released the nano-poison insects in his body. Then he grabbed Ling Mo's shoulder with his backhand. Before Ling Mo could react, the nano-poison insects began to spread across Ling Mo's skin. Shinmura Motori and others also took out their kunao and stabbed Ling Mo. These people are worthy of being the assassination team selected by Danzo. He didn't say anything and just started attacking when he saw an opportunity. This made Ling Mo stunned. Then his eyes became disdainful. Ding, ding, chi. The kunao of several people did not penetrate Ling Mo's body as expected. Instead, a few sparks were produced. The nanovenomous insects attached to the dead skin caused large-scale death after drilling into the skin. How is this possible? Monster! Shinmura Motori and the others were horrified. They couldn't believe that such a close-range attack would have no effect. Abarame Shihei was even more shocked. After his poisonous insects eroded Ling Mo's skin, there was no reaction. You know, he has never failed when using this kind of nano-poison insects on humans. What he didn't know was that the nano-poison insects were still just living insects. In the face of the high concentration of uranium radiation in Ling Xi's body, no matter who you are, you will all die. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You're quite capable for getting into Wave Country. I thought you had some secret weapon. That's the result. Ling Mo was speechless that he was just buying clothes and encountered such a childish assassination. It's such a waste of time. Mission failed, retreat. Seeing that things had come to this point, Shinmura Motoretsu had no choice but to stop as he lacked intelligence. A forced attack is not the best option, retreat is the best way. You want to run away? I won't allow it. Ling Mo released his own powerful aura, and the huge momentum restrained several people and made them dare not move. Energy quickly condensed in his hand and turned into a long sword. God-killing spear, no trampling. Without giving them a chance to react, each of them was stabbed in the chest. When the residents around saw Ling Mo kill several people, they hurriedly hid in their houses and dared not come out, afraid that Ling Mo would notice him. Ahem, damn it. Why is this happening? The people who fell to the ground couldn't believe it. Ling Mo easily defeated them with just one move. Solved them. Such a childish assassination, I guess only the rats in your root could come up with it. I don't know what's going on in that bastard Danzo's head. Ling Mo looked at the fallen men and taunted them mercilessly. Nano-poisonous insects are only found in the Konoha Abarame clan. It was not difficult for Ling Mo to guess that this was Danzo's work. There seems to be another mouse. Just when Ling Mo was about to execute a few people, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him from a room 100 meters to the side. Ling Mo immediately flew over. Bang! With the sound of shattering glass, Ling Mo entered the room. Sir, I am only here on business in the land of waves. I have no ill intentions, I was just watching out of curiosity. A middle-aged man with white hair leaned against the wall, feeling a little panicked, and hurriedly explained. Ling Mo saw that he was not from Konoha, but his face seemed familiar. I simply didn't rush into it and started to recall it carefully. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but he had no impression. May I have your name? Ling Mo stared at it for a long time, but couldn't remember anything, so he simply asked. Sir, my name is Sandu Amato. I didn't mean to watch that. Amato hurriedly explained, obviously frightened by Ling Mo's behavior just now. After hearing his reply, Ling Mo finally remembered. No wonder it seemed so familiar. This person is a character who appeared in the Unburnable Fighter legend. I didn't expect to meet him again in my own territory. Amato, nice name. Ling Mo said thoughtfully that Amato was in Bulletin K-Ran, as a subordinate of Dajian Mu Yishi, and was proficient in human body modification and scientific weapons technology. It can be said that he is a genius who is not inferior to Snake, and he has even developed powerful artificial humans. And there are several androids that even Satsuki Haiki is afraid of. It has to be destroyed. You are too kind. Amato came back to his senses from his panic and returned to his usual calm and composed state. He was indeed frightened by Ling Mo's appearance just now. Then let me test your strength. Ling Mo didn't give him time to react and began to cast illusions with his Sharingan to control him. After obtaining the ninjutsu scroll from Mr. Madara, Ling Mo's illusion ability also improved greatly. Controlling someone like Amato who is not very powerful is a piece of cake. Amato, what is your purpose in coming to the land of waves? Seeing that the other party had fallen into his illusion, Ling Mo immediately began to torture him. He didn't believe that a scientist would go to a small country to do business, and as a subordinate of Satsuki Haiki. Under orders from Jijin, leader of the Kara organization, we are to search for bodies that can be carved into wedges, and to collect some materials for the transformation experiment, and by the way, come out to visit my daughter at Kobe. Amato slowly and sluggishly stated the reason for his visit to the land of waves. Is that so? It was similar to what Ling Emo had guessed. The current Yishiki or Sixian, note, Yishiki did not use Sixian as a vessel, but occupied the brain to control Sixian. He has been searching for his own container. His power is too strong and ordinary bodies cannot withstand it. That is why they create a shell organization to serve themselves. Then you should know what Jixian wants to do after finding the container. Ling Emo continued to interrogate them, wanting to know that Yishi was defeated by Bo Ren and the others. A big reason for this was Amato's betrayal. If it weren't for Gashin Koji defeating Jijin, his Heike would have been forced to use Jijin's body as a vessel to be resurrected. Then there may really be no more Boruto after this. Ling Emo wants to know whether Amato understands his Heike's purpose now. If he has rebellious thoughts now, Ling Emo can arrange a container package for Itsutsuki Ishaiki. Moreover, Ishaiki has a 10-tailed fox cub in his hand, and Ling Emo is very greedy for it. Although Ishaiki is now controlling Jijin, his power is not very strong. But if he is forced into a corner and merges with Jijin's body, Ling Emo may not be able to defeat Itsutsuki Ishaiki, who has the power of the 6 paths. Otherwise, I would have snatched it away long ago. I've been a member of the Kara organization for about 5 years, and I've spent most of that time conducting research experiments. Jijin never revealed his purpose, so I'm unaware of it. Ling Emo was a little disappointed when he heard Amato's answer. Obviously, the first style is more rigorous. People have been working for 5 years and are still confused. It may also be because he did not experience the 4th Shinobi World War, so Amato did not delve too much into Jijin's purpose. But it doesn't matter. Just because you don't have rebellious thoughts now doesn't mean you won't have them later. After getting the information he wanted, Ling Emo fed the black water to Amato. Then the control of the illusion was lifted, and Amato woke up from the illusion. Wouldn't it be impolite for you to do this? Amato frowned, obviously a little angry after knowing that he had just been controlled by Ling Mo's illusion. Unfortunately, I am just a scientist and have no strength, otherwise I would definitely fight. Snap! Just as Amato was confronting Ling Si, the door of the room was opened and a young girl walked in from outside. Father, are you okay? Who are you? After the girl Akobi opened the door, she saw her father Amato leaning against the wall and staring at Ling Emo, so she asked vigilantly. When Ling Emo saw Amato's daughter appear, he was slightly surprised. Isn't this Dairata, the girl who just happened to be the 7th generation Uzumaki Naruto? Thinking that Dairata was a cloned human, I immediately understood. Dairata must be a clone created by Amato using the cells of his dead daughter. However, in the current timeline, Amato's daughter has not died yet, so Dairata has not appeared yet. Akobi, I'm fine, you can go out first, I have something to discuss with this gentleman. When Amato saw his daughter suddenly break in, he couldn't help but worry and quickly asked her to go out. Akobi did not immediately obey her father's order. She looked at the glass fragments on the ground and then looked at Ling Emo with confusion. Ahahaha, that's right, it's a secret, can you please just leave us alone? Ling Emo blinked and cooperated with Amato, not exposing his lies. Seeing that the two were not arguing, Akobi had no choice but to leave the room. After seeing his daughter leave, Amato felt relieved. Mr. Amato, you don't want anything to happen to your daughter, do you? After Ling Emo felt that Akobi had gone far away, he said to Amato with a smile. What's your purpose? If you're threatening my daughter, I think you might have found the wrong person. When Amato heard Ling Mo's words, he frowned and said, as a capable scientist. The threats he received were commonplace, and he was fed up with them. He chose to join Jijin's Kara organization so that he could do his experiments in peace. Ling Mo's threat did not put much pressure on him. You're being so boring, I just want to make a deal with you. Seeing that Amato was not afraid of the threat, Ling Emo immediately changed his strategy. Trade, is there anything about me that's worth your attention? Although Maduo didn't know what Ling Emo asked after he was hit by the illusion, but it is not difficult to guess that Ling Emo already knows the existence of the Shell organization. Yes, I'm attracted to you. Not only that, judging by the current situation, you don't want your daughter to be involved in your organization, and I can protect your daughter and let her live in absolute safety. In exchange, I need you to be my eyes in the Shell organization. Don't worry, as long as the Kara organization doesn't provoke me, I won't bother you. Ling Emo smiled at Amato, his eyes full of sincerity. This was Ling Mo's change of mind after a brief reflection. His idea was simple, he didn't want to enter Sixian's sight right now. But what he did next would definitely attract Yishi's attention, and his Heike might also target him, so in order to ensure that he would not be ambushed, he needed a pair of eyes. During this period, someone needs to keep an eye on his movements, and Amato is a good choice. If a white Zetsu alien is sent to monitor, it is possible that Jijin will discover it. It would be better to capture Amato and let him be your eyes to keep an eye on Jijin. That way, he would know exactly what big moves Itsutsuki Ishaiki was making. Then why do you think I would agree? Is it just because of my daughter? Ling Mo's words made Amato feel a little moved, but only for a moment. He was obviously not so easily fooled, but he did not directly refuse nor agree. Mr. Amato, what do you think the Kara organization's purpose is? Or you could say, Jixian's purpose. Ling Mo did not answer his question, but asked it back. I don't know, Sixian never mentioned it. After thinking for a while, Amato said that he joined the Kara organization only to avoid some trouble. Moreover, there are not many people in the organization now, and everyone's desires have not yet been revealed. So Amato still thinks that this is just a special organization and there is nothing strange about it. Then let me tell you, Ling Mo used magic again and explained the purpose of its Satsuki's Heike planting the sacred tree in the form of a picture. After listening to Ling Mo's story, Amato took a deep breath, a little bit unable to believe that the Shell organization played such a big game. After thinking for a moment, he said, I can agree to your deal, but I can't believe your one-sided statement. After I gather the materials, I will go back and verify what you said. If it's true, then I'm willing to be your eyes. Before this, my daughter was taken care of by adults. Although Amato was still wary, he also believed Ling Mo's words to some extent. But there are some things he needs to investigate personally. If it is really as Ling Mo said, he will definitely not sit idly by. After all, this concerns the survival of the future world, although he doesn't care about the life or death of others. But he didn't want himself and his daughter to become food for others. No problem, I'm not in a hurry right now. If Mr. Amato is short of experimental materials, I can give you some, of course, if you're interested. After hearing Amato's answer, Ling Mo knew that the matter was settled. As for the experimental materials he mentioned, they were nothing to Ling Mo. With the skill of assimilation and derivation, Ling Mo is able to create clones. As long as Amato takes it back for modification, and if his Heike takes a fancy to it and carves a wedge on it, it will become very interesting. And even if he is not favored by his Heike, with Amato's ability he can definitely strengthen the technological power, which is also good. Okay, then I'll take care of my daughter. But I still don't know your name, sir. Amato expressed his idea of cooperation, but after talking for a long time, he still didn't know Ling Mo's name, so he started to ask. It's my fault that I was too busy thinking about things. Excuse me, let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Lingmo, a traitorous ninja from Konoha, and the boss behind the Cardo Chamber of Commerce. I hope you will give me your guidance in the future. Ling Mo smiled awkwardly and began to introduce himself. Amato was surprised to hear this. A Konoha trader, the boss of the Cardo Chamber of Commerce, he hadn't expected Ling Mo, so young, to have two such unrelated identities. At the same time, he also understood that Ling Mo was showing him his strength. The Konoha rebels may not be well known, but the Cardo Chamber of Commerce is a household name. Lord Ling Mo, you are young and promising. I didn't expect that the famous Cardo Chamber of Commerce is your property, Amato said in a casual and polite manner. Just as the two were praising each other, Casey had already arrived here with his men. Please forgive me, Lord Lingmo, I'm sorry for scaring you. When Casey saw Ling Mo, he immediately brought his men to half kneel in front of him. Get up, I don't blame you. Just be more vigilant from now on. Ling Mo did not blame Casey and the others. After all, his own aliens had not discovered the hidden routes. It is even less likely that they would discover it. It seems that Danzo's men used some shameful means. This is Amato. If he has any requests during his time in Wave Country, please do your best to satisfy them. Afterwards, Ling Mo asked Casey to deal with several people from the route. He also arranged new accommodation for Amato and his daughter, and asked Casey to bring his clone to Amato to see. After seeing the clone, Amato began to study it using the instruments he carried with him. He was very satisfied with the experimental materials and expressed his gratitude to Ling Mo. After dealing with Amato's affairs, Ling Mo returned to his residence. He didn't take Danzo's assassination attempt seriously. It was just a fool's struggle. On the other side, Fire Country border battlefield Orochimaru, I heard there's a letter from the village. What on earth is going on? Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? When the Nara clan leader heard the message from Konoha, he immediately came to Orochimaru's side. The fighting in the Sand Village has been quite fierce these past 2 days. The ninjas sent to the front line were not enough for them to kill. If Orochimaru had not sent people to block the enemy's reinforcements, the Sand Village would have been worried. It is estimated that he has brought people to occupy this place now. Very bad news. The support troops sent by the village were completely wiped out by Uchiha Lingmo. In the short term, there will be no ninjas to support us, and Jiraiya died in this incident. Orochimaru said with a hoarse voice with a blank expression, and handed the intelligence information to the Nara clan leader. Jiraiya's death was a heavy blow to Orochimaru. Although everything seems normal on the surface, I am very sad inside. He didn't expect Ling Mo to kill Jiraiya, which completely put an end to Orochimaru's original idea of jumping back and forth between the two sides. How so? Jiraiya, you actually... The Nara clan leader took the intelligence information and started reading it. Every word on it made him feel depressed. This is not just bad news, it is extremely bad news. In order to stabilize the situation in the village, the third generation has completely left them aside. Damn it, third Hokage, don't you consider the feelings of the ninjas on the front lines? If this news gets out, who would be willing to fight the Sand Village? The Nara clan leader angrily slammed the information on the table. He didn't expect that the three Dai actually didn't consider the feelings of the ninjas. You only think about consolidating your own position. If the front line is lost, will you take the blame? Given the current situation, we can only hold out for half a month at most. And with everyone dead, this kind of battle is completely meaningless. It will only lead to more casualties. I plan to withdraw the troops and defend the Fire Country. Orochimaru no longer had any intention of continuing the fight, as his teacher wanted him to hold his ground. But Orochimaru would not obey orders. He just wanted to go back to the village to find out what was going on. Retreat. You're right, there's no better way now. After a long silence, the Nara clan leader finally agreed with Orochimaru's idea. He could not accept a meaningless death. Then please trouble Chief Nara to pass on the message. Let's prepare to evacuate tonight. If word gets to the Sand Village, we might not be able to leave. After hearing what Orochimaru said, the Nara clan leader nodded to show that he understood. At Orochimaru's signal, he quietly exited the space and left it to Orochimaru. The third Hokage Unfei Hiruzen never expected that his apprentice would disobey him and directly evacuate the border. This also plunged the village, which had not yet recovered, into a tense atmosphere again. After receiving orders from Orochimaru, the Nara clan leader began the evacuation plan. After half a day of preparation, all the ninjas on the front line began to evacuate. Orochimaru, who stayed behind, saw that everyone had evacuated. He then summoned a giant snake and turned around and walked close to the snake's mouth. Orochimaru did not evacuate with the main force. He handed over the command to the Nara clan leader and Ui Shinku. It would take a long time to evacuate to the heart of the Fire Nation and re-establish the defense line. Orochimaru had no intention of waiting at all. Now he just wanted to return to Konoha, find out the cause of Jireya's death and tell him some things. So he used the reverse summoning technique directly and quickly returned to Konoha. It wasn't long or short before Orochimaru successfully returned to Konoha through the reverse summoning technique. Downstairs of the Hokage's office, just as Orochimaru was heading straight for the third Hokage, Tsunade and Shizune also arrived at this time. Tsunade, who was originally gambling in the short street, lost all interest in playing because of panic. In order to find out what happened in Konoha, he hurried back overnight. Tsunade, long time no see, are you back because of Jiraiya as well? Orochimaru asked immediately when he saw the aggressive Tsunade appearing at the Hokage's office building at the same time as himself. Orochimaru, you're here too. What the hell happened? What happened to Jiraiya? When Tsunade saw Orochimaru mention Jiraiya, she immediately understood why she was so nervous. Something must have happened to Jiraiya. At the same time, he hurriedly asked, wanting to know about Jiraiya's situation. Don't you know? Jiraiya is dead. He was killed by the village's traitorous ninja, Uchiha Lingmo. That's the kid who used to go to the hospital so often, causing you so much trouble, but in the end you just ignored him. When Tsunade heard that Jiraiya was dead, her head went bewildered. The body couldn't help but fall backwards. Tsunade-sama, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Shizune, who was following behind, immediately supported Tsunade, who was standing unsteadily. Obviously, she couldn't accept the shock of Jiraiya's death for a while. Seeing this, Orochimaru hurried forward to check, but found nothing wrong. She's fine. She just felt dizzy due to a momentary disorder of chi and blood. He'll wake up soon. While Orochimaru was speaking, Tsunade slowly recovered. What the hell is going on, Orochimaru? Tsunade, half kneeling on the ground, grabbed Orochimaru's clothes, her eyes filled with murderous intent, wanting him to explain clearly. I just got the news about Jiraiya not long ago. I need to go to the teacher to find out the details. Orochimaru shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. Shizune, help me up. Seeing that Orochimaru was unaware of this, Tsunade immediately began to stand up with Shizune's help. She wanted to find the third Hokage to ask for clarification. So the three of them strode towards the Hokage's office. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen was correcting documents in the office and didn't notice that his two apprentices had come to him. Bang! Tsunade, who had regained her strength, kicked the office door open. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so frightened that he jumped up before he could react. Tsunade strode to the table and smashed the table full of documents into pieces with one punch. Your own apprentice is dead, and you still have the mind to review documents here. Don't you feel heartbroken, third Hokage? Tsunade's hot temper seemed to have found an outlet. She grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothes and began to question him. Calm down, Tsunade. It happened very suddenly, and the support troops were completely wiped out. If the toad from Mayaboku Mountain hadn't come to report it, I wouldn't know what happened. I'm also sad about Jiraiya's death, but the village is facing internal and external troubles now. I can't just sit there and do nothing. You have to understand that the village is everything. I've already asked Danzo to handle Jiraiya's matter. Seeing Tsunade in such a mood, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately tried to calm her down. Seeing that Tsunade was obviously still angry, he didn't care about whether it was decent or not and hurriedly explained the cause of the incident. He threw the blame on himself and Danzo far away and put all the faults on Ling Mo. After a while, asshole, that brat, how dare you? Just because the village treated him badly, he wants to take revenge on the village. Doesn't he understand that without the village's protection, he wouldn't be alive today? Tsunade angrily smashed things in the office to vent her dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop her and let her vent her emotions. Uchiha Lingmo was forced to betray the village by everyone. Shouldn't you reflect on your mistakes, teacher? Not only you, teacher, but the entire village, and even I have an unshirkable responsibility. I'm not defending Uchiha Lingmo, but I want the teacher to reflect on himself. And I have something to confess to you too. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade couldn't help but fall silent. They knew in their hearts that Lingmo's experience was directly related to them. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Orochimaru continued speaking. He recounted what Tobirama Senju had done. He also spoke out about his teacher's indulgence and Danzo's mistakes. He also told them about the deal he had made with Danzo and Ling Mo. Orochimaru made his choice and did not hide what he had done behind the scenes. He told everything except the story of the Otsutsuki clan. He knew that he would be discovered sooner or later, so it would be more practical to confess directly by taking advantage of Jiraiya's incident. Between death and bondage, Orochimaru chose Konoha and his companions, and died. What he did made him feel that this was not what he wanted. Although I am looking forward to where Ling Mo's wind will blow, what if the wind gets stronger and becomes a hurricane? Then there will be no scenery that Orochimaru wants along the way. Because of the bond between him and Jiraiya, Orochimaru gave up the idea of chasing the wind. Choose to confess everything to your teacher. I didn't expect you to do so many prohibited things behind my back. You disappoint me so much, Orochimaru. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt melancholy. He didn't expect that his best friend Danzo would do such a thing behind his back. At the same time, I also feel fortunate. Fortunately, Orochimaru came to his senses and told me what happened. But it was his own fault. He had selective amnesia and showed no remorse. Tsunade then punched Orochimaru hard, slamming him against the wall. The loud noise alarmed the Umbu, and Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this and hurriedly asked them to retreat. Fighting Orochimaru wasn't just because of the cooperation with Ling Mo. It was because she secretly studied the cells of her grandfather, the first Hokage. This was what made her most angry. What she heard today made Tsunade very angry, and at the same time she was even more disappointed with the village. After venting her emotions, Tsunade left the office alone. She didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. After seeing Tsunade leave, Orochimaru quickly dug himself down from the wall. Compared to what I did, Danzo was the most outrageous. If it weren't for him, Uchiha Lingmo might not have defected. Orochimaru said calmly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, I'll tell you about Danzo. Since you've confessed everything, it means you've woken up in time. Since you've confessed the truth, I can let you off the hook for what you did before. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of punishing his apprentice. The village is currently lacking in combat power, and if Orochimaru is punished, it will have an impact on the upcoming war. After all, he had lost Jiraiya, and Tsunade wouldn't listen to him judging by the situation. If Orochimaru is also put in solitary confinement, he will have few people available to him. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot punish Orochimaru for the time being, and he must reuse him. He didn't plan to tell anyone about what happened today, but it was best to keep it to himself. What was done to Uchiha Lingmo before cannot be undone. We have already formed a mortal enemy with him. If we want to deal with Uchiha Lingmo, we only have the strength of Danzo. It's not good enough at all, but I think the teacher should understand that. When Orochimaru heard that his teacher would not pursue the responsibility, he understood what was going on. Then he continued to speak his thoughts. During my research, I developed a technique that deals with the soul and can be used against the current Uchiha Lingmo. But it's not complete yet. I want to learn from the second Hokage's forbidden techniques and do some small experiments. I wonder if the teacher can make some concessions. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned when he heard this. He also understood that with Danzo's strength, it would be difficult to deal with Uchiha Lingmo. So he showed the forbidden technique to Minato Namikaze, hoping that Minato could master the forbidden technique as soon as possible and deal with Ling Mo specifically. However, Minato Namikaze has been secluded in the Forest of Death recently to study his own techniques. It didn't go according to his idea. And now his apprentice also has to study forbidden techniques to deal with Uchiha Lingmo. This made him wonder whether he should hand it over to Orochimaru. Come and get it tomorrow, I'll prepare it for you. Also, don't tell anyone about what happened today, do you understand me? Also, let's continue to maintain the deal with Uchiha Lingmo. If Danzo is unable to do so, we also have the first move to sanction him again. After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and agreed to Orochimaru's request. After all, the village is under too much pressure now and someone is needed to take it up. Whether it is Minato Namikaze or Orochimaru, he will give certain support. And now Orochimaru is still in a trading relationship with Ling Mo. Once Minato and Orochimaru succeed in their research on the technique, they can use their trading relationship to lure out Ling Mo and encircle and suppress him. I understand, teacher. Orochimaru nodded in understanding. Whether it's about forbidden techniques or your own dealings, the fewer people who know about it, the better. However, what the two of them didn't know was that two white Zetsu aliens on the ceiling were silently watching all this. Ling Mo sent out 2,000 white Jew aliens to monitor the movements of important figures in each village. What happened today will definitely reach Ling Mo's ears if nothing unexpected happens. The front line has been breached by the Sand Village. I have ordered the Nara clan leader to retreat to the hinterland and redefend the situation. The rest is up to you, teacher, Orochimaru said calmly, leaving the troublesome matter to his teacher, and he wanted to focus on studying his own experiment. I know, go down. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and didn't say much. At the same time, the news of Orochimaru's conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen had been passed back to Ling Mo. He didn't expect Uncle Snake to make such a decision. He sold himself to a village that was about to become history. This made Ling Mo laugh out of anger. Is this your choice, Orochimaru? Ling Mo's eyes became disdainful. He has invested a lot in Orochimaru. In the end, I got nothing. Just because of Jireya's death, he turned around and stabbed himself. Orochimaru's action angered Ling Mo. After thinking it over, he changed his plan. Ling Mo asked Casey to call Li Feng over. Soon, Casey and the others hurried to Ling Mo's room. Gale, I have a mission for you. I need you to return to the Sand Village and regain power. When Ling Mo saw Li Feng coming, he gestured for the two to sit down and began to explain the situation directly. You want to? When Li Feng saw Ling Mo asking him to return to the Sand Village, he suddenly felt that something bad was going to happen and started to worry. Don't be so nervous that you know that the Sand Village is currently at war with Konoha, right? I need you to restrict Konoha's actions once you are back in power. We only need to send a small number of Sand Ninja to the front line, and the rest will be completed by the aliens. I will have the Alien Queen sign a psychic contract with you, so that you can control most of the aliens. At the same time, the resources we plundered are at your disposal. You understand what I mean. Ling Mo sent Li Feng back to the Sand Village to make Konoha think that he was cooperating with the Sand Village to facilitate his subsequent actions. When Li Feng heard what Ling Mo said, he realized that it was not directed at the Sand Village, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Mo's mission can be said to have completely served the Sand Village. Without wasting many ninjas, we can plunder a large amount of resources. Only a fool would not do such a task. I understand, Lord Lingmo. Li Feng nodded to indicate that he accepted the task. It can benefit your own village and easily restrain Konoha, so why not do it? Casey, you have a mission too. After seeing Li Feng agree, Ling Mo turned to Casey and said, please give your orders, my lord. Casey was happy to see that Ling Mo had a task for him. You know, ever since Ling Mo improved his strength, he has been training non-stop every day. It is with the Cardo Management Chamber of Commerce. I've been feeling bored for a long time. I need you to conquer all the small ninja villages except the 5 major villages and the Hidden Rain Village. Muto Queen and Gagan, use them when necessary. Don't be afraid to waste energy. If some people don't submit, then all of them will be wiped out. I allow you to fail this mission. If you encounter a powerful ninja, the White Zetsu alien will cover your retreat. Conquering other small villages is something Ling Mo has wanted to do for a long time. However, he couldn't split himself into two, so he could only let Casey take him under his command. This can also be considered as an experience for Casey, who has been training all the time. With the help of the White Zetsu alien and the 2 monsters, I believe there won't be much danger. I will definitely live up to your trust. I will ensure that I complete the mission, Casey said confidently, obviously very confident in his own abilities. Ling Mo then handed the scroll containing a large number of black water jars to Casey. After taking it, Casey also understood what to do when taming a monster. After all, he had experienced it himself. Afterwards, Li Feng discussed with Casey and said that he could help him conquer the villages on the border of the Wind Kingdom. The two of them started to work together. After the two left, Ling Mo also stood up and started his own action. One day later, the Bear Country is a small island connected to the Fire Country continent. The climate is pleasant and the environment is beautiful. Compared to the former Wave Country, the Bear Country is more than 10 times larger. Ling Mo was on his way to Xingyian village at this time. The beautiful scenery on the roadside seemed out of place with Ling Mo's fast pace. The purpose of Ling Xi's murder this time was very simple: the meteorite that fell in Xingyian village 200 years ago. That meteorite is said to contain the 10 Tails chakra. What Ling Mo needed was that energy, and by the way, he wanted to subdue the ninjas of the Hidden Star village and make them his subordinates. Soon, Ling Mo arrived at the Xingyian village. The environment here is in stark contrast to the outside. In front of Ling Mo, with Xingyian village as the center, all the surrounding trees are withered. Because of the impact of the meteorite, the surrounding environment lost its original vitality. Ling Mo stepped onto the edge of a cliff and stopped. Not far across the cliff is the location of Xingyian village. Feeling the lifeless environment around him, Ling Mo stood up and jumped, passing through a deep ravine more than 100 meters wide. Stop, who is it? This is the territory of Xingyan Village. If you have strayed in, please leave immediately. Two ninjas wearing star-shaped forehead protectors blocked Ling Mo's way. My name is Uchiha Ling Mo, and I've come to meet your Xingyan, Ling Mo said lightly, not taking the two of them to heart at all. Xingyan Village does not accept outsiders all year round. Please go back. Master Xingyan will not see you. The leading ninja directly rejected Ling Mo's request. That's not up to you. Ling Mo was too lazy to talk nonsense with the little shrimp, so he opened his manjikaya, Sharinan, and glared. The two ninjas were caught in the illusion and fell to the ground. Afterwards, Ling Mo walked towards their village in a swagger. Before long, all that was left was a huge meteorite crater. A purple round meteorite is placed in the middle. Surrounding it is the star-hidden village built around the meteorite. Around the meteorite, a group of ninjas were sitting there training. They use secret methods to guide the energy of the meteorites into their bodies, gradually increasing their own chakra. This kind of practice method is accompanied by severe side effects. After all, the power of meteorites is external, while strengthening itself. Not only will it suffer from the erosion of meteorite energy, it will also be burned like a flame. Often, in the end, people who practice cultivation will only end up suffering from erosion and accumulation, leading to sudden death. Ling Mo looked at this group of people from a distance, his eyes full of disdain. What's the difference between relying on external things with side effects to become stronger and committing suicide? Xingyan Chixing, who was practicing in the distance, discovered Ling Mo, who broke in. He immediately stood up and walked towards Ling Mo. Who are you? How did you get to the village? No more people are welcome here. Leave now and I will pretend nothing happened. Xingyan Chixing came in front of Ling Mo, looked at him warily and asked. The aura from Ling Mo made him very uneasy. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not take action, but wanted to persuade Ling Mo to leave. You are the shadow of this village, right? Ling Mo looked at Qi Xin calmly. This guy appeared in the play, but in the end he died because he forcibly absorbed the energy of the meteorite. Because of the side effects, he was defeated by Uzumaki Naruto and his friends. That's right, outsiders, get out of here. Chixing frowned and said, his tone sounding a little unhappy. Xingyan, I give you two choices. First, submit to me, and I will lead you out of here and lead you to a superior life. Second, if you go against me, you will die. Ling Mo still spoke calmly, but his tone was a little colder. You're so arrogant. In that case, let me give it a try. How dare you speak like that? Take that. Peacock magic. When Qi Xin heard Ling Mo's words, he immediately glared at him. Chakra gathered in his body, and a giant chakra snake appeared from behind and attacked Ling Mo. Boom. The giant snake bared its cold fangs and bit Ling Mo's body. The enormous impact force caused a layer of cracks to appear on the ground around Ling Mo. Hey, isn't it good to be obedient? Ling Mo, who was in the giant snake's mouth, looked at Qi Xin with boredom. Such an attack is just tickling him. I have absolutely no interest in it. What? Qi Xin couldn't accept it. His attack couldn't even break the opponent's defense. Who are you? Qi Xin quickly distanced himself, which could be seen from his full-strength attack just now. I am no match for Ling Mo at all. My name is Uchiha Ling Mo. I'll give you one more chance. Submit or die. Ling Mo opened his manjikaya, Sharinan, releasing powerful chakra and energy. A tremendous pressure swept over. The ninjas from the hidden star village who had gathered around were all breathless. Some weak people were lying on the ground and fainted. As a small village that has been closed for many years, the amount of chakra displayed by Ling Mo is simply godlike. Chixing felt this energy and gritted his teeth to persevere. He was deeply shocked and at the same time envious of Ling Mo's strength. He knew that relying on the strength of the village to resist was no match for Ling Mo. Although I am unwilling to become someone else's subordinate, I will die if I don't surrender now. After a brief thought, he immediately made a decision. Sir, put away your magical powers. As the cage of the hidden star village, I choose to submit to you. Qi Xin was also half kneeling on the ground at this time, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. In the face of Ling Mo's powerful strength, he no longer even had the thought of resisting. Very good. You're very tactful and made a smart choice. After hearing what Qi Xin said, Ling Mo put away his own pressure. The half-kneeling Qi Xin also breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure just now was so terrifying. Go and call out everyone in the village. After saying this, Ling Mo no longer paid any attention to Qi Xin who was kneeling on the ground. Instead, he walked towards the meteorite carrying energy. When Qi Xin saw the direction Ling Mo was heading, he just clenched his fists and nodded in response to Ling Mo's instructions. He knew that he could not save this meteorite, but Ling Mo's strength is too strong. If it weren't for survival, he might try his best to protect it. Coming in front of the meteorite, Ling Mo placed his hand on it. A scorching energy seemed to be baking Ling Xi's skin, but for Ling Mo, this is nothing. System, absorb the energy from the meteorite. Ding, beginning to absorb the energy from the meteorite from the hidden star village. Estimated time, 3 minutes. Host, please do not let your hands leave the surface of the meteorite. As the system's voice sounded, the purple energy in the meteorite began to gather madly into Ling Mo's body. This energy was a bit hot and it traveled around Ling Mo's body. They all merged into the body. Ling Mo suddenly felt warm, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Soon, 3 minutes passed. As the last bit of energy from the meteorite entered Ling Mo's body, his physical strength increased a bit. The energy in the meteorite is about the same as the amount of chakra in the one tail. The gain effect is not very obvious. I thought there would be a lot of energy. No wonder the ninjas from the hidden star village are still so weak after absorbing them for so long. Ling Mo felt a little disappointed. After absorbing the energy, the meteorite turned into a hard piece of metal raw stone. If used to strike weapons, it is no worse than a chakra blade. After all, metal stones that can carry so much energy are rare. Ling Mo had no intention of letting it go, and directly put it into the seal scroll. Maybe it can be used to beat a weapon in the future. Half an hour later, Ling Mo was still standing there waiting. Sir, all the people from the hidden star village have gathered here. Chi Xing came to Ling Mo's side and said respectfully. Ling Mo nodded slightly, then looked at everyone in the field calmly. Xingyian village has a small population, as it is a small village. There were only about 100 people, including the elderly and children. The reason why it became the ninja village of the bear country is closely related to the meteorite. Otherwise, with such a small number of people, they would have been replaced by other villages long ago. Let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Lingmo. Your shadow has submitted to me, which also means that you will become my subordinates. Ling Mo said proudly, then took out a large bucket of trilobite black water from the scroll. To ensure your loyalty, each of you come over and take a sip of this water. Of course, if anyone disagrees, they can speak up now. If you regret it later, it will be too late. After Ling Mo finished speaking, everyone in the room began to whisper to each other. Everyone was very surprised. They were fine yesterday, but today they became someone else's subordinate. There are a few young ninjas who are arrogant and proud, so how can they tolerate this? He immediately began to oppose it fiercely. Why should we obey your orders and be your running dogs? What do you take us for, you bastard? Ling Mo saw this but did not reply. Instead he just looked at the young ninjas quietly. Before they could speak again, thick tree branches emerged from the ground and tied them together tightly. When the rest of the people in Xingyian village saw this, they all stopped talking. They all looked towards the few people. I'll tell you why. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. I am strong, and you are just fish at my mercy. After Ling Mo finished speaking, several young ninjas who had escaped were strangled to death by tree branches. This trick of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was used, and the rest of the people stopped talking about it. They obeyed Ling Mo's orders obediently and drank the black water one by one. Finally, Chixing finished drinking the black water. Ling Mo then gave orders, asking everyone to return to their posts. Chixing, you are still the leader of this village. After a while, a chamber of commerce will come to arrange your stay. Just follow orders when the time comes. After Ling Mo saw everyone leave, he turned and said to Chi Xing, understood, sir. Chixing bowed and saluted respectfully. He felt mixed emotions, and he didn't know what the final outcome would be if he followed Ling Mo. But it's too late to regret now. After drinking Ling Mo's black water, it means that you are completely controlled. After giving Chi Xing instructions, Ling Mo did not delay any further. Left Xingyian village directly. It can be said that he came quickly and left quickly, and the time spent in Xingyian village was less than half a day. After leaving, Ling Mo did not return to the Kingdom of Waves, but rode on Little Rodden and headed towards the Kingdom of Water. Among the 5 major villages, only the Hidden Mist village has not responded. The third Mizukage is still studying the 3 tails. Ling Mo, however, doesn't care about these things and collects tailed beasts to improve his strength. That is the goal now. Anyway, the Hidden Mist village will have to go out and fight sooner or later. He didn't mind being the one to start things. Just as Ling Mo was about to fly out of the territory of the bear country and pass through the sea, a familiar figure came into view on the seashore below. Interesting, I actually ran into you here. When Ling Mo saw the familiar figure, he immediately controlled Little Leighton to change direction. A thin boy sat on the beach, watching the sea flowers splashing towards the shore. There was confusion in his eyes. If you get closer, you will find that this person is Scorpion who escaped from the sand village. At this time, he was still looking for the trace of the third Kaze cage. But as he is alone, he wants to find someone in the entire ninja world. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, there is nothing to find. He is very confused now, wondering whether to go back to the place that he hates. Wow, young man, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. A huge wave of wind and waves suddenly rushed towards Scorpion, and the messy wind and sand made it difficult for Scorpion to open his eyes. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded in his ears. Ling Mo controlled little Leighton and stopped in front of him. Only after Ling Mo walked down did Xia see Ling Mo's appearance. "Who are you?" Scorpion frowned, searching for the person in front of him in his mind. Impression. "The voice is so familiar, but I just can't remember where I've seen it. Have you forgotten me so quickly? You know, when I was in the Sand Village, you bought something from my shop. I'd like to invite you to become my employee. I didn't expect you to have completely forgotten about me. It's so hurtful." Ling Mo pretended to look disappointed and said, "Aida su." A scorpion immediately stood up and took a state of alert. He had heard Cho-chan say that before he ran away. It was because of Ling Mo's appearance that the third Kaze cage disappeared. He didn't expect to meet her here. "Oh, do you remember now? I didn't expect you to leave the Sand Village, young man. Is there any way out? What I said back then still holds true. How about it? Do you want to think about it seriously again?" Ling Mo said to Scorpion with a smile, looking at the vigilant Scorpion. He thought it was very interesting and decided to take Scorpion with him to sail on the sea. "Tell me, where did the third Kaze cage go? Why did he disappear the moment you arrived in the village?" Scorpion stared at Ling Mo with sharp eyes and asked, "You mean the Gale?" "Nothing, I just threatened him a little bit. And then he obediently became my subordinate. Now he works for my company. How about you become my employee? I'm very optimistic about you." Ling Mo did not hide anything and briefly told the story of Lai Feng. After saying that, she raised her eyebrows and teased him. At this moment, Scorpion's brows furrowed even deeper. After thinking for a while, "Take me to him. If you kill him, I am willing to serve you in his place." Xia changed his mind. He knew he couldn't beat Ling Mo. After all, he was able to injure Ichibai and make the village's strongest Kaze cage surrender. Such strength is simply impossible for him to achieve with his current power. So Scorpion planned to use himself to exchange for the life of the third Kaze cage. Anyway, now he was only thinking about how to take revenge. After the death of the third Kaze cage, he had no more aspirations. It's not impossible to follow Ling Mo and do things. "No way, young man, you can't replace Li Feng's work." Ling Mo smiled and shook his head, rejecting Xia's proposal. The current value of Scorpion is still too small to make Ling Mo give up Li Feng. "Then how can you give him up?" Scorpion frowned and said that he had obviously overestimated his own worth. "It was Konoha that killed your parents, although it was due to the fierce wind. But it's not a crime punishable by death. I have to consider the village. Think about the environment of the village you live in. You're so smart, shouldn't you be able to figure it out?" Seeing that Xia was still stubborn, Ling Mo began to make excuses for Lai Feng. "Can't we think of another way? We have to start a war to solve the problem." Scorpion was very unwilling. He hated the war brought by the third Kaze cage. He also understood that being a village leader had its own difficulties, but he wanted to find an outlet for his resentment. Benefits, as long as there are interests, even if Li Feng doesn't start a war, it's fine. Then war will come to you. Ling Mo said calmly that he was very patient with Scorpion. Persuasion is not very effective for rebellious and stubborn Scorpios. Only by letting him change his target can the depression in his heart be relieved. Ling Mo's words made Xia fall into silence. He was very confused now. "There is only hatred brought about by the death of my parents in my heart. The death of your parents is just a microcosm of a group of people in this world. If you really want revenge, vent your emotions. Then go find the real murderer who killed your parents." Hearing Ling Mo's words, Xia gave him a helpless look. "But the person who killed my parents is already dead." Scorpion's tone sounded a little helpless, as he was just a child in his early teens. Their understanding of the world is only slightly higher than that of ordinary children. So those ninjas from Konoha aren't. Who gave the order, who sent Heitake Sumo to assassinate your parents? Have you ever thought about this? Ling Mo guided Scorpion to transfer his hatred to Konoha. Konoha will be destroyed sooner or later anyway, so it's better to use it to save a child who was about to do something wrong. After hearing Ling Mo's words, Xia fell silent again. Ling Mo's guidance conflicted with his inner self. He hated war because of his parents' death, and the resentment in his heart was just for revenge. Now Ling Mo asked him to target the entire Konoha, which made him feel a little shaken. "I don't know whether it is right or wrong to fall down like this. After all, they are just children and do not have mature thinking." His eyes were sometimes firm, sometimes dazed. His hands were clenched into fists. "If you're so entangled, then don't think about it. Just follow me first." Seeing that he didn't react for a long time, Ling Mo stopped making things difficult for him. "Just guide him slowly and he will turn around sooner or later." He picked up the scorpion, which was a head shorter than him, and walked towards little Leighton. The scorpion in Ling Mo's hand did not struggle. Ling Mo obediently placed him on little Leighton's back. So what was originally a journey for one person now became a journey for two. "Where are we going?" The scorpion with little Rodden sitting in the air turned his head and asked. After a period of time, Scorpio is no longer entangled. He chose to escape, intending to follow Ling Mo to calm down his emotions. Go on an adventure and search for the great treasure left behind by the Pirate King. I believe you will enjoy the journey ahead. Ling Mo responded with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with the evil taste of playing pranks on the neighbor's children. Lying to children is very bad behavior. Scorpion was speechless, feeling that Ling Mo was a little unreliable. If you say you're going on an adventure, then you're definitely going on an adventure. Trust me, little brat. Ling Mo touched the scorpion's head, but the scorpion ruthlessly pushed it away with its hands. Seeing this scene, Ling Mo was not angry, but found it amusing. Ita's not far from the bear country to the water country. Ling Mo and the other person did not fly directly into the water kingdom. The land of water is a relatively large island, and the hidden mist village can be said to be equivalent to the land of water. After all, the place is only so big. If the two of them entered directly from the air, then it would probably be a sure thing, and they would start fighting within 5 seconds of meeting. So Ling Mo stopped on a small island far away from the water kingdom. The island is not big, but the vegetation is very lush, making it a great place to hide. Ling Mo planned to wait until late at night and sneak in secretly with Scorpion. Didn't you say you wanted to take risks? What are you doing here? Scorpion asked like a curious baby. Don't be impatient, young people need to be patient. Go see if there is any edible food on the island. Get some back and fill your stomach first. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he ignored Xia's doubts. He started searching on his own. When I went out, I had already eaten all the food I brought with me. So Ling Mo had no choice but to deal with it casually. While looking for food, Ling Mo began to contact the white Zetsu aliens he had deployed in the water country. According to the information sent back, the current Three Tails is not sealed into the body of the Jinchuriki, and was placed by the water shadow in a lake on an island. Because the Three Tails was relatively mild, it was simply sealed within it by the third Mizu cage. So the third Mizu cage often did some small experiments with the Three Tails. The Vulpix is now sealed in the body of Yujao, who is only 5 or 6 years old. After knowing the information he wanted, Ling Mo began to slowly think about his plan. After a while, Scorpion walked to Ling Mo with a pile of fruits in one hand and a sea fish in the other. Is this enough? Xia asked Ling Mo while holding the food in front of him. Enough. Let's prepare the fish, let's eat sashimi, it's not convenient to start a fire here. When Ling Mo saw the honest Scorpion holding the food, a fatherly smile appeared on his face. Although it was a bit embarrassing that I didn't find anything, I just had to be thick-skinned. These are not a big deal and yours. Scorpion stared at Ling Mo, who had empty hands, with an expression of a little resentful woman on his face. It feels like I'm the only one looking for food, and I feel like I've been ripped off. They are all abducted child laborers. Ahahaha, bad luck. I didn't find anything. Ling Mo smiled awkwardly, then quickly picked up the fish from Scorpion's hand and started to deal with it. Seeing Ling Mo being so shameless, Xia was speechless. After eating, they both took a nap. System, how long will it take to absorb the chakra of the Three Tails and the Six Tails? Ding, host, it will take 4 minutes to absorb the Three-Tailed Beast, and 7 minutes for the Six-Tailed Beast. Understood. Not much strength was used to absorb the chakra of the Two-Tailed Beasts. This made Ling Mo feel relieved. If it takes a full half hour, we will probably be overwhelmed by the people from the Hidden Mist Village. There are 3 layers outside the siege and 3 layers inside. Although I am not afraid of these small shrimps, these are not part of my plan. Ita's best not to be discovered. Soon night fell, and Ling Mo called out to Scorpion. Although the Water Kingdom is a large island, but if you look closer, it is still a larger island. Unlike most offshore islands, this place is covered with small rocky hills that stand hundreds of meters high. Around each hill, there are sparse houses. There was heavy fog at night and the surrounding greenery made it difficult to find the direction. The visibility is less than 100 meters, which is also the origin of the name of the Hidden Mist Village. The dampness is really strong. No wonder the Bamboo Clan's bloodline disease is so severe that it must be bone rheumatism, Ling Mo muttered to himself. At this time, Ling Mo, with Scorpion, had already sneaked into the territory of the flooded country. Due to the heavy fog at night and the fact that there has been no war for many years, the patrolling ninjas and soldiers were rather loose and didn't find anything suspicious. Note, the third Mizu cage chose to stay low and develop, and did not participate in the Second Shinobi World War, so the Third Shinobi World War was relatively strong. What are we doing here in the Hidden Mist Village? Xia followed Ling Mo through a forest, not understanding what he was going to do. It's a thrilling adventure, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Just like in the Sand Village, thrilling and exciting, Ling Mo explained as he walked over the thick trees. When Scorpion heard this, he thought about the things in the Sand Village and became speechless. Breaking into the Hidden Mist Village at night to cause trouble was considered an adventure. It's thrilling. How is this different from courting death? Scorpion, who didn't know Ling Mo's strength, felt a little regretful at this moment, wondering if it was too late to regret now. But Ling Mo didn't care about all that. His target was only the Two-Tailed Beasts. The Jinchuriki of the Vulpix, Ujo, was placed in a mountain deep east of the hidden mist village. There were only a few jonin taking care of him, including Ujo's master. Ling Mo planned to go straight in with his spear and head straight towards Yugao. During this period, in order to avoid being recognized by the ninjas of the hidden mist village, Ling Mo put on exquisite makeup for herself and Xia on the island. Even if Cho stood in front of Scorpion, she might not recognize him in his current state. What is your purpose in doing this? You're clearly stronger than most ninjas, and you could live your life in peace. Are you making trouble like this just to start a war? What's the point of it to you? Scorpion was silent for a while, then asked again. He himself didn't realize that he had become more talkative since following Ling Mo. He is curious about everything. He is completely different from when he was in Sand Village. I've only ever had two goals. They are to unify the ninja world and destroy Konoha. So that there will be no more war in this world. What do you think? It's a great ideal, Ling Mo said to Xia half-jokingly. When Scorpion heard the answer, he rolled his eyes and didn't believe it at all. He thought it was all a joke to children, about unifying the ninja world and destroying Konoha. Only a fool would believe such a joke. Glancing at Scorpion, who was rolling his eyes next to him, Ling Mo just smiled and said nothing. There was someone to entertain him on the way, and he found it quite interesting. After entering the core area of the hidden mist village, Ling Mo sent out 5 white Zetsu aliens. Let it explore the way ahead and try to reach where Yugao is. You have to go around the core area of the hidden mist village. In order not to attract the attention of the perception ninja, Ling Mo and Xia changed into the clothes of the mist ninja Umbu and disguised themselves as Umbu to carry out the mission. Don't ask where he got the clothes. If you want to know, I just knocked out 2 ninjas and snatched them away. After a series of twists and turns, they soon arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Six-Tails Jinchuriki was. Just as the two were about to start going up the mountain, 2 ninjas jumped out from the bushes and blocked their way. Stop, you two. Who are you? Ugh, ishh, you'll die if you shout. Ling Mo was too lazy to waste time and used the technique of instant body movement to quickly kill a ninja. He then instantly moved to the side of another person, covered his mouth and blocked his throat with a kunao. Ling Mo completed a few simple movements in 2 or 3 seconds. The 2 missed ninjas didn't even have time to react. Scorpion, who was standing by, didn't react at this time and watched Ling Mo deal with the 2 ninjas as smoothly as flowing water. I was thinking, who am I? What is he doing? What's going on? At the same time, his understanding of Ling Mo's strength was refreshed again. After Ling Mo finished dealing with the problem, he went up the mountain. The barrier Scorpion was still standing there in a daze, so he quickly called out to him. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Oh, Scorpion, who was stopped by Ling Mo, came to his senses and quickly followed Ling Mo. 5 Kirigakure Jonin will go up there and stop us from reaching our goal. Let's attack together and not give them time to tip off. Did you hear that? Don't just stand there in a daze like you did just now, not knowing what to do. As Ling Mo walked, he explained to Xia what to do next. Understood, Scorpion responded calmly. Thinking of the few seconds he was stunned just now, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, I'm a rebel ninja, and a genius puppeteer at that. I was stunned by the maneuvering. Luckily, no one noticed, or it would have been really embarrassing. At the same time, the people on the mountain had no idea that Ling Mo and the others were about to arrive. Several people sat around a table, holding poker is being played happily. This task is so easy, just watching a child, and not having to do anything. It's much better than carrying out some random assassination mission, a mist ninja said happily, a cigarette between his lips, looking at the pair of cards in his hand. Yeah, but I heard that the Mizukage seems to be implementing some policy. It seems very strict. I don't want to be chosen. I'm content as long as I can eat and wait for death here. Another mist jonin said lazily. It's not certain that even if we're not selected, we might be transferred after a while. Outside, Konoha and the Sand Village have already started fighting. It might affect us here, and then we won't be able to get out. There's no need to explain the situation on the battlefield, it's like a meat grinder. The ninja with a cigarette in his mouth threw out a card and spoke casually. From the tone of voice, you can tell that he is a veteran. Ha ha ha, our Kirigakure is so far away, how could it possibly affect us? The lazy Kirigakure Jonin responded with a wave of his hand and a grin. Several people nearby also echoed this, feeling that war would not happen in their village. Just when a few of them were having a great time chatting and laughing. On the roof high above, Scorpion, come on, it's up to you, Ling Mo said in a low voice and patted his shoulder, indicating that he could take action. But Scorpion did not take action. Instead, he turned around and looked at Ling Mo with contempt. Aren't you going to take action? What about the plan to go together? Seeing that Xia was so rude, Ling Mo simply tapped his forehead with his hand. When there's a gang fight, the younger brother goes first, understand? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just do it if I tell you to, and I'll follow right behind you. Hurry up, don't waste time, it will be dawn soon. Scorpion had no choice but to submit to Ling Mo's tyranny. He took out the scroll, formed seals and summoned the puppet he had carefully crafted. Bang! With a crisp sound, the window in the room was broken by a puppet pole. I saw many thousands of books spit out from the puppet's arms and mouth and attack the few people. Who? Enemy attack, be careful. A more alert Miss Ninja was the first to notice the puppet that broke into the room. He immediately stood up and hid. Ah! A Miss Ninja who was unable to dodge was shot into a hedgehog by Senbon and fell to the ground. Quick, go sound the alarm, someone's attacking. Just as the leader was about to sound the alarm, thick vines sprang out from the ground and quickly wrapped around it. Help, help me. The vines bound the ninja so tightly that he began to suffocate. He kept shouting for help, but I couldn't take care of the other people at all. The half-human puppet attacked extremely fiercely, not giving the remaining 3 people any chance to escape. The attack was extremely ferocious. Just as the 3 were preparing to deal with the puppet's attack, don't forget to pay attention to your surroundings during battle. Ling Mo had unknowingly come behind someone. Varied. Phew. He was so happy that he had the kunao to seal his throat, and Ling Mo didn't even give him a chance to turn back. The remaining 2 people were also quickly dealt with by Ling Mo and Xia. After dealing with all the guards, Ling Mo walked into the room, with Scorpion being the only one left behind. Yu Gao, who was sleeping in the backyard, had woken up at this time. The sound of fighting just now had already woken him up. He seemed a little scared at his age. When Ling Mo opened the door, he saw Yu Jiao, who was now the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Seeing the person coming, Yu Gao was a little scared and kept backing away. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. I guess you don't like having a monster living inside you either. Seeing that he looked nervous, Ling Mo tried to comfort him softly. They went to such great lengths to sneak into the hidden mist village just for a little kid. What's so special about him? Scorpion stood aside and asked in confusion. He is just like the monk Banfuku from your village, both are tailed beast Jinchuriki. Ling Mo replied calmly, not paying attention to what Xia was thinking. Then he walked up to Yu Gao and picked him up. Yu Gao in his arms did not struggle, but looked at Ling Mo with a little fear. Yu Gao is also a pitiful and tragic character in the original drama. Seeing that he was still so young, Ling Mo had the idea of taking him in. His own strength is still good, and it would be a good choice to use him as a younger brother in the future. If Yu Gao had agreed, his life would not have been as sad as it was before. Little guy, I'll give you a chance. How about coming with me? You're always treated unfairly here. If you follow me, this problem will never happen. I will treat you as a good friend and family member. Ling Mo spoke softly to Yu Gao in his arms. Really? Really? After hearing Ling Mo's words, Yu Gao looked up at him and said timidly. My heart was filled with longing for what Ling Mo had said. Although Yu Gao is only 5 or 6 years old now, his mind is mature and he can now distinguish between good and evil. Some things can be understood by looking at how others treat you. In the Hidden Mist village, everyone looked at him with disgust. He wanted to stay away from me, and there were several ninjas watching him 24 hours a day. Sometimes people would even try to assassinate him, and Yu Gao was nervous every day. He didn't like the look from everyone here. And there is always a monster inside its body, scaring it in the middle of the night. He was exhausted every day and didn't want to continue living in such a caged life. Of course, I never lie. Since you said that, I'll take it as your agreement. Ling Mo said to the timid Yu Gao with a smile. Yu Gao in his arms did not object. He himself did not know whether this was right or not, but the desire in his heart left him no reason to refuse. Scorpion standing by was speechless, his eyes twitching. Alright, child trafficking, I've never seen anything so shady. If you steal someone's strategic weapons, you will be hunted down to death by the Hidden Mist village in the future. Scorpion has a mission for you. Use detonating talismans to cover the buildings here, and then find some flammable materials to pile them up. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he took out a bunch of detonating talismans from his ninja tool bag and handed them to Xia. Why do I always have to do the work? Scorpion said reluctantly with a pout. Have you ever seen a big brother working for a little brother? And I also need to solve the problem of the tailed beast in his body. With just one word, Ling Mo blocked Scorpion's mouth. Just go to work obediently. It is very easy to control children. Don't be nervous. Now let me calm down what's inside you. Ling Mo placed his hand on Yu Gao's stomach to help him relax. System, absorb the Vulpix's chakra. Ding, absorption begins. Please keep your hands on the stomach. As the system sounded, the chakra of the tailed beast in Yu Jiao's body began to flow into Ling Mo's body unconsciously. System, absorbing the energy of the tailed beast shouldn't harm the Jinchuriki. Ling Mo said with some concern. Ding, back to the host, it will not harm the Jinchuriki. This system only absorbs energy, not life. Phew, that's good. Hearing the system's answer, it's a little easier. The first 2 times Ling Mo absorbed the chakra of the tailed beasts, he didn't care about the life or death of the Jinchuriki at all. After all, it is a hostile relationship. Now that Yu Gao is my younger brother, I have to show some concern for him. Just as the system was absorbing it, the Vulpix in Ujo's body became restless. Damn it, why is my chakra draining away? What did that guy do? Vulpix was shocked and began to resist, constantly struggling to seal. Damn humans. The seal binds it, leaving it at the mercy of others. The leaked chakra from the seal wrapped up Ujo, trying to resist the erosion of the system. Yugao also fell into a deep sleep due to the huge chakra impact. Why don't you just be obedient, little slug? Ling Mo opened his Mangekyo Sharinan and entered the spiritual world inside Yugao's body. The huge body of Vulpix came into view. A huge cage blocked its movements, and several thick chains tightly bound its body. The oval body kept struggling, emitting waves of oppression. When Ling Mo saw the stubborn and restless Liu Wei, he showed disdain in his eyes. With such strength, compared with his own monster, it's still a little off. It's like comparing a giant to a small one. Who are you? Why are there those eyes? What are you doing? The six-tailed rhino dog said angrily when he saw Ling Mo appear in front of him. Nothing special, just use some of your chakra. Just think of it as collecting rent. After all, you are living in the body of one of my men. Quiet down, slug, stop making such a fuss. Ling Mo used illusion to directly control Vulpix. Now it depends on how you shout. As a caged beast, you must be prepared to be slaughtered. You're struggling now, what were you doing before? In the spiritual world, Ling Mo opened his Mangekyo Sharinan. He said ruthlessly while looking at the Vulpix that had been controlled. Without the Vulpix's interference, the chakra absorption process went much more smoothly. Ding, the Vulpix's chakra has been absorbed. Please continue. Ling Mo ignored the system's prompt. Instead, he felt the changes in his body. Most of the Vulpix's chakra is gathered in the energy core. Although my physical condition and energy have not reached the critical breakthrough point, but its own strength has been greatly enhanced. System, open the panel. Byte. Name, Ling Mo family, Uchiha clan, bloodline, Mangekyo Sharinan, attributes, fire, thunder, wind, and darkness, strength, super shadow leveled ninjutsu, clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, instantaneous body jutsu, great fireball jutsu, Raiznan, Chidori energy blast, great fire extinguishing. Skills, low profile atomic breath releases nuclear radiation, heat energy sensing, God killer gun no step, dancing blade, Prince battle method, Godzilla's beast form assimilation derivative. Taijutsu, Uchiha fluid jutsu, Konoha fluid jutsu, physique, intermediate Godzilla monster physique, monsters, alien queen, mechanical monster, Gagan queen, Muto, Rodden, and various aliens. Pupil technique, Suji Jiming absorbs all mental illusions and attacks, and returns them to the caster to cause backlash. It can only be activated 5 times a day. Suji Zuming absorbs all ninjutsu damage and one's own physical damage, gathers them and then adds them to one's own ninjutsu or skills. The more damage absorbed, the higher the stack damage. Mission conquer the shadows of each village, in progress, not bad. His strength has reached super cage level. Once he absorbs the remaining tailed beasts, he should be able to surpass the 6 paths. Ling Mo looked at the information displayed on the system panel. The system evaluated the comprehensive strength, if it was based on unilateral strength. Ling Mo estimated that he could have a chance to fight against Mr. Six Paths Madara. If I were to fight against his Heike at Satsuki, I might not be able to do it, but I should be able to take on a few moves without any problem. The detonating talismans have all been affixed themselves, and the flammable materials have been gathered together. What's next? After finishing what Ling Mo had asked him to do, Xia turned around and came to Ling Mo's side. Looking at Yugao, who had fallen into a coma, Xia suspected that Ling Mo had done something unspeakable. Next, let's continue our adventure with Ujo. Let's go to another place. There's a big turtle there, and the surrounding environment is also very beautiful, surrounded by mountains and water, which is very suitable for fishing and barbecue. That turtle would be a good pet. Ling Mo smiled slightly, as if describing a beautiful place. When Xia heard this, he rolled his eyes and he didn't believe the nice words that Ling Mo said at all. He must be doing something to cheat people again. Alright, let's go now. I'll leave Ujo in your care for now. He will be your little brother from now on. After saying that, he stuffed Yugao into Scorpion's arms without caring whether Scorpion protested or not. He didn't even have time to react. Alright, let's go. Xia was a little caught off guard when he saw Yugao suddenly in his hands. After coming to his senses, Xia could only hug Yugao with a bitter face, wondering in his heart why he had to follow Ling Mo. Wouldn't it be better for him to be alone? Isn't this a sin? Isn't this just giving yourself something to do? I've completely become Ling Mo's servant. I have to help with everything. Now one child is asked to take care of another child. I unconsciously slapped myself in the face, warning myself not to make such a low-level mistake in the future. You have to be on guard all the time when you're around Ling Mo. He's too good at ordering people around. Then he began to carry Yugao on his back and followed Ling Mo closely. After going down the mountain, Ling Mo took Xia and started heading towards the lake where the three-tailed fox was sealed. Time passed quickly and it was already early morning in a short while. The hidden mist village was filled with mist in the early morning. The surrounding scenery was blurry and difficult to distinguish. When the first ray of sunlight hit the fog, it passed through some thin fog. The surrounding scenery seemed to be rejuvenated, like many beams of light illuminating the entire golden world. Ling Mo and Xia were also mesmerized by the scenery and stopped. It's so beautiful, nature's artistry is truly amazing, Ling Mo murmured softly, and Scorpion beside him nodded in agreement. After coming to his senses, Ling Mo turned around and looked at the distance they had walked. Little Scorpion, do you know what art is? Ling Mo smiled faintly, looked at Xia and said. Hearing Ling Mo's question, Xia frowned and began to think. Things that can last forever, only when they are passed down through the ages can they be considered true works of art. Things that are fleeting will only fade away with time, fleeting beauty. Nothing compares to the allure of eternity. After a moment of silence, Scorpion thought carefully and replied, Pa. After listening to this, Ling Mo patted the back of Xia's head. It seems that Scorpio has started to study the art of eternity. No wonder he turned himself into a puppet later. That kind of appearance that is neither human nor ghost, Ling Mo couldn't accept it at all. We must correct his thinking. How can he dismember himself for fun? What are you doing? I didn't say anything wrong. Scorpion protested loudly in dissatisfaction. He had been feeling aggrieved for a long time on the way. If I could beat him, I would have taken action long ago. Now I can only resist loudly. Wrong, absolutely wrong. Art is the simplest feeling of love or appreciation that people have for things. Anything that can be appreciated by others can be called art. And everyone's appreciation is different. Art is a very abstract thing. It's also very subjective, so different people see art differently. This eternal art you're talking about is complete bullshit. What you consider art may be perversion to others. Do you understand? Ling Mo didn't care how dissatisfied Xia was. After the reaction, the distorted art must be corrected. You turn yourself into a human-shaped stick and wanted to be a scarecrow. However, Ling Mo said a lot, but Xia didn't listen much. He just kept touching his head and pouting to express his dissatisfaction. Seeing Scorpion's look, Ling Mo really wanted to teach him a lesson, but thought about it. It's better to wait and deal with the matter first, and then go back and teach him properly. Little Scorpion, watch carefully, what's coming next is also a form of art. Art explosion, drink, bang. From the mountain where Ling Mo and the others left, a huge noise reached their ears. After the noise, the mountain was filled with blazing fires. Thick black smoke began to rise, disrupting what had been a morning of cleanup. All of this was planned by Ling Mo. Have the Scorpion covered with explosive talismans and gather flammable items. Then let the white Zetsu alien steal a large amount of fuel from the village and sprinkle it in the woods on the mountain. Then Ling Mo only needed to think about it and a fire would break out on the mountain. The purpose of doing this is to attract the third Mizukage over, so that I can get the 3 tails. At this time, the 3-person patrol team of the Hidden Mist Village heard the explosion and looked over. Captain, something happened. A mist ninja quickly said, I am not blind, and I am not deaf. Let's go see what's going on. The leading captain and 2 teammates immediately ran towards the mountain. Something's happening, look ahead. 2 bodies were lying on the ground at the foot of the mountain. Several people rushed forward to check, and the leading captain found that something was wrong. After going forward to check, I found that both bodies were killed by a single blow, leaving no time to react. And it happened on the roadside, which shows that a powerful enemy broke in. Shui Meng, go sound the alarm and notify the Yuanshi elder, and Mizukage-sama. Someone broke in, coming for the 6 tails Jinchuriki. Let's go and investigate the situation. After saying that, the Scorpion leader ran straight up the mountain. On the other side, Ling Mo asked the white Jew alien to create an explosion. He took Scorpion and Yu-Jao and quickly approached the 3-tailed fox. Now all eyes are focused on the explosion site. If you capture the 3 tails at this time, no one will notice. Even if he reacted, Ling Mo would have already left. It didn't take long for Ling Mo and Xia to arrive at the lake where Sanwei was. Who is it? Stop. Several ninjas blocked their way. The leader appeared and spoke. Ling Mo stopped and looked at the person in front of him consciously. He has green hair and purple eyes, a scar under his left eye that looks like a suture, and wields a stick-like weapon with a hook at the front and decorated with green flowers. He didn't expect that he would meet the future 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karuta, here. Interesting, I actually missed you. Ling Mo was so busy leading the 3rd Mizukage away that he forgot about this guy who was being treated as a puppet. But it's not a big problem, it just takes a little more time. Sir, since you've barged into the Hidden Mist Village like this, shouldn't you announce your identity? And they kidnapped our village's important weapons. If you want to provoke the Hidden Mist Village, you will pay the price. Go Juyakang asked cautiously that he couldn't see where this person who suddenly broke into the village came from. The combination of a big and a small made him feel a little surprised. You still dare to come and make trouble like this? Aren't you afraid of being dragged down? Or do you have confidence in yourself? No need. You'll know sooner or later. Ling Mo smiled contemptuously, gathered the energy in his hands, and attacked them directly. That's so direct. Missed hiding technique. When Guju Yagura saw Ling Mo rushing towards him, he did not attack him directly. Instead, he chose to create an environment that suited him and obstructed Ling Mo's vision. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yagura's voice came from the surrounding fog. That's it? Ling Mo stopped. The missed hiding technique could block people's perception, and then attack the target at the moment of distraction. But yes, for Ling Mo, this is a piece of cake. Radiation elements are released from the body and slowly spread out. Just a tiny amount of elements mixed in, Ling Mo could sense the presence of those ninjas. With Xia and Yugao not far away, Ling Mo didn't dare to use too much. After all, it is still in the developmental stage and it will have a bad influence on the child. The thin radioactive elements are enough. Found you, little mouse. Ling Mo laughed secretly in his heart. The energy blade in his hand suddenly stabbed towards a big tree next to him. The speed was so fast that it didn't even give the creature time to react and escape. Phew! The blade pierced through the heart, and a jonin fell to the ground without resistance. No, what a pity. Then the next one, Ling Mo said lightly with a playful tone. Guju Yagura, who was hiding in the fog, frowned at this time. Something feels wrong. Phew! Another jonin ninja was shot through the heart by Ling Si. Something's wrong, he's already noticed. Guju Yagura became angry. He didn't expect that he was being fooled. Lost 2 jonin. Water style iron cannonball. Guju Yagura formed hand seals and launched an attack, no longer hiding. A water ball as fast as a bullet rushed towards Ling Mo. I don't want to take a shower yet. Fire style large flame bomb. Ling Mo said this and immediately used fire escape to return the attack. Ling Si, who had a large amount of chakra, did not hesitate to increase the power of the big firebomb to the maximum. A small water style iron cannonball was directly evaporated. The flames advanced towards Guju Yagura at a rapid speed. Water escape. Water formation wall. A rotating wall of water surrounded Guju Yagura. When the flames touched it, their power was gradually consumed by the rotating water flow. The flames dissipated, and Guju Yagura also stopped the flow of water. As the fog around him dissipated, he looked at Ling Mo solemnly. The power of the fire escape he just released made him realize that this battle would be very difficult. You're quite good, I won't hold back from now on. Ling Mo gathered his energy again and rushed towards him in a few rapid strides. Water style, water mirror technique. A round water mirror suddenly appeared in front of Guju Yagura, illuminating Ling Mo, who was rushing forward. As Guju Yagura used his weapon to pull the mirror into the ground, a copy in the mirror, a water clone identical to Ling Mo, appeared. The two figures collided together with a bang. The water clone could not withstand Ling Mo's impact and dissipated. How is that possible? Guju Yagura felt unbelievable, as he had never encountered such a problem in his water mirror technique. There is actually someone who can smash his own copy with just his body. After a brief shock, Guju Yagura immediately retreated to avoid Ling Mo's attack. Ling Mo would not give him a chance, and the energy blade extended directly. Phew! The fork pointed straight towards Guju Yagura's body. However, before Ling Mo could be happy, the body immediately turned into a stream of water and dissipated. The water clone technique. You're quite good at it, you're quite clever. Ling Mo stopped, looked at the puddle of water on the ground, and said lightly, I thought Yagura was weak, but he turned out to be quite capable. He was easily controlled by Obito's ordinary illusion, but was defeated by Uchiha Itaka's Amaterasu. Ling Mo feels like there's a plot twist in it. You are very strong, but don't forget that I am not alone. Guju Yagura walked out from the puddle in the distance. Just as Ling Mo looked over there, Earth escape, heart beheading technique, an arm sprang out from the ground, quickly grabbed Ling Mo's anklet, and pulled him into the ground. And Guju Yagura, who was originally far away, also seized the opportunity. He picked up the weapon and attacked Ling Mo's head. Are you playing house here? It seems you're not that smart. Ling Mo emerged from the ground and looked speechlessly at Guju Yagura, who was rushing towards him. Go to hell. Guju Yagura took a hook-shaped weapon with flowers on it and smashed it towards Ling Mo's head. Several other ninjas also attacked Ling Mo. The scorpion in the distance became a little anxious when he saw this. If Ling Mo was caught, he would not be able to escape. Seeing Ling Mo being besieged, he immediately controlled the puppets to provide support. Let's end it here. See Guju Yagura and all the ninjas rushing over. Ling Mo immediately stood up and jumped, breaking free from the ground. Before everyone could think of a countermeasure, Ling Mo had already been staring at them mercilessly in the air. Prince's tactics. Ling Mo let out a low roar, gathering energy in his hands and swinging them around continuously. Energy bombs fell like stars, shooting densely towards the mist ninja. No, get out of the way. Seeing Ling Mo break free from his restraints so easily and quickly counterattack in the air, Guju Yagura immediately realized that something was wrong and shouted at others to leave quickly. But it was too late. It was too close, and even if you made adjustments in time, you wouldn't have time to dodge. Energy bombs hit them densely. Boom, boom. The energy bombs burst out, exploding at close range, making it impossible for them to dodge. Ah, ah. The intense pain caused everyone to scream. After being hit by the energy bombs, those ninjas turned into the shape of Yamcha. When the smoke cleared, all that was left were corpses lying on the ground. Hateful. Guju Yagura watched Ling Mo deal with a group of his men so easily. His face suddenly turned ugly. Scorpion beside him also stopped his puppet's attack and stared at this sudden turn of events in a daze. Seeing that Ling Mo had no problems, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he thought Ling Mo was really trapped, but it turned out he was fooled. This once again refreshed Ling Mo's understanding. Xia felt that Ling Mo was extremely sinister. You're the only one left. After stopping the attack, Ling Mo said to Guju Yagura with a smile, "Come on, whoever you are, I will never let you go today." Guju Yagura held the weapon in both hands and took a stance, prepared to fight Ling Mo head-on. Just a fearless struggle. Ling Mo looked at Guju Yagura's reaction with disdain. I didn't expect there were still people here. You people from the Hidden Mist Village are really good at hiding. Come out, stop hiding." Just when Ling Mo was about to make a final move to get rid of Guju Yagura, a very strong aura appeared within Ling Mo's perception range. Is there anyone else? Guju Yagura felt even more upset and looked around vigilantly. He was always paying attention to the movements around him and didn't notice anyone nearby. I didn't expect you to be able to sense me. You're quite powerful. With such strength, I've never heard of you in the ninja world. Interesting. Not far away in the water, there was a person with long black hair and a simple decoration on her head. A middle-aged man wearing a dark blue robe and holding a long sword slowly walked out. Mizukage-sama. When Gujitsu Yagura saw that the person coming was the third Mizukage, his originally tense body suddenly relaxed. Yakura, back off first. You can't beat him. The third Mizukage narrowed his eyes and said to Guju Yagura. Yes. Yagura stepped aside and watched the fight obediently. It can be seen how intimidating the third Mizukage is. I'm curious, you should be on the mountain of the Six Tails Jinchuriki right now. Why did you suddenly come here? Ling Mo looked at the third Mizukage and asked. The message conveyed by the white Zetsu alien should not be wrong. Just now, Ling Mo also asked by Ju to use his alien form to check it out again. The news we received was that the third Mizukage was still on that mountain. For a moment, Ling Mo was a little confused. Is this person in front of me real or fake? It's just a little trick, what can I say, both of them are me. The third Mizukage closed his eyes slightly and spoke softly. Ling Mo frowned. He was not very clear about the abilities of the third Mizukage, and it was not mentioned in the anime and comics of his previous life. To be able to serve as the bodyguard of the first Mizukage, he must have some extraordinary qualities. Moreover, ever since he took over the Hidden Mist Village, he has had no intention of causing trouble for the major villages. Instead, he immersed himself in his research and died of unknown causes after the Third World War. Ling Mo never understood this. Moreover, after witnessing the battle just now, he was still calm. There must be a guarantee that Ling will be killed. Otherwise it wouldn't be so dull. However, Ling Mo also has absolute confidence in his own strength. Let me see how strong you are as the third Mizukage. Ling Mo didn't waste time talking to him and rushed forward relying on his own advantages. God-killing spear, dancing blade like phantoms, dense blades gradually approached the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage drew his sword and closed his eyes. Facing the incoming attack, his body was like a feather in the air. Floating in the wind, it easily avoided Ling Mo's attack. He slowly swung the long sword in his hand and easily blocked the fatal blow. Scorpion, who was watching the fight nearby, and Guju Yagura, who was far away, were both looking at this scene in disbelief. Ling Mo's attack was as fast as a phantom and reached the third Mizukage, but it was easily avoided, and the figure did not dodge quickly. As graceful and elegant as if dancing. Interesting, you are the first person who can break this trick now. Seeing that the third Mizukage broke his moves so easily, Ling Mo stopped. Launched his own attack. He switched to close combat mode and quickly appeared in front of the third Mizukage. Ling Mo was full of fighting spirit and swung his fist towards the head like lightning. The third Mizukage swung his sword to block, originally thinking that Ling Mo would avoid the blade. Switched to other attack methods. But Ling Mo was not afraid of getting hurt at all and continued to face the enemy head-on. Boom! The hard fist and the hard blade collided with each other with two powerful forces. The surrounding dust also flew everywhere, sweeping over the people around them. What a powerful aura, he actually uses his body to attack the blade. Is this still a human being? Guju Yagura placed his arms in front of his head to block the flying sand, his heart filled with horror. It felt incredible that he had never heard of anyone being able to block a chakra blade with their physical body. Amazing, if this body were made into a puppet. When Scorpion saw this scene, he suddenly felt a little greedy. As a talented puppeteer, he knew that good materials were hard to find. The third Mizukage was also a little surprised, but he quickly adjusted his state. Know that now is not the time to be distracted. He wanted to try and see if Ling Mo's whole body was like this. After Ling Mo's attack was blocked, he quickly counterattacked, raising his sword high. The blade light soared into the air, unstoppable. Like a flash of lightning, it flashed across Ling Mo's chest. Ling Mo didn't expect that the person in front of him could make adjustments and launch an attack before he could react. Although he was not hurt, he was already filled with surprise. A very sharp attack. But the power needs to be improved. After being hit by a knife, Ling Mo retreated. He praised the third Mizukage, saying that if Ling Mo did not have a monster physique, that knife strike just now could have killed him. According to Ling Mo's calculations, the strength of the third Mizukage in front of him is probably at the peak of the cage level. Your body is very valuable for research. I really want to explore it. The third Mizukage held the hilt of the sword with both hands, holding it upright in the middle. The tip of the knife pointed at Ling Mo, ready to attack. There was a sense of excitement and anticipation in his slightly narrowed eyes. I really don't understand why you researchers always use special people for experiments. Why don't you study it yourself? When Ling Mo saw the third Mizukage with the same look as Orochimaru, he couldn't help but complain. It is human nature to explore mysterious things. In this cruel world, only those who possess power that ordinary people cannot grasp can do so. Only then can we live safely, right? The third Mizukage spoke calmly. Ling Mo looked at him speechlessly. He didn't expect to meet another crazy scientist. One studies immortality, one likes to transform the human body, and now there is another one who wants to control unknown powers. Ling Mo felt that the sudden death of the third Mizukage must have a lot to do with his research on the source of the power of the tailed beasts. He seriously suspected that he had a grudge with the mad scientist in his previous life. I have encountered both the famous and the unfamous ones. I didn't want to expose it too early. Now that you're out, I don't bother hiding anymore. Third Mizukage, I'll give you a chance. Lead the Hidden Mist Village to submit to me. I'll show you a different view. Ling Mo sighed slightly, then spoke seriously. The original plan was to lure away the third Mizukage and secretly capture a tailed beast himself. As a result, they didn't play by the rules. Since it has come to this, Ling Mo decided to solve the problem once and for all. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? With just this little bit of strength, you want me to surrender? It's not even as beautiful as a dream. If you want me to surrender, you must at least have the strength to crush me. The third Mizukage was amused by Ling Mo's words. He himself didn't expect to meet such an interesting person. Although he felt disdainful of Ling Mo's words, he did not look down on him in his heart. Ling Mo was too lazy to waste time and used his telekinesis to summon the two monsters. Whether it's a joke or not, you'll know after the fight. The two monsters stomped on the ground, and dust rolled up. A huge roar resounded through the sky. The pupils of the third Mizukage and Gujuyu Yagura dilated. I can't believe Ling Mo actually summoned such a large spirit beast. Scorpion on the other side was also deeply shocked. Is this your trump card? It's really tricky. The third Mizukage lost his previous smile and his expression became serious. He guessed in his heart that with such a huge body, even if its movements were slow, its strength was definitely not inferior to the tailed beasts. Let's play a game, third Mizukage. Come and stop me before these two monsters completely destroy the Hidden Mist Village. How about it? Or rather, you have great confidence in your village. Thinking my two monsters aren't good enough, I don't need to do it myself. Let me give you a hint. The one-tailed fox from the Sand Village was crippled by my monster. Ling Mo was now on Queen Muto's head, and spoke to the third Mizukage with interest. Although the Sand Village has blocked the news and information, each village must know something. Oh, by the way, to make it more interesting, add some more small soldiers and crab generals. After all, your Kirigakure is vast and has a large population. How can two be enough? After saying that, Ling Mo began to summon aliens again. Various alien creatures quickly rushed out from the space, rushing towards the Hidden Mist Village. The third Mizukage felt a surge of pressure at this moment, and his expression began to look grim. Looking at the strange monster that Ling Mo released from nowhere, I couldn't help but feel nervous and started to worry about the safety of the village. Judging from the speed displayed by the aliens and their group collaboration, it is not difficult to see what will happen if these monsters enter the village. The expression on the face of Guju Yagura standing by wasn't much better either. That's enough. Stop it. The third Mizukage shouted loudly, wanting Ling Mo to stop summoning the aliens one after another. Given the current state of the village, it would be difficult to win against these monsters. Even if there is a chance of winning, it will be a miserable victory. He had to make concessions. The village he had worked so hard to maintain could not afford to suffer any more misfortunes under his leadership. What, have you thought about it? Ling Mo still did not stop, and ordered the two monsters to move slowly towards the Hidden Mist Village. In a short period of time, nearly 10,000 aliens have been summoned. Densely packed alien creatures swarmed out like locusts. Whether it was Guju Yagura or Sasori, their scalps felt tingling. Let's fight. If you win, I will lead the Hidden Mist Village to submit to you. If you lose, leave the territory of the Hidden Mist Village. The third Mizukage gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, his eyes full of helplessness and anger. To Ling Mo, a sinister person, risky behavior, I feel disgusted. There is simply no limit. I've been waiting for you to say that. No problem, but you have to keep your word. Ling Mo smiled slightly and stopped the aliens' transportation, and ordered all aliens and monsters to stay where they are and wait for orders. As for why not directly threaten the third Mizukage to surrender, the reason is very simple. The third Mizukage needs a reason, the reason given after being defeated. If Ling Mo suppresses the rebellion forcefully, everyone in the Hidden Mist Village might be ready to die. But the shadow of a village is different, and you need to consider the consequences for your own village. A village that does something wrong will become history. This is unacceptable to a leader. If the village is destroyed by one's own hands, one will be despised even if one goes to the Pure Land. That's why the third Mizukage made such a decision. He needed an explanation, and also to show Ling Mo's strength. It can make some people shut up and act as a deterrent. Even if there are still people below who are not convinced, Ling Mo does not need to take action. The third Mizukage will solve the problem. Mizukage-sama. At this time, Guju Yagura clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling. He understood the difficulties faced by the third Mizukage, and if it were him, he probably wouldn't be much better. I secretly regretted why I was so weak. Yakura, go to the village and manage the ninjas of all tribes. Tell them not to act rashly. The third Mizukage turned and said to Guju Yagura. He was worried that the villagers might attack the monsters that Ling Mo had killed. There's a chance things could get messy. Are you done with your rambling? I'm about to start. Ling Mo took off his already tattered shirt, did a few stretching exercises and said, I understand, Mizukage-sama, you must win. Guju Yagura said with a firm look in his eyes that he believed his own shadow would be able to defeat Ling Mo. Looking at Guju Yagura turning and leaving, the third Mizukage also relaxed. To be honest, he was unsure about fighting with Ling Mo, and he didn't know whether he could win. After all, what Ling Mo showed just now has proved everything. Now that you're ready, let's get started. The third Mizukage's tone revealed firmness and determination. He was ready to give it his all. Seeing this, Ling Mo stopped talking and rushed directly towards the third Mizukage. He was extremely fast and arrived in front of the third Mizukage in an instant. Seeing this, the third Mizukage quickly swung the sword in his hand to meet Ling Mo's attack. The two collided in the air, making a deafening noise. Ling Mo's strength was so great that every blow he struck made the third Mizukage feel exhausted. However, the third Mizukage was not to be outdone. Relying on his rich combat experience and superb swordsmanship, he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Ling Mo. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, and every attack was full of power. Their figures crossed in the air, with swords and fists flashing constantly. Dissolution technique. The third Mizukage found the right moment and used his own bloodline limit ninjutsu. A stream of acidic corrosive liquid spewed out of his mouth, enveloping Ling Mo. Ling Mo was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that the third Mizukage actually had a bloodline limit. Seeing the acidic liquid forming in the air, Ling Mo had no choice but to start the first form of Susanoo to defend himself. Although my body can withstand it, I will definitely be exposed. Success. No, it seems that even the bloodline limit won't work. Before the third Mizukage could be happy, the corrosive liquid formed by the dissolving technique slowly flowed down along the skeleton of Susanoo. Nice corrosive power, but still a little weak compared to alien blood. Ling Mo observed the degree of corrosion of the skeleton around him and speculated in his heart. Seeing the exposed black Susanoo skeleton, the third Mizukage was shocked. Such eyes, evil and manic chakra. In his memory, only one person had it. Uchiha Madara. No, you just have the same eyes as that guy. Are you from Konoha? The third Mizukage said in a deep voice. If Ling Mo was sent by Konoha specifically to deal with the Hidden Mist Village, he couldn't help but feel angry. He would not surrender to Konoha. Just a traitorous ninja from Konoha, you've sealed off the village completely. Why don't you go and ask what's going on outside? Ling Mo stared at the third Mizukage and said calmly. The third Mizukage frowned, feeling incredible. He didn't expect that Konoha would have another person like Uchiha Madara. Do all the Uchiha clan like to defect so much? I don't know how that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen governs the village. The third Mizukage complained, but showed no intention of stopping his attack. All ninjutsu and taijutsu were used to attack Ling Mo continuously. Ling Mo, who activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, easily avoided it. However, as time went on, the third Mizukage gradually felt the pressure. Ling Mo's power seemed endless, but his physical strength was constantly being consumed. It seems that your strength is just like this. Ling Mo looked at the third Mizukage's gradually slowing movements and said sarcastically, I thought you were stronger. The third Mizukage did not respond, but he gritted his teeth and tried his best to fight Ling Mo. He knew that this battle was crucial to him and he couldn't give up easily. Just when the third Mizukage was about to give up, he suddenly felt a powerful force surging from his body. This power allowed him to regain his spirits and engage in a more intense battle with Ling Mo. Ling Mo was surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that the third Mizukage could burst out with such powerful strength at the critical moment. However, he did not back down, but became even more excited. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and the air around them seemed to be torn apart by their strength. Each attack was filled with violent power, making people marvel at their strength. Finally, in a fierce confrontation, Ling Mo knocked the third Mizukage's sword away with one punch. He took the opportunity to rush forward and punched the third Mizukage hard in the chest. The third Mizukage was sent flying several meters away by this punch and fell heavily to the ground. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had been seriously injured. Ling Mo walked in front of the third Mizukage and looked down at him. Now, do you have anything else to say? Ling Mo said coldly. The third Mizukage raised his head and looked into Ling Mo's eyes. His eyes were filled with reluctance and helplessness, but he still said firmly, I lose, and the Hidden Mist village will surrender to you. However, I hope you can treat the villagers well. Ling Mo listened to the third Mizukage's words and nodded slightly. He didn't say anything else. The third Mizukage lay on the ground, looking at Ling Mo's figure. His heart was filled with complex emotions, including reluctance to fail and confusion about the future. He knew that he had done his best, and the future of the Hidden Mist village would be controlled by Ling Mo. Drink it. From now on, the Hidden Mist village will still be under your control for the time being. Ling Mo took out the trilobite black water and handed it to the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage took the food and drank it in one gulp without hesitation. Although he didn't know what it was, his life was in Ling Mo's hands. He had no choice but to drink, and after he came to his senses, he felt better. There's nothing else for you to deal with for now. Wait until I leave. Gather your forces and attack Konoha. You don't need to actually fight, just keep approaching the border. Konoha retreats, and you advance, Ling Mo said lightly with a slight smile. The third Mizukage didn't understand Ling Mo's purpose, but he didn't ask any more questions. Just do what they ask. Now, take me to see where that big turtle is. Ling Mo pulled the third Mizukage up and signaled Scorpion in the distance to come over here. You want to become a Jinchuriki? The third Mizukage asked in confusion. A Jinchuriki is just someone who helps people guard the cages of the tailed beasts. I don't want to be that kind of thing. You'll know what I'm going to do soon. Ling Mo signaled the third Mizukage to lead the way. After all, there was a seal on the three-tail. If you have someone to lead the way, you can save yourself a lot of trouble. Along the way, Ling Mo began to slowly recall the aliens he had released. Since the Mizukage has already submitted to him, there is no need for aliens. After taking back the alien, Ling Mo was not in a hurry to recall the monster, and let him follow behind and go to where the three tails are. At the same time, in the land of Earth, in the Hidden Rock Village, those guys from the Hidden Sand Village actually got lucky at this moment. With the help of a Konoha renegade ninja, they actually broke through Konoha's first line of defense. How unpredictable things are. That old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen must be furious in the village right now. Ha 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 ha. Oniki was extremely happy when he received the secret letter from Konoha. The deep-seated desire is like a beast awakening, ready to move. The top leaders of the Uegakure village were also very excited and could not wait to attack Konoha and plunder its resources. Huangtu, Yu, Han, and Lao Ziai will lead 10,000 ninja troops. Set out immediately and march towards Konoha. Plunder as many resources as possible before they can react. If there is a chance, we might as well force Konoha to hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Onoki gave the order and prepared to attack Konoha with thundering force. The two greatest Jinchuriki of the village were dispatched with the intention of giving Konoha a surprise attack with their absolute advantage. I understand, father. After receiving the order, Huangtu quickly assembled the team that had been prepared long ago. I think the Raikage should have received the news soon. When the time comes, our three villages will join forces to attack Konoha and see how Sarutobi Hiruzen responds. Onoki was full of confidence that he had made sufficient preparations for this war. There is only one purpose, to wash away the humiliation suffered in Konoha. Lord Tsuchikage, do we need to be on guard against the traitorous ninja from the Uchiha clan? Judging from his actions, this person is definitely not a good person. He first attacked the Sand Village, then turned to attack Konoha. What if he? Onoki waved his hand to interrupt the senior executive's concerns. He is stubborn and strong-willed, and never thinks that a traitorous ninja can pose too much of a threat to the Hidden Rock Village. He's just a brat who escaped from Konoha. He thinks he's invincible just because he has some strength. Does every Uchiha who defected dare to call himself Uchiha Madara? He only dares to stir up trouble everywhere. Does he really think that the 5 major ninja villages are soft persimmons that can be squeezed by anyone? Sooner or later, someone will take care of this little guy. In Onoki's view, Ling Mo was just an insignificant kid. Even if he has some strength, it is not enough to pose a real threat to Konoha. Konoha village has a deep foundation, and once it recovers, dealing with a rebel ninja will be a piece of cake. What's more, the era of Hashirama Senju has long passed. How could Onoki be afraid of what kind of trouble a little kid could stir up in the ninja world? Understood, Tsuchikage-sama. The senior executive didn't say anything more. After all, his boss had spoken. Lord Tsuchikage, I have something to report to you. It's our supply problem. Although there is funding from the daimyo, prices in the entire land of Earth are rising like crazy. Perhaps because they knew the war was coming, the prices raised by those chambers of commerce were a bit outrageous. Some chambers of commerce have said they are sold out and have no food left. Ordinary civilians are almost unable to support themselves. Is there something fishy going on here? This has never happened before. Even the war food stored in our village is only enough to last until winter. When it's time to sow in the spring, I'm afraid. The elder who is in charge of material transactions in Iwagakure village now speaks of the situation that is about to happen. Originally these were things that were under his control, but he noticed the war that was launched this time. Different from the previous situation, it seems that all the chambers of commerce do not have much food in stock. So in order to avoid being deprived of his position by Onoki, he still had to mention it. If something goes wrong later, he won't have to bear much responsibility. After all, I have done my job. After hearing this, Onoki frowned slightly. He could see that his men were undecided, especially at this time of war. Supplies will affect the operation of the entire village, especially in terms of war expenses. He also noticed something wrong, but didn't pay much attention to it. What are you afraid of? Since the price of food in the land of Earth has risen so sharply, let's first maintain the demand for personnel. Now is Konoha's time of weakness. Once our army conquers the land of fire, we won't have to worry about supplies. Are you still worried about food prices going through the roof by then? Onoki now only wants to invade Konoha. With the fertile land in the Fire Nation, he really didn't worry about the lack of food. At most, you'll have to spend a little more money on other medical supplies and weapons. He has a very good relationship with the daimyo and is not afraid of financial problems. Once the defense line is broken, the daimyo will not necessarily gain less benefits than himself. This is why Onoki is not worried. After understanding Onoki's meaning, the elder in charge of supplies said nothing more. But, just to be on the safe side, we should buy some of the food supplies from those chambers of commerce. As long as the prices aren't outrageous. Onoki changed his mind and decided it would be better to keep something in reserve. If the war becomes protracted, you may need to use it. The same problem is happening in the Hidden Cloud Village. AI, the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, has the same idea as Onoki. I thought that as long as I broke through the Konoha defense line, I would solve this problem. That same situation. Little did they know that the material situation in the Fire Nation was not much better than theirs. This war will only sink them into a swamp. The harder you fight, the deeper you sink. As for the Sand Village, it had long been supported by Ling Mo. Life started to get better, even though I was the first to enter the battlefield. Except for the heavy losses at the beginning, it became much easier later on. With Li Feng going back to control the situation, and with the help of the alien, Konoha can only defend itself with all its might. The Kirigakure village is an island on the water, so it is said that one lives by the mountain and eats by the water. The country has always been self-sufficient in food resources. This was performed under the command of the 3rd Mizukage. When the Cardo Chamber of Commerce purchased grain from the water country, they didn't receive much. This is also the cleverness of the 3rd Mizukage. Back to Ling Mo, under the leadership of the 3rd Mizukage. The few of them finally saw the lake where the three-tailed beast was sealed. The entire lake is quite large, and Sanwei can completely dive underwater and hide. From the shore, one could only see a huge black shadow lying quietly and motionless under the water. As if sensing someone approaching, Sanwei opened his sleeping eyes and looked towards the water. When he saw the people on the shore, Sanwei felt a little uneasy. It was as if he was being stared at by some more powerful murderer. By the way, you've been researching the three-tailed beast for years. What exactly are you researching? This larger turtle, besides having more chakra, doesn't seem to be able to do anything else. Ling Mo stood on the shore and asked the 3rd Mizukage tentatively. Ever since the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts to the villages, Lord Byakuren has done research on them. As a guard at the time, I also joined in. At that time, each village was afraid of the power of the tailed beasts, and they had to keep the tailed beasts they were given. If I don't have it, I'm afraid of being bullied by other villages. It was under these circumstances that Lord Byakuren sealed the Vulpix into the Jinchuriki. And the 3 tails is used for research. He hopes to understand where the tailed beast's power comes from. the third Mizukage said lightly while looking at the three tails in the lake, his eyes lost in memories. Through years of research, we have discovered that the tailed beasts are not so-called combinations of resentment. Each tailed beast has the same chakra reaction. Not only that, Lord Balian also discovered that the chakra between the two tailed beasts can be fused with each other. The combined power is even stronger than that of each individual. After reaching this conclusion, Lord Balian intends to combine the six-tailed beast and the three-tailed beast to create an even more powerful force. At the beginning, the chakra of the controlled tailed beasts was relatively normal, and it was proceeding towards the expected results. But at the last moment, the amount of chakra was simply too great, and there was no container capable of supporting this power. This caused the consciousness of the two-tailed beasts to rebel, and the energy that overflowed after combining caused a huge explosion. Master Bai Lian also perished in that energy. Later, Lord Huanyu ordered the experiment to be stopped until I took over. The third Mizukage did not want to give up the research on the first Mizukage, so he started with the three tails. He wanted to take the power of the tailed beasts for himself, since the first generation's method of fusion didn't work. I just want to strip away the power of the tailed beast and then slowly integrate it into my body. While the body is receiving this power, it can also subtly improve the strength of the body. That way, there will be no sudden changes due to the body being unable to bear it. After listening to this, Ling Mo also admired the ideas of the third Mizukage. It's a pity that there is no body of the 10 tails, even if the power of the two-tailed beasts is combined. At most, it is just a combination of the tailed beasts in human form. Although it is powerful, it is at most on par with the 9-tailed fox. After hearing this, Scorpio on the side exclaimed in his heart, "That's awesome." His impression of the tailed beasts can be described as powerful beasts. The one-tailed creature from the sand village is very irritable and always causes trouble, but it caused a lot of losses to the village. After hearing that the third Mizukage actually used the tailed beasts for experiments, trying to deprive them of their power, my heart is full of admiration. I am just short of becoming a fan. So, you fused some of the three tails power, haven't you? Why didn't I see you use it just now? Ling Mo asked curiously that he had not seen the third Mizukage use it in the battle just now. I didn't fuse the power of the three tails, but instead sealed the separated power in Yagura's body. I have developed a blood disease. Although it's not serious, I don't want to waste it on myself. If I hadn't appeared just now, Yagura would probably have used that power. The third Mizukage explained calmly, and Ling Mo suddenly realized. No wonder the third Mizukage died suddenly and mysteriously after the Third Ninja World War. But Ling Mo would not let him die like this. The third Mizukage, who has now become his subordinate, has not yet played a key role. If he died suddenly, he might have to conquer the Hidden Mist Village all over again. He doesn't want to waste time on repetitive things. I see, I didn't expect there would be such an interesting thing in the middle. Now that we understand everything, let's remove the seal that imprisons the three tails. I believe Sanwei can't wait to come out for some fresh air. Ling Mo smiled slightly. After hearing this, Sandai Shui nodded and began to make seals with his hands. As he completed the hand seal, he grabbed the air with his chakra-filled hand. Several light blue characters appeared in the sky around the lake. Water mirror sealing technique, release, bang. The air sealing barrier instantly turned into nothing and dissipated under the resistance of the third Mizukage. Sanwei at the bottom of the lake felt that the cage that bound him was gone. Immediately began to surface. The water in the lake began to surge. Soon, the three-tailed icefish with a hard shell and a turtle-like body emerged from the water. The two monsters on the shore saw a little turtle suddenly appear. They immediately became interested and let out hoarse roars. To show your strength. Only then did Sanwei Isabu notice where his restless mood came from. The oppressive feeling given to him by the two monsters made him dare not launch an attack at will. Muto, go fight. Let's see whether your defense is stronger or this turtle's defense is better. When Ling Mo saw Sanwei coming out, he immediately sent Muto out. Having just fought with the third Mizukage, Ling Mo didn't want to do it himself now. On the other hand, it is to demonstrate one's abilities. Let the third Mizukage know that he has the ability to destroy the village. After Queen Muto heard Ling Mo's order, he shouted at Sanwei in the water, and the piercing sound made several people cover their ears unconsciously. Queen Muto made the sound just to provoke the three tails. Sanwei was not to be outdone and began to respond. A roar came from behind. After roaring, Queen Muto began to run towards the three tails. The huge arms smashed towards Sanwei's shell. The three-tailed beast is a tailed beast after all, so how could it tolerate such provocation? He swung his tail and attacked Muto's head. But the size advantage is there. In front of Muto's, the three tails is just a child just above the knee. Muto's didn't take it seriously at all. The flat tail whipped around his body but couldn't do any damage at all. The sharp hook in Muto's hand attacked the weak point of the three-tailed fox. Seeing the attack coming, Sanwei thought quickly and immediately began to dive into the water. The huge and sharp claws missed and only hit the back shell of the three-tailed beast. Seeing this, Queen Muto began to attack even harder, attacking continuously. That's amazing. Scorpion watched the fight between the monster and the three-tailed beast and praised it. This exciting scene made Scorpion's blood boil and his face flushed. The fight between two large monsters is not something you can see easily. When a teenager sees this, it's like Ultraman suddenly appears in this world. Let the children become like light, surging and surging. When the third Mizukage saw Lingmo's monster, he easily defeated the three-tailed beast. I felt a little more comforted about my decision just now. If he were to continue to fight to the death, Lingmo might really destroy the Hidden Mist village. Just one monster has such strength. If there are two monsters plus those monsters with scary faces, he didn't dare to think about what the final outcome would be. At this time, Sanwei was a little doubtful about his life. Who am I? Where am I? I am the tailed beast created by the Sage of Six Paths. The guy opposite clearly has no chakra reaction, so why is he so powerful? Sanwei was a little confused, but he didn't care about that. Use your better swimming ability to create distance. He quickly condensed the tailed beast ball. The powerful chakra energy continues to condense into a ball. Seeing this, Muto roared provocatively again. The sharp and piercing sound made Scorpion quickly cover his ears. Yu Gao, who was lying behind Scorpion, was also awakened by the sound. Lingmo and the third generation of Shui Ying watched calmly as if nothing had happened. When Yu Gao woke up and saw this scene, he was a little scared. He clutched the Scorpion's back tightly, his mouth so panicked that he couldn't speak. Seeing this situation, Scorpion could only keep comforting her. A perfect image of a good big brother. Call out. The huge-tailed beast ball attacked Muto. Todoroki was not at all panicked, and used his triangular head to withstand the attack. Boom! At the moment of contact, the tailed beast ball explodes violently. The heat from the critical strike dissipated from around Muto's body. Such an attack is not easy for the Mutos, who have strong defense. It's just scratching an itch. After withstanding the attack, Mutos continued to charge. He continued to fight with Sanwei. Soon, under the continuous crushing of the Queen Muto, the Three Tails began to scream with exhaustion. Queen Muto seized the opportunity and bit the three-tailed fox's shell with her powerful mouth. Snap! The three-tailed beast's defense was broken. The intense pain quickly made Sanwei lose the strength to resist. Stop, Muto. Thanks for your hard work. Seeing that the Three Tails was dying, Lingmo immediately ordered the Mutos to stop attacking. Muto was also very obedient and stepped aside. After the fighting stopped, the lake gradually calmed down. Lingmo slowly walked towards the three-tailed creature floating on the water. What are you going to do? The three-tailed fox, enduring the great pain, saw a human walking on its back and said painfully, "Nothing, I just want your chakra to charge me." After Lingmo walked up, he casually replied to Sanwei. System, absorb the Three Tails chakra. Ding, absorption begins. Host, please stay on the back of the three-tailed beast for 4 minutes. The third Mizukage and Sasori on the shore watched Lingmo's actions. The Three Tails chakra flowed into Lingmo's body like water. The two were a little surprised and didn't understand how he did it. At the same time, both of them became thoughtful. Lingmo had no intention of hiding the fact that he had absorbed the Three Tails chakra. Now that Lingmo's strength is there, he is not afraid of the news getting out. Besides, everyone on the field is our own people. There is no fear of it being leaked. As time passed, the last bit of the Three Tails chakra soon entered Lingmo's body. Ding, the Three Tails chakra has been absorbed. Please continue. After absorbing the chakra, Lingmo's strength increased again, one step closer to reaching the next level. At this moment, Sanwei's body seemed to lose its luster and became wrinkled. The vitality in his eyes had also disappeared, as if he were a giant turtle corpse floating on the water. Alright, it's all over. Third Mizukage, don't forget my instructions. Lingmo left the three-tailed fox and came in front of the third Mizukage, saying jokingly. The scene of Lingmo absorbing the Three Tails chakra just now made the third Mizukage feel a little ashamed. I have worked hard on research for more than 10 years, and my progress is faster than others. Now that the power of the tailed beasts has been completely absorbed, what is there to research? You can just call me Zayu Hai. I never break a promise, and I will definitely do what I promised. Similarly, I hope you will treat the Hidden Mist village well. The third Mizukage bowed slightly to express his attitude towards Lingmo. Lingmo expressed satisfaction with this attitude. Follow me, the Hidden Mist village will not suffer any loss. I have a way to treat your bloodline disease, but it depends on your performance. Got it. I heard Lingmo say that there is hope that his blood disease can be cured. The third Mizukage's eyes were filled with hope. Who doesn't want to live a good life? He has a blood disease and has to endure the pain brought by his body every day. He knew his physical condition and knew that at the moment, he could only live for a few more years at most. If he died, he would be worried about his village. I will definitely be a great man and go through fire and water, the third Mizukage said respectfully. Then I look forward to your performance. I'll take the 6 tails Jinchuriki with me, and I'll leave the 3 tails to you. Don't worry, it's not dead yet. It's just in an extremely weak state. It won't be long before his chakra recovers on its own. The rest is up to you. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he put the 2 monsters into the monster space, summoned out Little Leighton, and signaled Scorpion to move forward. It's not that Ling Mo doesn't want to stay a little longer, but Goto Kibana Yagura has already come to support with the 7 ninja swordsmen. He didn't want to argue any further, and he also wanted to save face for the 3rd Mizu cage. I just need to control the Mizu cage, and everything else will fall into place. Ghana. Ling Mo got on the little Rodden, waved back and said goodbye to the 3rd Mizu cage. The 3rd Mizu cage also bowed slightly in response and saw Ling Mo walking away. I felt a little relieved. Ling Mo's harvest in the Hidden Mist village was quite good this time. Now, 2 of the 5 major ninja villages are under Ling Mo's control. The 3rd Ninja World War has now changed. With 2 villages performing, I believe the fight between the other 3 will be more exciting. In the air above the sea, in order to take care of the younger Yugao, Ling Mo controlled Little Leighton, flying very slowly and very low. Yugao happily enjoyed the wind and was very curious about the scenery around him. With the addition of the child Yugao, the 2 of them became happier. Can you teach me to become stronger? On the way, Sia suddenly asked Ling Mo, have you figured out your own path? Looking at Scorpion's eager eyes, Ling Mo said lightly, I want to become stronger. In this world, only the strong have the right to speak. You can do what you want to do at the same time. With my current strength, wanting to take revenge and defeat Konoha is pure wishful thinking. So, can you make me stronger? After the events in the Hidden Mist village, Scorpion was shocked again and again by what Ling Mo did and the powerful strength he displayed. The right that one has to dominate the weak when one is strong. Let his worries be dispelled. At the same time, it also strengthened my belief that I was previously blinded by hatred. I thought revenge could solve the loneliness in my heart and change my world. But now he has changed, hatred will only make him lose himself. Only by becoming stronger can you make everyone submit to you. Only in this way can we change the chaos in this world and prevent hatred from continuing. Little Scorpion, your idea is very good, but some things can't be solved just by becoming stronger, do you understand? Ling Mo said to Sia softly. After hearing this, Sia looked at Ling Mo in confusion, not understanding what he meant. I can't always tell you the answer, you have to experience it yourself. Only then can you realize that you have to walk your own path. At most I can light the way for you from behind. Ling Moro, like an old father educating his children, patiently expressed his views. Cho's education can be said to be terrible, and Ling Mo doesn't want Sia to follow the path of a rebellious teenager. While he can still shape his body, Ling Mo must take good care of him. If you want to become stronger, I can show you the way. The encounters and bumps along the way are something only you can experience. When you become strong, you may understand. Ling Mo pretended to be deep and said calmly, then what should I do? If only I could be as powerful as you. After a moment of silence, Scorpion cast a longing look. In fact, you yourself have a very remarkable talent. Puppetry, you are very talented in puppet making. Ling Mo smiled mysteriously. He had long had the idea of training Scorpion to become a Tony teacher from another world. But, my puppets are no different from toys in front of your monsters, okay? Even if he's the creator of puppetry, the second Kazekage-sama can't do anything about it. Sia was a little disappointed when he heard Ling Mo's words. After seeing the monster and Ling Mo's powerful strength, he lost confidence in his puppet. There is no way his puppet can defeat Ling Mo's monster. Boom! After hearing Sia's words, Ling Mo knocked him on the head and said with a feigned anger, your thinking is so outdated. I really don't know how Cho taught you. They only care about old-fashioned ideas. No wonder the economy of Sand Village is so backward. After Scorpion was hit on the head by Ling Mo, he covered his head in pain and remained silent. I'm here to teach you today. Remember, dare to innovate in everything. Have you ever thought about replacing the wooden puppet with a metal one? Wouldn't that improve our defense? Ling Mo spoke calmly and began to give instructions patiently. But the metal is too heavy, and the chakra consumed to control it is huge. A normal puppeteer wouldn't be able to control it at all. Scorpion said aggrievedly, bang. Ouch. Ling Mo knocked on Sia's head again and looked at him with contempt. Scorpion cried out in pain and looked at Ling Mo with grievance. I said in my heart, just wait for me to knock back sooner or later. Yu Gao, who was standing by, looked at Sia's miserable appearance and burst out laughing. I just told you, you have to be innovative in everything, but you forgot right after I said it. Since metal is too heavy, why not try to make a metal that is light, thin, and strong? There are so many special ores in the ninja world that if they are smelted together, is it possible to produce different metals? When different things are put together, different things emerge. Have you never thought about it? After hearing Ling Mo's words, Scorpion's eyes lit up. It was as if Ling Mo had cracked open his brain. Various thoughts began to connect. Also, Don't you think it's troublesome to control the puppet with chakra strings? I've never thought about turning the puppet into armor and wearing it on my body. This will increase the puppeteer's defense and allow them to respond more flexibly to various unexpected situations, and it will conserve chakra even more. Seeing that Xia's mind had come to his senses, Ling Mo began to offer some more ideas. With Scorpion's intelligence, he might really become an Iron Man in the future. After all, the technology tree of this world is very crooked, and there are many things that can be industrialized. But when fighting, they still resort to hand-to-hand combat. If I wear a puppet on myself, wouldn't my attack methods be reduced? Isn't this the same as wearing high-quality armor? Xia raised his doubts and covered his head with his hands to prevent Ling Mo from hitting him on the head. When Ling Mo saw Xia protecting his head like this, he sneered in his heart. You little brat, do you think you'll be alright if you just protect your head? He reached out and hugged Scorpion's neck, and with his other hand began to tap his forehead. The Scorpion had no choice but to struggle desperately, repeating the same thing in his mind. Just wait and see, I'll bust you sooner or later. You'll regret it. I'm going to open your brain and help you think. Covering it up won't help. Don't you think about adding a seal to the puppet's arms or chest to store offensive weapons? Or, you can seal multiple ninjutsu in the palm of your hand, and when needed, use chakra to activate them and release them one by one. And even better, install a chakra storage device. Even if you don't have chakra in your body, you can still sustain yourself, etc. Besides, it's not impossible to use reserve chakra to fly. With so many ways to attack, isn't it better than a fight between a bunch of broken wood? For Scorpion, who was covering his head in Ling Mo's arms, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. He has already begun to conceive a perfect plan. Being a puppet as a genius, after Ling Mo's suggestion, his heart was once again filled with love for puppets. At the same time, in an underground laboratory on the border between the Kingdom of Lightning and the Kingdom of Earth, Amato, Victor said, you brought back a good experimental subject. From a door, Jijin walked out wearing a white feathered robe with the mark of container engraved on his face. Amato, who was studying Ling Mo's clone carefully, heard the voice. Turning around and seeing Jijin, Amato was a little surprised at his arrival. Normally, Sixian is very mysterious and rarely goes out. Yes, Master Jijin, I found this body somewhere in the land of waves. For some reason, this body has no consciousness, but the entire torso is alive. What's even more interesting is that this body is very hard and stronger than an ordinary person's body. A normal blade won't do the trick. Amato explained seriously that Ling Chu's body was of great research value. At the same time, this was also his plan to test Sixian. As Ling Mo said, Yishi is looking for a suitable container for reincarnation. If Sixian really had his eyes on Ling Mo's clone, he would definitely take action now. Oh, it's quite interesting to hear you put it that way. Is this the one? Jijin walked to Amato's workbench and fixed his eyes on a glass container. Inside was Ling Mo's clone. Yes, Lord Jijin, we are currently researching what makes this body so hard. If we understand the secret, then artificial human experiments will be taken to a higher level, Amato said respectfully behind Jixian. Ishiki in Jijin's body opened his Byakugan and observed the clone, but did not respond to Amato's words. But he was very happy in his heart, as this body was very suitable to be his container. The potential in his body allows him to evolve into the god of Otsutsuki. The only drawback is that there is no awareness, and it will be very slow to interpret the data after carving the wedge. After thinking for a long time, Sixian decided to wait. Amato, is there a way to replicate an identical body with consciousness? Jijin asked if Amato could reproduce it. That would be a perfect container. With his own abilities and a body with great potential, his strength will be further improved. Then summon Kagaya and sacrifice her to the Ten Tails again. After absorbing the nutrients of this planet and turning them into fruits, he will be one step closer to becoming the god of Otsutsuki. It is currently undergoing analytical experiments. If you want to replicate it, it will take a long time and a lot of experimental materials will be used. But the materials in the lab right now are not enough to support it. Amato handed the sorted information to Jijin and told him what was currently lacking. Don't worry about the materials, I need you to focus on replicating this body. If that doesn't work, then find a way to restore consciousness to this body. I need a container like this, you should know what I mean. Sixian doesn't care about the so-called research data, he needs a container that suits him. As for the material problem, he has his own solution. What should we do with the android Ada siblings? Their abilities are also very powerful. If they are fully developed. Amato said with a little concern that the Aida siblings were created by him using the cells given by Sixian and combined with humans, and he still cares about these two siblings very much. The androids Ada and her brother were created before Amato left the laboratory. In order to test whether the two could become his containers, Jijin conducted a special ability experiment. It was discovered that the physical conditions of the two people were not suitable for use as containers, and even if a wedge was carved, they could only be used as spare containers. I can't exert my full strength at all. Moreover, the abilities of the two have already surpassed each other, and now Sixian is a little afraid of the strength of the spare body. Moreover, the power of the brother and sister has already involved the rules, and if they stay, there might be unexpected changes later. Seeing Amato mention the two of them, Sixian frowned slightly. These two siblings are not suitable as vessels, nor as weapons. Let's just destroy it. I'll let Burrow take care of this. Now you just need to continue replicating this body. Jijin didn't want Amato to deal with it, after all, he created it. If you don't have the heart to destroy it, it will leave hidden dangers for Sixian in the future. I understand, Master Jijin. Amato thought of what Ling Mo said, that his Heike was looking for a body with the potential to become a god. And what Ling Mo gave was just right, based on what Sixian had just expressed. This also made Amato completely convinced of Ishiki's conspiracy. However, he did not show it, and responded to Sixian's words with a thoughtful look in his eyes. After explaining everything, Sixian turned and left. Amato, standing in front of the workbench, fell into deep thought, thinking about how to make some modifications to the copied body. Let it Satsuki as Heike's dream come to nothing. A few days later, Uchiha Fugaku and the elders of the Konoha Uchiha clan sat in the conference hall. Everyone's face was filled with anger, yet they looked helpless. The third Hokage is really going too far. All personnel sent to the front lines by each race will be able to return alive. After reaching our place, not a single member of our tribe returned alive. We suffered such a huge loss, yet he just tried to cover it up. Now they're asking us to send more people, even more than the ninjas from all the other tribes. This is obviously a conspiracy by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his gang. Chief, we can't go on like this, now's the time to rebel. An elder of the Hawk faction opened his Sharingan and spoke angrily to Uchiha Fugaku. Some elders around him also echoed. Ever since Konoha defended the second line of defense, the Konoha ninjas suffered heavy losses from the alien attacks and desperate fighting. Coupled with Li Feng's plan and deployment, the second line of defense retreated again and again. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to send more manpower and asked each tribe to send people to defend. After Danzo found out, he took the initiative to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen to go to the defense line to take command. This moved Sarutobi Hiruzen so much that he cried, and he agreed very readily. Little did they know that Danzo had started making small moves on the front line. Anyone from the Uchiha clan would be inexplicably assassinated or sent to dangerous places. Of course, this also includes some people who are dissatisfied with Danzo. Danzo also has his own explanation for these sudden disappearances. As for the sudden disappearance of people, how to explain it, it's very simple. Danzo put all the blame on Ling Mo, saying that it was Ling Mo's alien that killed him. In short, it was all Ling Mo's fault. After all, there are hidden aliens everywhere on the battlefield, and Danzo's reason can be said to be impeccable. So many members of the Uchiha clan went wave after wave. What came back were mutilated bodies. Why were they mutilated? You'll have to ask Lord Danzo. After a series of events, Uchiha Fugaku and others also noticed the existence of the problem. After learning about the situation from the people who returned and figuring it out on his own, everyone thought it was a conspiracy. For this matter, Uchiha Fugaku even went to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The result was just two casual words to deal with it. It said that war is always full of casualties, and no one can guarantee that they will come back alive. He didn't take it seriously at all. He believed that Danzo would not do anything out of line at this time. In short, you are overthinking it, it's not true. This answer made Uchiha Fugaku completely disappointed with the third generation. That's why we are holding a meeting now to discuss countermeasures. Fight, 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 don't you know how to use your brain? How many of us can judge Konoha now? What about the elderly and children? Even if we can escape, will those ninjas from various villages outside who are eyeing us covetously let us go? Use your brain and think carefully. All you do is stir up trouble all day long? Instead of rebelling, why not think about how to properly discuss this matter with the third Hokage? As the representative of the Dove faction, the Uchiha 8th Hokage was already troubled by the current situation. Now the hawkish elder actually proposed rebellion, which put him at the point of a gun and became his outlet for venting. Blindly yielding orders will only make them more arrogant. Are you willing to let them be slaughtered, 8th elder? Hasn't the lesson of Uchiha Ling's death awakened you from your dream? What did Konoha gain in exchange for its power, don't you know? You keep talking about the glory of the Uchiha clan, but you turn around and succumb to others. Is this what you wanted? Uchiha Setsuna saw his confidant being criticized and said to him with a frown, "Is there any other choice besides negotiation? What we gained in exchange for Uchiha Ling's death was the living space for our entire Uchiha clan. If it weren't for the Konoha guard, our situation would be even worse now. Maybe it has already been eaten up." Uchiha Yashiro gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and retorted that he didn't even think about his mistakes. That he thought the only way was to go deep into the center of the village. Only in this way can the family be stable and long-lasting. Isn't the lesson of Uchiha Ling's death profound enough, 8th elder? Stop sending your clansmen to the battlefield. If Sarutobi Hiruzen asks, just say the Konoha Guard is short-staffed. Now there are only children in the clan who haven't graduated yet, there is no one left to send out. I don't believe Sarutobi Hiruzen has the heart to let the child go to the battlefield. Uchiha Setsuna sighed and said helplessly, while making a decision in his heart. Now he only hopes that the bloodline of his clan will not be destroyed in the hands of these people. Judging from the current situation, Uchiha, or Konoha, is rotten to the core. There was no way to save it. Uchiha Setsuna had to think of other ways to save it. Bang! Don't you think it's funny, Elder Setsuna? With such a perfunctory excuse, is Sarutobi Hiruzen a fool? Or are we fools? Can we get away with this? The Uchiha Yashiro slammed his hands on the floor and sneered. I don't agree with Setsuna's proposal at all. Humph, we allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to fool us, but we can't just fool him. You keep talking about glory every day, where's your backbone? Is that all you can do? Then you might as well just be his dog. Uchiha Setsuna knocked the floor with his cane and said angrily, I feel ashamed of Yashiro's blind submission. What did you say, bastard? This old man is doing this for the entire Uchiha. The Uchiha Yashiro stood up and pointed at Setsuna, just about rolling up his sleeves to start fighting. When the two factions saw that the 8th generation was about to take action, they all stood up. That's enough. Fugaku shouted, interrupting their quarrel. If we don't stop them, a fight will probably break out soon. Two elders, you are both so old, isn't it beneath your dignity to quarrel like this? Our main focus now is to find ways to solve the problem. This isn't the place to fight. Elder Shana's opinion is too radical. Let's follow the 8th elder's suggestion for now. Understood, I'll go find the 3rd Hokage and discuss this further. After Fugaku finished speaking, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to rub his temples. The family situation in Konoha is very bad now. If it is not handled properly, it will explode. The pressure made him breathless and he didn't know what to do. After hearing Fugaku's words, disappointment flashed in Setsuna's eyes. His teammates are so weak, he can't lead them at all. We are in a war period now and the Hokage is busy with his own affairs, so this is a good opportunity to negotiate terms. But the tribesmen couldn't control themselves and insisted on licking others. This made Uchiha Setsuna completely disappointed. After thinking about it, Uchiha Setsuna stood up and looked around. My opinion is for your reference. Whether you adopt it or not is up to you. I am already old, and I will retire from the clan association in the future. I won't get involved anymore. I hope you can take care of the family. After saying that, he began to leave the conference room with his crutches. Master Setsuna, you, Elder Shana, we should unite at this time break. The elders all stood up and tried to stop him, but they were all rejected by Uchiha Setsuna. Fugaku did not try to persuade him to stay, but just watched silently. He clenched his hands tightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing that he was determined to leave, everyone didn't know what to say. After all, the identity is there. Although Uchiha Setsuna left, the matter was still not settled. The clan meeting will continue. When Uchiha Setsuna walked out of the clan leader's courtyard, several elders who supported him also followed. Elder Shana, we support your choice. However, if you no longer participate in clan meetings, I'm afraid we won't be able to raise any opinions in front of the clan leader in the future. So we all retreated and planned to follow you, the elder loyal to Setsuna said casually. Alas, the current clan leader is too indecisive. The Uchiha clan's future will probably be even more difficult. Since you plan to follow me, let's work together to prepare a way out for our family. Uchiha Setsuna looked at the few people inside. Several people nodded in response to show their support. Go get Inahim and Shisui to come over to me. Some things need to be done by them. After saying that, Uchiha Setsuna walked back. Not long after, Uchiha Setsuna returned home and saw the two of them. Elder Shana, I heard you were looking for us? Uchiha Shisui and Inaib came in front of him. Setsuna had already prepared tea and motioned for the two to sit down. Inahime, Shisui, both of you are outstanding talents in the clan. There's something I need your help with, but you must keep it a secret and not tell anyone, including the clan leader. After the two sat down, Setsuna went straight to the point and spoke seriously. Looking at the young people from the two tribes, he felt deeply moved. Elder Shana, please tell us, we promise not to tell anyone. Uchiha Inahime spoke up, and after a moment's hesitation, Shisui nodded in understanding. You also know that none of the tribesmen who went to the defense line recently have returned. After our speculation, we suspect that the 3rd Hokage is behind this. For the sake of the family, the patriarch is ready. Bei should have a good talk with Sarutobi Hiruzen. But I don't think this is a long-term solution. Sooner or later, the village's fangs will be raised against us. Having said that, Uchiha Setsuna stopped and looked at the expressions of the two. After hearing this, the two of them reacted differently. Inahire's eyes revealed determination, while Shisui seemed to be thinking about something. Elder Shana, please tell me, what do you need us to do? For the sake of my people, I am willing to be at the forefront. Dao Wo said seriously that the safety of the tribe members is above everything else. He knew that Shanshan would definitely assign him an extremely difficult task, so he is always ready to face challenges. Shisui was also infected by Inaori's aura, and his eyes revealed determination. I need you to find Uchiha Lingmo. Tell him I want to have a face-to-face interview with him. What? Before Uchiha Setsuna could finish, him and Shisui were shocked by what he said. Although they are not going to the front line to participate in the war now, they also understand it. Uchiha Lingmo was the culprit who brought war to Konoha. Now Elder Shana asked them to find Lingmo, which was completely beyond their expectations. You must understand the current situation of the family in Konoha. The Hokage faction is eyeing the Uchiha clan covetously, and their fangs have been bared. The Uchiha clan is walking on a tightrope. If they're not careful, they could be wiped out. The reason we went to find Uchiha Lingmo was to ensure that there was one last way out. Setsuna picked up the tea, took a sip and said lightly. To be honest, he didn't want the two of them to take risks. After all, Lingmo still hated his family and Konoha. If possible, he would like to go by himself. However, as an elder, he could not leave Konoha at will. The only way was to let the two of them secretly look for Lingmo in the name of going to the battlefield. Elder Shana, is there no other way? Collaborating with a rebel ninja is a serious crime, Shisui said hesitantly, not really wanting his family to defect. If we can establish good communication with Konoha, things may turn around. This is just a layer of insurance, unless it is absolutely necessary. I don't want to do that either. Shanshan had already anticipated the future crisis of his family, and he had thought about it for a long time. I hope you can understand that the family needs to continue. I'm asking you for this shamelessly. If you get caught, just put the blame on me. Setsuna finished speaking, then stood up and bowed to the two of them. Inabi and Shisui were also frightened by this action and quickly expressed their understanding, and agreed to Setsuna's request. Then, please, don't worry, Elder Setsuna, we will find Uchiha Lingmo. Dao Wo patted his chest and made a promise. Although Shisui didn't say anything on the surface, he was feeling a little conflicted inside. After leaving Setsuna's house, the two said goodbye and returned to their own residences. An Umbu in the Hokage's office handed over the latest intelligence on the border. After reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen started smoking his pipe continuously. He didn't expect that the Uegakure village and the Kumagakure village would launch an attack on the border so soon. The Hidden Mist village also began to wander around the border. Konoha's manpower is weak now, and there are not many people who can take up the banner. Facing the alliance of 4 major villages at once, the pressure was extremely great. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept cursing in his heart, I am fighting with the Sand Village. Why are you guys joining in the fun? Can't you just enjoy the show? Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and tapped the table with his pipe. After a while, a masked Umbu ninja appeared in front of him. Hokage-sama, what are your orders? The Umbu half-knelt in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for instructions. Where is Tsunade now? Currently, Lady Tsunade is in the Senju clan territory and has not come out in recent days. Alright, get down. After listening to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the Umbu to retreat. Then he stood up and started walking towards the Senju clan's territory. Konoha is now in a state of war and there is simply not enough manpower. As a last resort, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to bite the bullet and go find Tsunade. He must have a good talk with his disciples. At this time, Tsunade was sleeping on the table, and the inverted wine bottles around her showed her battle record. Ever since learning of Jireya's death and being disappointed with Orochimaru, Tsunade has been locking herself in the house. He drinks heavily every day and gets himself drunk, hoping to numb myself with alcohol. And Shiza knew that Tsunade was very sad, so she stayed by her side the whole time. Tsunade-sama, the third Hokage is here to see you. Wake up. Shizun gently pushed Tsunade's arm, waking her from her slumber. Call that old man a bastard, I don't want to see him. Tsunade was already a little annoyed after waking up, and when she heard the third Hokage coming to find her, she immediately shouted. Then he grabbed the remaining bottle of wine on the table and started pouring it into his mouth. Jingian was also heartbroken when she saw this scene. Are you still mad at me, Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Tsunade would definitely not call him, so when Shizun reported, so I followed him in. Looking at Tsunade who was drinking, he also frowned, with a look of guilt on his face. Tsunade, who had finished half a bottle of wine, looked at the person in front of her. Just throw the bottle over. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head to avoid the incoming wine bottle and ignored Tsunade's anger. Walked in front of her and sat down. I understand how you feel. I'm also saddened by Jireya's death. He sacrificed his life for Konoha. He's a hero of the village. But the person who killed him is still at large, and Uchiha Lingmo has joined forces with the Sand Village. As the village's shadow, I don't have time to grieve. The whole village needs someone to run it. Believe Jiraiya, he doesn't want to see you like this. You should pull yourself together, Tsunade. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Tsunade did not react, but continued to pour herself wine and drink. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing by, saw that Tsunade still didn't react. I could only sigh and then change my approach. Don't you want to avenge Jiraiya? Jiraiya is dead, and Uchiha Lingmo is still hurting the people of the village. They all have families and friends. Aren't they just like Jiraiya? Tsunade shook her body and then splashed the wine on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Are you saying you're incompetent? Your own disciple is dead, yet you don't even dare to seek revenge. I don't understand why second grandpa was so blind to choose you as Hokage. The more Tsunade spoke, the angrier she became, so she rolled up her sleeves and walked across the table. He grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen by the collar. Seeing Tsunade was about to take action, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little panicked. This disciple of mine he was really bluffing and didn't hold back when he attacked. If I were really hit by a powerful punch, I would have to stay in the hospital. Calm down, Tsunade, you have to understand my difficulties. It's not that I don't want revenge, I've already sent out 2 groups of people. No one has come back alive, and it's wartime now. High-end combat power cannot be deployed lightly. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth was slammed to the ground by Tsunade and broke into 2 pieces. There was no time to feel sad, so I hurried to explain, otherwise I would be slapped in the next second. You've made the whole village a mess, and you still have the nerve to complain about your difficulties. Tsunade pushed Sarutobi Hiruzen to the ground and had no good face towards her teacher at all. If it wasn't old, it might have cooled down completely if it was hit. She might just punch you. Now the 3 villages of Yun, Tu, and Wu have reached the border of the Fire Country. It's only a matter of time before a fight breaks out. The village is already in a passive position. The matter of Uchiha Ling's death can only be put aside for the time being. The village needs you, Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened his clothes and spoke to Tsunade seriously. Then let them fight. What does it have to do with me? When Tsunade heard that the 4 major villages were going to attack Konoha, she couldn't help but feel worried. The tone of his speech was not so aggressive anymore. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought there was something promising and immediately started to attack again. Konoha is currently lacking high-end combat power, and will be at a disadvantage if a fight breaks out. Maybe the entire Konoha will become history. I don't want the village founded by the first Hokage to be destroyed in your hands. So Tsunade, help me. You don't want Konoha to be completely slaughtered, do you? Sarutobi Hiruzen is very good at moral blackmailing, using the identity of Senju Hashirama. Calmed Tsunade's wavering heart. For the last time. This is the last time I will help you. No matter what happens to Konoha in the future, I will not ask about it anymore. After thinking for a long time, Tsunade said to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold face. Tsunade knew the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen's visit today, it was only out of friendship. Otherwise, she would have left long ago. She didn't want to see her grandfather's village destroyed before her eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved after hearing this, thinking to himself that it was not easy to persuade his apprentice. What do you need me to do? Just tell me. Tsunade was too lazy to talk nonsense with Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked him to tell her the mission directly. There are 3 things you need to do. The first thing is that you have to go to the daimyo. The food trade in the village has been cut off, and the food reserves in the village are simply not enough. I hope to have a good talk with the daimyo and borrow some food. The second and third things are the problems on the front line of Sand Village. Uchiha Lingmo has cultivated too many monsters, and we have no way to deal with them. You and Orochimaru are needed to develop a method to fight those monsters, or maybe controlling monsters would be fine. Also, I hope you can take charge of the defense of Sand Village. Danzo, I need to transfer him to deal with the Hidden Cloud Village. This was the task that Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned to Tsunade after thinking for a long time. Tsunade, who is known as the Princess of the Fire Nation, has a better reputation than Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as Tsunade goes to plead for mercy, the village's supply problem can be easily solved. As for the issue of studying the Lingmo monster, it was Orochimaru who raised it. Orochimaru is trying to find a way to cultivate an alien, and he has discussed this with Sarutobi Hiruzen. They thought Lingmo had a way to cultivate aliens, so they could try it too. In that case, the casualties of ninjas will be greatly reduced in the future, and it will also be beneficial to many things. Under the temptation of Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also moved. Little do people know that cultivating a large number of aliens requires humans or large creatures to feed them. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Orochimaru was so crazy, he would definitely not agree. As for letting Tsunade join in, Orochimaru had other ideas. Orochimaru would not let Tsunade know how the alien was born. The purpose of letting her join in was to research ways to control the aliens. If the mysterious species is not controlled, that would be like a Pandora's box that cannot be closed. Orochimaru would never do anything without being sure of it. After listening to what Sarutobi Hiruzen said about the mission, Tsunade thought about it for a moment before agreeing. Back to Ling Mo's side. In order to take care of Yu Gao, Ling Mo and his companions flew at a low speed. It took several days to return to the land of waves, stopping and walking along the way. During this period, Scorpion benefited a lot from Ling Mo's guidance. After returning to Ling Mo's island, he began to collect various things and tinker with them himself. Ling Mo took Yu Gao to find Kato. Yu Gao is still too young now, and it is inconvenient for Ling Man to keep him around. I just gave it to Cardo to raise, and then slowly trained Yu Gao after a few years. Little did he know that at this moment, Cardo was having a headache looking at the pile of documents. Ever since Ling Mo sent Casey and Li Feng away, all the piled up documents fell on Kato's head. There is a lot to deal with every day, and sometimes there is no time to rest. When Kakuzu is fine, he still comes to massage him. His wife began to suspect that Cardo was having an affair. Cardo had no choice but to silently review the documents. Snap! The office door opened. Cardo looked through the gap in the documents and seemed to see light. He immediately pounced over without caring about his image. Lord Ling Mo, you are finally back. After Ling Mo brought Yu Gao to Cardo's office, Cardo felt like he had seen a relative. He hugged Ling Mo tightly. What happened? Why are you so excited? Seeing Cardo holding his trouser leg, Ling Mo asked in confusion. My lord, you have caused me so much pain. You transferred Casey Li Feng away, and there's no one to help me with those documents. And that old man Kakuzu is really bad. Whenever he sees me grading documents slowly, he gets upset and immediately comes over to beat me up. You have to make the decision for me. Besides, Ling Mo looked at Cardo speechlessly, then went to the table where he pointed. Sure enough, the documents were piled up into a mountain, and there was no place left on the desk to start. Ling Mo's eyes twitched as he looked at so many documents. I'm sorry for wronging you, Cardo. I will talk to you about the file. As I said, let him deal with it together with you as punishment. But first, take your hands off my trouser legs. Ling Mo shook his legs in disgust, but Cardo continued to report on Kakuzu. I didn't hear what Ling Mo said just now. He had no choice but to keep shaking his trouser legs, but Cardo, with his strengthened body, was like an octopus and couldn't shake them off for a while. Yu Gao on the side watched the two people's performance quietly. Seeing that there was no other way, Ling Mo had to punch Cardo to calm him down. Cardo, carrying a big bag, was filled with despair. I thought to myself, Master Ling Mo doesn't love me anymore, but it's still Mr. Kakuzu who knows how to comfort people. Looking at Cardo, who had calmed down and was crying, Ling Mo felt a little regretful and wondered what he had found. Why didn't I notice this before? Maybe I've been lax recently and the people under my control are itching to take action. Alright, pay attention. If you keep thinking about it, I'll spank you. Ling Mo, who couldn't stand Cardo's expression, told Cardo to stop. Cardo, who dared not jump again, immediately returned to normal. Only then did he notice that there was a child following Ling Mo. I suddenly felt that my previous action was a bit embarrassing. His name is Yu Gao, and you will be in charge of his care from now on. Also, there is a child on the island where I live. Don't worry about what he wants to do, just try to satisfy his needs. Ling Mo said lightly. I understand, Lord Ling Mo. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of the two children. Cardo patted his chest and assured. Then I'll leave it to you. Just work hard for a while, Casey and the others will be back soon. If you're too busy, ask Kakuzu to help. Just tell him it was my idea. Tell him that if he can't review and approve all the documents, it will affect his earnings. Ling Mo sat on the chair and casually took out a document to read. Now the 5 major countries are facing a shortage of supplies. In addition, the major villages started wars, and the consumption was very high. The daimyos had money but could not buy supplies, so they could only increase grain taxes, making the lower class people suffer. In order to purchase supplies, many chambers of commerce have turned to the Cardo Chamber of Commerce, which originally acquired the company. Now the Cardo Chamber of Commerce has only a few sites outside. The rest shrank back. All the materials that the various chambers of commerce need to trade are traded at the ports of Wave Country and River Country. It has become the largest trading center. Under Cardo's control, the trading of goods never stops 24 hours a day. The supplies sold each time are limited, causing many people to rush to buy them. The bosses of some chambers of commerce who used to sell supplies to the Cardo Chamber of Commerce crazily can now only watch with envy. I regret why I didn't learn from the Cardo Chamber of Commerce and stockpile supplies. Now the prices are rising again, and everyone is jealous. But because of the ninjas they trained, those chambers of commerce did not dare to act recklessly. You can only buy it obediently and then sell it when the price goes up to make a profit from the difference. Sir, food prices are rising rapidly, and some civilians can no longer afford to eat. Do we need to control prices if it continues into winter? Many people may starve to death. At this time, Cardo spoke cautiously beside Ling Mo. As a gang boss, you were very ruthless. What, are you feeling too chaste now? Ling Mo closed the document and turned to look at Cardo. No, it is not so, my lord. I'm just afraid that if a disaster occurs, those wandering ninjas and civilians will rob us. If the great names of the major nations use this as an excuse. Cardo said this worriedly, even though he now has wealth and strength. But he was afraid that the Chamber of Commerce would be boycotted by all parties in the future. After all, this was a business that could offend half of the ninja world. And if you are not careful, you may encounter various assassinations in the future. Although I am not worried, it is very annoying. Snort. You are still too narrow-minded, Cardo. Those people are just jumping clowns. Ling Mo didn't care about what Cardo said. In this world, strength is the key. After the 3 battles are over, if someone comes out to find fault, he doesn't mind doing a major cleanup. Reset the world and return it to the Stone Age. Don't worry about those stray ninjas and civilians you mentioned. When winter arrives completely and refugees pile up, you will issue an order. A bounty order. As long as a single person is killed and a Konoha ninja brings back the head, that person will receive enough food to last through the winter. Killing a Konoha civilian will earn you a week's worth of food. Whether they work as a team or individually, as long as the assassination is successful, they will get food. Ling Mo said indifferently that with so many wandering ninjas and civilians, it would be a shame if he didn't take advantage of them. By the way, shift all attention to Konoha. By then, it will not be as simple as the 4 major villages attacking Konoha. He wanted to see what the entire Konoha would do then. Hiss. Understood, sir. After hearing Ling Mo's thoughts, Cardo's scalp tingled and he swallowed unconsciously. This plan is so vicious. Fortunately, it was my boss, otherwise I would have been tortured to death. This is completely forcing people into a dead end. I couldn't help but observe a second of silence for those people in Konoha. How many villages has Casey conquered now? The bounty on Konoha was just a minor incident that if Cardo hadn't mentioned it, Ling Mo might not have thought about it that way. Now he is more concerned about Casey's conquest of those small villages. The system's tasks are quite difficult and require people to sincerely submit to you. Casey only defeated the leaders of the small villages, but that was not what everyone thought in their hearts. This requires Ling Mo to influence them one by one with the iron fist of love. Replying to the Lord, Casey has now conquered 4 villages, namely the Takumai village, the Valley village, the Mist village, and the Nadeshiko village. And he even found himself a wife. She seems to be the Cage from Nadeshiko village. Cardo reported on his brother's situation and was relieved that he had found a wife. Oh, sure. He subdued the shadow. I'll personally officiate his wedding. We can't treat him unfairly. Ling Mo was also happy that Casey had found a wife. He still understood the rules of Fushiko village and wanted to find a loyal wife. The women in Fushiko village were quite suitable. I thank you on behalf of Casey. When the time comes, I'll trouble you. Kato was very happy that Ling Mo could help Casey hold the wedding, and immediately bowed to Ling Mo to express his gratitude. Where is Casey now? Ling Mo waved his hand to let the bowing Cardo stand up straight. According to news, we will arrive at Yuyan village tomorrow. Hearing about Tangian village, Ling Mo remembered that the evil god cult where Feijuan was born seemed to still be there. Besides, Feijuan should have just been out for a short time now. Ling Mo was somewhat interested in this so-called evil cult. The origin of Feijuan's immortal body is very mysterious. I heard that he was baptized in a pool of blood since childhood and then brainwashed. In the end, somehow, he gained the ability to be immortal. And he has become a real psychopath. System, in this world, does the evil god in that evil god cult really exist? Ding, back to host. It really exists, but it's just a projection on this planet. The strength is not that strong, according to the test, it is only at the peak of the cage level. The system's words aroused Ling Mo's curiosity. He wanted to see what the so-called evil god looked like when he fell to the ground. Can the power of the evil god be absorbed? System? Ding, you can return to the host. I've been waiting for you to say that. Ling Mo smiled. Since he could absorb the energy, why should he be polite? And you can also explore some unknown secrets. Xiao Yujao, you just stay here for the time being. No one will bully you. If anyone does, just tell the uncle next to you, okay? Yugao tugged at the hem of his clothes and nodded with tears in his eyes that he had just gotten used to the warmth Ling Mo had given him, and he was reluctant to let Ling Mo leave. But Yugao remained strong and didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Mo, so he gritted his teeth and refused to let his tears flow. Kato, Yujao is in your hands. I'm going to Casey's place. Ling Mo looked at Yugao and then spoke to Cardo. Yes, sir. After some further explanation, Ling Mo didn't plan to stay any longer, so he summoned Little Rodden and started flying towards the Kingdom of Hot Springs. At the same time, in an underground laboratory within the Fire Nation, did it finally work? But there are still some flaws. Orochimaru was licking his tongue and looking at an extra-large glass container in front of him. A huge creature with a giant snake's body, an alien-like head, and black and white bones all over its body appeared in front of him. If you look closely, you will find brown curse marks appearing on the surface of its huge body. It blends seamlessly with the skin like a snake pattern. It's not a failure, it's at most a semi-finished product. Let's put it aside for now. After Orochimaru finished studying the giant snake-like monster, he lost interest. This giant snake that resembles an alien was cloned by Orochimaru by fusing the cells of the alien, the Ryukadong snake, and the Outer Path demon statue. Orochimaru put a lot of effort into achieving a balance between the three types of genetic cells. When the results came out, it did not achieve the effect he wanted. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, applause was heard in the quiet laboratory. This made Orochimaru alert, as he was the only one in the entire laboratory. The sudden sound of applause made Orochimaru alert. Now that you're here, please show yourself. Orochimaru turned around and looked at the dark passage ahead and said, "How interesting, I never thought someone could combine three different creatures together, and it merges so perfectly, worthy of being Orochimaru." Faint voices could be heard from the dark passage, but when I looked towards the source, I couldn't see any figure. It's very rude to trespass on other people's territory. Shouldn't you state your name? Orochimaru opened his pupils and paid close attention to his surroundings, becoming more alert to the sounds in the darkness. Because he didn't find out where the sound came from. Such a mysterious person made Orochimaru very curious. "I'm here to bring you something. I believe you will be interested." The man did not answer Orochimaru's question, but his voice still echoed in the dark passage. "Oh, I wonder what it is. What is your purpose in doing this?" Orochimaru smiled, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. After a while, a huge box suddenly appeared on the ground in front of Orochimaru. "Open it and take a look." After a sound was heard in the passage, it fell into silence again. Orochimaru stared at the box intently, debating whether or not to listen to this man. The person who came was too mysterious and never showed up, but his abilities were very interesting. After thinking for a long time, the cautious Orochimaru used his shadow clone to open the box. "What is this?" When Orochimaru saw what was in the box, his eyes widened and he found it very interesting. At the same time, I was also shocked because these things are not something that ordinary people can find. "Tell me your purpose. I don't like being used as a tool." After Orochimaru regained his composure, he spoke into the darkness. The things in the box were really tempting and made him feel a little restless. "Kill Uchiha Lingmo. With these things I gave you, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a rebel ninja, even though he has two huge monsters in his hands." A resentful voice echoed from the dark passage. Orochimaru frowned, he really couldn't figure out who this person was in the dark. "Isn't this a bit too generous? Why do you think I would kill Uchiha Lingmo? I really don't like being taken advantage of." Orochimaru relaxed his neck, licked his lips and said. There was an intriguing thought in his eyes. "I know Uchiha Lingmo's plan. That includes destroying Konoha, which he can easily do with his current abilities. The reason I didn't take action now is to make you fall into despair. You don't want your village to become a ruin, do you? Besides, your dear friend, Jiraiya, died at his hands. Don't you want revenge?" In the passage, a magnetic voice slowly came, luring Orochimaru step by step. "How interesting, Lingmo-jun. I didn't expect you to have such a purpose. I really want to unlock the secrets of your body." After hearing what the man in the darkness said, Orochimaru's eyes revealed greed. "My heart is full of curiosity. Since you have these things, why don't you kill Uchiha Lingmo yourself? I believe you should be able to steal the sealing scroll easily." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and spoke tentatively, as if he had discovered something. "Uchiha Lingmo is just hindering my business. I have 100 ways to deal with him, and you are one of them. I just don't like showing up in person." Seeing the person in the dark pretending to be busy, Orochimaru made a rough guess. "In that case, thank you very much. I will treat Lingmo-jun well." After Orochimaru finished speaking, no more sound came from the darkness. In addition to the box on the ground, it proves that someone has been here just now. Outside. It's getting more and more interesting. Looks like I have to work harder too. Orochimaru looked at the contents of the box and murmured with a smile. 2 days later, Lingmo arrived above the city of Tang Kingdom. It was already nighttime and the whole city was bathed in lights. It has a unique flavor when viewed from high altitude. The land of hot springs is known as the village that forgets war. The hot springs here are unique, and Lingmo also wants to experience it now. Casey has been waiting in the city for a long time. When Lingmo flew here, he asked the alien to make a notification. "Let Casey wait here first and don't rush to Tangian village." In midair, Lingmo took back little Layton. He fell straight towards the place that Casey said. The noisy sound of the wind in the air passed by my ears. Soon, Ling Ning reached the ground in free fall. Bang! Smoke filled the surroundings, and Lingmo was half crouching in the pit where he had fallen. Hearing the noise, Casey hurried out of the room. "Lord Lingmo, you are finally here." Seeing that it was Lingmo who came, Casey breathed a sigh of relief. Based on the sound just now, he thought someone was attacking him. "Come help me up, my legs are numb." Ling Mo half squatted on the ground and said, I was too relaxed in the air just now, and my muscles were shocked the moment I landed. I originally planned to make a handsome and stylish appearance. I didn't expect to embarrass myself. How dare you let your subordinates see it, otherwise you will be embarrassed. Oh, here he comes, Lord Lingmo. Casey, who was standing aside, almost didn't react, thinking that Ling Mo was just trying to show off. Choose not to disturb and watch the result go wrong. The hot spring hall was filled with mist, and two figures were reflected in the mist in a large pool. Ling Mo and Casey soaked comfortably in the pool. Casey, I heard from Kato that you found a wife. Sure. Ling Mo raised his head and glanced at Casey, who was enjoying himself beside him. Ahem, that's what happened. You asked me to conquer the small village, and I happened to be in Nadeshiko village at that time. Then out of nowhere, I got a wife. Casey's cheeks flushed slightly, and she coughed twice and said. Casey felt a little embarrassed when Ling Mo asked her a question suddenly. It seems that you are quite a gorgeous guy. Go out on a mission and get the most important thing in life done. Treat her well from now on, I'll officiate your wedding later. Ha ha ha. Looking at Casey's embarrassed look, Ling Mo patted his shoulder and said happily. Thank you, sir, I will never let her down. There was sweetness in Casey's eyes, and she was full of gratitude to Ling Mo for personally helping to preside over the wedding. Tomorrow you will go to Tangian village to continue your mission. If you encounter anyone from the evil god cult, kill them all. I will go directly to the base of the evil god cult, and the scattered believers will be left to you. After Ling Mo arrived in the territory of Tang country, he sent out the white Jew alien to search for the stronghold of the evil god cult. The exact location has been figured out by Ling Mo. Not only that, the white Zetsu alien also found a large number of children inside. They were all children around 5 or 6 years old, and all were locked in cages. Ling Mo also felt disgusted with the evil god cult's practice of sacrificing children. Understood, sir. No words were spoken that night. In the early morning, Ling Si heard Casey's call and said goodbye to the beautiful girl in his dream, so I had to get up and leave the warm bed. Sir, I'm leaving early. After Casey and Ling Mo finished their breakfast, they took their equipment. Bid farewell to Ling Mo. Yeah, go ahead. Ling Mo also put it away and started walking out of the city. The evil god cult is not very far from the city, but the stronghold is very hidden, in a cave deep in the mountains, and now it has reached a certain scale. All believers hold sacrificial ceremonies every day. It only took Ling Mo a few hours to reach the bottom of a cliff. There was a pitch-black cave entrance in the bushes of a dense forest. There were dead branches and rotten leaves everywhere, even if someone had stepped on them. It will not leave any obvious traces. Ling Mo walked in directly with a swagger. There was no light in the cave, so Ling Mo had to rub the energy bullets together in his hands. As the light shone, the surroundings became clearer. Ling Mo walked deeper into the passage. We walked about a kilometer in the winding passage. The space around him began to widen, and flames appeared in front of Ling Mo. Ling Mo's footsteps echoed throughout the cave, and soon he arrived at a place where the fire was lit. At the same time, bursts of noisy sounds came from the front. Who's there? A middle-aged man in a black robe came out from the side passage. While looking at Ling Mo, his eyes became alert. Come, woo, snap. Just as he was about to shout, Ling Mo suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. With one hand, he grabbed the neck and twisted it hard, and the first unlucky guy died. After throwing it to the ground, Ling Mo summoned out 10 iron-blooded aliens. The environment here is very suitable for alien hunting. He has no mercy on those psychopathic believers. Go, kill everyone here. At a command, the iron-blooded alien roared like a beast. Then they started charging inside. In a huge area in the cave, hundreds of believers were kneeling down to worship a huge strange stone statue. Below the stone statue, there are several babies lying on a round stone table. The breathing of several babies appeared steady, as if they had been knocked unconscious by some means. Great evil God, please accept the sacrifice brought to you by your most loyal believer. The black-robed man in the lead raised a 3-blade sickle above his head. If you look closely, you will find that it is the future Haiden's weapon, the March Scythe, being worshipped devoutly. The strange stone statue emitted an inky black energy that enveloped its surroundings. As the sacrificial ceremony slowly reached its climax, the leading man walked to the stone table and raised the March sickle. His eyes were filled with fanaticism and his lips were curled into a bright smile. Please enjoy this delicious food. As the words fell, the sickle above his head fell rapidly towards the head of a baby. Phew! The sharp sickle blade pierced through the head deeply like tofu. The flowing blood disappeared into the air under the strange energy. May the evil god be hindered by our immortal power. Another sentence was spoken, and the blood-stained March sickle began to stab several other babies. Bite. Boom. Damn it, who dares to disrupt the sacrifice of the evil god? Just when the sickle blade was 1 centimeter away from the baby's head, The iron-blooded alien suddenly rushed out and, under Ling Mo's control, quickly jumped to his body side. He used his arm to knock the sharp March sickle away and embed it into the wall. Looking at the flying March sickle, the man roared angrily, his expression as if he had lost his little brother. Roar! The iron-blooded alien didn't care about him and just roared back with saliva and mucus. The man was also shocked when he turned around and saw the face of the iron-blooded alien. But for a fanatic, madness is greater than fear, and he soon came to his senses. For people with abnormal brain circuits, the face of the iron-blooded alien is not enough to scare them. Get lost, you dare to disturb the sacrificial ceremony of the evil god, I will make you pay. I will offer your head to the evil god as an apology. The man's eyes were filled with anger. The believers who were kneeling below also stood up and took out their weapons. Kill this monster, come on. After hearing the man's order, about 100 people began to rush towards the iron-blooded alien. Many of them are ninjas with chakra, and their abilities are quite good. It is a bit difficult to deal with an iron-blooded alien. Seeing this, several iron-blooded aliens hiding in the dark also began to join in. In an instant, it was a huge fight. At this time, Ling Mo also rushed here along the passage. I just happened to see a few iron-blooded aliens fighting against hundreds of people. The iron-blooded alien can be said to be extremely fierce. He is completely in the first echelon of aliens, and it is only a matter of time before such crazy believers appear in the slaughterhouse. Looking at the people being dismembered by the aliens and the screams they made, Ling Mo did not have any sympathy for these people who were possessed by demons. As time passed, there were only a few people left fighting frantically, but to the iron-blooded aliens, they were just trash. They could be dealt with in just a few quick strikes. The ground in the field was littered with broken limbs and arms. The flowing blood has formed a layer of blood film on the ground. A strange pattern slowly emerged on the ground. Black energy gradually spread around. And the strange stone statue changed at this time, its originally rough surface. It began to become smooth and shiny, and an evil smile appeared on the strange face. It seemed as if he was mocking the believers below. Interesting, I'm starting to doubt this is the Naruto world. It's like a strange resurrection. Ling Mo also noticed the changes in the stone statue. This energy was completely different from chakra. I feel out of tune with this world, as if I'm being rejected. The fluctuations emitted by the dark energy made Ling Mo feel very uncomfortable. Ling Mo walked up to the altar in front and took the babies down. For some unknown reason, several babies were sleeping soundly. The roaring sound of fighting just now had no effect on them at all. Ling Mo checked and found nothing wrong. He is not a doctor and has no idea what is going on. I should have called Casey over earlier. So many babies are about to become dads. Ling Mo held the baby and muttered to himself. Just as he was holding a few babies and preparing to take them outside, the surrounding walls began to emit a purple-black light. A huge pressure swept across the entire square, and Ling Mo frowned when he saw it. Quickly wrapped the baby with energy to prevent it from getting hurt. As the light became more and more concentrated, red lines appeared on the ground. After the broken limbs and arms were covered with lines, the blood inside was instantly drawn out. Only the dried-up body remained, like a dead tree root. When the red lines gathered at Ling Mo's feet, he clearly felt an inexplicable suction force under his feet. Just as Ling Mo was alert, the scene around him began to distort. Ling Mo felt as if something was tearing his body apart. Fortunately, his body was as hard as iron. There was no substantial damage. However, the few iron-blooded aliens summoned suffered disaster. The body could not withstand the huge tearing force and was torn into pieces and offline. Could this be space distortion? The surroundings were still twisting, and even the statues next to it had irregular cracks. System, do you know what's going on? Ding, replying to the host, for some reason, your current location has been forcibly transferred. We are now at the intersection of the space rift and the real space. Ling Mo was also confused when he heard the system's answer. He just killed one person and did nothing else. I was forcibly teleported for no apparent reason. What the hell? Is there a solution, system? Ding, back to the host. Unless you teleport to the target location or possess skills similar to time and space, you can't escape your current situation. Hearing this answer, Ling Mo's face darkened. He doesn't know any space-time ninjutsu. If he had known earlier he would have learned a few. Looks like I can only wait. I want to see where I can be teleported to. There was no other way. Ling Mo, holding the baby, could only wait in this space. After waiting for a day, the strange patterns under my feet began to change. The original black and red light gradually faded and dissipated after a while. Bang! Ling Mo fell heavily on the ground covered with smoke. Call. Thank goodness, you're all okay. Ling Mo was lying on the ground holding a few babies, saying with luck, he. Are you here to bring me a sacrifice, my lovely servant? Following the sound, an ugly figure appeared in the air. Why is it ugly? The man seemed to be a stitched body, with all kinds of lustful expressions appearing on his naked body. Except for the normal lower body, the upper body is completely deformed. Moreover, there was a black energy emanating from his surroundings, like a stone sculpture. Ling Mo stood up and looked at the deformed creature, a flash of resentment in his eyes. So it was you who did this? Where is this place? Ling Mo looked at the other person and felt from his body that the other person did not seem to be his opponent. But that energy seemed extremely strange. That's right, you killed my servant. You will be my new servant. He. The ugly face showed a perverted smile, which made Ling Mo feel sick. It seems that this thing is the evil god that those people worship. It's so ugly, I don't know why those people worship it so much, don't they find it disgusting? Ling Mo kept complaining in his heart, I think I have a better choice. That means killing you. Ling Mo said as he looked at the ugly thing in front of him with disgust. Ha ha ha, how hilarious, a servant dares to kill a noble god. Who gave you the courage? The evil god's strange face began to smile and then became angry. Given by Fish Liang. Not only that, Zhao Zilong also gave me 10 times the courage. Ling Mo's eyes were bright, and he slowly squatted down and put the baby in his arms aside. He summoned a few aliens to guard them. Fiona Liang, what are you looking for? Boy, no matter what weird things you say, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Let me teach you how to talk to your master. After the evil god finished speaking, the dark energy around his body began to grow thicker. Gradually, a pitch-black sickle condensed. Do you think carrying a scythe makes you look like the Grim Reaper? Go scare the kids. Ling Mo was not afraid at all and began to mock him continuously. The system has said that this thing is only at the peak level of shadow level. Then I won't be at all weak in beating him, okay? Just do it. Asshole, you've angered God. The evil god began to roar, then charged towards Ling Mo with a quick step. The sickle was swung and chopped towards Ling Mo's neck. Damn servant, die. Ling Mo was not at all panicked when he saw the incoming sickle. The energy blade in his hand shot out directly. God-killing spear, no trampling before the sickle touched Ling Mo's neck. The energy blade had already extended and pierced through the opponent's body. However, the evil god did not feel much change. An attack like this is just a tickle to me. The evil god taunted the energy blade passed through the body and could not cause any damage to the evil god. Ling Mo frowned. I still don't believe it. The energy weapon in his hand began to change, and he kept swinging at the evil god. The evil god also mocked him very arrogantly, which made Ling Mo a little annoyed. Don't waste your energy. Why don't you just submit to me obediently? The evil god smiled smugly and attacked Ling Mo from time to time. Unfortunately, Ling Mo's body was too strong and there was nothing they could do to him for a while. The March sickle chopped down Ling Mo, but only left a shallow mark. It can be said that one of them cannot be killed and the other cannot be beaten. Tisk, what's going on with this evil god falling to the ground? Ling Mo pondered secretly, not understanding what was going on. He smashed the evil god's body several times, but he was able to recover every time. I'm tired of you foolish mortals. Feel the fear of being dominated. It will be your honor to be my servant. The evil god kept scratching and his body began to absorb the surrounding mist. A beam of dazzling black energy continued to gather at the evil god's fingertips. Ling Mo couldn't help but shiver, feeling that if this force hit his body, will definitely tear myself apart. A sense of crisis continued to fill me, and I thought to myself that I must not let him release that energy. Leave it to yourself. Nuclear escape pseudo-atomic breath. Ling Mo diverted all the energy, continuously compressed it, and then released it. Before the evil god's energy ball was about to be shot out, Ling Mo's atomic breath directly attacked the evil god. The moment of contact, the evil god's body was melted into dust. The energy ball gathered by the evil god also exploded directly due to Ling Mo's interference. The aftermath emitted was no less powerful than Ling Mo's attack. It's useless. In this space, I am immortal. You'll eventually run out of strength, then you'll be at my mercy. He. The evil god condensed his body again after Ling died. Ling Mo frowned and thought of a possibility after hearing the evil god's words. When he was condensing the energy ball just now, the gray mist around him was drawn into the evil god's body. In other words, the mist is the reason why the evil god is so arrogant. Ling Mo came in without carefully feeling the gray mist around him, so I didn't notice this, but now after feeling it carefully, I find that this fog seems unusual. System, can the fog in this space be absorbed? Ding, back to host, okay. After hearing this, Ling Mo was delighted and thought to himself, as expected, absorb the mist in this space for me. Ding, absorption begins. Host, please stay in this space for 3 hours. Hiss, 3 hours, it seems the energy in this space is extraordinary. The time it takes to absorb energy represents the amount of energy. Ling Mo never thought that such a large amount of energy could be found in a single evil god space. After the system's voice was heard, the surrounding fog began to change. They continued to gather around Ling Mo. Villains die from talking too much, it seems to be true. If this evil god had attacked me with all his strength from the beginning, I might have been defeated. I will never procrastinate again, Ling Mo said with a sense of luck in his heart, his eyes fixed as he looked at the evil god with interest. Now he just needs to fight with the evil god. In 3 hours, the evil god in front of him will be his plaything. You can actually absorb the power of this god, you bastard. Anyone who is not a fool can see the fog gathering around Ling Mo. The evil god was also very surprised. He didn't expect that a mortal could absorb that power. You must know that any mortal who absorbs even a little bit will be corroded by the evil and cold power. Then he turned into something neither human nor ghost. What can I do if I absorb it? Bite me. Wait until I finish absorbing the energy of this space, then I'll see how arrogant you can be. Ling Mo's words made the evil god start to panic. Die, mortal. An annihilating blow. The evil god no longer held back and continued to gather energy to attack Ling Mo frantically. Ling Mo didn't tolerate him and opened his Mangekyo Sharinan. Using the long arms of Susanoo, he constantly harassed him. There is no time for the evil god to cast spells. As long as the evil god dares to gather the destructive energy he just showed, Ling Mo will continue to harass him. Don't give him a chance at all. As time passed, the originally thick fog became thinner, and the evil god became anxious. After being beaten to pieces by Ling Si again, the evil god's recovery time also became longer. You are very interesting, mortal. How dare you absorb the energy I have collected for many years? You'll regret it sooner or later. The evil god, who was slowly recovering his body in the air, said with murderous eyes. He knew he couldn't stop it, so he stopped fighting. Why give up? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Ling Manro said with interest that they had been fighting for nearly 2 hours. At this time, the clothes on his body had long turned into strips of cloth. Seeing that the evil god had stopped fighting, Ling Mo did not attack again. You are the first one who can force me into this situation. Tell me your name, mortal. The evil god was no longer floating in the air, but slowly fell to the ground opposite Ling Mo. Perhaps because the fog had become less, the evil god no longer had the deformed appearance he had at the beginning. The whole person became normal, and the expression of desire on his face disappeared. He turned into a cold and stern man, and no longer had the crazy and perverted emotions he had just had. Uchiha Ling is dead. Ling Mo also noticed the changes in the evil god at this time and felt very curious. Ling Mo, the coming doomsday, interesting name. I'll remember you, the evil god said calmly. Wouldn't you like to give me some last words before I die? Ling Mo sneered, saying that in a few minutes the system would absorb all the surrounding energy. The evil god is no longer a force to be reckoned with now. Don't be complacent. This is just a temporary body I left behind when I was chasing someone else. I've memorized your name. I'll come back to find you. The evil god smiled coldly and did not take Ling Mo's ridicule to heart. Who doesn't know how to threaten people? Besides, even if your original body is strong, what will happen when you get here? I slipped away a long time ago. Ling Mo said indifferently. I thought to myself, it shouldn't be that serious. I just beat up your clone. How could you be so petty? Your eyes are very interesting. It looks a lot like the eyes of the man I was chasing. If this body weren't so weak, I wouldn't be able to defeat you. I'll definitely study it carefully. The evil god seemed to have seen through Ling Mo's little thoughts just now, but he didn't care and continued to speak calmly. After hearing the words of the evil god, Ling Mo finally understood that the evil god was hunting down the Itsutsuki clan. Almost everyone in the Itsutsuki clan has the Rinnegan, and some have even more powerful eyes. It's normal that the evil god has never seen the Mangekyo Sharinan, but I don't know what his purpose is in placing his clone in this space. You mean these eyes? How about a deal? I'll tell you everything about these eyes. How about you answer a few questions? Ling Mo pointed at his Mangekyo Sharinan and said. Ling Mo still knew too little about the Itsutsuki clan. The evil god in front of us is different. He must have been hunting the Itsutsuki clan for a long time. He must know about the situation of the Itsutsuki clan, and since he is able to hunt down the Itsutsuki clan, he must be very powerful. Oh, interesting. No problem. As a sign of sincerity, can you ask a question first? The evil god smiled slightly. He was indeed very interested in Ling Mo's eyes, and he didn't care what questions Ling Mo would ask. Ding, energy absorption complete. Host, please continue. Just then, the system prompt sounded and Ling Mo's eyes began to swell and ache. The patterns of the Mangekyo Sharinan kept spinning, and then formed a new pattern. Ling Mo covered his eyes with one hand, feeling the surging power in his eyes. After absorbing so much energy, his eyes finally reached a higher level, which made Ling Mo very happy. What interesting eyes! The evil god stood there and watched Ling Mo's changes carefully, with a cold smile on his lips, as if he had discovered something. Excuse me, let's continue with the topic we were talking about. Ling Mo closed the eternal kaleidoscope, looked at the evil god, scratched his head and said, "Just ask." The evil god said calmly, "You are hunting the Itsutsuki clan, right?" I want to know how many people are there in the Atsutsuki clan. I just happen to be interested in them too. The evil god was stunned when he heard Ling Mo's question. He suddenly found it difficult to understand Ling Mo in front of him. Judging from the strength displayed by each of them in person, the evil god did not think that Ling Mo would know the existence of the Atsutsuki clan. After all the planets that Atsutsuki passed by turned into dead stars. However, there are exceptions to everything. The evil god may have thought that Ling Mo heard it from somewhere else and quickly adjusted his state. The Atsutsuki clan used to have nearly 10,000 people. There are about 1,000 people in the Atsutsuki clan now. This is the number of people who survived my pursuit. When the evil god said this, a look of pride appeared on his face. It's as if to say, see, I'm awesome. How powerful is the god of the Atsutsuki clan? After hearing the evil god's answer, Ling Mo didn't care about his arrogant look, but continued to ask. I don't know about that. I've never seen the so-called Atsutsuki god. The strongest person from the Atsutsuki clan that I have met so far is called Atsutsuki Yame, but I've already solved it. The evil god is still showing off his achievements. However, Ling Mo also heard a familiar name, Atsutsuki Yame. Atsutsuki Yame's body is in his Haiki's hands, that is to say, the evil god might have killed Yam near the earth and left him in the ninja world. It happened to be discovered by his Haiki, who then found the scientist Amato. The abilities of Aida and his brother were transplanted by Amato through Atsutsuki Yame's body. Thinking of those powerful abilities, it is indeed a bit confusing. No wonder the evil god in front of him is so proud. One last question, do you know how the Atsutsuki clan communicates? Ling Mo thought for a while and then asked, I really don't understand this. If I knew, we've already wiped out all those rats. Speaking of this, the evil god's eyes were full of murderous intent, which made Ling Mo very curious. Why did the fallen Atsutsuki clan persecute him? I'm curious what the Atsutsuki clan did to you. Ling Mo smiled slightly and said to the evil god, if they turn your planet into a Death Star, you'll hunt them down too. The evil god stared at Ling Mo with resentful eyes, as if saying, you did it. Okay, it's time to tell me what's wrong with your eyes. The evil god returned to normal and spoke to Ling Mo in a low voice. Ling Mo had no choice but to tell Kagaya's little story again. After hearing this, the evil god narrowed his eyes slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Alright, the deal is done. Should I send you away, or should you explode your clone? Ling Mo stared at the evil god and said in a cold voice, Mortal, today I will teach you a lesson. When you meet a god, it's best to be respectful. Not every god is as easy to talk to as me. A sinister smile appeared on the evil god's lips. Before Ling Mo could react, the evil god's clone began to change. The entire body began to turn into a black powdery substance. I admire you, mortal. But there's a price to pay for blaspheming God. I hope you won't be lonely for the rest of your life, ha ha ha. The evil god transformed into a black unknown being and uttered his final words. Then the black substance began to spread around. Ling Mo had been alert for a long time, but he did not understand the evil god's actions. He thought the evil god would use all his remaining strength to attack him, but it dissipated in all directions. This made Ling Mo a little confused. However, the evil god's clone had already dissipated, and Ling Mo did not plan to stay any longer. I plan to take a few babies and leave this damn place. A few hours later, Ling Mo sat on the ground, looking confused. He found that he seemed unable to go back. The rune formation that brought him here was smashed to pieces by him and the evil god. This space was obviously created by humans. The place was only about the size of a football field, and Ling Mo searched for a long time but couldn't find any other formations. Brown everywhere, there were pebbles everywhere and no place to rest. I can't go back. There's no way out here? Why don't I learn space ninjutsu first? Ling Mo pinched his face with both hands, his face full of regret. Moreover, the evil god has not even built a place to live. Everywhere was empty, which made Ling Mo a little panicked. System, is there any way to get me out? Ling Mo had no other choice but to ask the system, hoping to find the information to get out. Ding, the host cannot be sent out at the moment. What can I do? Give me some advice, sister system. Ding, if you want to get out, there are only 3 ways. First, the host signs in daily. Perhaps a space-type monster will appear, and then the host can go out. Second, the host practices daily to nurture the Rinnegan. Perhaps he will awaken his spatial abilities. 3. Reverse telepathy. Pass the message to your subordinates. You stay in the monster's mouth and let him teleport you out.